you suddenly realize that you can see the health bars of all things. Even the sun in the sky is covered with a layer of blood, and anyone with a health bar is protected. You can kill it by emptying its health bar. At first, you thought you had awakened a golden finger, until you hear the elder of the village advise you to be careful of the undying demons when going out. Those demons, although some are very weak, even if one goes to great lengths to kill them, as long as it is past midnight, they will still revive. Fortunately, the demons all have their own territories and will not easily venture out, otherwise, there would have been no way for the villages to survive long ago. The more you listen, the stranger it becomes. How could such an extraordinary power of immortality appear in the weak? Even if they are powerful and unsolvable demons, why would they imprison themselves? Finally, combining your ability to see the health bar, a bold guess unconsciously arose in your heart. Those monsters may be game creatures, they are not immortal, they just respawn at regular intervals. But if I were to cross over into a game world, those human NPCs would be a bit too normal. They not only have their own emotions and personalities, even will experience birth, aging, illness, and death. You are a bit confused for a moment about whether the world is gamified or you are gamified. Just as you were lost in thought, a rough big hand gently patted your shoulder. Why is Xiaobai dazed? Are you envious of Ergo getting married? Don't blame the village for not helping you. Your father left for the army early, and your mother died the day you were born. Even if the village pays to find you a wife, who will take care of you after you join the army? Uncle De Huang, I don't have that thought. I was just thinking about the recruitment order issued by the county. What's there to think about? You're not planning to run away, are you? That won't do. Our village has 67 households and needs to send out 23 strong men. If you run away, other families will have to make up for it. In the past few years, Xiaobai has always been the one from other households to send strong men, either to enlist in the army or to take on labor duties. We have all considered that you were a child and didn't let you go, but now you are 18, a grown man, so you can't not go anymore. How could Uncle De Huang, we also have a conscience, definitely won't run away and harm others. You have thought about escaping, but the village does not trust you, a person without attachments, and sent 3 married men to be with you. You alone can't defeat 3 villagers. You can only understand the situation of this world first, and then formulate a follow-up plan. After the end of Ergo's wedding, you couldn't sleep at all when you returned home, because knowing the truth of the incident made you seriously lack a sense of security. Of course, the most important thing is that your initial plan did not succeed. You originally made excuses to gradually right and seize the village's chickens and dogs. However, after killing a whole 3 live chickens, there was no gain in experience or anything like that, making your plan to gain strength through hunting poultry a delusion. The immortal and indestructible demons may be monsters that respawn at set intervals in the game. Could it be that only they can provide experience? It may also be that the foundation is too weak, which prevents the generation of experience. Otherwise, let's try killing someone. You stared at the 3 village men, compared your physique, and decided to take care of the villagers. Let's go out of the village and find a useless person to experiment on. Unable to sleep, you couldn't help but pull out your attribute panel and examine it closely, hoping to find a hidden upgrade path. However, looking at your own spirit and energy, which are only a little low, you can't help but sigh. There has been no change at all despite the hard practice these days. Since hearing about the military service requirement, you have been exercising every day for over 20 consecutive days, and your 3 stats have not changed at all. In fact, your health has decreased by 2%. It seems that you must find a way to gain experience. The next day at noon, you practiced chopping with a machete as usual. Although your attribute values hadn't changed at all during these days of training, the feeling of chopping became more and more comfortable. Just when you were lost in your chopping, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in your mind. Congratulations on mastering the skill Chop Manhua. You have mastered a sword technique. The effect of Chop Manhua is coordinated, all your strength is concentrated, and you swing down from top to bottom in one strike. When the prompt sound that only you can hear rings out, you suddenly feel an indescribable sense of relief, as if years of pressure have been released in an instant. Ha, Master Dao. I have become 3 village fools. Watching you laugh wildly, I helplessly shook my head, a little white. Although I used to be silly and foolish, I would kneel and listen to the honest and kind words of the villagers, eagerly taking on all the dirty and hard work. Now it's good. A wooden soldier's order has scared a silly boy crazy, let alone working. Just not running away would be a blessing. The villagers communicating in low voices did not notice that the dead wood in front of you was broken very neatly. The flatness of the cross-section is difficult to be chopped out by the rusty shield's axe. Boom, split Manhua, experience +1. At this moment you feel exceptionally, you chop one after another, and soon you have finished today's firewood skill, and splitting Manhua has also been upgraded to level 2. I probably took about 30 swings, and my blood fat increased by 12 points of experience. It seems that not every swing gives experience, but this is already pretty good. Know how to acquire skills. The key is to focus completely, constantly think and correct. The emergence of skills and experience makes you very excited. Until this moment, you finally feel that you have grasped the trajectory of opportunity and gained the qualification to survive. When you are ready to continue chopping wood, striving to level up the skill of Jiangli Piki Huashan to its maximum, you suddenly realize that your hands, gripping the axe, have unconsciously started playing white pieces. After all, you only have a flesh and blood body and cannot be tireless like a true game character. So you put down the hatchet and prepare to use your previous successful experience to train a battlefield skill, running. It is well known that as long as you run faster than your own people, the chances of survival will greatly increase. Just as you are pondering, a village man who is taking care of you runs over, making faces, saying that Xiao Bai Ergo is looking for you. You didn't see it, but that guy's legs are as weak as noodles, he can hardly walk. Goodness, he just got married yesterday, and today he's like this. That guy's wife is definitely not an ordinary person. When you walk out of the courtyard and see Ergo's appearance, you are slightly startled, noticing his pale face, drenched in cold sweat, and his weak legs. Even sitting on a wooden stool, my legs couldn't help but tremble, and the key point is that Ergo's health bar dropped below 90%, falling to 89%. After some communication, it was learned that Ergo's wife has a fierce personality. On the first night of marriage, 7 times made him unable to bear it. Today, while seeking your sympathy, he told you something that shattered your worldview. He said he and his wife had discussed it. Ready to have you go help a bit. During the day he's busy, at night you're busy with the kid. No matter whose it is between us, as long as it can leave a future for the old Zhao family, that's fine. You thought that Ergo was talking nonsense due to the immense mental pressure of being about to be drafted for military service, so you resolutely rejected him, and gave him some guidance, but Ergo couldn't listen at all, looking a bit lost as he prepared to leave. Then I really will leave, and I won't leave the door open for you at night, so as not to give outsiders an advantage. Hurry back home to deliver the goods, I'm still busy honing my skills here. Whether it's serving in the military or causing trouble, you have to first hone your skills, right? Ergo was sent back home to have kids by you, and you are also at ease thinking about your skills. If splitting manhua can be skill-based, then running should work too. Then eating and sleeping, these two things that need to be experienced every day, should be the same, and we can try to have smaller meals more frequently starting today. Strive to eat only 3 bites of bread each time, have it 20 to 30 times a day, and don't skip it even while sleeping. For every hour of exercise, take a half-hour nap. Try to skillfully manage life abilities. Since you started studying the 2 things of eating and sleeping, your reputation for madness has become even louder. The villagers in the neighboring village see you treating the steamed bun as if it were a treasure, something that can clearly be finished in a few bites, yet you insist on chewing slowly, as if you were eating some delicacy, and you are not taking your time to enjoy a meal. Instead, it's a few bites at a time, eating 20 to 30 times a day. This frequency scared the village man taking care of you, thinking you were crazy and didn't know hunger or fullness. Little by, don't think too much. If you starve yourself to death, even in the underworld, you'll be laughed at by ghosts. If you want to eat something good, just say it. There's no need to scare us like this. Uncle Dai Huang, you have lived enough and don't understand the heart of those who haven't lived enough. I'm taking precautions in advance, trying to eat a few more meals before joining the army, so that after joining the army I won't even have a bun to eat. However, what you said makes sense too. Maybe prepare some good food for me, and perhaps after eating a few good meals, I won't be thinking about buns anymore. Pa, you silly fool, what are you talking about? What do you mean I've lived enough? You're the one who's lived enough. That's just ridiculous, completely ridiculous. If the army doesn't even provide a single bun, who the hell is going to fight for those lords? Even the king of hell wouldn't mind a hungry ghost, and a big military camp won't miss one of your meals. That's not necessarily the case. If I were a general, I would specifically send a few cavalry units to burn the supplies, ensuring the enemy is starving and howling. Where did you hear this nonsense? We are serving in the military, not going to war. Do you understand military service? It's about replacing the old troops, transporting supplies, digging trenches, cutting wood, and repairing walls. There's a lot of work to do. If you want to be a combat soldier, you have to be selected, right? That's terrible. I said, why are you, old man, not worried at all? It turns out there are many young and strong people in the village, so you don't have to be at the front anymore. This is the advantage of being older. You young kids, learn from this. Zhao Dehuang sees that you can still communicate normally and haven't gone crazy, which makes him breathe a big sigh of relief. 3 village men watching over you, originally thought that Emperor Zhao had already persuaded you. I didn't expect this guy to say one thing and do another. The next morning, you started your old tricks again. Your daily routine turned into running, eating, practicing with a gun, practicing with a knife, and sleeping. If you only practice during the day, 3 villagers can still hold on. The key is that you practice at night, causing them to not dare to sleep. They don't know that you, who are trying segmented sleep for the first time, are also not used to it. Your brain is even groggy, like the rivers and lakes, and the existence of the attribute panel allows you to understand your health status. The pursuit of skillfulness fills you with motivation, and in a focused state of mind, you quickly changed your daily routine, and gradually entered a peculiar state. Your focus was soon rewarded. The first feedback result is eating. You have understood dietary supplements and mastered a life skill of finely consuming food, obtaining more nutrition from food, with abundant nutrients in the ingredients, allowing a small amount to restore life. This is simply great. The path of life skills has indeed been successful. The emergence of skill-based food supplements has given you a certain ability to recover, and it has also provided new assurance for your exercise plan. Seeing that you only have 91% of your health bar left, you decide to look for some supplements to repair the physical damage caused by your crazy workouts during this time. Xiaobai, what are you going out for at this late hour? Your irregular schedule torments the 3 village men to the point of despair, and in the end, they decide that 2 young village men will accompany you for running during the day. Huma, who is getting older, Zhao Dehuang Ziba, rests during the day. At night, I take care of Uncle Daiwang, and I made another mistake. This dance practice not only requires sudden movements but also emphasizes the principle of food and medicine being of the same origin. If I don't eat something good to nourish my body, it's like exhausting my own energy and vitality. I promise to make something good for me, but every day it just ends up being a chicken egg. I know you've already done your best, so I've decided to take matters into my own hands and also prepare something good for you to strengthen your stomach. Why are you acting like a fool all day? You can't mess around. The villagers aren't wealthy, so don't cause trouble for them. I know that the villagers are not wealthy, but some are rich. Come with me today to indulge a little. Let's do a bit of robbing the rich to help the poor and borrow some resources to relieve our hunger. Zhao Dahuang stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips. At this moment, he was also so hungry that his eyes were turning green, and his body involuntarily followed you out to search for food. When they approached a courtyard with a thatched roof and mud walls, Zhao Dahuang just came to his senses. Xiaobai is from the Li Zhang family, so he can't act recklessly. It's okay, old Li is quite wealthy, just borrowing a machine. I will definitely return it to him in 100 or 80 years. 180 years, then isn't this just stealing? The matter of practicing martial arts, how can it be said to be stealing? This is called borrowing. Old Li borrowed many things using Li Zhang's identity. What he can borrow, we can also borrow. After a few crowing of the rooster, you came out of the yard holding a chicken with its neck twisted. Uncle Dahuang, we are in for a treat tonight. You helped me prepare this chicken, so eat with confidence. Don't worry, I won't let you down, Lemon. This little white one, this is all you're doing, it has nothing to do with me. Zhao Dehuang clumsily caught the chicken you threw, wishing he could slap himself for being so greedy. How could he be so careless and get dragged into the car by this little rascal? In the dark of night, 2 sneaky figures ran from the north of the village to the east, using some found tools to stew chicken. At this moment, Zhao Dahuang suddenly felt that you were not crazy. This kid is very likely using the band to solicit bribes. I can see through you, you little rascal. Although you're a bit strange, you're not stupid at all. Right now, it's just the 2 of us. Once we've had the meat, you can hand me a stick. I'll fall down, and you can run away. That way, we can both feel justified. Call me uncle, and I can't treat you like a deadbeat, can I? Uncle Dahuang, I really plan to go take a look at the military camp. Fool, you want to go and cause trouble all day. Uncle Big Yellow says, well, the child who cries gets candy. If I don't make a fuss, how can the village take care of me like this? In your mouth, a jar mixed with truth and falsehood. You initially wanted to run, but now you don't want to run, not because of a swelling conscience, but because of the continuous generation of skills. You don't want to hide in this barren village, here, let alone eating meat pies. Just being able to get enough to eat is good enough. You need more resources and a broader space. Therefore, you plan to enlist in the military to see if you can secure a position in the barracks, while gaining an understanding of the situation in the world and using the resources of the military to strengthen yourself. Xiaobai, you really have it. They say you are silly, but I think you are the smartest. Although Zhao Dehuang is not young anymore, his hands and feet are exceptionally nimble, and at Tianche's peak, you don't need to lift a finger. He really resembles a caring elder. Uncle Dahuang is discussing something with you. This time the military service is off. Let your son go instead. With your old arms and legs, if you fall on the road, you really won't come back. Zhao Dehuang heard your words and fell into rare silence. His rough big hands were about to say something, but it only turned into a small white phrase at the tip of his tongue. The meat is cooked, your teeth are good, hurry up and eat, otherwise you'll be craving it in a while. Zhao Dehuang doesn't want to talk about himself, and you shouldn't ask too much about family matters. After eating chicken, he drank chicken soup. You lie on the grass and observe your attribute panel until your health bar starts to rise, then you reveal a satisfied smile. After about an hour, your health bar recovers from 91% to 97%. Just as you feel the changes within yourself, you look towards the direction of the river in the east and suddenly sit up. What's wrong, little white? Didn't eat enough? Have another couple of pieces. Uncle Dehuang, please clean up this crime scene properly later, I'm going to take a bath in the river. Why are you running again? Didn't we agree to serve in the military together? I'm not running away for a while and coming back, there's no need to deceive you. You just accidentally caught a glimpse of 2 incomplete blood bars, and they are moving towards the stone arch bridge. The shape of that health bar clearly looks like a person, rather than the kind of thin and short health bar that is added together. In the dead of night, what are 2 wounded people doing by the river? Do we have to duel or jump into the river? After hesitating for a moment, I decided to follow and take a look. You are worried that someone will use your name to secretly commit murder and ultimately make you take the blame. When you approach the stone arch bridge, you find a segment of blood entering the river and disappearing. Another blood bar remains still. You do not rush up to check what the blood bar represents, but silently wait, preparing to see which family this blood bar ultimately belongs to. What you didn't expect was that, not long after, the person who jumped into the river resurfaced, and after joining the people on the shore, they walked slowly towards Bridge West Village. You do not track people, only the moving health bars, so you are relatively far apart and have not been noticed by the 2. It turns out to be Ergo's house. Isn't that guy Ergo just married and too busy to even stand? You carefully leaned by the window. I'm cold. This is Ergo's voice. Quickly soak in the warm water bucket. Kid's dad, stop going to the Dragon Palace to steal treasures. If you go a few more times, Ergo will be done for. Ergo's mother doesn't dare to go again. Today Ergo almost didn't come back, and will never go again. What, didn't Ergo follow the method I gave? He wouldn't dare offend the Dragon Palace guards. That's just how it is with me as the head of the family. Ergo can't mess up again. A young woman's voice came. She is Ergo's new wife, Xuan Yang. Xuan Yang, you tell our family, the entrance to the Dragon Palace, our family has benefited from your blessings, how dare we not listen to you? It's just that people's strides are different. You say you can only take 36 steps, but Ergo took 32 steps, which caught the attention of the Dragon Palace guards. Fortunately, he runs fast and is not greedy, otherwise, he would definitely have been poked a hole. Ah, it's also because that kid Xiaobai doesn't get it. If he comes into our house, he can take over for Ergo. In the village, we can only trust Xiaobai. He has his own household, as long as he leaves a way out, our 2 families can become one. Dad said what's the point of that? It's quite embarrassing, but you're right, I just trust our family. If I went into someone else's house, I wouldn't dare to mention the Dragon Palace, I'm afraid they would bury me alive for those pearls. Xuan Yang, give me a hand, and refill some hot water for Ergo, let him soak thoroughly. You were outside the house, listening in a daze. Is Ergo's family not having a fever? The Qingsha River under the Stone Arch Bridge actually has a Dragon Palace, and Ergo can still steal things from the Dragon Palace. The household has finally come back to life. That Dragon Palace is truly not a place for humans. It's freezing to the bone inside. Just one visit can take half a life. Parents, wife, we have taken more than 20 pearls, which can be considered wealthy. After waiting for a while, all I could hear was the family's longing for a beautiful life. You just sneaked out of Ergo's yard, underestimating Ergo. I didn't expect this family to have some schemes against you. I thought Ergo was genuinely sharing everything with you, but it turns out he was just trying to win you over since you are alone and vulnerable. This Xuan Yang is also a smart person, and there is no choice but for Ergo's family. If it were to fall into a family with many brothers, for the sake of that so-called Dragon Palace, they really might kill him. You don't know whether the so-called Dragon Palace is real or not, but in the Light Veil River, there must be a place that produces pearls and has controllable danger, allowing Ergo's family to obtain real benefits. We quickly arrived at the Stone Arch Bridge, only to see a thick layer of water weeds floating on the river. The water was somewhat murky, and the flow rate was relatively steady. You bit the firewood knife tightly with your mouth and plunged into the river with a splash. You originally thought that the so-called entrance to the Dragon Palace would be very secretive, otherwise, Ergo's family wouldn't have said anything, marking and calculating the deployment. What you might not expect is that the very secret entrance for Ergo's family is, in your eyes, exceptionally conspicuous. You see a black whirlpool above the riverbed covered with mud, sand, and water plants. Above it, there are 2 lines of blood-red characters boldly marked, the tide of the Vice General's light kill. Suggest challenge level 15, suggest challenge number 510, very good, the challenge level and challenge number are clearly marked. The game's visual field is in the newly built palace. However, there was a small problem. Your attribute panel does not have a character level indication. What the hell is the bug challenge level? My game graphics shouldn't be a different system from this dungeon, right? How can there still be incompatible situations? You are not confused that you can see the dungeon information, you are used to the health bars all over the street, and it is not surprising to see another dungeon portal, but you cannot understand why the dungeon portal is marked with a challenge level, while you do not have this attribute yourself. Ergo said that 36 steps is a safe zone. His legs are short, so I won't compare with him. I'll just take 20 steps. You don't plan to back down. At least Ergo's family has done experiments, such a good opportunity. You suddenly thrust downwards and touched the pitch-black portal. The next moment, you entered a spacious corridor, which has a limited length. The width can meet the 4-lane road of the blue planet. The most important thing is that the ground is paved with dark red coral and pearls of various qualities. Embedded in the gaps of the coral, like a starry avenue, 6 shrimp stand tall on either side of the passage. Monster with a human head. They held 3-pronged forks, motionless, as if they were hard stone statues. Above their heads, there were not only health bars but also identity information, level 15 cold wave shrimp soldiers, with bone-chilling low temperatures spreading throughout the entire passage. The water droplets on you surprisingly showed some signs of freezing, and there were quite a few pearls under your feet. Why did Ergo insist on running to the edge of the safe zone? When you picked up the axe and pried it, you finally understood why Chui Niang's ex-husband was close to Ergo and the shrimp-headed monster. The reason is that these pearls are set very firmly and are difficult to pry off. After prying for a while, you damaged quite a few, and only 2 pieces are in perfect condition. The amazing thing is, the closer to the cold wave, the more fragile the shrimp soldiers and coral on the ground. The probability of prying out a complete pearl has also increased quite a bit. Fortunately, your purpose in coming here is not to collect pearls, but to check out the dragon palace mentioned by Ergo, through the instance in your own eyes. Therefore, after harvesting 6 pearls, you gave up the impulse to continue moving forward. The names and levels of these shrimp soldiers may look like minor gatekeepers, but they can cause localized temperature changes. Even if you're stubborn, you know you can't beat them. There is no need to attract the other party's hatred, personally experience the other party's attack power. However, not contacting or trying does not mean that you cannot estimate the strength of these North Korean shrimp soldiers. Assuming a game rhythm, the initial character attribute is 1. Every time I level up, I gain at least 1 attribute value, so the difference in strength between me and Han Chao's shrimp soldiers is at least 15 attribute values. In terms of skills, it cannot be estimated. Of course, such an assumption is just an ideal state. The actual gap may be even more exaggerated. With such strength, combined with the respawn characteristics of the dungeons, they can indeed be called immortal demons. The level 15 dungeon, lightly killing the general's nest, is not something you can conquer right now, but this copy is still full of value for you. You swung the machete, violently smashed many pearls, threw the tied cloth collar to the ground, and turned around to walk into the dungeon portal. When you leave the cold environment and return to Qingsha River once again, the icy river water feels as soothing as a gentle hot spring, making one feel comfortable. You put on your clothes and returned home, took a large ceramic pot with a strap, and a set of thick clothes. Zhao Dehuang hasn't returned yet, and the 2 villagers are sleeping very soundly, not noticing your movements. After returning to the stone arch bridge again, you stuffed 2 sets of clothes into the ceramic jar. Re-entered the dungeon along the machete. At the moment of just entering the instance, in order to open the pottery jar, were both sets of clothes on the body. Then observed the changes in the copy environment. A complete coral floor, without shattered pearls, and the disappearing hair ties, all inevitably prove that this instance has the ability to refresh. And this refreshing ability not only refreshes things within the instance, residual foreign objects will also be refreshed. When a person is present, it does not refresh. When the person leaves, it refreshes automatically. If one person stays in the dungeon for a long time, can the dungeon become a secret base for stockpiling supplies? Far away from the normal world, in an unknown space, the internal environment forms a complete system on its own, how it resembles the legendary paradise. Looking at it from another angle, if you are a native of this world, you would definitely perceive this mysterious space, treated as the secret realm of blessings and virtues between heaven and earth. No wonder Ergo's family calls this place the Dragon Palace, with shrimp soldiers guarding the riverbed. The space is self-contained. Isn't it just the legendary Dragon Palace? You caress the incredibly realistic coral floor after escaping the dangerous monsters in the dungeon. The copy can indeed be called the Peach Blossom Spring for ordinary people, the Cave Heaven Mansion for seekers of the Tao. The Jinsha River is just one of the many tributaries of the Tsuha River, and it is still a little-known minor branch. Places like this all have copies. The number of copies in this world must not be few. You know things like copies, if all prompts are cancelled, thrown into the vast game world, it will be difficult to be discovered. But as long as the quantity increases, there will always be someone who unexpectedly discovers it, just like now. Chuan Yang's ex-husband discovered the nest of General Qingsha. You pass the message to Chuan Yang. Chuan Yang turned to Ergo's family again. It represents that there are some people or forces that may pass down the secrets of the ancestral source from generation to generation, and regard it as the secret manual of their own blessings. The family of David's kingdom inherits the ancestral lineage, and the old man's son speaks of demons that do not leave the territory and are immortal. You shake your head, dismissing the narrow-minded conjecture. Your understanding of this world is too limited. Relying solely on a copy to analyze social status is neither reasonable nor reliable. However, seemingly misleading guesses are not useless. At least you can rely on your own guesses. Extend a certain environmental awareness. According to normal game logic, the intelligence logic of wild monsters and dungeon monsters should be about the same. The performance of these 6 cold wave shrimp soldiers is indeed very much like game monsters with a range of hatred. If we don't enter their attack range and only provoke them with sound, will it trigger their attack judgment? You lean against the portal, striking the coral ground with a machete while loudly calling out, "Hey, over here." 6 cold nest shrimp soldiers don't even look at you, as if they were 6 lifelike statues. This phenomenon is too deceptive. Locals are likely to let their guard down when entering the attack range. Stabbed by the cold wave shrimp soldiers in a batch. Faced with the rigid and stiff cold wave shrimp soldiers, I immediately thought of methods such as digging pits, setting fires, and poisoning. But the coral ground is surprisingly hard. Arson and poisoning also need verification. The judgment logic and defense strength of the cold wave shrimp soldiers. Jimmy ignited the firewood. The smoke affects the cold wave shrimp soldiers, watching to see if they will attack. The source of the fire and the arsonist. Can the flames reduce their health bars? The tide of lightly killing generals is a good experimental field. You won't leave without obtaining some intelligence. Therefore, you first return to the riverbank, fill a large clay pot with branches and leaves, return to the copy, move forward 20 steps, take out the flint, ignite the grass sequence, and raise the bonfire. When the flames were strong, you threw in a few damp thick branches, held the front of your clothes with both hands, and kept fanning, trying to make the smoke drift towards the direction of the cold wave shrimp soldiers. As the smoke drifted towards a cold wave shrimp soldier, you immediately retreated to the vicinity of the portal. After a short while, the cold wave shrimp soldier smelled the smoke, determined it was under attack, and directly cancelled its standby status. Lifted his foot and rushed towards the fire, poking the fire pit apart with a thrust. He stepped over the burning branches and continued walking towards you. The other 5 cold wave shrimp soldiers have also entered attack mode. You step back and come into contact with the portal, leaving the instance. After you return to the riverbank again, you have to admit that the Korean Chinese shrimp soldiers are not really stiff and rigid. They are qualified killing machines. To make them determine that they are under attack, even if the attack power is extremely weak, they cannot be harmed in any way, and they will also switch to an offensive state. The method of poisoning and setting fire is relatively feasible, provided that someone can withstand the attack of the cold wave shrimp soldiers, allowing the fire and poison to gradually take effect. Living people can stop the dungeon refresh. Can living animals do that? You dove into the water, and before long, you pulled out a palm-sized freshwater turtle, casually tying its shell with a grass rope. Ensure that his limbs cannot stretch out. Then he entered the instance again with the turtle, and the burning branches were indeed refreshed, the smooth coral ground, the motionless cold wave blind ice. Make this place look exceptionally tidy. After you put the turtle on the ground, it skillfully exited and then entered again, and then something magical happened. The turtle disappeared. It seems that the dungeon does not recognize turtles as player-like creatures, and directly respawned him. The turtle cannot interrupt the dungeon respawn. It seems my cockroach poisoning method isn't working anymore. With a gamified perspective and the enhancement from the instance, you have entered a state of tackling dungeons beyond your level. But the fact proves that a completely opportunistic approach cannot threaten the copy monsters, the locals of this world. It is also very difficult to solve with schemes, powerful dungeon monsters. The level 15 dungeon is too much for you right now. You need lower level dungeons or lower level monsters. After lifting the wet clothes and the ceramic jar, wrapping 6 pearls into the belt, you stood up and returned to your home. The on-duty Zhao Dahuang saw a shadow and hurriedly stretched out his head after opening the courtyard door. Xiao Bai is practicing. I'm not going to practice anymore, I'm very tired. I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. That feeling is good, I can sleep peacefully. When it gets light, I'll go make you a whole chicken egg to fill your belly. Knowing that Zhao Dahuang is thinking about a piece of meat, I feel like taking advantage of the younger generation and plan to bring back some practical benefits in return. You did not refuse Zhao Dahuang's kind intention, and after casually hardening your resolve, you fell onto the bed. Perhaps understanding the direction to move forward, you slept very deeply and steadily during this sleep. The next day, sunlight shone through the window into the dark nest's interior, on the wooden stump used as a stool. A large earthenware bowl is placed there. A small chicken egg lies among them. After all, the grand uncle is particular, so it's a whole chicken egg. You got up, washed your face, bit off a willow branch, cleaned your mouth a bit, then sat on a wooden stump, peeling an egg while checking your attributes. The 3 attributes of the panel's spirit and energy have not changed, and they are still very harmonious. One life value has changed again. Originally, after finishing the meat last night, your health bar recovered to 90%, but after being devastated by the icy environment within the copy, your health bar has dropped to 92% again after several rounds. Aside from that, the biggest change in the attribute panel, it is an additional new skill. You have understood cultivation and mastered a unique level of life skills. Can restore fatigue, nourish the spirit, and alleviate negative states. Silence is the essence, movement is the driver. The bright and dazzling skill introduction lets you understand the power of new skills. No wonder I wake up feeling comfortable and energized. There are no symptoms of a slight cold or feeling chilly. Sleeping has become a skill. Sleeping and eating are the 2 life skills you value the most. These 2 abilities are the restorative skills he is currently most hopeful of developing. Fortunately, both of these skills have good effects, giving him a certain amount of trial and error capital. Now the muscle soreness and health bar have decreased, and he can no longer stop exercising his skills. I rely on dietary supplementation skills and rest skills to restore my physical condition. Ergo has nothing. How should he recover his health bar after being low on health? You looked at your attribute panel and suddenly remembered that Kid Ergo got married. I must go to the general's lair tonight, otherwise his health bar wouldn't suddenly drop to 89%. Looking back now, that kid was weak in the legs and pale when he came to me. It is very likely a cold due to wind and cold. You heard him talking in Ergo's yard last night, so you're not worried about him dying from illness. He is more curious about how ordinary people's health bars recover and whether excessive damage will lower the health bar limit. Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still. Ergo, this brave self-experimenter must have an observer to collect data. Xiao Bai is going for a run, asking you two to hurry up and keep up, or else wait to be scolded by Uncle Dahuang. Xiao Bai is discussing something. Since you woke up late today, let's not run. The idle men in the village have been laughing at us these days. Say we are cowards, not practicing strength or guns. Just know how to practice escaping, then what are you waiting for? Bring the stick, and when we chase them and beat them, they will know the benefits of running fast. Hey, here we go, just waiting for you to say this. If you don't take the lead, we won't know how to start. How strange, why didn't those few guys practice running away today? I have to say that Xiao Bai and the others are just timid. If we brothers serve in the military, take care of it happily and fearlessly, that's when I wanted to charge into the enemy's ranks and kill joyfully. It's just that my luck is not good. Did not get the opportunity. A few idle men were chatting when they suddenly noticed 3 men coming from the south. At first, they didn't take it seriously, but upon closer inspection, they were scared half to death. The brothers should have lunch now. I need to go home and take a look. By the way, my stomach hurts. I need to take a break first. It's a coincidence, isn't it? I forgot to feed my dog, so the guys will gather again later. Seeing you holding a wooden stick and hanging a machete at your waist, a few men who were incredibly brave in words quickly ran away after exchanging a couple of pleasantries. Hurry up, you two. If you're slow, you won't even get hit with a stick. Under your friendly condolences with 2 villagers, 5 wise men who were rampaging in the village were sent back to their respective homes by sticks, and the 3:5 conflict defeated the opponent without suffering any injuries. 2 village men following you are unusually excited, and Xiao Bai, you are still straightforward. Dealing with such a Ceto should be done directly. Fish, the village man with molten smoke stands tall and proud, no longer feeling the previous frustration. Take the easy route to take a look at Ergo's house. That kid came to visit me the day after his wedding. I can't forget him either. When you openly enter Ergo's yard, only then did I know that Ergo was here this time. Last night, Ergo was still able to speak and move, but today at noon, he couldn't get up from a high fever. You glanced inside through the window and found that Ergo's health bar had dropped to 77%. Ergo's father and mother were sighing in the yard, quietly wiping their tears, while Cui Niang was inside the house, occasionally trying to please without alarming anyone, giving Ergo physical cooling. To be honest, you are not surprised to see this scene. You have personally experienced the tide of the slush general, and the cold inside the dungeon, combined with diving, will inevitably wet your body and hair. A normal person would experience this level of temperature change. It's very normal to catch a cold and have a fever, not to mention that Ergo has entered and exited the dungeon multiple times. Doesn't Ergo have recovery skills? You are not in the medically advanced Blue Star either. A severe cold is not a big deal on Blue Star, but it's hard to say here. Has Old Man Luo from Uncle Zhao's Qiaodong village come by? The bridge passed Luo, and Old Man Luo said that Ergo was possessed by evil wind, suffering from external wind and cold, and was afraid to go back to get medicine. I don't know if Old Man Luo's prescription is useful. If it doesn't get better in a couple of days, we'll take Ergo to the county for medical treatment. If you're going to the county, just let us know, and we'll help take Ergo there. Otherwise, Xiaobai is still reliable. My legs and feet are not good, and there are no brothers at home to help. It's all thanks to our Xiaobai being reliable. Although Ergo's family has a bit of a scheme against you, but the purpose is to build relationships and form the interest groups of the next generation. Therefore, you have no ill feelings towards this family, while he comforts Ergo's parents. Observing Ergo's condition. Not long after, it was discovered that Ergo's health bar had dropped by another 1%, falling to 76%, and coughing sounds occasionally came from inside the room. With no energy, Ergo used his own state to prove the consequences of a normal person's health bar decreasing in most games. Don't say that the character's health bar has dropped to over 70%, even if it falls below 30%, they are still full of vitality, and situations of surviving with a sliver of health are not uncommon. However, in this real world, the consequences of the rapid decrease of health points are too severe. At worst, one loses combat effectiveness, and at worst, it leads to continuous deterioration and loss of life. This means that the health bar of a normal person belongs to floating data and does not need to be completely emptied, just reduce it by about 40%. Their fighting state will be difficult to maintain, just like Ergo, whose health bar seems to still have 76%. On the surface, the problem doesn't seem big, but in reality, it's just a matter of 10 days or so. 10 days and a half month have passed. Either the illness is controlled and gradually improves, or the whole village will celebrate together. The child's father, Old Man Luo, only has a few prescriptions in his hand, treating all kinds of illnesses with the same medicine. I'm afraid it won't cure Ergo's fever, otherwise, we should take advantage of Xiao by being here. Hurry and take him to the county to see a doctor, and also see that there isn't so much cash at home. Even Ergo has a high fever that won't go down. We'll just sell it. In the district, Ergo's family is now wealthy, but the pearls produced by the copy cannot see the light. If you really rush to take it out, you might be harmed by the strong man in the county and lose your life. Therefore, Ergo's father placed his hopes on Old Man Luo from Qiaodong village, hoping that Ergo and their family could survive this calamity. Ergo's father sighed softly. With trembling lips, she silently murmurs, as if praying for her son's safety. At this moment, the wooden door of the courtyard was pushed open roughly, and an old man with hardly any patches on his clothes barged in with a simple-minded young man. The water is boiling, hurry up and cook the medicine. Tonight, my son and I will stay at your house, if it doesn't work. Tomorrow morning I will take you into the city to find the old boss, a group of people busy inside and out. Finally let Ergo take his medicine. Next, it depends on Ergo's fortune. You saw it and planned to leave Ergo's house. But Ergo's parents were worried that when they asked for your help, they would be rejected, so they insisted on giving you 2 chickens to ease their minds. Expressing willingness to send Ergo into the city, you had no choice but to accept the deposit with a personal touch, although you only received 2 chicken eggs. But the 2 village men accompanying them are not bad either. They shared one. I left the remaining one for you, for them. Sending someone to matchmaking and treating illness is a reasonable thing, especially since Ergo's family is so poor. No one can criticize their family. Even if you got chicken eggs, you shouldn't be rude. Wrapped in a shell, I approached Old Man Luo and asked about the topic of tonics for qi and blood. Uncle Luo, do you have any recipes for tonifying qi and blood? Please prepare 2 sets for me. Not only to accompany the diagnosis, but also responsible for contacting the county Chinese medicine clinic. Old Luo's treatment will naturally not be poor. He and his son are equally hungry, and he has heard your words. The hand that was wrapped suddenly stopped and scrutinized you carefully. Xiaobai, your rosy complexion and vibrant spirit don't look like you've lost energy and blood. Is there some hidden illness? Don't be shy to say it. You're still young, the sooner you treat it, the better. If you delay for too long and it becomes a chronic disease, your life will be miserable. Uncle Luo is serious. I'm not going to serve in the military, am I? I've been intensively exercising these days, which has caused my back and waist to ache and my body to feel uncomfortable. That's how it is. I do have a prescription in hand that invigorates blood circulation and nourishes qi and blood, but don't be too precious about it. You can't afford to eat, and I don't have it either. I can only prescribe some cheap and common herbs for you to try their effectiveness. If they work, I will order more. After a flurry of writing from Old Man Luo, a prescription appears in front of you. Old Man Luo dug out 12 copper coins from your hand, then gave some instructions. The children boiled herbs, and you relied on your own attributes. The bold experiment of the panel has taken effect, and the Old Man Luo from the village is not likely to deceive. As a bowl of bitter medicinal soup is poured down, your health bar has indeed changed, but at the beginning, it was not an increase in the health bar. Instead, the health bar decreased, and after dropping by 2% of health, it increased by 4% of health. Actually converted down. A bowl of medicine only restored 2% of health points. You watched your health bar drop from 92% to 90%, then rise to 94%, and suddenly understood the meaning of not being able to recover when empty. Only you are now full of vitality and in good health. If someone is weak and suffers like this several times, the potent effects of the medicine may cause more harm and less recovery, making it better not to supplement at all. Do you believe that there are remedies in this world that have mild effects and significant results? Only Old Man Luo has no precious tonics, nor good prescriptions. Without honey, others have arsenic. I have dietary supplement skills and cultivation skills. This medicine is a restorative soup for me, capable of absorbing more nourishing medicinal effects and alleviating the negative impacts of the soup medicine. For others, it may not be the case, with unwanted help. You further strengthened your skill training and quickly gained new rewards. You comprehended the spear, mastered a type of gun technique, the front hand like a ring, the backhand like a lock, energy concentrated, the gun strikes in a line. The core of this stabbing technique has 2 points. First is to exert effort, second is precision. After the spear technique is skillful, your spear has finally surpassed the stage of being ineffectively wielded. With greatly improved accuracy, a bamboo pole without a spear tip precisely hit the copper coin hanging on the grass rope. The sound of metal collision attracted the attention of 3 villagers. When they think you are just lucky, the sound of dang 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 kept appearing. The effect of the bamboo pole piercing the copper coins was too direct, far from the concealment of the axe chopping wood. Until this moment, 3 village men were surprised to discover that Xiaobai really practiced something. It's incredible, Uncle De Huang. Xiaobai really messed up this time. I haven't been playing with the stick these past few days. Aiming for the eyes and stabbing to the neck is already pretty good. Xiaobai was actually able to stab such a small copper coin. Don't compare your qualifications with Xiaobai. Xiaobai has made so many mistakes, he should at least practice something real. But this kid is getting more and more bizarre. He is at least 5 steps away from the copper coin. How can he hit the hanging copper plate? Grabbing a line sounds easy, but in actual operation, it is not simple. Your gun does not slowly come out after aiming, but rather bursts forth with force and strikes violently. In this situation of explosive thrusts, can still guarantee accuracy, no longer inferior, a serious practitioner. Alright, this kid has something. If he becomes a soldier, with this accuracy he can pierce a few skulls. This big gun is fierce and vicious. Insist on having it. You two quickly serve tea and water, say some nice words. Let Xiaobai teach you. Uncle De Huang, why aren't you going? I'm old and weak. How could I have the opportunity to become a soldier? Practice well, you all. The big gun is quick and accurate, stronger than anything, and the 2 gentlemen listen well to advice. When they were first chosen to take care of you, they were mostly resentful, but now it's different. You boldly dare to lead them to drive away the dangerous sea. The big gun in hand points to where it pierces, which truly makes them convinced, so they serve tea to the capital. Standing quietly beside you, hoping to learn a move or two, adding more capital for military service. Wait until the spear skill is upgraded to level 2. You just put down the bamboo pole in your hand and stretched your sore arms. The benefits of skillification are immense. The emergence of skills acts like a qualifying line, firmly stabilizing the lower limit of techniques and increasing the proficiency of skills. Also continuously raising the lower limit of skills, to the extent that you have a feeling of freely moving the gun, completely under your control. After the novice finishes practicing, they can talk. I said what I missed again and again. Ah, it's this sentence, Xiaobai, you misunderstood it. I believe you understand the trick to it. Why not teach us? We won't let you work for nothing. Chicken eggs, beans, melons, and fruits, when they are delicious, will definitely be arranged for you. Let you practice a bit first, I'll take a look. There is no attribute panel similar to Yizheng Yongzheng, where effort must yield rewards. It is very difficult to quickly train martial skills. You directed for half an hour in succession. The spears of the two villagers haven't shown any obvious improvement, but fortunately your words are very straightforward. The technique is explained very clearly. Even if the two villagers haven't mastered it, they feel they have benefited greatly from the action of the four guns. The tactile feedback brought by skill types is more obvious than that of life skills, after acquiring new skills again. Your pursuit of running has become higher, and you have compressed your rest time. As long as you don't practice skills, just focus on running. You pass by Ergo's house. I glanced at Ergo. That kid was sitting on a wooden stool basking in the sun. His wife is still worried that he is tired. Let him do nothing, just let him rest. His health bar has recovered from 76% to 80%. After all, young people have a strong foundation. Once their condition improves, their vitality surges back, so they just need to rest more. I have the tonic medicine from Old Man Luo, and when you get better, I'll give you a set to nourish your body. Ergo watched you wave your hand and prepare to leave, hurriedly standing up from the wooden stump. Lean on the fence and shout for Xiao Bai. Come over here, I want to talk to you about something. What's wrong, Ergo? Do you still have secrets? Brother sure too, I almost died this time and have come to understand a lot. This pearl is Cui Niang's dowry, you keep it safe. If you join the army, it can be used to bribe the officials for a better position. The round pearl sparkled beautifully under the sunlight, and Zhou Chen immediately recognized it as coming from the nest of General Qingsha dungeon. It's too valuable, I can't accept it. Besides, we brothers are enlisting together, and it should be you who seeks a good position. Brother sure too, just take it. My father sold the land and asked the village chief to report a plague. The county agreed to let us swap for military service. Alright then, you should find a livelihood soon and live well. The registered labor quota could be changed, but the laborers would filter out the disabled and expel those with diseases. Among the disabled, there was some tolerance, but diseases were completely intolerable. The laborers in every county would never allow those with diseases to mix into the able-bodied ranks, as that was a capital offense for spreading plague in the Great Way. Therefore, wealthy young men who were afraid of losing limbs would often report diseases to escape military service. Of course, this came at a cost. Those replacing the military service needed to find someone to report a disease, which required a significant amount of money. Zhou Chen never expected that Ergo's father would actually take out the family land to find someone to take Ergo's military quota. This meant that Ergo's family had no way out except to seek a living in the city. They were no longer even considered farmers. At best, they were just refugees, and their social status had plummeted from the bottom to the absolute bottom. Perhaps this major illness changed Ergo's family's mindset. Now they were willing to take risks to protect the only male heir in the family. However, going to the city alone and helpless, it was uncertain whether it was good or bad, and whether they could find peace. Ergo, keep your wealth hidden. No matter where you go, it's better to live modestly when you're in unfamiliar territory. I know, brother sure too. My father said I should go to the city to be an apprentice. Uncle Luo from East Village introduced me to a carpenter master. I can endure hardship. As long as the master doesn't beat me to death and teaches me how to make a living, I will take care of him in his old age. Alright, if I make a name for myself, just let me know if anyone bullies you. Zhou Chen felt a bit moved that Ergo dared to present a well-preserved pearl as a gift. After all, giving a gift was risky for Ergo. If he were a vicious person, the lives of Ergo's family would be in jeopardy. Brother sure too, can your family get the land back? If not, why don't you also take the route of using the land to offset military service? We can go to the city together and look out for each other. I can't take that route, you know it well. The land deed clearly states that I can only reclaim the land after I marry. The previous generation's father, fearing he wouldn't return from military service, had the village take advantage of the situation to eliminate Zhou Chen, so he put the private land under the village chief's name. This arrangement allowed the previous generation to grow up safely and receive a share of grain from the village chief every year. But reclaiming it would be difficult. After all, the previous generation had a reputation for being foolish, and both respectable and disreputable families looked down on him as a simpleton. That's true, it's harder for someone like you to marry than for me. Your land has likely been treated as private property by the village chief. He would never agree to you using his land to offset military service. Cough, cough. By the way, brother sure too, forget what I said a few days ago. I want to put in some effort regarding having children. After a simple farewell, Ergo's family left in a hurry, entering the city 2 days before the county laborers came to the village. The man replacing Ergo for military service was named Li Dezhuan, who had 5 male heirs at home, a typical case of too many people for too little land. Zhou Chen clearly saw that when the laborers called out to other able-bodied men, they drew a circle, but when they called out to him, they drew a cross. This indicated that their family was cut off. As long as he didn't return, the military service and tax for Qiaoxi village would be counted as 66 households. Although Ergo's family had lost their fields and moved to the city to make a living, their household registration still remained in Qiaoxi village, and their service would still count among the candidate households in the future. Everyone, quiet down, let me say a few words. Serving in the military is a decree from the court, not something we brothers are intentionally being harsh about. Look at the men serving, some are young, some are old. We brothers will consider that your family has no able-bodied men and let it slide. We value brotherhood and hope you value righteousness. Once you leave this village, do not flee or cause chaos, otherwise, the county office will hold your families accountable. I won't say much more, you need to choose a responsible man to lead. We will pass through more than a dozen relay stations, but we won't enter the county town, heading straight for the county office in Jing'an City. It was reasonable for the laborers not to enter the county town. They were all from the same village and were merely passing through. If any ill thoughts arose, it would inevitably harm the families in the county. Interestingly, the laborers also accepted the idea of the elderly replacing able-bodied men. It seemed that the Dewey had few wars, and regular recruitment was for maintaining the system rather than urgently supplementing troops. Why aren't you choosing? If you don't choose soon, I'll just pick someone randomly. If it were for corvée labor, the village men would definitely be eager to take the lead, but this was military service, and the leader would likely be selected as a soldier, a burden the village men did not want to bear. I'll do it. Under the gaze of the village men and the laborers, Zhou Chen stepped forward, with a machete hanging at his waist and a whistle stick in hand. Good man, it's the young ones who have the drive. Alright, you will be the leader of the Qiaoxi military service. Zhou Chen's aspirations were different from those of the villagers. Most villagers wanted to return home to farm as soon as possible, while Zhou Chen aimed to dedicate himself to martial arts and strengthen himself. For this reason, the position of leader, which the village men avoided, was a starting point worth striving for in his eyes. However, Zhou Chen did not expect that he would need to prepare his own rations for the journey. The village head, Old Li, held Zhou Chen's hand, repeatedly reminding him to keep an eye on the few unicycles from their village, stressing that he must not lose any food. Thus, under the guidance of the laborers, the village men set off, pushing unicycles loaded with machetes, clay pots, straw mats, and other miscellaneous items. As the leader, Zhou Chen did not have to take turns pushing the cart. Instead, he was arranged in the middle of the line to manage 23 village men. The group moved slowly, first heading to Chaodong village to meet another team of able-bodied men, then to Shushi village and Dalan village to gather 100 people before setting off for Jing'an City. With a familiar laborer leading the way, the able-bodied men arrived at the relay station before nightfall. There was a place to stay, a large communal bed, no blankets, but at least it could shield them from the wind and rain, and they were not charged for staying. However, meals here would cost money. Even the laborers leading the group only asked for hot soup, pulling out flatbreads from their cloth bags to soak and eat. The elderly with service experience became important at this time. Under their shouts, a few young boys ran out to gather firewood and hay, starting a fire outside the relay station to boil water. Zhou Chen initially felt like they were on a group adventure, cooking in the wild. When Zhao Dehuang handed him a cold flatbread, he snapped back from his romanticized imagination to the reality of eating in the open. Sweet, this is good, Uncle Dehuang, can you get some sugar? Nonsense, this is a jujube paste flatbread, made from red dates and millet steamed together. In previous years, we had no such treatment during corvée labor, we just had to survive until we got there. But military service is different. If we are in poor condition and get sent back from the barracks, we will have to supplement with strong men. You're lucky, eat this jujube paste flatbread, and you'll be full of energy when you get to the barracks. After a noisy dinner, the village men didn't need Zhou Chen to direct them. They voluntarily gave the large communal bed to the elderly and weak, laying down straw mats on the ground to sleep. At that moment, Zhou Chen truly felt the hardship of military service and the value of his fellow villagers. Sure too, pick a few men to watch over the grain carts, we can't afford any mistakes. No problem, don't worry. The journey of eating in the open was very tough, but Zhou Chen was able to gain from it. 3 days after setting out, his running ability finally became a skill, allowing him to gain benefits while on the move. You have comprehended brisk walking and mastered a life skill. Brisk walking, LV1, 1/10, effect, strength emanates from the waist, power meets the feet, walking nurtures endurance, running increases speed. The emergence of the brisk walking skill had the most direct impact of increasing Zhou Chen's movement speed, with the greater value being the ability to nurture endurance. At this point, Zhou Chen already possessed 3 life skills: dietary supplementation, rest, and brisk walking, along with 2 attack skills: forceful strike and spear thrust. Yet he remained unsatisfied, collecting numerous small dry twigs along the way, breaking them to the length of his fingers to practice throwing. Stone, stop throwing branches at me. If you're idle, gather some firewood so we won't have to search for it at the next relay station. Uncle Daiwan, bear with it, small twigs hitting you don't hurt or itch. Just think of it as me playing around with you. Xiaoxi's team leader, are you practicing your eyesight, wanting to learn archery? Let me tell you, once you learn archery, you can't go back home. Only elite soldiers can draw a bow and shoot arrows, and before you grow old and weak, the military won't let you go. The team leaders of the escort were surprisingly easy to talk to in the wild, not randomly beating or scolding the laborers. Generally, when something happened, they would relay it to the village leaders, letting them handle the resolution. Zhou Chen could see that they were worried about disturbances among the villagers and intentionally passing the management issues to be resolved internally. Therefore, these escort members got along very well with Zhou Chen, often gathering to chat after becoming familiar with him. I'm young and strong, and I've become a team leader for the laborers. I probably can't escape the regular soldier system. It's better to learn some skills and become a well-paid marksman. I see, the military values bravery and archery. If you can draw a strong bow and shoot accurately, you will surely gain the favor of your superiors. However, let me give you a piece of advice. Many aspire to use marksmanship and bravery as a means to rise. Bravery relies on passion, while marksmanship depends on talent. It's hard to surpass your comrades just through hard work. Thank you for the advice. I won't force it, just try and see. With martial prowess boosting his courage, Zhou Chen's bold demeanor made the escort members suddenly feel that this young man might truly not return. Those with aspirations among the lowly either perish on the battlefield or waste their youth, struggling to advance. Hurry up, dusk is falling, and it's harder to sleep in the wild with heavy dew. It's best to reach the relay station as soon as possible. The group joked and laughed, finding joy in hardship, mostly discussing their family farms, with a few expressing their military aspirations. Only the escort members knew that without a bit of bravery and blood, serving in the military was no better than forced labor. After all, within that military tent were men who fought, where everything was settled with fists. The weaker you were, the more miserable it became, and the stronger, the more prosperous. Zhou Chen walked on one side of the group, observing the bustling villagers, knowing these people were the most likely foundation he could rally. Auxiliary soldiers served for 3 years, while regular soldiers served for 10. Even if these villagers were all auxiliary soldiers and not regulars, they still had to serve for 3 years. These people were his fellow villagers. As long as he became the strongest among them, they would naturally gather around him, listening to his commands and serving him. Bang, bang, bang. Just before nightfall, Zhou Chen and his group finally arrived at the next relay station. However, the gate of this relay station was tightly shut, and there were no lights. The escort members had no choice but to knock on the door. Why did you arrive so late? Come in, there's no food left, but there is hot water, so make do with that. An elderly relay worker opened the door and led the escort members into the courtyard. Why are you the only one? Where are the other relay workers? The other relay workers ran off long ago. With my old arms and legs, I can't run, so I might as well eat this official grain until I die. After letting everyone into the courtyard, the elderly relay worker turned back to close the door, moving a sturdy wooden post to block it. Our relay station doesn't keep lights at night, and we close the gate at dusk. Once you're in the courtyard, don't go out. In this area, there are bear-like creatures roaming about. Although they are not as formidable as the large brown bears of the northern regions, they are still quite fierce. Have your strong men keep watch at night. If a few old and young ones are taken away, it will be a big problem. With so many of us here, as long as the bears aren't truly blind, they wouldn't dare come looking for food. Haha, you are mistaken. It's precisely because there are many of us that it's easier for them to find food. Those bears are very cunning, often appearing in groups of 5 or 6, attacking one and then taking it away. If you dare to chase after them, they will ambush you halfway. The old postmaster's words sent chills down the spines of the officials. This post station was built in a desolate area for transit purposes, and if they were truly attacked by wild beasts, there would be nowhere to hide. Wild beasts injuring people and disturbing the post station, doesn't your county office care about such a big issue? How can they manage? As soon as the soldiers arrive, the beasts run away. Once the soldiers leave, they come back. It takes a lot of effort to seal off the mountains and roads. It's more practical to just close the doors and windows. Fine, we'll try not to go out at night and block up the doors and windows. The post station had limited rooms. About 100 people could squeeze in and sleep on straw mats on the floor, but more than 20 unicycles could only be placed in the courtyard. The villagers were not foolish, they listened well and moved the miscellaneous items and dry rations from the unicycles into the rooms. I've said all I can, be careful at night, and if anyone gets hurt, don't blame me. The old postmaster swayed back to his room, leaving a group of villagers at a loss. What should we do, Sure? During the day, we might not be afraid of those beasts, but at night, it's hard to say. The men from Qiaoshi village instinctively handed over the decision-making power to Zhou Chen, letting him, the nominal leader, come up with a plan. Zhou Chen waved his hand to signal them to be quiet and turned to the officials to ask, "Big officer, can I borrow your iron spear? Wild beasts don't choose their victims, we can't all sleep. We should leave a few brave ones to keep watch." "Sure, take it if you want. If you can really injure a beast, I'll even give it to you." In the territory where wild beasts roamed, the officials lacked the courage to keep watch, but they were still brave enough to lend out 2 knives and spears. With their help, Zhou Chen not only obtained the iron spear but also organized a night watch team armed with clubs and machetes. The other strong men were also ready. At a moment's notice, they would grab their weapons to drive away the beasts. The cold moon and the brilliant stars emitted a faint glow, making the night no longer murky and dark. Zhou Chen and the men on watch hid in a large room, peering through the window, keeping a close eye on the courtyard inside and out. Around midnight, the men on duty began to feel drowsy, yawning and tearing up. "They're coming, there are 6 bears." "Where? How come we can't see them?" "Ring the gong and wake everyone up. If we can't scare them off, we'll have to fight for our lives tonight." Zhou Yuan's vision was different from the strong men. He saw 6 health bars quickly approaching the courtyard wall of the post station. 2 of the health bars even had blood markings above them. Level 3 Forest Crescent Bear, there are even levels, they should be able to provide experience, right? Ding, ding, ding. As the crisp sound of the gong rang out, the other men on watch in the rooms instantly jolted awake and began banging their clubs and machetes. Since the beasts could potentially harm people, the officials were already light sleepers, and this noise startled them into hurriedly getting up. Only the old postmaster calmly glanced outside, rolled over, and crawled into a small hole under the bed. A few officials wanted to follow him in, but the hole was small, and the old postmaster refused to open the lid, drawing a round of curses. "Brothers, grab your weapons and gather by the doors and windows. If that beast dares to break in, we'll poke it back out." Under Zhou Chen's command, the officials regained their order, holding their clubs against the doors and windows. "Hey, ho, hey!" The officials shouted and banged their sticks, trying to make noise in hopes of scaring off the beasts lurking in the night. Logically speaking, the noise made by over 100 people should be enough to scare off ordinary wild beasts. The beasts outside the relay station seemed to distinguish between soldiers and laborers. Despite the thunderous shouts from everyone, the beasts outside showed no intention of leaving. The night cloaked the black bears in a layer of protective darkness, making it difficult for the laborers to discern their movements. But in Zhou Chen's eyes, the bears' actions were crystal clear. He saw the health bars of 2 level 3 Forest Crescent bears, first gathering at the gate and continuously banging against it. Then they climbed higher along the earthen wall, and only after the 2 large bears had scaled the courtyard wall did Zhou Chen vaguely see their features. The 2 black bears stood taller than a man, with a V-shaped white patch on their chests, large ears, and a robust build. The other 4 black bears were slightly smaller, with only health bars above their heads, lacking any level attributes. "They're coming, light the lamps quickly. Don't be afraid, everyone, those beasts can't be stronger than the 20 of us combined." The warm light illuminated the room, and the tense villagers panted heavily, sweat pouring out involuntarily. At that moment, the relay station served both as protection and as a cage, with just 6 black bears forcing the laborers to defend themselves, too afraid to leave the house. This way, the numerical advantage of the laborers was reduced by more than half. Relying solely on their companions nearby, they could not expect help from anyone else. The 6 black bears were not facing 100 or so men, but rather a group of over 20 people in a single room. "A few of you, take apart the bedboards and use them as shields at the doors and windows." The rammed earth walls were solid and reliable. The black bears would find it hard to break through them, and the most vulnerable spots remained the wooden doors and windows. Bang, bang, the black bears began to ram the door, and the villagers inside gripped their clubs tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Chen stood at the front by the window, raising his iron spear, ready to attack. Roar! A fierce bear head suddenly smashed through the wooden window, roaring loudly at the villagers inside, causing them to cry out in fear. "Steady, steady, hit it on the head, stab its neck." Bear paws and bear gallbladders are worth a fortune. If we pull this off, we can all turn our fortunes around. Under Zhou Chen's shouts and the stimulation of fear, the villagers finally erupted, striking wildly at the black bear trying to climb into the room. Such attacks could only provoke the bear's ferocity, they wouldn't kill it, and the best strategy was to hold its head back to prevent it from entering. But the villagers could hardly maintain their composure. The man by the window holding the bedboard was so frightened that he dropped it and retreated. Zhou Chen was also somewhat nervous, but the power of his skills began to manifest at that moment. Regardless of his mental state, as long as he activated his skills, he could deal stable damage. He stabbed at the bear's mouth and nose, causing it to bleed profusely and scream in rage. The injured black bear, enraged, lunged to enter the room, and Zhou Chen seized the opportunity, thrusting the butt of his spear sharply into the bear's wide-open mouth. Woo, woo! The cold spear tip pierced its throat, and the bear's weight combined with Zhou Chen's stance drove the spear through its neck. Zhou Chen watched as the bear's health bar plummeted by half, quickly drawing out a machete and delivering 2 powerful strikes to its head. Bang, bang, the blade sank into flesh. Thanks to the skill's enhancement, Zhou Chen struck with precision, turning the bear into a true blind beast. The black bear, suffering a fatal injury, still attempted to escape but was caught by the spear around its neck, and as it struggled, its health bar dropped rapidly until it soon lay still, howling in defeat. But this act of playing dead could not fool Zhou Chen. Seeing the beast's health at only 26% and still declining, he grabbed a club and called for the villagers to poke at its head, pushing it out together with force. This time, the black bear could no longer pretend to be dead. The club strikes caused secondary damage from the spear lodged in its neck. As it was toppled, Zhou Chen also grasped the spear's end and pulled hard, delivering a final blow that sealed its fate. Ding! Killed level 3 Forest Crescent Bear, experience plus 30. Bang! The heavy bear carcass crashed to the ground, invigorating the villagers inside and frightening the other black bears. Unlike the villagers who only saw the bear carcass, Zhou Chen also noticed an object emitting a faint green light. Did something explode? Zhou Chen glanced outside at the bear carcass in confusion but had no intention of going out to collect it immediately. The black bears had not left yet, and it was too dangerous to go out now. After a few beastly roars, 4 unranked black bears prepared to flee, while the remaining level 3 Forest Crescent Bear lunged to tear at them. It was a good opportunity. Zhou Chen took the chance to reach out and grab the iron spear from the bear carcass. With the help of 2 villagers, he pulled the spear out. Whetstone. Hearing Zhou Chen's call, Zhao Dewang immediately rummaged through the clutter and handed over a piece of whetstone. At this moment, the spearhead in Zhou Chen's hand was damaged and bent, with a piece of the tip even broken off, but he still did not give up on the spear. After instructing the 2 men to sharpen the spear, he found a hammerhead as a backup weapon. Not long after, the level 3 Forest Crescent Bear killed 2 of the unranked bears, while the other 2 climbed the wall to escape. The dead black bears seemed very important to it. Ignoring the 2 fleeing bears, it lunged again at the broken window. Brothers, this guy holds a grudge. We can't let it in. Don't hit wildly, use the pole to push it out and wear it out. If we can kill one, we can kill the second. After killing a big bear, the villagers' confidence surged. Although still tense, they no longer struck out of fear. With the efforts of about 10 strong men, every time the big bear tried to climb through the window, it was pushed back down, turning the life and death battle into a wrestling match. Zhou Chen held the long spear, and with a few thrusts, he punctured its eyes, mouth, and nose. By this time, it had lost most of its threat. During this mutual exhaustion, Zhou Chen stabbed into its ear canal from the side, calling the villagers to help pin it down. Put in more effort, pierce its head. Ding! Killed level 3 Forest Crescent Bear, experience plus 30. After both big bears were dead, the villagers were about to catch their breath when they saw Zhou Chen climbing out the window. I'm going to check on the other brothers, see if they need help. Amidst shouts of caution, righteousness, and not being foolish, Zhou Chen bent down to pick up a green orb and a white orb. Ding! Obtained Moonlight Bear Gallbladder, Big Bear Pile Herb, Moonlight Bear Gallbladder Pharmacology, clears heat and detoxifies, calms the liver and brightens the eyes, strengthens the foundation and nurtures the essence, can be combined with other medicines to refine into a pill, enhancing medicinal effects. Usage effect: if the essence attribute is less than 5, essence attribute plus 1. When Zhou Chen touched the white and green orbs, the 2 items dropped by the big bears instantly disappeared. Opening the attribute panel, he saw an additional item option. The Moonlight Bear Gallbladder and Big Bear Pile were automatically stored. This Moonlight Bear Gallbladder can directly increase attributes. Even with a limit, it's still a precious item. I didn't expect that picking up dropped items would activate the item slot. Can ordinary hatchets and bear carcasses be stored in there? After some attempts, Zhou Chen found that the hatchet and bear carcass could not be stored in the item slot, but the dropped items could be freely retrieved. Interestingly, the Moonlight Bear Gallbladder and Big Bear Pile could only be used by clicking in the item slot. Otherwise, one could only exert pharmacological effects, while the other could only serve as a book. He saw the difference in energy utilization. The attribute panel valued efficiency and stability, while the human body found it hard to pursue such extreme efficiency. Additionally, the effect of the Big Bear Pile was slower than that of the Moonlight Bear Gallbladder, but it was more comprehensive. Skill, Big Bear Pile Effect, lead energy with intention, use energy to move the body, strengthen the physique, and harmonize spirit and intention. Usage effect, level 3 increases essence attribute by 1, level 6 increases energy attribute by 1, level 10 increases spirit attribute by 1. Although the Big Bear Pile is a martial art of external stillness and internal movement, its core is to strengthen the body and nurture energy, seeking the most subtle and profound fullness of energy and spirit. After using this seemingly high-minded martial skill, Zhou Chen discovered that its training method was quite ordinary. Without the support of the attribute panel, the gap between the bear hugging and the ordinary boxing of the blue star is not significant, far from the extraordinary description on the surface. Sure too, why aren't you moving? Did you twist your ankle? It's nothing, just had a cramp in my leg, taking it easy. The moment Zhou Chen used his skill, it caught the attention of the villagers, and amidst their inquiries, Zhou Chen got up and headed to another room. Brothers, come out. The bear blind man has been killed, there's no danger now. Zhou Chen knocked on the doors of the rooms, receiving exclamations of brave man in response. A few of the minor officials first looked out the window for a while, then followed the villagers outside to tally the casualties. When the officials and the laborers saw the 2 black bears lying in the courtyard and the 2 large bears crouched under the broken windowsill, they collectively gasped. Young lord, you actually managed to fight off 4 bears, that's truly impressive. With the gruesome bear heads as a backdrop, the officials no longer called out titles like Xiaoxi team leader, instantly becoming much more humble. The laborers did not perceive the danger, but the officials understood that if they could fight off 4 bears, they could certainly deal with them as well. Now that there were bear corpses, it was not surprising to have a few more injured, so they had to maintain respect for the fierce men of Xiaoxi. Dicha, you misspoke. When the first big bear pounced, we were all stunned. It was Shirtu who found the opportunity to pierce its throat. We did put in a lot of effort for the second one, but in the end, it was still Shirtu who pierced its skull with an iron spear. Ah, I didn't expect the young lord to be so brave and strong. We were quite negligent before, please forgive us. A group of people hunting bears and a single person hunting bears yield different results. A group hunting can still be said to be united and brave, but a single person hunting is a true hero. The difference is indeed great. This time, the brothers put in their utmost effort, not a single one retreated, they are all top-notch men. If it weren't for the brothers risking their lives, I wouldn't have found the chance to stab the bear. This credit belongs to all the brothers. Good. Shirtu is righteous. From today on, we, the men of Xiaoxi, will all follow you. Brother Shirtu speaks with honor. We will listen to you from now on. The officials exchanged glances, secretly muttering that this young lord did not seem like a reckless man. Although his means of winning over the villagers were not sophisticated, the men who had just fought together were swayed by this approach. All right, we understand. The credit will be shared, 1 bear for the young lord and 1 bear for the men of Xiaoxi. Let's be bold, can we split the 2 black bears in the courtyard? What are you saying, Dicha? We all come from the same village, we are all brothers. The black bears in the courtyard weren't even killed by us, what's the harm in sharing them with the brothers? Since you want them, go take 1, and the brothers from the other 3 villages can have 1 too. Good, truly a young hero with great spirit. Let's not talk about anything else, we can exchange the bear for money, and then our brothers can run errands in the city to get some good food for everyone. As the officials joked, they drew their knives and guns to make the wounds on the black bears more convincing for their own credit. Unexpectedly, an old man stumbled over, shouting loudly, "Leave the bear alive, don't ruin the bear gallbladder, don't harm the bear paws." You old postman finally crawled out of the cellar. What does our brother's goods have to do with you? Don't be reckless, quick, load the bears onto the cart and follow me into the city. We can go directly to see the county magistrate, we can gain credit and rewards, and importantly, only the county magistrate can handle 4 bear corpses at once. Even if he can't give us a good price, he won't exploit us too much. Hurry, the fresher these good things are, the more valuable they are. Under the old postman's lead, over 100 men rushed towards Leiji County, where the post station was located. When they arrived in the county town, it was just dawn, and the city gates had not yet opened. The old postman approached the city gate, knocking to wake the soldiers on duty. After a brief exchange, the old postman returned to the group. Just wait, with so many of us watching, the guards won't dare to act dishonestly. I told them that the soldiers of Jing'an City hunted 4 bears to present to the county magistrate, and if the bear bile isn't fresh, they'll bear the consequences. Zhou Chen and his group were indeed soldiers of Jing'an City, but they hadn't entered the camp yet and hadn't thought about raising this banner. With this banner, Magistrate Leiji would also pay attention to his manners. to prevent the simple village men from not getting any benefits and then going to the military camp to complain that they intended to offer the bears to the army but were robbed by Magistrate Leiji on the way. This bad reputation was something Magistrate Leiji wouldn't want to bear, nor could he afford to fall out with the county lieutenant over it. While waiting, Zhou Chen used the Moonlight Bear Bile and added the 60 experience points provided by the 2 level 3 Forest Crescent Bears to the martial skill Great Bear Stance. Level 1 of Great Bear Stance required 10 experience points, level 2 required 20, and so on, with level 3 requiring 30 experience points. The 60 experience points perfectly leveled Great Bear Stance to level 3, increasing Zhou Chen's agility attribute by 1 point. Coupled with the +1 effect of the Moonlight Bear Bile on agility, his attribute values suddenly jumped from a balanced 1 in 3 categories to agility 3, chi 1, spirit 1. The sudden surge in attributes was unexpectedly gentle. Zhou Chen felt neither pain nor comfort, only that his strength was continuously increasing and his body had become much sturdier. He quietly lifted his shirt to take a look. His once soft flesh had become exceptionally firm, with streamlined muscles appearing naturally harmonious, as if he were born with a body of refined sinew. The Great Bear Stance, with its own unique power, even comes with a technique for bear paw strikes. The bear paw strike was not a killing move but a power technique that complemented Great Bear Stance. With this technique, other martial skills would become immensely powerful. Here they come, pay attention, don't let those dishonest soldiers snatch our goods. Just as Zhou Chen was practicing the coordination between Great Bear Stance and martial skills, the old postman suddenly called him and a few other attendants over. After instructing several teams of village men to guard the bear carcasses, he walked toward the front of the crowd. The county city's main gate had indeed been opened, and a middle-aged man in splendid clothing approached, accompanied by 6 attendants and more than 30 soldiers. Upon nearing the laborers, he did not first inspect the bear carcasses but instead smiled and inquired, "Which brave man led the bear hunt? I must reward him handsomely." The way he spoke was quite subtle. Handsomely reward and generously reward differed by just one word, yet the attitude was entirely different. At this moment, the old postman dared not speak out of turn and instead looked at Zhou Chen along with a few attendants. Zhou Chen was not intimidated. He stepped out of the line, clasped his fists, and bowed, saying, "Zhou Chen from the west of the bridge greets you, my lord. It is all thanks to the trust of my brothers that I have the honor to lead the bear hunt." Good young man, I am Zhang Ji, the magistrate of Leiji County. I would never covet your goods. Let my pharmacists and butchers handle those 4 big bears. Come with me, I happen to want to have breakfast, and we can enjoy a drink together shortly. Thank you for your appreciation, magistrate. Magistrate Zhang was somewhat polite to Zhou Chen but very stern with the attendants, merely nodding coldly at their flattery. Interestingly, he was very friendly towards the village men, giving away quite a bit of food while inspecting the bears, leading them to believe that this magistrate was a rare good official, regretting that they did not live under Magistrate Zhang's rule. While examining the bear carcasses, Magistrate Zhang showed no concern for the damaged fur but instead scrutinized the bear's abdomen multiple times. I have counted. You will help me with the bears shortly. I will return first, and the attendants will bring you some food. Magistrate, please take care, we will see you off. As Magistrate Zhang left, the accompanying scholar worried that Zhou Chen might not understand the situation and pulled him along, signaling him to follow. To be honest, Zhou Chen did not want to be alone with Magistrate Zhang. The difference in their statuses was too great, and just a few bear carcasses did not warrant an invitation to a banquet. But Leiji County is after all someone else's territory, and Zhou Chen could not disregard the face of the county magistrate for no reason, so he could only follow along for the time being. Upon entering the city, County Magistrate Zheng conveniently took Zhou Chen to the government office, and before long, a maid came to serve food. Young lord, I must thank you properly. You have solved a difficult problem for me. You have no idea how hateful those black bears are. Just thinking about the common people being harmed by those beasts pains my heart. There is no need for the county magistrate to thank me. We are also fighting for our own survival, and we had no choice but to fight desperately. Do not refuse. How can you not accept it? In all matters, we speak of actions, not intentions. Since you have rid the people of harm, you deserve the county's gratitude. County Magistrate Zhang appeared very kind, occasionally asking about Zhou Chen's background and lamenting that heroes emerge from youth. The more Zhou Chen listened, the more vigilant he became, unsure of what this County Magistrate Zhang was really after. Young lord, you are so valiant and capable of wrestling bears. You must have had some extraordinary experiences, right? Besides caring for the people, I also love hearing strange tales. If you know any, please share them. It would be perfect to accompany the wine. It was only at this moment that Zhou Chen understood why County Magistrate Zhang had invited him and kept offering compliments. It turned out he wanted to use his noble status and flattery to provoke pride in the young man and draw out tales of extraordinary events. At the same time, it made him realize that the ruling class of the Great Way indeed knew about the existence of the dungeons and placed great importance on information related to them. Even a group of laborers killing a black bear could pique their interest. As for strange tales, I have heard the elders in the village mention that there are immortal demons in the world, and gods who live forever. However, I have never witnessed anything extraordinary myself. Wrestling bears is merely taking advantage of the terrain, and with my brothers, I just took the opportunity to stab at its mouth and nose. Immortal? Ha ha ha. The originally amiable county magistrate Jean lost interest in the conversation after failing to extract anything further. He casually ate a few bites and then said he had official business to attend to, leaving the government office first. When Zhou Chen returned to the convoy under the guidance of the constables, he learned that the county's head constable had just inquired in detail about the bear wrestling incident and was now heading towards the post station. The thoughts of the constables wanting to take credit were immediately punctured, and even the old postman was questioned about when he had hidden in the cave. Sure too, County Magistrate Zhang is truly strict in law enforcement. Whoever contributes effort gets the credit, unlike the muddled characters in the stories. Indeed, he is a smiling face with a meticulous mind. County Magistrate Zhang's actions made Zhou Chen realize the dangers of this world. He needed a more powerful stage to grow stronger openly under the sun, otherwise, he would inevitably arouse suspicion. Fortunately, this bear wrestling incident could withstand scrutiny, and the testimonies of the villagers were enough to offset his uniqueness. By the afternoon, the bear carcass had already been dealt with, and County Magistrate Zhang finally arrived late with 2 documents. One was for Zhou Chen, certifying that he had fought a bear in Leiji County. The other was for the men of Xiaoxi village, certifying their collaborative effort. The county's constables brought rewards, and after distribution, Zhou Chen received 500 coins, while each man from Xiaoxi received 50 coins. The main portion was the purchase fee for the bear carcass. This time, County Magistrate Zhang did not divide it so finely, distributing the finances into 4 parts for Zhou Chen, the men of Xiaoxi, the constables, and other villagers. Due to the differing numbers, everyone received different amounts. Zhou Chen held a small gold ingot in his hand. The constables each received 200 coins, the men of Xiaoxi each received 60 coins, and the other villagers only received 20 coins each. Although this distribution model allowed Zhou Chen to gain the most benefit, it also made him a wealthy person standing out among the crowd. To break this extreme disparity in wealth, Zhou Chen took the initiative to speak. County Magistrate, I am about to return to the camp. There is no place to use these possessions. I would like to purchase some nourishing medicine to strengthen my body. I hope the County Magistrate can assist me. Oh, you are quite ambitious. Our meeting is indeed fated, so I shall help you. This is our Lingshan pill from the Zheng family of Linzhang, the best for nourishing and strengthening the body. You have a gold ingot worth 1 piece and 500 coins. I could only give you 5, but since you have rid the county of pests, I will add 1 more to support your martial training. Thank you, County Magistrate. I will never forget the kindness shown today at Xiaoxi. Zheng County Magistrate was good with words, and Zhou Chen was no less, so they both spoke well, showing one is appreciative and the other is grateful. The villagers watching this scene thought Zheng County Magistrate admired Zhou Chen, and they found it strange that such a good magistrate did not recruit such a promising young man. Even as they were leaving, the men from Xiaoxi village expressed their regrets. Sure too, since Zheng County Magistrate thinks so highly of you, why don't you take the opportunity to stay? If you become an official in the county, the villagers will benefit. I can't stay, nor can I. On the other side, Zheng County Magistrate's attendants asked similar questions, wondering why such a brave man did not stay to serve. That young man has some courage and spirit, he should fight for our great way. If I keep him, whether the position is small or large, he would resent it. What position could match the young man's ambition? The spirit ginseng pills given by Zheng County Magistrate were ordinary items, not special items with game prompts. Zhou Chen could not determine the specific effects of these spirit ginseng pills, but he thought a county magistrate would not deceive a rural boy like him. In any case, he spent the money, and he did so in front of the laborers. This not only reduced many trivial matters but also balanced the wealth gap within the small group of laborers. Sure too, why did you spend all the money? I'm not saying this to you, but saving is better. When you have more money, you can find a wife and leave a legacy for the Zhou family. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Didn't you just get 110 coins? Lend me some first. I can't lend it. Aside from this matter, everything else is negotiable. I still need to save money for my child to marry. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had no money left, otherwise, there would always be a few who would have ideas about it, which would be quite bothersome. Now it was good, it was his turn to bother others. Despite his efforts, he didn't borrow much money, but he did gain some tangible benefits. A few laborers admired his bravery and, having received 200 coins for free, would bring him some good food whenever they passed through towns. This way, even though the journey ahead was still tough, it was much better than when he first left home. When the group finally arrived at the military fortress on the outskirts of Jing'an City after much hardship, the 100 or so laborers had rarely lost much weight, at least their spirits seemed fine. Villagers, sending you off 1,000 miles means we must part. Today, we have completed our duty and will return. You all live well in this camp, endure a little, the 3-year auxiliary soldier period will pass quickly, and we will come back to take you home. Young lord, you are different from them, you are likely to join the regular soldiers. If you can avoid enduring, then don't endure. While you are young and full of vigor, make a name for yourself, so you can establish yourself in this camp for the long term. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of being in a foreign land, or perhaps the shared hardships over the past few days had forged some bonds. The feelings of camaraderie among the laborers suddenly surged, and they sincerely offered advice, hoping their fellow villagers would not be lost in a foreign land. Don't worry, we are all honest farmers, with wives and children waiting at home. We will definitely not cause trouble. The villagers actively expressed their intentions, stating their responsibilities, while Zhou Chen tightened his grip on the broken iron spear, nodding towards the direction of the military camp. A group of unambitious men could endure, but one with ambition must be ruthless. Since ancient times, the paths of civil and military have been the avenues for advancement in human society. If the civil path does not work, then one can only establish oneself through martial means. Let's go, villagers, let us send you off for the last time. The spacious military fortress resembled a small city, but it contained no common people, only soldiers and auxiliary troops. Under the guidance of the laborers, the recruits lined up in front of the fortress, waiting for the inspection of those joining the army in Jing'an. After the burly soldier walked around the crowd, his brow furrowed and his face showed displeasure, as if he was not satisfied with the quality of the recruits this time. The two leading laborers hurriedly stepped forward to explain in low voices, occasionally pointing in Zhou Chen's direction. If what you say is true, then I will accept these people. How could we, mere commoners, dare to deceive the general? The general will know upon inspection. Surrounded by a dozen personal guards, the military officer Jing'an approached Zhou Chen under the guidance of the messenger. I've heard you are a brave warrior, daring to fight bears for your life. Show me the official documents certified by the county. Yes. The messengers had previously instructed that in the military, one must respond with yes when given orders. If the general asks a question, one should acknowledge the command before acting. Jing'an took the document from Zhou Chen, glanced at the official seal of Leiji County, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Are you willing to enter the Wuwei camp and join the regular troops? I will follow the general's orders. Good, indeed a fine young man. You have a clean background, are young and strong, and possess the courage and spirit that is valuable. I will promote you to the armor camp to practice with the strong bows, knives, and spears. The armored soldiers focus solely on training and combat, not on trivial matters. You will lead 2 assistants, who will carry armor and weapons and take care of daily needs. Choose 2 reliable people from your fellow townsmen. The assistants will be well provided for in terms of clothing, food, and money, which can benefit friends and relatives. Thank you, great officer, for your support. You are mistaken. In the camp, all officers have their own ranks, and there is no distinction of high or low. I am in charge of selecting soldiers and training them, serving as the officer for the spear selection. I come from the Ma family of Qingxi, so you may also call me Officer Ma. Remember, the military is serious, do not casually refer to ranks. Zhou Chen understood and thanked Officer Ma for the instruction. After gaining a warrior willing to fight, Officer Ma was in a good mood. He took the spear selection officer's seal from his personal guard and stamped the military document for the messengers. I will accept these soldiers, you should return and report back soon. The messengers repeatedly cupped their hands in salute and, after watching the laborers enter the city, turned to leave. The management of the Jing'an army was very strict. As soon as Zhou Chen entered the city, he was led by soldiers to the east, while the laborers were divided into 2 groups and taken to the north. He chose 2 fellow townsmen, Li Dazhuan and Zhao Tiniu, as his assistants. The reason he did not choose Uncle Dahuan was that he was too old and would find it difficult to carry armor and weapons. Good man, this is our Jing'an army's Wuwei camp. We train 3 days and rest 1, and during our free time, we can change into casual clothes to have some fun in Jing'an City. However, since you are a new recruit, the instructors will keep a close watch on you, so it's best not to go out without reason. The soldier leading the way said a few words before heading towards the armored soldiers. After the handover, Zhou Chen officially entered the city's inner fort. As soon as he entered, Zhou Chen felt one word, wealth. In the camp, A group of soldiers was undergoing armor training, all clad in fine iron armor, steadily advancing while holding weapons. Surrounding them were assistants, some holding water bags and towels, others carrying weapons. When the armored soldiers paused, they lined up to enter, providing water and wiping sweat for the armored soldiers, and changing their weapons. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen couldn't help but wonder. This treatment, this configuration, this level of training, was this what a county's military camp should look like? The martial virtue of the Great Way seemed a bit excessive. Incredible, right? If you can stay, you'll gradually get used to it. Don't look too much. Come with me to the dormitory. In a while, it's time for dinner. You can go to the West Hall to eat, while your assistants will go to the East Hall. The armored soldiers wear red, and the assistants wear black. Do not mix them up or switch places, or the military law will not forgive. Why do we eat separately? We are in the same camp, but eat in different places. Won't that breed resentment? What resentment? If you want to eat well, go become an armored soldier yourself. Our camp does not prohibit assistants from becoming armored soldiers. The training for armored soldiers is tough. Without meat and medicinal food to replenish, one could end up with blood in their urine. If you suffer from exhaustion, how can you go into battle? You are still young, this is the time to build your body, so you must eat and train more to avoid being sent back. Upon reaching the dormitory, Zhou Chen discovered that the treatment for armored soldiers was indeed good. The spacious room had 4 large beds, 4 sets of bunk beds, wooden cabinets, armor racks, tables, and chairs, all were present. Hurry and unpack your things, come with me to report to the supply office. You won't receive armor at first, but you can get a bow and arrow, a steel knife, and a long spear. Brother, I have a question. Is our Gingan army very wealthy? How to put it, the sons of noble families see the humble, while the sons of good families see the noble. Although this saying is descriptive, it also represents that there are sons of noble families in the Gingan army's Wuwei camp. After Zhou Chen changed into his red military uniform, he went to the supply office to report. The supply officer recorded his place of origin, age, and name, gave him a wooden soldier's badge, and told him to come back in a couple of days to collect his official copper badge. In terms of weapons, he received a yellow birch longbow, 30 arrowheads, a refined steel knife, and a green oak iron spear. This configuration, with just the yellow birch longbow alone, was something an ordinary family couldn't afford, let alone the subsequent fine armor. Young man, you will train for 3 months and wear armor for 100 days. If you are still in this camp after 3 months, bring your documents to collect your armor. But you can't waste these days, send a soldier to learn how to put armor on the warriors and how to maintain it. Li Dazhuang, you stay. After returning the equipment to the dormitory and placing it on the weapon rack, Zhou Chen went to the West Hall of the camp. By the time he arrived, many soldiers had already eaten. The dining utensils here were quite crude. Most people used rough earthenware bowls, while a few had more refined tableware. Those who dined elegantly clustered on one side of the hall, and the passing soldiers kept their distance, creating a clear divide. Zhou Chen guessed that those people were either officers or so-called sons of noble families. However, it seemed these two categories could overlap. Sons of noble families entering the military must be there to become officers. They couldn't possibly serve as ordinary soldiers. Give me a serving of food. Newcomer? You can only take 1 bowl of meat. Take as much of the rest as you want, or you'll be penalized. The food in the West Hall wasn't very varied, but the key was that there was meat. Until he sat down with his meal and a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, Zhou Chen still felt a bit unreal. The Gingan army was truly wealthy, or rather, their logistics system was unreasonably affluent. Although Zhou Chen was a modern person, he knew that relying on ancient productivity, it was difficult to provide sufficient meat for a local army. Goodness, it's solid. He flipped the bowl with his chopsticks, expecting it to be like modern meals with meat on the bottom and vegetables on top, but to his surprise, it was all meat except for the soup. In comparison, the lives of the villagers in Xiaoxi were truly dismal. The things they couldn't even eat during the New Year were commonplace in this Wuwei camp. With ample meat, Zhou Chen's food supplement skill could finally come into play. For others, it was oil and water, but for him, it was health recovery. Gurgle, gurgle. The bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, although bland in taste, had a mix of spicy and sweet medicinal flavor. It seemed it wasn't a nourishing good medicine. Many soldiers didn't even glance at the soup and directly took the dishes to eat. Indeed, after asking the cook, he learned that the tonic was boiled repeatedly every 10 days, with a bowl served in the morning, noon, and evening. Today's medicinal soup was a cooling and soothing remedy for heat. When leaving, Zhou Chen wanted to find a sink to wash his bowl, but it was quickly taken away by a diligent assistant soldier, truly being served like a young master. The key was that enjoying these treatments didn't cost money, and there was a salary to be received every month. If he didn't have to go to the battlefield, it could be considered a welfare unit. When the new recruits gathered in the afternoon, Zhou Chen realized that this welfare was not easy to obtain. After the instructors introduced the camp regulations and their names, they required the new recruits to line up and draw their bows. If it was just about drawing bows and shooting arrows, the men who could enter the Wuwei camp would have no problem. But Instructor Hong required them to practice drawing without arrows. Anyone who dared to release an empty draw would have to compensate for the bow and string. The yellow birch longbow in Zhou Chen's hand was a one-stone bow. He had 3 points of agility, and with the enhancement of the martial skill, Great Bear Stance, drawing the bow was like playing. The other new recruits were in trouble. After practicing for a while, one by one, their arms were sore, and their hands trembled. Some couldn't even bend their fingers. Instructor Hong ignored the suffering recruits who persisted and instead walked up to Zhou Chen. "This bow is too light for you. I'll get you a 3-stone hard bow." "Sure." In the Great Way, 1 stone is equivalent to 60 kilograms, so 3 stones equal 180 kilograms, or 360 Jin of pulling force. Coach Hong Wan originally intended to temper Zhou Chen's sharpness, to let him know that a bit of bravery means nothing in the army, but he did not expect Zhou Chen to actually draw the 3-stone hard bow. That's more like it. Keep practicing. Your bow is heavy. I grant you the right to adapt as needed. If you can't hold it anymore, just ease the tension and let the string go back. Don't overexert yourself and injure your fingers, Coach Hong said sternly before leaving. Once he met with the other coaches, he immediately broke character. "Hey guys, how are your new recruits? I have one here that's hard to manage. What should I do? That kid is too extraordinary. On his first day in the camp, he could draw a 3-stone hard bow for strength training." Although Coach Hong spoke of trouble, the smile on his face was impossible to hide. How long had it been since a young man like this had appeared among the good families from the farming town? That was a 3-stone hard bow. The arrows shot from it couldn't even be called feathered arrows, but rather javelins shaped like feathered arrows. In front of a 3-stone hard bow, it didn't matter if you were an armored soldier. With armor-piercing arrows, 1 shot would take 1 down. "Old Hong, what's going on? How did such a good seedling end up in your hands?" "Just wait, I'm going to report to the captain and have that kid transferred to the archery camp for careful training." "Don't! I haven't had my fill of this yet. At least give me a couple of days to train him and see if he has any talent for archery. What if he just has strength and no aim at all?" "Old Hong, that's not right. Aim is developed through practice. As long as he has strength, endurance, and his eyes aren't blind, he'll eventually develop good aim." "Fine, you go report. I'll train him first." Among this group of new recruits, he's the only standout. If it weren't for the captain, I wouldn't even be talking to you. We must train this kid well, so those aristocratic sons can see that there are good lads among the commoners too. The captain of the archery camp and the captain of the martial camp are not the same person, and their requirements for soldiers are different. The martial camp requires soldiers to be brave and skilled in combat, while the archery camp requires soldiers to have exceptional arm strength and endurance, preferably with some talent for archery. Zhou Chen did not expect that as soon as he arrived at the martial camp, he would be targeted by the coach of the archery camp. At this moment, he was still holding the bow to practice his strength, unaware that he was about to receive special attention. As dusk approached, the new recruits in the training ground gradually dispersed, leaving only Zhou Chen, who was retained by Coach Hong. "Young man, do you want to be an ordinary armored soldier, or do you want to be an officer in the camp?" "Naturally, I want to be an officer. Who would want to stay as a soldier if they could be promoted?" "That's the right idea. You can draw a hard bow and have enough endurance. I've recommended you to Captain Li of the archery camp. Your transfer order should come down in the next couple of days. With your ability to draw a 3-stone hard bow, you'll at least be a squad leader in the archery camp. If you have some talent for archery, being promoted to a captain isn't impossible. The captain is the most basic officer in our Great Way, overseeing 50 soldiers. Below the captain are the soldiers, above the captain are the officers. Once you have an official position and enter the ranks of officials, you, young man, will have taken a giant leap forward. How could you not dare to take a shot?" "Thank you, Coach Hong, for the recommendation. It's what I've been seeking, so what is there to fear?" The military system of the Great Way is very detailed. Not all leaders are officers. There are 8 ranks in the military: squad leader, team leader, company commander, captain, deputy commander, military scribe, captain, and lieutenant. Below the captain are soldiers incorporated into military households, above the captain are officials with official status, and above the lieutenant are those who report military matters to the court. One could say that only by becoming a lieutenant can one truly integrate into the ruling class of the Great Way, otherwise, they are merely troops acting on orders. But this does not mean that the position of lieutenant is not valuable. At least in the military, the lieutenant holds the power of life and death over a company. Zhou Chen did not expect that Captain Li of the archery camp would personally meet him, leading the soldiers in the martial camp to believe he was a hidden aristocratic son. Now, try this bow, shoot the arrows freely and let me see your endurance. Yes. Bang, 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 the sound of heavy impacts echoed in the training ground. Although Zhou Chen's archery skills were inadequate, they were not so poor as to result in wild arrows flying everywhere. At least he could ensure that the arrows landed in the same area. After shooting 30 arrows, he felt somewhat fatigued, and his arms began to ache with a burning sensation. Good, you truly have a natural talent for archery. If you continue to practice with this raw power, it won't be so exhausting. I value your talent and wish to transfer you to the archery camp, appointing you as a squad leader. If you can demonstrate your prowess in the future, I will surely secure an official position for you. Thank you, Captain, for your care. I am deeply grateful. No need to rush to thank me. The archery camp is different from the martial camp. The martial camp is prestigious, while the archery camp is more humble. The martial camp is the elite of the Jing'an army, where soldiers are brave and skilled in archery, often led by scions of noble families. The treatment in the archery camp is somewhat inferior to that of the martial camp, but promotions are easier. You must consider the pros and cons yourself. What is there to think about? Since you have granted me a military position and an official title, I am willing to serve in the archery camp. For Zhou Chen, staying in the martial camp was indeed good, but being in the archery camp would allow him to converse with the camp commander, which was undoubtedly a significant elevation in status. With the recognition of leadership and the skills from his attribute panel, he would gain a stable path for promotion. Alright, follow me, I will arrange a new instructor for you. The martial camp was located in the east of the city, while the archery camp was in the west. Although Captain Li mentioned the differences between the archery camp and the martial camp, it was clear he was referring to the treatment of soldiers, not officers. In the new military camp, Zhou Chen not only received a larger room and more nutritious food but also bypassed the selection phase, directly obtaining a formal soldier's badge and armor. The armor in the archery camp was a more flexible armored sleeve, unlike the heavy iron plate armor commonly used in the martial camp. In terms of defense, the iron plate armor was more comprehensive and heavier, while the arm sleeve armor allowed for greater arm mobility and was lighter. After receiving the armor, Zhou Chen began systematic training. Under the guidance of a skilled archer, he quickly acquired a new skill. You have comprehended string control, mastering a type of archery technique, string control, LV1, 1/10, effect, harmonizing energy, focusing on the enemy, enhancing body coordination, and strengthening mental concentration. The string control skill, developed through systematic instruction, was more comprehensive than the thrusting spear and powerful strike techniques Zhou Chen had discovered on his own. It not only had offensive effects but also included enhancement effects. With professional guidance and ample nutrition, Zhou Chen began to train frantically. The food supplement skill helped him recover, while the rest skill alleviated his negative states. With the support of these two restorative skills, a diligent genius emerged in the archery camp, causing others to feel a sense of dread. Every day, he began practicing archery at dawn, and even when night fell, he was still at it, as if he had iron arms that would not tire. This intense training regimen seemed like self-harm to the instructors in the camp. They tried to intervene many times but could not change Zhou Chen's training pace. Eventually, realizing that this kid was full of energy and showed no signs of weakness, they accepted his nearly self-destructive training method. This, however, caused great distress among the ordinary soldiers in the archery camp, leading them to fall into the illusion that they were neither talented nor hard-working. When they mustered the spirit to learn from Zhou Chen, they found that after just one day, their arms were too sore to lift. In the end, not only did they fail to improve their training results, but even maintaining normal training the next day became a challenge. It was only at this moment that they realized that effort also had its thresholds, and it even depended on physical talent. Consequently, many motivated soldiers suddenly felt disheartened and demoralized. It was one thing to be born less fortunate than the scions of noble families, but why did effort also have to compete with talent? Since fate determined everything, what was the point of striving to practice martial arts? When the first batch of demoralized soldiers appeared, the instructors in the camp quickly identified the problem. Captain, that kid Zhou Chen is not suited to practice archery in the training ground. His presence will dampen the morale of the other soldiers. Oh, what's the matter? Has his archery skill skyrocketed, surpassing the veterans in the camp? Not only has he surpassed others, that guy can shoot with both hands, hitting wherever he points. The key is that he uses a 3-stone hard bow. If his strength is even slightly close to the target, he can pierce the target with his arrows. He truly is a talent. Surpassing others is one thing, but we have had gifted archers in our camp before. Soldiers whose fighting spirit is damaged should strive to chase after their goals, rather than wallowing in self-pity. The camp's lieutenant, Li Fu, had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation. The The premise of striving to chase after something is the existence of space to put in effort, but Zhou Chen had compressed the rest time to the extreme, leaving ordinary soldiers without even the qualification to try hard in front of him. Lieutenant, there's no way to put in effort anymore. Zhou Chen has iron arms and can practice for 6 hours every day. Even if other soldiers broke their arms, they couldn't match his training volume. 6 hours? Is his endurance really that strong? Yes, not only is his endurance strong, but his recovery ability is also terrifying. The camp's healer said that Kid is as strong as a bear, with a naturally tough physique. The coach's words greatly satisfied Lieutenant Li Fu. He indeed had not misjudged. That young man was truly a natural archer. We've struck gold. Zhou Chen hasn't been assigned soldiers yet, has he? Lieutenant, think twice. If we assign him soldiers, it might not be about training but rather consumption. If he demands the same from the soldiers as he does from himself, we will lose a batch of elite archers in just a few days. No, what I mean is not to assign him soldiers, but to promote him and let him join the Divine Arm team. Is that appropriate? He is still a newcomer. Wouldn't it be too fast to transfer him to the Divine Arm team and into the secret realm for battle? Not too fast. If he thinks everyone in the camp is mediocre and beneath him, it's inevitable that he will feel a gap. Just transfer him. Even the best sword must see blood to sharpen its edge, otherwise, it's just a beautiful ornament. Understood. I will go back and explain it to him in detail. Zhou Chen was merely a seemingly young man, lacking the rebelliousness and pride typical of youth. But Lieutenant Li was unaware of this. To him, Zhou Chen was a piece of uncut jade, needing careful polishing but not too much pressure. Therefore, he decided to transfer Zhou Chen to the team exploring the secret realm, allowing him to see the vastness and wonders of the world, and to realize his own insignificance and ordinariness. 100 shots, 100 hits, with a 3-stone hard bow. Let's see if he can kill enemies. Don't let me down. The Divine Arm team was a special guard unit within the archery camp, composed of over 30 elite archers. Zhou Chen had heard the soldiers in the camp talk about the Divine Arm team, but he thought of them merely as elite soldiers and did not know what their responsibilities were. It was only when the camp's coach came to talk to him that he understood the uniqueness of the Divine Arm team. Zhou Chen, do you know that there are immortal demons in this world, as well as martial artists who can break armies with their strength? I have heard some stories, but I have never seen them. I thought these were just myths and legends. I didn't expect them to be true. Why is Coach Zhong suddenly telling me this? Coach Zhong looked at Zhou Chen, who had a sincere expression, and suddenly remembered his background. He couldn't help but sigh that the tragedy of a farmer's family is that they live in ignorance, never knowing the true nature of the world. I forgot about your background. In remote rural areas, information is scarce. How could you know the vastness of the world? I know you have a natural physique and outstanding talent, but sooner or later, you will look down on the mediocre people in the camp and feel the urge to test your skills against the world with your arrows. But I want to tell you, the world is vast, and your talent is nothing in the face of true power. Coach, you have misunderstood me. I do not have an arrogant heart, nor do I dare to underestimate the heroes of the world. Coach Zhong's words made Zhou Chen realize that his recent performance had been somewhat outstanding. The camp was either reprimanding him or preparing to recruit and promote him. You kid are still somewhat sensible at this moment, otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you so much. Since you have heard stories of demons, let me tell you about the origins of these martial artists. You must understand that our physical bodies have limits. A natural physique like yours is extremely rare, let alone martial artists who can resist demons. The fundamental strength of a warrior lies in their qi, which is also referred to as spiritual energy by the Taoists. This spiritual energy does not exist in the mountains and rivers, but rather in the hidden realms and secret places of the world. To be precise, it exists within the demons or objects of these secret realms. Those demons in the secret realms are immortal and indestructible. The armies of dynasties, noble families, and temples constantly attack to extract items imbued with spiritual energy. Only in this way can there be powerful figures like the Breaking Army warriors, the profound Taoists, and the Diamond Arhats in the world. As Coach Zhong spoke passionately, Zhou Chen listened with increasing clarity. The powerful beasts, magical plants, and mysterious weapons in the dungeons could indeed serve as extraordinary foundations to open the path to greatness. Due to the nature of dungeon respawns, even if they could not gain experience, the continuously produced special items could still create a certain number of extraordinary beings. So that's how it is. According to the coach, when one consumes demons to gain spiritual energy and become extraordinary, those demons must have something to gain from killing people. Indeed, it's clever. Humans consume demons for their spirit, while demons consume humans to awaken their intelligence. The previous dynasty conducted related experiments. After demons kill a certain number of people, they will develop intelligence, becoming like puppets with a reborn soul. However, the stronger the demon, the harder it is for them to gain intelligence. Weaker ones can develop intelligence after killing a few, while powerful ones can slaughter thousands yet remain like puppets. Zhou Chen did not expect that monsters could gain intelligence through killing, resembling the legendary demons that consume humans to awaken. However, the awakening of game monsters should not be a major issue, otherwise, the capital of Dawei would not be so prosperous. Yet he still had doubts, so he decided to ask further, probing into the human situation. If demons are immortal and indestructible, how can we survive after they gain intelligence? That's true, but what is immortal and indestructible is their body, not their soul. Even if they gain intelligence, if killed once, they will still become puppets. This is also the reason for the prosperity of our humanity. Thank you, Coach, for your guidance. Today I have come to understand the vastness of the world and the mysteries of heaven and earth. In the future, I will diligently practice martial arts and not harbor any arrogance. Zhou Chen sincerely expressed his gratitude. Without Coach Zhong's explanation, he would not know how long it would take to understand the situation in this world. Looking back now, the game Dungeons and Monsters brought not only disaster but also various miraculous opportunities. As long as you are aware, the captain is preparing to transfer you to the Divine Arm team. This Divine Arm team and the Profound Armor team of the Wu Wei camp are specifically responsible for the extermination in the secret realms. Most of the meat consumed in our camp comes from the secret realms. Without the Divine Arm and Profound Armor teams attacking, Jing'an City could not support so many elite soldiers. What do you think? Are you willing to see the wonders of heaven and earth? I would be eager to do so. Please lead the way, Coach. Good. You are still young and have plenty of time to accumulate merit. If you achieve great merit in the future, you may not be unable to receive rewards of spiritual items and explore the world of warriors. Although Coach Zhong spoke encouragingly, he knew that Zhou Chen, coming from a good family, would almost certainly not have such opportunities. Why did those noble families join the military instead of waiting for their families to allocate spiritual items? It was because the production of spiritual items was limited. Even if the output was continuous, it could only be enjoyed by a few, not to mention that the stronger one was, the more spiritual items they needed. Some families struggled to support even 2 warriors, constantly worrying about insufficient spiritual item production, risking the starvation of warriors who needed spiritual energy to sustain themselves. He, Zhang Su, also came from a noble family, but so what? He still had no spiritual items to enjoy and could only serve in the military. He still remembered the family head's words, if the spiritual items could support 1 person adequately but not 2, then they could only support 1, preserving the surplus spirit. Otherwise, if a warrior in the family broke through and needed more spiritual items, they would have to risk their lives to seek spiritual food from other families. In this world, the hardest thing is to watch others soar like a great rock while you yourself are reduced to a mere chicken. What's wrong, Coach Zhong? Why the lament? Ha ha ha. You are still young and have seen little. Perhaps it is better this way. It is best never to see it for eternity, or else you will inevitably be plagued by wild dreams that turn your world upside down. In the end, whether one is extraordinary or ordinary, whether one is a scholar or a soldier, there is no peace of mind anywhere, and one is haunted by dreams wherever they go. Zhou Chen glanced at Coach Zhong but did not offer any words of comfort. Everyone has their own story, and perhaps Coach Zhong's life is filled with regrets. But he is ultimately just an outsider, and it is best to avoid deep emotional connections with those one does not know well. Under the sorrowful expression of Coach Zhong, Zhou Chen walked out of the Shisheng camp, and only then did he realize that the base of the Divine Arm team was not actually within the camp. The two walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, and soon arrived at the commandant's mansion in the city center. The guards at the gate checked the orders and waved the two inside. Passing through long corridors, they soon came upon a spacious and peculiar training ground. Here, there were medical halls, auditing offices, taverns, and beautiful flower houses, resembling a well-ordered small town. In addition, Zhou Chen saw a familiar black vortex in a room marked Warehouse 2. Dungeon, Nyotu Zhai, recommended challenge level, 3, recommended number of challengers, 10 to 15, so, shall we go have some fun at the flower house? The girls there are all dancers from Jing'an City. The elite of the Divine Arm and Mysterious Armor teams can enter to seek entertainment and listen to music before heading into the secret realm, to relieve the killing intent in their hearts. Coach Zhong's talk of spiritual energy revolved around one core word, supply and demand. The stronger the warrior, the more spiritual energy they require. Without sufficient supply, ordinary resources cannot sustain a powerful warrior. Zhou Chen saw in this a form of centralism, where vast resources tilt towards the warriors, forming a transcendent class that combines wealth and power above, while extending downwards to control local aristocratic families. This is a special model of extraordinary beings ruling over ordinary people. On the surface, it resembles the ancient times of Blue Star, but in essence, ordinary people lack the capacity to resist. Whether a dynasty changes or not is determined by extraordinary warriors. Zhou Chen did not think these issues were far removed from him. He had already entered the Wei military camp and would eventually have to face the limitations of his background. He was not mistaken. When Coach Zhong brought him to the inner hall of the Divine Arm team, although the members welcomed the newcomer, they also inquired about his background. "Brother, how many stones can your bow pull?" "3 stones. Can your aim be trusted?" "I can hit 100 shots in stillness, and in motion, I hit 8 or 9 out of 10. "Very good, good lad. What is your background?" "A family of farmers." "That's rather low. With your skills, you can't belong to a good family. Work hard to kill enemies. If you can take down over 100, you can earn an official position as a reward." The members of the Divine Arm team held at least the rank of squad leader, with many being higher-ranking officers. It can be said that most here are officials rather than mere soldiers, but fortunately, most have risen through battle, valuing both background and ability. Otherwise, Zhou Chen would truly struggle to fit in a team with more officers than soldiers. As he conversed with the senior beside him, he observed the members of the Divine Arm team in the inner hall. All of these individuals had damaged health bars, with the highest at 93% and the lowest at 86%. Most were equipped with 2 bows, one was a 2-stone longbow, and the other a 3-stone hard bow. For secondary weapons, they carried 2 knives of different lengths, and their armor mainly consisted of half-body armor, surprisingly lighter than the load in the Xisheng camp. "Brother Wu, is there some significance to our armor? Why does the defense seem to decrease instead of increase?" "Don't learn from us, we are all veterans, often entering secret realms to fight, and have developed our own combat styles. You just joined, so play it safe. However, I can give you a suggestion. It's best to bring a bow that can shoot quickly. The demons in this secret realm are as varied as people. A 3-stone bow is tiring to hold for long, while a 2-stone bow is just right." "Thank you for the guidance, Brother Wu. Should I practice any formations?" "No need. Once you enter the secret realm, you'll understand. The tortoises of the mysterious armor team need formations. We just need to shoot accurately and learn to dodge." Zhou Chen readily chose a 2-stone bow and, mimicking the veterans, placed armor-piercing arrows and pointed arrows into his quiver. "Upper string, what are you dazed for? You're the newcomer, you go first, see some blood and let everyone see your worth." Due to the bowstring being easily loosened when not in use, the camp had a rule that battle bows must be unstrung for maintenance when not in use, so Zhou Chen's 3-stone hard bow was not strung. He thought that since he had just arrived, even if he didn't receive relevant training, he should at least have the privilege of watching the battle. He didn't expect the veterans to welcome newcomers in such a unique way. No practice, no observation, just directly thrown into the secret realm to fight. "Is it really this direct? I thought we had to undergo training first, then be evaluated on whether we could stay." "Training? What are you doing here if you haven't trained?" "Only the scions of noble families get the chance to train. Those from good families have to work when given the opportunity. Otherwise, by the time you finish training, there won't be any benefits left." In the spacious inner hall, the archers were busy stringing their bows, checking the quality of their arrows, and adjusting the tightness of their armor. At this moment, it didn't feel like a place for indoor rest, but rather like a camp ready for battle at any time. Dawn, dawn, dawn. As a drumbeat sounded, the archers began to leave one after another, and as they passed by Zhou Chen, they didn't forget to say, "We're heading out, hurry up and follow." The 36 archers lined up in 5 rows in front of the storeroom. Next to them were over 100 armored soldiers. A stern-looking man dressed in bright armor quickly inspected the ranks, and when he saw Zhou Chen, he slightly nodded. "Newcomer, step forward. I am Kai Chang, the military officer of the camp, and from now on, I will be your direct superior." Zhou Chen was pushed forward by the veteran behind him, and 2 burly men in armor holding large shields stepped out from the armored troops. "Very well, our rules in the lieutenant's office are to bring in the new with the old. This time in the secret realm assault, each of the Divine Arm and armored teams will bring in 1 newcomer. Although you are newcomers, you are also veterans from your respective camps, so I won't talk about military law with you. Remember, once you enter the secret realm, there is no retreat without a command, and no entry without a command. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy." "Understood. Divine Arm Team 3, step forward. Armored Team 3, prepare for battle." Zhou Chen was already standing at the front of the line, so he didn't need to move, for Divine Arm archers automatically stood beside him. From the armored side, 8 shield bearers emerged, randomly selecting one from the 2 newcomers, making a total of 9 people. 9 armored soldiers, 5 Divine Arm archers, plus military officer Kai Chang. This number exactly matched the recommended challenge number of 10 to 15 people indicated by the dungeon prompt. It seemed that entering the game dungeon wasn't as simple as just going in. The number of challengers was the upper limit for the dungeon's capacity. Today, with new soldiers entering the service, I will say a little more. Slay all demons and monsters, supplies will be compensated in cash, healing potions will be provided for the injured, and all spiritual medicines must be surrendered. Additionally, for the Divine Arm and armored soldiers, all kills in the secret realm will count as merits, with 10 promotions to rank and 100 grants of official positions. The promotion mechanism for the Divine Arm and armored teams was even stricter than Zhou Chen had imagined. 10 promotions to rank was already harsh, and 100 grants of official positions practically disregarded the soldiers as human. In the history of Blue Star, achieving the merit of slaying 100 people would warrant a general's title, yet here it barely granted an official position. Since the rules are clear, brothers, follow me into battle. Under the leadership of military officer Kai Chang, Zhou Chen followed the team into the dungeon's teleportation portal. In the next moment, the world changed abruptly, transforming from a fortress camp into a wild, desolate area. Looking ahead, there were 2 small hills on a not-so-high slope resembling the horns of 2 yellow cattle against the backdrop of the rugged mountains. Armored team, form up and advance. Divine Arm team, move forward with the formation. After Kai Chang gave the order, he led the way with a round shield and spear. It was clear that he was familiar with this place, occasionally using his spear to poke at several hidden pits, warning the soldiers to avoid danger. The team had not walked long before they encountered a village built against the mountains at a bend in the slope. The village was made of earth and stone, with round logs for walls, standing about 3 meters high, and there were 2 wooden arrow towers at the gate. On the not-so-tall village, about 20 to 30 people stood, some holding knives and shields, some with long spears, and there were also 6 archers. Their health bars displayed their identities as Level 3 Village Bandit Swordsman, Level 3 Village Bandit Spearman, and Level 3 Village Bandit Archer. Raise shields. At this moment, without needing Kai Chang to give the order, the soldiers familiar with the process raised their leather shields. Bang, bang, bang. The accuracy of the Level 3 bandit archers was impressive, with several arrows landing on the leather shields. Open a gap, the Divine Arm team will take out those archers. Zhou Chen switched to a 3-stone hard bow and shot an arrow at one of the Level 3 bandit archers, directly reducing his health by 70%. After another arrow, he completely sent the leather-armored Level 3 bandit archer away. Ding, killed Level 3 bandit archer, experience plus 30, the archers of the Divine Arm team were indeed elite, and in no time, they cleared the Level 3 bandit archers from the stockade wall. During this process, Zhou Chen received 2 experience notifications, with the second assist kill granting him 20 experience points. Advance 10 steps to the right, clear the archers on the arrow tower. Military Commander Kai Chang pointed with his spear, and the Xuanjia team immediately moved in conjunction with the Divine Arm team. Each of the 2 wooden arrow towers had 2 Level 3 bandit archers, who, from their elevated position, unleashed a barrage of arrows at the shield formation, the terrifying force causing the arrowheads to nearly pierce through the leather shields. If it were just a direct exchange of fire, the Divine Arm team, even shooting from a lower position, would not be suppressed. The key issue was that the arrow towers had shooting openings, while other areas were made of hard logs. Therefore, the Divine Arm team could not eliminate the enemy in a short time and could only hold their breath and look for opportunities. But this situation was not a problem for Zhou Chen. The skill enhancement made his shots extremely accurate, and he was not affected by the tight shield formation. He found an opportunity and shot 2 arrows, piercing the arms of 2 archers, significantly alleviating the output pressure on the Divine Arm team. Good shooting, the rest surround the left arrow tower. Newcomers deal with the injured archers. The injured archers did not retreat, instead, they drew their short knives, preparing to climb down the arrow tower to continue fighting. Zhou Chen focused on the direction of the wooden ladder and ambushed, killing 2 injured archers. Ding, killed Level 3 bandit archer *2, experience plus 60. On the other side, the archers on the left arrow tower also fell one after another under the siege of 4 Divine Arm archers. Xuanjia team adjust formation, prepare for close combat. Divine Arm team scatter and shoot from the hill. No one explained, and no one raised questions. The veterans skillfully transitioned, and the new recruits of the Xuanjia team didn't even need to turn, just cooperating with their comrades nearby. Only Zhou Chen imitated the veterans' movements and climbed up the steep hillside beside him. Creak! Not long after, with the sound of wooden stakes rubbing, the gate of the stockade was opened from the inside. More than 20 melee bandits let out a series of roars and quickly charged out from the stockade. Zhou Chen noticed that the veterans around him had switched to rapid-fire bows, and he followed suit, also switching to a faster-firing 2-stone bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Continuous arrows poured down on the bandits, while the steadfast Xuanjia team also used their large shields and long spears to fend off the enemies. The sound of gaining experience rang out continuously. With armored soldiers in front for protection and teammates behind for support, this small squad of soldiers felt like professional gamers, allowing Zhou Chen to truly experience the joy of rapid leveling up. As one bandit after another fell, Zhou Chen saw several white light orbs drop to the ground. The satisfaction of gaining experience and the anticipation of dropped items made him exceptionally excited, and his bow and arrow instinctively became 2 points faster. Stop shooting, Xuanjia advanced to seize the gate. After clearing the melee bandits, Military Commander Kai Cheng did not order a rest. Instead, he ordered a rapid advance to seize the gate, disregarding the injured team members. Compared to the Xuanjia team on the front line, the safety of the Divine Arm team was undoubtedly much higher. As they passed the previous battlefield, Zhou Chen deliberately lowered his head to observe, as if looking at the differences between the Secret Realm monsters and humans. In reality, he was stepping on each light orb to collect the drops. Ding, obtained Long Knife *3, Long Spear *2, Rice Ball *8, Healing Ointment *2. The number of drops in each light orb varied, some contained only one type, while others had multiple types, with rice balls being the most common and healing ointment being the best. Rice balls were a type of food that provided a small amount of healing over time, while healing ointment was a medicine for quick recovery. Zhou Chen did not take a close look at the information of the other dropped items. After walking a few steps beside the bandit's corpse, he quickly caught up with his teammates. Isn't it strange? The monsters in the secret realm of heaven and earth are actually human. Yeah, it's a bit unbelievable. I even thought we were fighting ordinary mountain bandits just now. Hee hee, you'll get used to it. When you come back next time and see them resurrecting as usual, you won't think of them as human anymore. The veteran wanted to show off in front of the newcomer Zhou Chen, and Zhou Chen cooperated by pretending to be confused. When the group reached the main gate, the soldiers of the Xuanjia team had already set up a defensive shield formation, seemingly planning to rely on the gate passage to minimize the contact area. Take 2 steps forward, hold the gate passage, and the Xinbi team can shoot freely. The Xuanjia team advanced 2 steps, just enough to provide the Xinbi team with a shooting angle. At this moment, the bandits inside the stockade had already swarmed in, and the Xuanjia team continued to desperately fortify their defenses while the Xinbi team stood still as targets. Due to the close distance, the power of the 2-stone bow was quite sufficient in the passage. Moreover, Zhou Chen's shots were steady and accurate, all aimed at the face and neck, making it possible to take down one with each arrow. However, the space for his output was earned by the Xuanjia team, and those men at the front, even with their large shields and iron armor, could not avoid bleeding and injury. After the cleanup was completed again, the military commander Kai Cheng finally ordered a break, allowing the injured to apply medicine and stop the bleeding, exiting the instance to let another batch of Xuanjia team come in. Zhou Chen took the opportunity to pick up new dropped items, obtaining 6 blades and guns, 12 rice balls, and 3 healing ointments. Let's switch to bows. We're about to face some tough monsters next. While waiting for the new teammates to arrive, Zhou Chen mentally calculated the previous kill count and found that after 2 battles, they had already killed about 60 bandits. He glanced at his attribute panel and found that his experience points had reached 320. Given the current situation, he prioritized allocating experience points to the skill control string. Such a large allocation of experience points instantly raised his control string skill to level 8, just 2 levels away from maxing out. Control string skill, level 1 requires 10 experience, level 2 requires 20 experience, level 10 requires 100 experience. It turns out that to gain experience, one must grind instances. I've been practicing hard for so many days, and my control string skill only reached level 4, yet a wave of monster kills shot it up to level 8. Watching his skill level rise rapidly, Zhou Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He had quite a few skills, and there were also swordsmanship, spear techniques, and horsemanship that could be learned in the camp. If he could level up all his skills to max, it would definitely lead to a transformative change. Military Commander, the Xuanjia Team 4 has arrived. The Xuanjia team's replacement efficiency was very high. It wasn't long before the second batch of Xuanjia team arrived at the gate passage. This time, they had switched their weapons to hooked halberds, and their large shields were replaced with iron tower shields. Utilizing the instance limit, some injured soldiers exited midway, and fresh troops came in, which Zhou Chen found very professional. This also simulated, in another way, the rapid recovery ability of normal players. The monster bandit leader is violent and fierce. This battle will still be a controlled battle. The Xinbi team must shoot quickly with their bows and kill the monster bandit leader as soon as possible. Newcomer, how are you holding up? Can you still last? Don't worry, military commander. I'm naturally strong, and I didn't expend too much energy using the bow earlier. Good, once we enter the stockade, choose advantageous terrain to shoot, and the Xuanjia team will line up to face the enemy. The monsters in the instance, Bullhead Stockade, are relatively disciplined, or rather, their inherent judgment logic limits their strength. If they all rushed out of the stockade for a wild battle instead of advancing in batches, the Xuanjia team would have been overwhelmed long ago, and there wouldn't have been any space for replacements and rest. Soldiers are not normal players, their seemingly stable combat state is actually influenced by various factors such as stamina, emotions, and pain. Prepare the hooked halberds, feint thrusts and real hooks, heavy control and light injury. As the Xinbi Xuanjia soldiers crossed the gate passage, Zhou Chen finally saw the internal scene of the Bullhead Stockade. This is a village that fully utilizes the mountain structure, with buildings constructed along the slopes, arranged in a stepped manner. The varying elevation affects the movements of the armored soldiers, but it is very friendly to the freely scattered archers. In the center of the village, there is a wooden platform with a tall pole hanging a flag, featuring a black background and white designs, forming a vivid image of a bull's head. 4 bandits stand at the corners, and on a wooden chair beside the flagpole sits a robust man clad in half armor and wearing a red scarf. Above his head, there are not only health points and identity information, but also the title of Level 5 Bandit Leader, accompanied by a blood-red skull icon. Zhou Chen is not unfamiliar with this situation. Some boss-level monsters in games indeed have special identifiers. Is this really the boss fight? Isn't it a bit hasty? Archers, shoot to kill the 4 guards first. With a command from the military officer Kai Chang, the boss battle officially began. Zhou Chen's level 8 bow control skill allowed him to master a unique rhythm of archery, making his shots not only swift but also consuming less energy. Therefore, before the other 4 archers could kill their targets, he continuously fired arrows, headshotting and killing 2 bandit guards. However, his violent output also drew the boss's ire. The bandit leader brandished a heavy broadsword and leaped down from the platform, charging straight at Zhou Chen. The armored team advances to meet the enemy, archers spread out to snipe. Kai Chang was very reliable, although the bandit leader's target was clearly Zhou Chen, he led the armored team to intercept. Bang! The heavy broadsword struck the metal tower shield like a hammer, splitting a deep crack into the heavy shield. At this moment, Zhou Chen could no longer pay attention to the other archers, he quickly climbed to a high ground, unleashing a barrage of arrows. The armor-piercing arrows shot from his sturdy bow were both rapid and steady, each aimed directly at the bandit leader's head. Strangely, the leader's skull was incredibly hard, the armor-piercing arrows could not penetrate it, only tearing away bits of flesh or embedding themselves in the bone. Faced with such a heavy blow, the bandit leader was furious, disregarding the nearby armored team and turning to pounce on Zhou Chen. Hook and sickle lock. Understood. 10 hook and sickle spears began to show their might, as the armored soldiers exerted all their strength to pull the bandit leader back. This tugging once again changed the tide of battle. The bandit leader's target shifted to the armored team behind him, and he retaliated with a powerful slash. 2 armored soldiers were knocked back repeatedly, nearly losing their grip on their shields, but their comrades immediately stepped in to fill the gap, stabilizing the defensive line once more. At this moment, although the bandit leader still exuded power, he had already lost. The rhythm of battle for the armored archers had been established, leaving him with very little room to output damage. Sure enough, the bandit leader charged at Zhou Chen again, and the armored team once more pulled him back with their hooks and sickles. Just as the bandit leader was about to raise his heavy sword to counterattack, the armored team had already positioned their shields in preparation for defense. Ding! Killed level 5 bandit leader, experience plus 200, the fearsome force did not descend, instead, there was a sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Bang! The bandit leader, whose head had been shot into a porcupine, fell to the ground, leaving the armored team, who were in high spirits, momentarily at a loss. This was unusual. Normally, it would take 5 or 6 pulls and injure several armored soldiers, but today it went so smoothly. Had the demon bandit leader learned to play dead? Among the puzzled crowd, only Zhou Chen and military officer Kai Chang understood the situation. Zhou Chen could see the health bar and naturally understood approximately when the boss would die and how many arrows he could take. Kai Chang, due to his rich experience, quickly attributed the battlefield variables to the newcomers. Newcomer, what is your name? How many arrows did you hit the demon bandit leader with? Whoosh! Zhou Chen slid down from the high ground, walking towards the armored team while responding to Kai Chang's call. Reporting to the military officer, I am Zhou Chen, and I shot 18 arrows, hitting 18 times. Good archer, good lord, if you are a Xuanjia soldier, with your bravery you could lead the expedition into the secret realm. Military Sima Kai Chang did not underestimate the archer, but rather believed that the leader of the secret realm expedition should not focus on killing, but on fearlessness. The Xuanjia team, charging at the forefront and bearing all the damage, needed a fearless commander to lead and inspire their fighting spirit. Only by seeing their leader fighting with all their might could they unhesitatingly use their hook spears to pull back the demon lair leader, creating space for the Divine Arm team despite the dangers. Thank you, Military Sima, for your praise. It is not my bravery, but the Xuanjia soldiers' fierce courage and fearlessness. It is rare that you possess courage without arrogance. Knowing the brotherhood of comrades, you are indeed a good seed. Zhou Chen walked to the corpse of the bandit leader and cupped his hands in salute, as if thanking his comrades for their efforts. In reality, he stepped on the blue light orb beside him, completing the loot collection. Ding! Obtained Breaking Edge 8 Styles *1, Golden Silk Heavy Blade *1, Jade True Powder *3, Martial Skill, Breaking Edge 8 Styles. Description: the knife has 8 colors for slashing, chopping, lifting, chopping, sweeping, striking, blocking, and hanging, with 8 methods derived from 8 edges. Herb, Jade True Powder. Effect: stops wind, calms spasms, relieves pain, nourishes energy. Consuming it can clear meridians and nourish internal energy. Usage: quickly restores a small amount of true energy and removes 1 pain negative status. The Breaking Edge 8 Styles and Jade True Powder were both good items, while the Golden Silk Heavy Blade was quite ordinary, just a thick steel knife adorned with golden lines. While Zhou Chen was checking the loot information, Military Sima Kaichang was tallying the contributions of killing the demon lair leader. The other 4 Divine Arm soldiers had collectively shot 21 arrows, averaging 5 arrows each, almost surpassed by Zhou Chen alone. This embarrassed the 4 veteran Divine Arm soldiers and delighted the Xuanjia team. Zhou Chen, would you dare to stay in the secret realm? With your swift hard bow, you could help the Xuanjia team comrades reduce their injuries. Since it helps my comrades, how could I refuse? After one exploration of the instance, Zhou Chen had gained a lot. Just as he was thinking of making excuses to run a few more times, Military Sima Kaichang provided a perfect reason. Good, in the coming days, do not leave the captain's residence. We will take advantage of your strong bow to enter the demon's secret realm several more times. Once you are mentally and physically exhausted, you can take a long break. It is my duty, and I will do my utmost to attack the secret realm. Attacking the secret realm was not the goal of the Xuanjia Divine Arm soldiers. Collecting resources from the secret realm was their objective. After a quick tally of the battle achievements, the soldiers of Xuanjia and Divine Arm quickly withdrew from the secret realm, leaving only Zhou Chen and Military Sima Kaichang. Seeing Zhou Chen's puzzled expression, Military Sima Kaichang began to explain. To prevent soldiers from suddenly dying, the camp has a rule to leave at least 2 soldiers stationed in the secret realm to wait for the transport soldiers to move the supplies. In the past, we would leave 1 Divine Arm soldier and 1 secret realm leader. The reason we are leaving you today is that you will be stationed with the secret realm team and should quickly familiarize yourself with every blade of grass and tree here. Military Sima Kaichang tirelessly introduced the situation in the instance to Zhou Chen, like an NPC. In addition to highlighting the positions and attack rhythms of each bandit, he also took Zhou Chen into the demon lair leader's room. Zhou Chen, everyone has greedy thoughts. Although you are young and vigorous, you probably cannot escape this custom. I brought you here to tell you that there are spiritual herbs in the demon lair leader's room, but these herbs are limited and have not changed for many years. Moreover, all resources in the secret realm are finite, even a fraction less can be noticed. Open the large box next to the bed and see if there are 10 white porcelain medicine bottles, 5 blue porcelain medicine bottles, and a martial skill manual. Zhou Chen could tell that the new leader was teaching him to restrain his desires and not to secretly take what he shouldn't. If something went wrong, it would be easy to trace back. Faced with this kind reminder, he still had to accept it, so he opened the box next to the bed as instructed. Sure enough, inside were 10 bottles of wound medicine, 5 bottles of Jade True Powder, and a martial skill diagram called 3 Talents Post. Just as Military Sima said, not a single detail is off. The subordinate has learned, and in the future, I will definitely restrain my greed and not take any items from the secret realm. As long as you understand, what can be given to you will be distributed among you without you having to say anything. For example, the powder in the white porcelain medicine bottle is the best for stopping bleeding and treating injuries, so the Xuanjia soldiers and Shinbi hands injured in the secret realm can each receive a bottle. Some of the live pigs, chickens, and grain in the village will end up in your stomachs, while some will be converted into money and given to you. Don't think that the Xuanjia and Shinbi soldiers are risking their lives in the secret realm. It's actually quite dangerous. In fact, each of them is wealthy. Most have bought land and taken wives or concubines in Jing'an City. In this secret realm, the 5 blue porcelain medicine bottles are the only things you cannot obtain. They are spiritual items for nourishing qi, the spiritual food for martial artists. They may look extremely precious, but they hold no value for you. Here's a piece of advice: if you are fortunate enough to obtain a spiritual item in the future, never use it yourself. Once you use it, you cannot stop, Otherwise, you will lose your spiritual nourishment and your chi will dissipate, leaving you with nothing in the end. The Yushin San is like blue medicine to Zhou Chen. He can easily obtain a few bottles while running dungeons, so it isn't considered particularly precious. But for the locals, items that can restore chi in the game dungeons are their source of the extraordinary and are essential for maintaining their extraordinary status. When both the functions of activation and maintenance are concentrated in one type of item, the dungeon's spiritual items become fundamental to the extraordinary community. Thank you for the warning, Military Sima. I will remember it. While Zhou Chen was conversing with Kai Chang, a team of soldiers dressed in red uniforms quickly ran into the village. They split into several groups, skillfully rummaging through boxes and cabinets, and even the room of the demon lord was not spared, as the Yushin San, treated as a spiritual item from the secret realm, was personally transported by an officer. After they left, another team of soldiers seamlessly entered the secret realm, heading straight for the pig pen in the village. Bang! Taigua Duo smashed the pig's head, and the two of them ran off, quickly carrying out 9 pigs of varying sizes from the secret realm. Following them were waves of soldiers transporting grain, catching chickens, and collecting bows and weapons, flowing like ants moving their home. For a moment, Zhou Chen found it hard to distinguish whether they were regular troops or professional bandits. What are you staring at them for? Observe the terrain here carefully. Our Xuanjia team usually defends at these 3 locations. Try to see which shooting position suits you best and how to reach it quickly. Military Sima, shouldn't we go help? No need, they are very familiar with this work. It's a job without danger and with high pay, not a hard task. If we help, they won't need so many people, so don't disrupt their livelihood with misplaced kindness. The combat soldiers and support soldiers are not part of the same system. Combat soldiers focus on fighting and monitoring, while support soldiers focus on transportation. Military Sima Kai Chang told Zhou Chen that they were not standing there idly but were supervising the transport. Without supervision, there could be instances of hoarding, pushing, crowding, and disorder. After entrusting the supervision to Kai Chang, Zhou Chen began to explore the village carefully. He found that the Jing'an army was indeed seasoned thieves. The rooms visited by the support soldiers were cleaner than if a dog had chewed on them. They had taken the bedding and cloth, moved the treasure chests, and even rolled away the kitchen knives and iron pots. Looking at the wooden bed in the room felt very familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was exactly the same as the wooden bed he slept on in the Xisheng camp. No wonder the Jing'an army was extraordinarily wealthy. With the Bullhead village constantly refreshing as a big blood bag, they couldn't possibly be poor. Taking advantage of the current lull, Zhou Chen allocated the 200 experience points gained from defeating the boss to the string control skill. The moment the string control skill reached its maximum level, he felt everything around him quiet down. It was an extreme focus. In this state, the support soldiers transporting supplies seemed to move much slower. He could raise his bow and know exactly where to shoot to hit the support soldiers in the head, body, legs, and other parts. The hard 3-stone bow became as flexible as a 2-stone step bow. As his fingertips brushed over the bowstring, he naturally gathered his strength to draw. Whoosh, bang, bang. 3 sharp arrows flew consecutively toward the wooden wall of the stockade. The first arrow just landed, the second tore through its shaft, and the third arrived in an instant, firmly pinning into the same spot. 3 stars in a row, multiple arrows with 1 heart. If the bandit leader stands still, these 3 arrows will definitely penetrate his skull and drain his health bar. The fully leveled string control skill had already surpassed the limits of mortals. Now, in the entire Jing'an army, apart from the mysterious warriors, no one could shoot more accurately or faster than Zhou Chen. Perhaps some exceptionally talented archer could achieve the same feat at a certain moment, but they could not maintain that moment of brilliance, while it was Zhou Chen's constant state. When Zhou Chen and the military officer Kai Chang left the secret realm, the audit documents from the prefect's office immediately brought in wealth. Zhou Chen received 4 taels of gold and 500 copper coins, while military officer Kai Chang received 6 taels of gold, with no extra copper coins to make up the difference. Military officer, isn't our treatment a bit too good? If we go into the secret realm a few more times, it would be hard not to get rich. You put in more effort and get more. The other sharpshooters each get at most less than a third of what you do. The armored soldiers might get a bit more, but they are desperately defending, and their bodies suffer more damage. I'm a bit special. I usually get 6 taels of gold, but if I make a mistake, I will be penalized. If an armored soldier is lost, I have to compensate. Zhou Chen shook the 4 taels of gold in his hand, suddenly understanding why there were so many rewards in the camp. The divine armored soldiers were, after all, normal people. They couldn't fight hard battles for many years. Perhaps after a year of high-intensity combat, they would be physically exhausted and mentally drained, and without heavy investment, it would be hard to cultivate a fighting spirit. Zhou Chen was promoted, rising from the position of squad leader to the commander of the Divine Arm team. An exploration of the secret realm had brought him to the top of the soldiers. The next step would be to receive an official title and a military position as a duke. Military officer Kai Chang was a competent leader, not only charging ahead as a meat shield but also reasonably distributing military merits during rest. However, he also had his own assessment bias, clearly leaning more towards the armored team. But the members of the Divine Arm team, including Zhou Chen, could not say that Kai Chang was using his power for personal gain or favoring his direct subordinates, because 7 armored soldiers with varying injuries were receiving treatment from the military doctor in the pharmacy. Some had fractured arms, some had cuts and bruises, and one brave warrior who had withstood a heavy blow from the demon bandit leader had a swollen wrist and a fractured forearm. Fortunately, the hemostatic medicine produced in the secret realm was remarkably effective, otherwise, these armored soldiers would find it hard to quickly regain their combat effectiveness. As the direct leader of the armored team, military officer Kai Chang did not immediately go forward to comfort them. Instead, he stood to the side of the warehouse as if waiting for someone. Zhou Chen looked from a distance and indeed saw a majestic general dressed in armor and a black cloak in the corridor of the mansion. The general seemed to sense Zhou Chen's gaze, and a hint of a smile appeared on his cold face as he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Chen, do not disrespect the military officer, he is a martial artist with a powerful aura, and his perception ability far exceeds that of us mortals. Your sharpshooter's gazes are too sharp, do not provoke misunderstandings with the military officer. I have learned, should the military officer wait until the military officer finishes comforting the armored soldiers before going to soothe them? You are quite perceptive, it should be so. The military officer is a martial artist, and the divine armored soldiers fight to provide spiritual food. It is only right and proper for the military officer to personally inquire about them. It does not matter when I go, at most, I can only soothe their emotions, but the military officer can provide them with real benefits. Military officer Kai Chang was not wrong. After the highest-ranking officer in the camp appeared, the injured armored soldiers were filled with joy. The Jing'an military officer was also very considerate of his subordinates, waving his hand to grant light-injured soldiers a 15-day leave and heavy-injured soldiers a 2-month paid leave. The man with the fractured arm immediately knelt down, requesting to return to the city to accompany his wife and children. It goes without saying that he was granted permission, and after stabilizing his injuries, he could take the military supply cart back to the city for recuperation. After the Jing'an captain finished his visit, he nodded towards the direction of the storeroom before leaving with his personal guards. Once the tall and imposing captain had departed, Zhou Chen asked in confusion, Military Sima, since the captain is a formidable warrior, why doesn't he personally attack the secret realm? Zhou Chen, a warrior's aura permeates their entire being, and every move they make is imbued with spiritual energy. While it would be easy for the captain to attack the secret realm, the spiritual energy expended needs to be replenished with spiritual items from the realm. Our Jing'an army is not a noble clan. The spiritual items produced in the secret realm must be submitted to the court in a regular and fixed quantity. The remaining spiritual items must also support the captain's cultivation and wartime reserves, so how can they be used for attacks to replenish energy? Kai Cheng's explanation made Zhou Chen understand that extraordinary warriors cannot generate spiritual energy on their own, they need to replenish it after each battle. It would be one thing for a force with abundant spiritual items, but in areas with limited production, they truly cannot afford to use these energy-consuming beasts. For instance, although the Jing'an army has a warrior captain stationed, they cannot easily utilize this powerful combat strength. Follow me, I will go comfort the soldiers, and you can show your face. Once the brothers know you have the intention of camaraderie, you can apply for a new residence through the paperwork. Under the guidance of military Sima Kai Chang, Zhou Chen visited the injured armored soldiers. During this time, he received many compliments, with everyone saying they wanted to fight alongside him again once they recovered. It was evident that the armored soldiers had a high demand for good archers. These meat shields, unable to enhance their own defenses, wished for archers to grow an extra pair of arms to quickly eliminate the monsters from the secret realm. As a result, the members of the Divine Arm team might find themselves looked down upon. Previously, when Zhou Chen was absent, everyone was unaware that the archers could use the 3-stone hard bow for rapid fire. Now, Zhou Chen had raised the expectations of the armored soldiers, and the previously protected Divine Arm archers would also have to face the pressure of competition. Brothers, rest assured, I will be stationed in the secret realm for a while. You have the brave shield, and I have the swift hard bow. We should support each other. The men who had fought together shared a natural bond, and everyone chatted happily, planning a feast before letting him leave. When Zhou Chen stepped into the audit hall, he learned that he not only had a new residence but also gained the authority to customize weapons and modify armor. Considering that the armored team's meat shields were very competent, he needed to reduce weight to increase agility. He chose half armor and a round helmet for head protection, cancelling the leg skirt armor and arm ring armor, leaving only a pair of iron-plated wrist guards. Joe team leader, do you have any requirements for weapons? We will do our best to provide you with a good bow. The metallurgy supervisor, having reviewed the military achievements from the recent Secret Realm attack, recognized that the person before him was exceptional and needed better weapons to showcase his archery advantages. Metallurgy supervisor, I wonder if there is a 4-stone strong bow in the camp. The demon leader is as tough as iron. A 3-stone hard bow is insufficient to quickly kill him. I would like to try a 4-stone bow. Team leader Joe, you must be joking, we truly do not have that. The metallurgy supervisor was nearly choked by Zhou Chen's words. What does a 4-stone strong bow mean? 1 stone is 120 pounds, so 4 stones is 480 pounds. Nearly 500 pounds is equivalent to 2 heavily armored men. Can a person even draw such weight with one hand? The camp's requirements were high, but they only equipped the divine arm warriors with 3-stone hard bows. Anything beyond that was the configuration for warriors, which the metallurgy department could not manage, and they certainly did not have any secret realm treasures. Therefore, Zhou Chen ultimately could not obtain a devastating weapon like the 4-stone strong bow. However, the metallurgy department indicated that while they did not have a 4-stone strong bow, they did have a 5-stone crossbow. If Zhou Chen did not mind it being too heavy and too long, they were willing to dismantle the bow arms for him to use. Considering that although his string control skill was maxed out, his agility attribute was only 3 points, he temporarily declined the metallurgy supervisor's suggestion of a one-handed crossbow. If you truly want a 4-stone bow, we can ask the master craftsman to make one. However, strong bows are difficult to craft, and you may have to wait several years. No need to trouble yourself, several years is too long. I will just use the 3-stone bow. When Zhou Chen arrived at his new residence under the guidance of the official documents in the mansion, more than 30 skilled archers were already waiting for him. Young lord, our brothers have skipped the flower tower just to admire your style. Come on, we've booked a table at the tavern, firstly to celebrate your promotion, and secondly to hear your teachings on archery. You brothers are teasing me, my skills rely entirely on my natural strength, not on the exquisite archery of you all. Don't be modest. In our divine arm team, it's either you can do it or you can't. We can't compare to the valiant Xuanjia, but our skill is simply shooting. You are stronger than us, we respect you, and we ask you to teach us more in the future, to sharpen our skills. The Divine Arm team was ultimately a close-knit group of fighters who valued archery and revered skilled marksmen. With his archery prowess, Zhou Chen easily integrated into this small community, transforming from an unknown newcomer into a recognized comrade in arms. Indeed, we brothers should drink together, talk freely, and exchange skills, gathering the wisdom under the name of Divine Arm. After a banquet, Zhou Chen became much more familiar with the men of the Divine Arm team. Although he still didn't know everyone's true nature, at least they were no longer strangers and had exchanged names. Interestingly, among this seemingly rough group of fighters, there were also scions of noble families. These individuals sought different things than the commoners. The commoners aimed for official positions and salaries, while the scions sought military achievements and opportunities for promotion within the court. At this moment, Zhou Chen learned that the Great Way Court actually had a path to extraordinary achievements. Even though this path was very narrow, with a spiritual examination held only once every 4 years, and only a few to a dozen selected each time, this extraordinary path did exist. Just this one path made the scions not chosen by their families willing to serve the court. Additionally, a divine arm archer from the Qingshuima family, who had joined the army as a selected elite, revealed that besides participating in the court examinations, some well-known Taoist temples and monasteries also opened their doors to accept disciples. They would select the most virtuous and capable disciples from among many to pass on their true teachings and grant them spiritual awakening. Although each temple and monastery had its own secret realms, they could not compare to the Great Way, which occupied numerous secret realms to build cities and fortresses. Therefore, only the Great Way Court could consistently hold spiritual examinations every 4 years. Other institutions, whether temples or noble families, had limited slots for spiritual awakening. For everyone that died, another could take their place. Thank you, Brother Ma, for your frankness. It has allowed me to see the vastness of the world. No need to thank me, you would have learned this sooner or later. If you're willing, just pass on some bow techniques to me later. The men of the Divine Arm team had their eyes on Zhou Chen's archery skills, eager for him to become the instructor in the camp. Fortunately, the military officer Kai Chang had also taken notice of him and notified him early the next morning to prepare for an assault on the secret realm. How is it? Is your arm feeling better? Steady as ever, drawing the bow and shooting quickly is no problem. Good, follow me to beat the drum and gather the troops. If we finish this month's quota early, we can have a good rest for a few days. Speed is of the essence in warfare, and the Divine Arm Xuanjia soldiers were no different. Military officer Kai Cheng didn't want these soldiers to have time to ponder gains and losses. He wanted continuous fierce battles to quickly gather the required spiritual items. Zhou Chen naturally had no objections. He still had many skills waiting to be upgraded and was in urgent need of experience. Dong, dong, dong. The muffled drumbeats echoed across the training ground, and the Divine Arm Xuanjia soldiers quickly assembled in front of the storeroom, ready for orders. Zhou Chen had been one of them yesterday, but today he stood beside military officer Kai Cheng. Many Xuanjia soldiers had not yet heard of his reputation as a marksman and thought he was merely a scion seeking military achievements. Divine Arm Team 4, Xuanjia Team 5, step forward, brothers, follow me into battle. A day later, as they re-entered the Bullhead Village instance, Zhou Chen's feelings were completely different. Yesterday he had felt somewhat anxious, but today he was confident and calm. With his maxed-out string control skill and yesterday's detailed understanding of Bullhead Village, he possessed the ability for long-range shots. Now, he could roughly glance and judge the dropping position, then use the projectile to pin the bandits on the stockade wall. Raise shields, first kill the archers. As the military officer Kai Cheng just gave the order, Zhou Chen shot 3 arrows in quick succession, taking down 3 bandit archers. He didn't keep all the kills for himself, leaving the other 3 bandit archers for the 4 sharpshooters on his team. When they reached the wooden arrow tower, without needing military officer Kai Cheng's command, he shot 4 arrows that pierced the arms of 4 bandit archers, completely eliminating the threat of long-range arrows. Due to the large number of bandits during the battle outside the stockade and in the gate passage, Zhou Chen didn't hold back. A flurry of rapid shots directly claimed 20 lives. Military officer, today has gone too smoothly, most of the brothers are uninjured. How about we go out and change our gear, but not change the personnel? At this moment, a sense of smoothness lingered in the soldiers' hearts. They had never imagined that the perilous and treacherous secret realm battles could become so easy. The soldiers of the Xuanjia team only thought that today's sharpshooters were particularly strong. However, military officer Kai Cheng and several sharpshooters knew that a true marksman had joined their ranks, one with extraordinary talent and speed. Change, the rules cannot be broken, or else the Xuanjia soldiers waiting afterward will become complacent. If we continue to use them in a heated battle, they will inevitably lack awareness and become fearful. Understood. After receiving the order, the Xuanjia team said no more and quickly exited the instance, allowing another team equipped with hooked spears and iron shields to enter. Zhou Chen, your marksmanship is almost superhuman. In the future, you should restrain yourself a bit. Do not let the soldiers develop a habit of dependency. Otherwise, in a real bloody battle, it will be easy for their morale to collapse and their courage to falter. Moreover, the number of attacks in the camp's secret realm each month is limited. If we increase efficiency and output, it will make the court think we have room for improvement. At that time, once a document is issued, the soldiers might not even have time to rest, and they will inevitably face continuous bloody battles with heavy losses. Military officer Kai Cheng's meaning was very clear. One cannot push oneself to the limit in the business of risking life. Otherwise, once they pass the peak state, they will inevitably suffer the consequences. There was also the most important point that Kai Cheng did not mention, which was the issue of loyalty. Every time they exited the secret realm, if a few soldiers were not injured, how would the martial artist Jingyan Xiaowei know that the soldiers were supporting him with their blood in battle? By then, would he still treat the soldiers generously in the long term? Probably not. Without blood loyalty, how could one gain favor? Thank you, military officer, for your guidance. I will pay attention to the frequency of my shots to avoid breaking the original rhythm of attack. As long as you understand. Since I am your direct superior, I must seek good treatment for you. Fighting to the death is a matter of duty. Stable treatment is the foundation for the soldiers' survival. After the second team of Xuanjia soldiers arrived, Zhou Chen restrained his shooting rhythm and did not look for opportunities to shoot a barrage of arrows to empty the boss's health bar. As a result, this team of Xuanjia soldiers still suffered a few injuries. When the boss bandit leader fell, the victorious soldiers erupted in intense cheers. They were celebrating their victory and value. They were the brave warriors of bloody battles. That's more like it. If we don't bring back a bit of blood, how can we call ourselves the blood warriors of Xuanjia? In this secret realm attack, although Zhou Chen did not unleash his full firepower, he maintained the value of loyalty that the sharpshooter Xuanjia soldiers relied on for survival. Military officer Kai Cheng believed he was a sensible young man, and he took the opportunity to see through some of the camp's rules. Even so, his gains from this instance still surpassed the last time. Last time, he gained a total of 520 experience points, 5 healing potions, 3 J True powders, and several other items. This time, however, he received 780 experience points, 9 healing potions, 3 J True powders, and more miscellaneous items than last time. With this experience, he could upgrade the level 3, Great Bear Pile, to max level. Moreover, he could also gain 1 point of Chi attribute from the level 6 bonus of Great Bear Pile, and 1 point of Divine attribute from the level 10 bonus. The Chi attribute is crucial. It determines whether a blue bar is automatically generated after breaking a certain value or if a related skill needs to be learned. The increase in the essence attribute had an immediate effect. In terms of strength, agility, and physique, one could intuitively feel the enhancement. The strengthening of the Chi attribute was quite peculiar, even somewhat mystical. When the Great Bear Post reached level 6 and gained a point in the Chi attribute, Zhou Chen suddenly felt a sense of clarity throughout his body, as if countless pores had opened up, relieving the previous internal congestion. Additionally, his bodily coordination improved, and his stamina surged, eliminating the suffocating feeling of breathlessness that came with exhaustion. However, the attribute panel did not show a blue bar as a result. It seemed that something was still needed to transform the miraculous Chi from internal essence to external manifestation. Great Bear Post is about strengthening the body, nurturing Chi, and awakening the spirit. I didn't obtain the 3 talents post from the dungeon chest, but just from the name, it should also follow the path of heaven, earth, and humanity, focusing on essence, Chi, and spirit. Ordinary people rely heavily on energy for action, while the essence of extraordinary warriors is Chi. But what about the divine attribute? What changes will an increase in this attribute bring? Are there extraordinary individuals in this world whose core is the divine attribute? As the Great Bear Post reached level 10 and the divine attribute increased by 1 point, some questions were naturally resolved. In the instant the divine attribute increased, Zhou Chen suddenly sensed a kind of restraint, as if his body were clad in a heavy iron suit. That iron suit was both armor protecting him and a cage suppressing his freedom. His eyes burst forth with an unprecedented brilliance, revealing a more delicate, colorless world before him. In that realm, he could even see the shape of the wind and the trajectory of light. At that moment, he felt like a cicada, ready to shed its hard shell and spread its wings to fly freely. This must be the perspective of the soul, Zhou Chen thought, though he was already answering himself. The perfection sought in the Great Bear Post was not a vague concept like martial will but a very pure awakening of the spirit. At that moment, his soul, closely tied to his flesh, suddenly awakened, breaking free from the chaotic fusion of essence, Chi, and spirit. Although the increase in the divine attribute was minimal, it could not evolve his life form, yet it stimulated the foundation of his divine consciousness, granting him another way to observe the world. Is this what it means to open the spirit and refine Chi, to awaken the spirit and establish a foundation? Zhou Chen did not expect the distinctions among the 3 attributes of essence, Chi, and spirit to be so significant. The enhancement of the essence attribute provided real-time feedback. The enhancement of the Chi attribute was still perceptible, but the divine attribute was an extraordinary mystery beyond common understanding. He looked at the values on his attribute panel, essence, 3, Chi, 2, divine, 2. Suddenly, he had some insight. The attribute values might not be ordinary addition but rather a transformation that produces a change in quantity. The attributes of normal people are all one, not because they are clumsy, but because that is the normal state of a human. Each additional point beyond that approaches and breaks through the limit of sublimation. The attribute panel is too powerful. The nurturing of Chi and awakening of the spirit by the Great Bear Post is merely a theoretical state. But under the catalyst of experience, even a theoretical state can be realized. Zhou Chen examined the Great Bear Post in detail. He did not believe that ordinary people could rely on such martial skills to achieve strengthening, nurturing Chi, and awakening the spirit. It was already commendable for ordinary people to strengthen themselves. Grasping the elusive Chi and the divine in the unseen was no less difficult than making a fantasy come true. However, this was not absolute. From the item column of the attribute panel, he took out a bottle of blue restoring Jade True powder. If one has Chi first, then thinks about nurturing Chi and practicing Chi, it would probably be much easier. To verify his hypothesis, he used a bottle of Jade True powder. Indeed, this substance's recovery felt more like a supplement. After use, a blue bar suddenly appeared on his attribute panel. However, that blue bar was not fixed and kept decreasing, likely what the military officer Kai Chang referred to as Chi scattering back to the mundane. Zhou Chen did not realize how wasteful his actions were. Without a Chi refining method, daring to directly consume Chi and letting it scatter freely, even the martial artist Jing'an would have to call it extravagant. About an hour later, the blue bar, forcibly activated by the blue medicine, disappeared. But Zhou Qin could feel that the enhancement of his qi attribute was not a mere disappearance into thin air, rather, it was a gentle nourishment that spread throughout his body. No wonder people call the blue medicine a spiritual object. This stuff is indeed good, like a high-level energy that is easy to absorb. After confirming the effects of the increase in qi and divine attributes, Zhou Qin closed his eyes and fell asleep, waiting for the next round of secret realm assaults. To the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade, his behavior seemed like a diligent rest, maintaining the physical strength needed for the bloody battles. As a result, many soldiers who were reluctant to leave the Flower Tower followed suit, canceling their playdates to conserve their energy. The next morning, Zhou Qin hurriedly had breakfast and went to the storeroom to wait. In the following days, he became a model soldier among the Divine Arm Xuanjia soldiers, attacking dungeons on time every day without complaining of fatigue. Moreover, he used his precise rapid-fire ability to help many Xuanjia soldiers who were originally going to be injured, earning the respect of his comrades. Unbeknownst to him, he became an unofficial deputy leader of the Secret Realm, and after the military officer Kai Chang, he became the new core of the team. The benefits brought by this increase in influence were significant. Now, the Divine Arm Xuanjia soldiers greeted him with smiles and showed him great respect. Of course, his greatest gain was still the increase in experience points and skill upgrades. After several days of dungeon assaults, his life skills, food supplementation, rest, and brisk walking had all reached maximum level. In terms of martial skills, the simple chop of splitting Mount Hua had been integrated into the 8 blades of breaking edge. As experience accumulated, the martial skills 8 blades of breaking edge and spear thrust also reached maximum level. As a result, his movement speed, food recovery, and state recovery abilities saw significant improvements, successfully transforming him from a long-range archer into a versatile knife-and-bow warrior. One day, he was about to apply for leave to learn skills like horsemanship and javelin throwing through connections. However, the military officer Kai Chang mysteriously pulled him aside and headed towards the political hall to handle official business with the Jing'an captain. "Military officer, what are we going to the political hall for? Is the captain going to reward our achievements?" "It's not a reward for us, it's a reward for you. You're probably the fastest to get promoted among us." The audit document hall originally wanted to delay it, but the captain decided to handle it fairly. "Zhou Qin, this fairness doesn't mean true impartiality, there's a sense of care and support in it, so you should thank the captain properly later." Kai Chang's words made Zhou Qin guess what they were going to the captain's political hall for. Sure enough, upon entering the hall, the stern-faced captain managed a slight smile and personally handed a document and a bronze plaque to Zhou Qin. "What a fine young man, indeed, you are spirited and extraordinary. This is your official document. Your household registration has been transferred from the countryside to the Jing'an prefecture. From today on, you are no longer a peasant but an official of the Great Way. Thank you, Captain, for the promotion. I will certainly do my utmost to repay your support." As Zhou Qin expressed his gratitude, he received the document and bronze plaque, which bore the 3 large characters Jing'an Du. The inscription below the plaque was the standard military seal of the Great Way, with 2 lines of small text, Jing'an Divine Arm, Du Bo Zhou Qin. From now on, if anyone asks about your background, you can simply reply with Jing'an Du. Although it can't compare to the great families and powerful officials, the common folk will respect you, the people will acknowledge you, and the officialdom will protect you. It's a decent identity to stand on. How do you feel, spirited? The Jing'an captain asked Zhou Qin if he felt spirited, and he likely did. The Great Way placed great importance on background. Without a respectable identity, even conversing with others required gratitude for their favor. Moreover, without a formal identity, peasants and townsfolk could not migrate freely. They were firmly bound to a piece of land, and aside from serving or doing business, they couldn't even obtain travel permits. In such a society, having an official status meant breaking free from the management of low-level officials, gaining space to accumulate wealth and advance oneself. Of course, saving money was not illegal for the common folk, but the exploitation by low-level officials was severe, leaving them with no opportunity to accumulate wealth for future generations. As the captain said, once the identity changes, one feels the vastness of the world. Fighting for glory and forging one's own path, a true man should be like this. The common people pass down a field and a house, the gentry pass down a book and a territory, and the warriors pass down a position and a title. Young man, while your sharpness is at its peak, strive for a title, so that your lineage can inherit official positions for generations. After receiving the official documents and seal, Zhou Qin and the military officer Kai Chang left the Hall of Governance. The Jing'an captain, with a noble status and great martial prowess, was not arrogant towards his subordinates. He was skilled in the ways of gathering and promoting talent, truly a formidable figure. "Military officer, when are we attacking the secret realm today?" "Not going. The Xuanjia soldiers have suffered a 20% injury rate, and the Divine Arm soldiers are fatigued. It's time to let the brothers rest for a few days. Zhou Chen, you've saved quite a bit of money, haven't you? You should go buy a house in Jing'an City these days. Don't waste it all in the wrong places, or when it's time to fight, you won't have a place to stay. During this time, Kai Cheng had gotten along well with Zhou Chen and was willing to offer some advice to this overly young boy. Thank you for the advice, military officer. Since I entered the camp, I haven't gone out. It's a good opportunity to stroll around Jing'an City and see if I can find some things I like. With some free time, Zhou Chen thought of the cities in this world he had yet to see and felt inclined to visit places like martial arts schools and study rooms. It's good to find things you like, otherwise, the pent-up aggression from fighting can lead to big problems. By the way, there's something I need to tell you. Find a silk pouch to put your copper seal in, don't let it dangle at your waist. Why, does the identity of a camp officer need to be kept secret? What's there to keep secret? A promoted officer from a bloody battle is not a hidden spy. It's just that our Divine Arm and Xuanjia soldiers have some peculiarities. The common people in the city see us as warriors who slay demons and monsters, and the wealthy families are eager to win us over. Most will say they admire our reputation and want to host us, but in reality, they are hoping to marry off their daughters, wanting strong soldiers to protect their families when demons appear. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen felt that the official seal was not something to be hidden. Whether or not to marry off daughters was not important. What mattered was being invited by the wealthy families in the city. He loved good food and enjoyed making friends. Don't act recklessly. If there are no demons in the city, I won't say anything if you flaunt the official seal and enjoy yourself. The key is that there are indeed demons hiding among the people. If you show off recklessly, it could lead to endless troubles. Are there really demons in the city? Isn't our Jing'an army going to do anything about it? How surprising. Where is there not a few rat holes? Once they gain intelligence, they hide with all their might. Who can find them? I see. But when I was in Xiaoxi village, I never heard of demons entering the village. Intelligent demons cherish their lives and dare not enter the Jing'an army camp, which makes sense, but it doesn't explain why they would spare the weak villages. Zhou Chen, don't think of demons as wild beasts. Many of them are humanoid and, after gaining intelligence, enjoy pleasure and beauty. Villages are poor, lacking good food and beauty, and the villagers fear the cold and illness, so they don't dare to clean themselves often. For various reasons, intelligent demons prefer big cities and despise villages. Zhou Chen never expected that demons would have class discrimination and a hedonistic lifestyle. It truly was that without intelligence, there were no desires, but with intelligence came heavy desires. From what the military officer said, intelligent, humanoid demons are somewhat like humans. Who says they aren't? You've seen the demons in the secret realm. If they have intelligence, who can tell if they are human or demon? Kai Cheng's words were somewhat off. Zhou Chen, who could see health bars and monster identity information, could indeed tell the difference. However, he wouldn't reveal his uniqueness to avoid others thinking he had strange eyes and targeting him. Come on, I'll take you for a ride and show you the colorful world outside the camp. Since Kai Cheng also needed to return to the city to accompany his wife and children, he brought Zhou Chen along. To Zhou Chen's surprise, Kai Cheng actually had personal guards, and they were elite soldiers from the Wuwei camp. With the escort of 10 personal guards, they quickly arrived at Jing'an City without much delay. This city was much larger than the military fortress of the Jing'an army, with open city gates where pedestrians and carriages came and went, and merchants bustling in and out continuously. As soon as they entered the city, Kai Cheng took his personal guards back to his residence, leaving Zhou Chen with an address and telling him not to stay at an inn, but to come to his house for the night. With this, Zhou Chen was temporarily free from the constraints of military law and had the protection of an official seal. However, he couldn't feel happy because he discovered a serious problem. Kai Cheng had not lied to him. Demons really did enjoy indulgence. While wandering the bustling streets, he saw several charming young women leaning against the railings, waving and selling smiles, some of whom had not only blood bars above their heads but also identity information. Level 6 painted skin green slave, level 5 painted skin charming girl, level 8 painted skin dancer. This was no flower house or brothel. It was likely a den of demons. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The divine armored soldiers and martial officers were enough to sweep away these painted skins lurking in the city. But there were also women driving carriages and noble ladies entering and exiting grand mansions, which posed a problem as well. Level 10 painted skin lady, level 9 painted skin concubine, level 7 painted skin miss, and there were even varieties like level 6 painted skin beggar, level 6 painted skin servant, and level 5 painted skin waiter. The more Zhou Chen wandered, the more he felt that Jing'an City was unusual. It was hard to say whether it was the human race's power that allowed demons to hide or if the painted skins were secretly parasitizing the city. In fact, he had thought about a question before: since demons could consume humans to gain intelligence, would they help their subordinates or kindred gain intelligence after becoming enlightened? The situation in Jing'an City confirmed the existence of this issue. It seemed the court was also aware of this possibility, which was why they had sealed important secret realms and armies within military fortresses for closed management. When Zhou Chen saw the level 8 painted skin doctor stationed at the medical clinic and the level 7 painted skin rascals lurking in the streets, he realized that the professions capable of causing unexpected deaths in Jing'an City were basically all associated with painted skins. Although he hadn't been to the prison in Jing'an City, he imagined that there would also be painted skins among the guards there. This truly is a painted skin ghost city. There is likely an undiscovered demon den nearby. Wait, could Kai Cheng's wife be one too? I need to check. Intelligence was indeed remarkable. The painted skins that had gained intelligence knew how to maintain a facade of order, making Jing'an City appear peaceful and prosperous. Although this city was fraught with dangers, there were no signs of rampant demons or extermination of its citizens. The painted skins were clever. They transformed into various human forms, blending into the city as people. Hidden among the populace, hard to discern their true forms. Zhou Chen casually found a gift shop on the street and asked the attendant to help him select some gifts. After paying a little extra, the shop assistant agreed to deliver them to Yaofafang, the residence of military officer Kai. Thus, Zhou Chen obtained a living map of the city, as the shop assistant introduced him to many aspects of the city while on the way. For example, the worst beggars, the rascals, the many guests at flower houses, the skilled dancers at brothels, and the best places were the courtyards of residences, where one could enjoy tea and music and leisure. The courtyards are the true elegant spots in the city. If you want to have fun, remember to find me. I can help you get in, definitely cheaper than those intermediaries. The guest has arrived at the military officer's residence. I won't accompany you inside to avoid the doorman thinking you lack sincerity. The shop assistant was used to judging people by their clothing and demeanor. Seeing Zhou Chen dressed like a martial artist, he assumed Zhou Chen was there to seek help. Alright, here's a little more for you, buy some tea on the way. The guest is generous. They say martial artists value righteousness. Today, I've truly opened my eyes. After the shop assistant left, Zhou Chen, holding the gifts in both hands, walked towards the nearby residence of military officer Kai. The military officer was a 5th-rank military official of the Great Wei, and with Kai Cheng responsible for attacking secret realms and offering spiritual objects, he was an absolute confidant of the Jing'an captain. Therefore, Kai Cheng is undoubtedly a wealthy man. His residence is not only large, but also has guards, a doorman, and a housekeeper in abundance. The two guards did not recognize Zhou Chen and initially wanted to consult the housekeeper, but upon seeing the copper seal in Zhou Chen's hand, they immediately opened the door and let him in. The doorman rushed over to help him carry the gifts and quickly led the way as a host. Young master, you have finally arrived. My lord said as soon as he returned home today that he wanted to host a banquet for the Jing'an governor. Everyone in the residence is busy preparing, so I will take you to the main hall for some tea first. No rush, I've been wandering around the city for half a day and could use a rest. Kai Cheng's residence was indeed clean, and the servants and maids moving about were all normal people, with no signs of any painted skin. The reason Zhou Chen came to visit Kai Cheng was not because Kai Cheng was his superior, but because Kai Cheng treated him well, often teaching him things, and their shared experiences in battle had forged a bond of brotherhood. Zhou Chen did not want to see his friend harmed in secret, so he had to attend the banquet at Kai Cheng's home. Clearly, not only did he consider Kai Cheng a friend, but Kai Cheng also regarded him as one. Before Zhou Chen had finished a cup of tea in the main hall, Kai Cheng appeared with his wife and children. Although the atmosphere in the Great Wei was martial and open, meeting each other's wives and children still held significant meaning. For normal people, it represented a good relationship between the two families and a respect for guests. For warriors, it carried an additional meaning, recognizing each other and knowing who the friends of their comrades were, so that in the event of one side's death in battle, they could fulfill their obligations. No wonder my husband said as soon as he returned that Jing'an is a good young master. Usually, those personal guards who come to the residence would be lucky not to take anything away, let alone bring gifts. Uncle, you are being too polite. You and my husband are blood brothers in battle. Treat this place as your own home. There's no need for gifts. Zhou Chen has met the lady and the military officer. Kai Cheng's wife was tall and slender, and their two children were quite adorable, neither of them being painted skin creatures. Brother, I have brought my wife and children to meet you, and you still call me by my military title? If you don't mind, just call me Brother Kai. If I'm happy, I'll have my wife introduce you to a well-bred young lady. Pa, don't call him that. I'll help you keep an eye out for a good girl too. The two little ones, unaware of what their parents were discussing, nervously tugged at their sleeves, curiously sizing up Zhou Chen. After the three adults became familiar with each other, they settled on more intimate titles, with Zhou Chen addressing them as Brother Kai and sister-in-law. You brought quite a few gifts on your first visit, so as your sister-in-law, I must give you something in return. You are a divine archer in the military, so this jade thumb ring, used for archery, is a fitting gift. Please don't think it too little. Thank you, sister-in-law, for the gift. I was just in need of a thumb ring. Kai Cheng and his wife had clearly planned this out, even the gifts were so appropriate. It was no wonder they were eager to befriend him. Zhou Chen had immense potential, having become a military duke at such a young age. Although he had no family background, he was clean and upright. Such a talented young archer, as long as he didn't meet an untimely end, would surely rise to prominence sooner or later. Now was the best time to befriend him, not only out of brotherhood but also out of a desire to support and uplift him. After chatting for a while, Kai Cheng's wife took the two children away, leaving Zhou Chen and Kai Cheng to converse freely. Yuan Di, what your sister-in-law just said is true. It's not easy for you to manage family affairs in the military. Your sister-in-law is preparing to find you a good girl, and also help you find a nice residence, so you won't be deceived by the toothless men. You don't have to worry about money. I can lend you some first, and you can pay me back slowly later. Just this one sentence from Kai Cheng made Zhou Chen feel that his visit was worthwhile. Although he valued Zhou Chen's potential, he genuinely felt a brotherly obligation. After chatting for a bit, Zhou Chen politely declined the matchmaking, stating that he aspired to be a martial artist and wanted to participate in the court's opening spirit examination. Alright, you have a talent for martial arts and are young and ambitious. You should indeed accumulate merits and try for that opening spirit examination, or you might regret it for life. I have a martial technique here called 3 Talents Post, which is a martial arts manual produced from a secret realm treasure chest. Take it and see if you can practice something useful, Kai Cheng said as he stood up to leave, soon returning with a copy of the martial arts manual. Yuan, don't underestimate the name 3 Talents Post, it's actually a good method for strengthening the body. The soldiers of our Jing'an army all practice the strengthening section of the 3 Talents Post. Your situation is special. You haven't undergone any strengthening training yet, you've joined the Divine Arm team. This is a perfect opportunity for me to lend you the original version to help you make up for the lack of a strengthening method. However, I must say, this thing is solid at the front and hollow at the back. Just focus on practicing the strengthening method, don't be misled by the pretentious stuff at the end. Thank you, Brother Kai, for the gift, I am truly grateful. The 3 Talents Post that Kai Cheng provided was the genuine original, complete with data descriptions. Zhou Chen couldn't directly add the 3 Talents Post to his attribute panel in front of him, so he patiently flipped through it. Indeed, the items produced from level 3 dungeons and level 5 bosses were much more reliable than the Big Bear Post. This martial technique is divided into 3 posts, Heaven, Earth, and Man, which correspond to guiding the spirit, sensing the energy, and strengthening the body, respectively. It is far more practical than the vaguely conceptual Big Bear Post and does not provide instant results in nurturing energy or awakening the spirit. It belongs to the category of guiding and sensing body techniques. The purpose of the entire martial technique is not to practice but to guide, based on essence, sourced from energy, and led by spirit, ultimately uniting the 3 talents to form the 3 Talents Seal. The data description also indicated that the 3 Talents Seal simultaneously mobilizes the 3 attributes of essence, energy, and spirit to launch a special attack. Brother Kai, have you mastered the 3 Talents Seal? I've said it's just a pretentious excuse. Who can master that thing? What Kai Cheng couldn't master didn't mean Zhou Chen couldn't. For a normal person, achieving 3 to 5 levels of the 3 Talents Post would be quite good, and those with talent might reach 7 or 8 levels. But to achieve full mastery, condensing essence, energy, and spirit to form the 3 Talents Seal is not something that can be attained merely through talent or years of practice. This requires comprehension. If one can understand how to sense energy and guide the spirit, then it will naturally come. If not, no amount of practice will help. However, these are the requirements for normal cultivation, which posed no restrictions on Zhou Chen. After the evening banquet began, Zhou Chen and Kai Cheng had a good drink together, with Kai Cheng's personal soldiers naturally helping him by pouring Zhou Chen strong liquor. But Zhou Chen had a max-level food supplement skill, making it incredibly difficult to get him drunk. In the end, amidst cheers of good drinking capacity and camaraderie, the banquet concluded with promises to drink together again next time. Madame Kai had already arranged for servants to carry the drunken men into their rooms to rest. Only Zhou Chen remained sober, following the servants back to his guest room. Once in the guest room, he no longer needed to hide it. He directly added the 3 Talents Post to his attribute panel and clicked to use and learn it. The experience required for the 3 Talents Post was 5 times that of the Big Bear Post, with the first level requiring 50 experience points. But this was no issue. Zhou Chen had accumulated quite a bit of experience from attacking dungeons during this time, so leveling up the 3 talents post was still feasible. With continuous investment of experience points, the 3 talents post quickly reached max level. However, since the core of the 3 talents post is strengthening the body, sensing energy, and guiding the spirit, rather than the Big Bear post's nurturing energy and awakening spirit, it did not provide Zhou Chen with new energy and spirit attributes, only adding a bit to his essence attribute. But this did not mean the 3 talents post was weaker than the Big Bear post. The difference arose simply from the different cultivation goals. The max level 3 talents post granted Zhou Chen a passive skill sensing energy and guiding spirit and an active skill 3 talents seal. After maxing out the skills, he took another look at his attribute panel. Health, 100%, Essence, 4, Energy, 2, Spirit, 2. Very good, status is complete. Let me test the power of the 3 talents seal. Considering this is someone else's home, it's not appropriate to make too much noise. On his way to the toilet, Zhou Chen found a flower bed where flowers and plants were grown to test. He bent down to look for a larger, flat piece of land, then extended his palm upward, with the palm facing sideways, pressing his thumb against his little finger to form the 3 talent seal. In the next moment, the essence, energy, and spirit converged. His palm became engorged in red, as if a large amount of vital energy had condensed in an instant. In the vision of his soul, a colorless world suddenly shone with brilliance, and a palm was entwined with red, blue, and yellow glows, standing firm with the seal. The effect of the 3 talents seal was even stronger than Zhou Chen had imagined. It was not a martial art that was easy to control, but rather an explosive means of gathering energy and strength. In this state, the 3 talents seal could not be held for long. The faster it was executed, the better, and the less damage it would inflict on oneself. Moreover, this skill did not allow for a light strike. The moment it was unleashed, it was a full-force explosion. Given this, Zhou Chen merely felt the state of forming the seal before he struck the land of Eantide with a seal. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound, a small pit was created in the land of Eantide. The surrounding soil exploded and cracked from below, the vibrations spreading outward, stirring up a cloud of dust. The soil around the pit was overturned, while the center was very compact, clearly indicating that a heavy object had struck and solidified the structure. Zhou Chen looked at the basin-sized pit before him and his bruised, swollen palm, truly feeling the violent explosion of the 3 talents seal. This violence not only inflicted damage on the target but also harmed the sealcaster's body. However, this strike felt exceptionally refreshing, just as described in the 3 talents post. Forming the 3 treasures and unleashing the 3 talents was a protective technique and a method of enlightenment. Once the 3 talents seal was unleashed, it indeed allowed for a more intuitive perception of the obscure and elusive energy and the divine in the unseen. It could be considered a skill that attempted to control energy and spirit through violence. Zhou Chen glanced at his health bar, which had dropped to 95%, picked up a hoe from the flower bed, and tidied up the marks he had made. Then he returned to his guest room, used a healing rice ball from his inventory, and fell asleep with his eyes closed. The next day, upon waking, not only was his health bar full again, but the negative status on his arm had completely recovered, with no trace of damage. Just as he was about to have breakfast and take his leave, he saw an old woman trimming the flowers and plants in the flower bed where he had tested his skills yesterday. Although the old woman's demeanor was just like that of a normal person, the identity information above her health bar revealed everything. Level 8 painted skin old woman. I wonder who that old woman is. Does Brother Kai have such an elderly servant in his household? Young master must not be rude. That is the old lady of the household, who believes in Buddhism and lives frugally, never wearing fine clothes unless it's a major festival. The old lady enjoys planting flowers, and the young master was worried she would tire herself, so he replaced them with a batch of easy-to-care for flowers for her leisure. So it's the old lady of the household. I truly apologize. I, as a martial man, judged by appearances and hastily concluded without seeing the fine clothes and servants, which is indeed a fault. I won't disturb the old lady's enjoyment. I will go to Brother Kai to apologize first. The household servant did not think much of it and directly led Zhou Chen to the main hall to take a seat. Come, eat while it's hot, don't wait for those lazy men. They probably drank too much yesterday and will take half a day to get up. Kai Chun looked very happy, and Zhou Chen also knew that there were distinctions in closeness. If there were issues with the old lady of the household, once he spoke up, he would not only not receive thanks but would also sever ties. Therefore, he did not rush to mention the problem he had discovered. Since this painted skin ghost was hiding in the military commander's residence, it would certainly not act recklessly, otherwise, Kai Cheng's wife and children would have long been dead. Brother Kai, when I came earlier, I saw the old lady of the household. We should wait for her to take her seat before we eat. No need, my mother usually eats vegetarian and recites Buddhist scriptures, and she doesn't eat meat. I see, I just saw the old lady dressed simply, with no attendants by her side, and thought she was a subordinate of the household. Please forgive me, Brother Kai. I'm not blaming you. If it weren't for the old folks in the manor, no one would realize that my mother is the mistress here. Ever since my father passed away, her temperament has changed drastically. Sometimes she wouldn't speak a word for over 10 days. After years of tending to flowers and plants, she has improved a lot. However, she still insists on not keeping any worldly possessions, chanting scriptures, and burning incense to pray for my father and atone for our sins, saying that we have committed too many killings and rarely see good results. Zhou Chen was unaware that while he was conversing with Kai Chang, the old woman in disguise had also stopped the servant guiding them. Was that person just now a friend of Chang'er? What did he say to you? Old madam, that person is Zhou Chen from Jing'an, a close friend of the eldest master. He mistook you for a subordinate due to your simple attire and has gone to apologize to the eldest master. He should be apologizing to me, not to Chang'er. He seems to be someone who only recognizes official robes. Such a hypocritical person, burdened with the sins of slaughter, is better left unacknowledged. The old woman in disguise had crafted a new persona for herself. Her long-term practice of vegetarianism and aversion to killing led everyone in the manor to believe she was a devout Buddhist layperson. Yet, no one knew that this seemingly peaceful layperson was actually a hidden spy within the military governor's residence. The painted skins with awakened intelligence varied in cleverness and clumsiness, but they knew who truly posed a threat to them in Jing'an City, or rather, who could eliminate the demons plaguing the citizens. This question could easily pinpoint the martial officer and his renowned soldiers. Therefore, keeping track of the movements of the martial officer and his elite soldiers became crucial. In this situation, the painted skins discovered an almost perfect target, the military governor Kai Chang. Kai Chang was a trusted confidant of the Jing'an officer and was also the absolute confidant responsible for supplying spiritual items, in addition to being the direct superior of the elite soldiers. In the absence of a way to replace the officer's family, replacing Kai Chang's family became the best option. As for why they chose to replace the old lady instead of Kai Chang's wife, it was because the old lady had the advantage of seniority. By assuming the identity of a mother, the painted skin could not only move about freely but also eavesdrop on conversations without disguise. Last night at the banquet, the painted skin returned to the reception hall, loosening the soil of the bougainvillea in the corner while listening to the discussions inside. A group of boisterous warriors, fueled by wine, spoke freely, revealing that the Jing'an army had gained a new sharpshooter, which was highly regarded by Kai Chang. Originally, this was nothing. As long as it wasn't a major event involving the martial officer entering the city, the painted skins in the city didn't need to remain vigilant. However, being chosen by the painted skins to be sent into the military governor's residence as a spy indicated a very patient existence. Its patience complemented its disguise as an old woman, allowing it to gather valuable intelligence. This time was no exception. Even though Zhou Chen and Kai Chang had already dispersed and returned to their rooms to sober up, it had not given up. It leisurely tidied up the potted plants nearby, picked up a small hoe, and prepared to enter the courtyard where the guest rooms were located to tend to the flowers and listen to drunken ramblings. Now, the patient spy spotted a strange guest. The darkness could not obscure the painted skin's vision. It saw a young guest squatting on the ground, making a single-handed seal. That seemingly flexible and firm palm suddenly turned a deep red, and in the eyes of the painted skin, a blood-red aura surged. Boom! A heavy, muffled roar nearly shattered the courage of the painted skin. It withdrew its prying gaze, its body collapsing like a puddle of mud on the ground, curling tightly in the corner, surrounded by deep fear. The Wei Court's summary of demons was quite accurate. After awakening, they enjoyed pleasure in beautiful things, but they also feared death. The painted skin was not afraid of ordinary knives, guns, swords, or axes. Those could only pierce its skin, not extinguish its spirit or take its life. But the three talisman seal was entirely different. This skill was a condensation of essence, energy, and spirit, a special attack drawn from the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity. This attack can not only pierce through the skin of the painted disguise but can also kill it and disperse its shadowy spirit. Therefore, it was afraid. It feared that Zhou Chen was a martial artist sent by the Jing'an captain to investigate the military Sima's residence, and it was also afraid that Zhou Chen would discover its abnormalities, prompting it to stamp her without further ado. Originally, its disguised identity came with a protective talisman, and the military Sima Kai Chang would definitely protect it well. But now it was useless. It couldn't withstand that stamp, let alone a mere Kai Chang. His official position is not as high as Kai Chang's. I can have Kai Chang drive him away. In the future, the military Sima's residence must not allow him to enter. After the painted skin old woman regained her composure, she dusted off the dirt on her clothes and quickly walked towards her bedroom. The night was too dangerous, with fierce spirits lurking. She would wait until dawn to go out. Demons with intelligence have desires and fears, and naturally, they can also get angry. After returning to her room, the painted-skin old woman grew angrier the more she thought about it. She was furious at her own fear and at the sudden appearance of a fierce spirit in her safe residence. Therefore, early the next morning, she went to the guest courtyard to tend to the flowers and plants, preparing to find an excuse to drive Zhou Chen away. Her goal was achieved. The moment she had contact with Zhou Chen, the persona of a pious Buddhist who despises killing would take effect. Since she had an excuse, the painted-skin old woman naturally couldn't wait even a moment. "You go call Chang'er over, I have something to discuss with him." The servants dared not disobey the old lady's command, and Kai Chang, being a filial son, would certainly not ignore his mother. Before long, Kai Chang arrived at the guest courtyard's flower garden, led by a servant. "Mother, you called for me. Is there something wrong with the flowers and plants in the residence that need to be replaced? Flowers and trees also have lives, how can they be replaced?" "Chang'er, I practice vegetarianism and chant Buddha not for myself, but for you and your father. You have committed too many killings and carry heavy sins. If there are no scriptures to absolve you, you will surely be haunted by vengeful spirits." "Thank you, mother, for your blessings, I am deeply grateful." Kai Chang did not understand why his mother suddenly spoke of these things today, but to please the old lady, he cooperated and expressed his gratitude. "Chang'er, our family's Buddha statue has been consecrated, and the Buddha's spirit resides within. You, with your bloodthirsty nature, cannot see it, but you must not bring the aura of bloodshed that would ruin this peaceful abode's Buddha light. It's unjust, my bloodshed is due to my duties. I have never killed indiscriminately and have cared for my comrades, not holding any grudges that would ruin mother's prayers." Due to his father's death and his busy military duties, Kai Chang felt a sense of guilt towards his mother and family, so he was willing to consider their feelings. "You are my son, how could I blame you? I am talking about that Zhou Chen from Jing'an. He has committed heavy killings, his hands nearly stained red with blood, and he is a fierce character. Together, that aura of bloodshed nearly disrupts our family's peaceful Buddha light, bringing misfortune to us. Mother knows that Zhou Chen is your comrade, it is difficult for you to turn against him. I do not force you, just have him leave. If you wish to meet again, you can find a tavern or restaurant to drink together. Just don't bring him back to the residence, otherwise, it will ruin the prayers, and I truly cannot live anymore." Goodness, although this reasoning was baseless, filled with unfounded words of fortune and misfortune, it was indeed effective. The painted-skin old woman's established persona and her special identity meant that as long as Kai Chang had filial piety, he had to comply with his mother's wishes and send his friend away from the residence. After all, in the camp, friends could gather at any time, but it was rare to return home, so he had to first consider the likes and dislikes of his elderly mother. "Mother, please do not speak of life and death anymore, I will send Zhou Chen away right now. In the future, if we gather, I will find another place to accommodate him and will definitely not bring him back to the residence." "Good child, with your words, I can rest assured." After returning to the main hall, Kai Chang sat awkwardly for a while until Zhou Chen inquired, and he then briefly explained the situation at home. "I see, Brother Kai, you need not feel troubled, we are comrades, how can we become estranged over family matters? I just wanted to stroll around the city and see the prosperity of Jing'an City, so you don't need to see me off. Just spend some quality time with your wife and children at home." "Good brother, if you encounter any trouble, just mention my name, and Kai Chang will definitely come at your call." After Zhou Chen left the military commander's residence, he found a tea house to rest. While sipping tea, he recalled his experiences at the military commander's residence and quickly sorted out the reasons behind everything. Kai Chang has no need to lie to me, nor to fabricate stories about his mother. There are many disguises in the city, and they don't seem to have any intention of driving me away. It must be that the old woman in disguise sensed me while I was experimenting with my skills last night. The three talismans gather essence, energy, and spirit, and their power is not small. That old woman might have perceived a threat, so she concocted a tale of fortune and misfortune, insisting on driving me away. If the old lady in the residence were a normal person, Zhou Chen would not have thought much of it. But she was a disguised spirit, and hiding in the military commander's residence was definitely not because she liked being a mother to Kai Chang. Zhou Chen couldn't help but think further. Kai Chang is indeed valuable, whether in the military camp or in Jing'an City, he is considered a key figure. Even the disguised spirits have their eyes on him, going so far as to disguise themselves as his relatives to monitor his life. Zhou Chen was contemplating how to handle this matter, whether to pretend he didn't know or to secretly provide some clues. Just as he turned to pour tea, he saw 4 level 7 disguised rascals enter the tea house. "Brother, you're sitting in our spot, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" The old woman in disguise was an important informant for the disguised spirits, and there were several disguised spirits of various professions lurking around, waiting for her to relay messages. As soon as Zhou Chen left the military commander's residence, the old woman passed on the intelligence she had discovered to a disguised merchant. Thus, the 4 disguised rascals followed him to the tea house, ready to test Zhou Chen's strength. If Zhou Chen's strength was limited, they would naturally kill him. If he was powerful, they could adjust their plans and keep him under surveillance. However, what the 4 disguised rascals did not expect was that before they could finish their provocative words, Zhou Chen simply left the building. "Hey, don't run. You have to give us brothers an explanation today." A crowded place seemed like a human stronghold, more suitable for avoiding danger, but that was not the case. Zhou Chen knew without thinking that the disguised rascals would definitely dare to kill. At worst, they would be captured by the disguised enforcers who came in response. Once in prison, they might even have disguised jailers to assist them. They wouldn't die, and the government of Jing'an City couldn't do anything to them. If they were foolish enough to think that the crowd would deter them from acting recklessly, that would be a big mistake. Whenever the disguised rascals showed their fists and feet, there would be no shortage of onlookers. If they brandished weapons, the crowd would scatter. So Zhou Chen ignored them, turned, and left, merging into the crowd. "He's over there. Don't let him escape. The Black Tiger Gang is on the job. Bystanders, clear out." The 4 disguised rascals chased closely, and a disguised beauty leaning against the railing openly pointed the way for them. The pedestrians on the street hurriedly avoided them, and the girls from the flower houses pulled the disguised beauty, telling her not to meddle in their affairs. At this moment, the city seemed to be divided into 2 parts. One part consisted of oblivious humans, each living their own lives, while the other part was made up of disguised spirits with ulterior motives. Zhou Chen glanced at his inventory: 112 healing ointments, 35 J-True pills, and 237 rice balls. In terms of weapons, he had over 60 swords, spears, and shields, 20 sets of leather armor, and 13 sets of bows and arrows, all dropped from dungeons. "Have you mistaken your identities? I am the boss here." With ample restorative potions, multiple max-level skills, and the high burst damage of the 3 talismans, Zhou Chen was actually stronger than the dungeon boss, the level 5 bandit leader, with higher output and thicker health. In terms of skills, he completely crushed them. For level 7 monsters really couldn't take him down, anything above level 10 was uncertain, but with the healing from the potions, he should be able to hold his own. "Run? Aren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now?" After the 4 level 7 skinning rascals chased him into a dead end, they found that Zhou Chen had drawn a knife, seemingly intending to kill them in this secluded alley. "Daring to draw a knife, how rude! Be careful of my clothes. If they get torn, I'll definitely skin you alive to patch them up." "Do you know who I am? Ha ha." He asks if we know who he is. "Kid, this isn't your military fortress. Just a small Jing'an, and you really think we wouldn't dare to take you down? Come and die, let me see if your skin is tough." Zhou Chen initially wanted to extract some information, but the skinning rascals didn't give him a chance. They pulled out daggers and skinning knives and surrounded him. "It seems there's nothing to talk about. Fine, I'll try to leave one alive for questioning." Zhou Chen's words made the 4 skinning rascals laugh heartily. This guy couldn't have gone stupid from staying in the military camp, could he? Without a shield or armor, and with no comrades around, he would die from just a couple of cuts. Where did he get the confidence to deal with all 4 of them? Clearly, the skinning rascals sent to attack Zhou Chen were not informed that he might be a martial artist. They were only told to kill someone. Blowing hot air, die. The moment the 4 skinning rascals closed in, Zhou Chen used a bottle of blue recovery elixir. Then, with his right hand, he swung the knife in a sweeping motion from the 8 styles of breaking edge, while his left hand formed the 3 talisman seal and struck towards one of the skinning rascals' head. With 4 points of agility, Zhou Chen's knife was swift and powerful, delivering a sharp blow that knocked 2 skinning rascals down directly. These guys were not as formidable as level 7 monsters. Their attack methods were similar to those of bandit knife wielders in dungeons. It seemed that their skin not only served as a disguise but also limited their strength. No! The battle erupted in an instant, and the enemy faltered just as quickly. Using the recovery potion temporarily activated his blue bar for attack, fully unleashing the core of the 3 talisman seal, which was based on strength and fueled by energy. The moment the 3 talisman seal activated, Zhou Chen's left palm glowed a deep red, then ignited with a visible flame of blood energy. Bang! The blood flame-enhanced 3 talisman seal slammed heavily onto one level 7 skinning rascal. In the next moment, the level 7 skinning rascal exploded like a balloon, with shattered skin fragments scattering everywhere. A black shadow broke free from the skin, its health bar reduced by more than half, and after a wail, it quickly darted towards the shadow in the corner. The skills supported by the blue bar were indeed powerful, the blood flames triggered by the 3 talisman seal burned its smoky body relentlessly. Ah, it hurts so much. Give me your skin, I want a piece of skin. All of this happened in the instant they clashed. The 4 confident skinning rascals never expected that just one encounter would leave one of their own severely injured, possibly even fatally. Why you are a martial artist. I'm not, don't talk nonsense. You know too much already. Zhou Chen interrupted the skinning rascal, even though it was he who had broken the skin and discovered the hidden ghostly being. How did it turn into them knowing too much? Bang! Another skinning rascal was blown apart. The wails of the ghostly spirit and the soul-devouring blood flames terrified the remaining 2 skinning rascals. Don't come over! Help! Someone's killing! The skinning rascals appeared fierce, but their will was weak. Although their levels were not low, their fighting spirit was far inferior to that of the armored soldiers of the Jing'an army. This was not due to their low combat power, but because from the moment they gained intelligence, they had been in the position of prey. They had witnessed human wails and pleas for mercy, and had unleashed their own ferocity and cruelty, but they had never experienced a desperate life and death struggle. Intelligence could only grant them the ability to think, it could not give them fearless conviction. When they had no intelligence, they could fight without fear. After gaining intelligence, they changed, becoming aware and timid. Therefore, when they saw their companion explode, they couldn't help but feel fear and instinctively cried out for help like humans. Run, quick! Go find the officials to catch this murderer. The painted skins have disguised themselves as humans for too long, or rather, since they gained intelligence, they have lived like humans, and their behavior has naturally been influenced by people. At this moment, they just want to escape the deserted alley as quickly as possible, to cry for help on the street, so that Zhou Chen would not dare to commit murder in front of everyone. But they were wrong. When people see ferocity, they scatter. How could they stand up to help a rogue they do not know? Moreover, Zhou Chen has maxed out his agility skills, and his speed is much faster than these painted skins. Bang! The ball exploded, and the wailing of the spirits echoed, as the soul-devouring blood flames attached themselves to something, sizzling as if they had touched grease. Help! There's a murder! The last remaining level 7 painted skin had just run out of the alley when a strong hand yanked it back. It wept and wailed, using all its strength to claw at the brick corners of the wall, begging the passing vendors for help. But the thug in the alley had no intention of letting it go, suddenly exerting force and breaking its finger skin, from which black mist flowed like blood. That thief is committing murder. The officials are on their way. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, a robust young man poked his head out from the alley. Indeed, there are not so many coincidences in the world. The blustering old man was just a level 6 painted skin vendor. Old man, selling dates? Bring one over for me to taste. If it's sweet, I'll buy some. You. I won't do business with you. If you want to eat, take it all, but don't take my life. What nonsense are you talking, old man? I am a gentleman. How could I harm your life? Are your old eyes dim and you mistook me for a villain? Come, take a look. Is there anyone in this alley? I just came here to relieve myself. I can't let you tarnish my reputation. Zhou Chen grabbed the painted skin vendor and pulled him into the alley, scaring the vendor so much that he trembled and begged for mercy. Sir, spare my life. The old man saw nothing. I have children and grandchildren to support at home. I can't lose my life for nothing. If you keep talking nonsense, I will truly be angry. Look, how clean this alley is. Where are the villains? The 4 spirits hiding in the shadows of the wall wailed continuously, as the soul-devouring blood flames burned their ghostly energy. Save me, brother, save me. Brother, give me a skin, it hurts so much. Under Zhou Chen's pressure, the painted skin vendor did not dare to look at the spirits even once, only glancing around the alley casually, but quickly nodding repeatedly. Good sir, I was just having a fit. There is nothing in this alley. You are definitely not a bad person. Did you see clearly? I saw clearly, in broad daylight. I would never mistake it. That's good, you can go now, and don't run around in alleys in the future. If you encounter real villains, it won't be good. Of course, thank you for your guidance, sir. The painted skin vendor tiptoed on trembling legs, stepping out of the alley one step at a time. The wailing of the spirits suddenly lessened, and after 2 more steps, there was not a sound. Damn it, why provoke this fierce one? If it really comes to blows, the singers, vendors, and jesters can't compare to a bloodthirsty warrior. Fortunately, that warrior can't see through our skins, otherwise, I would have to pay the price today. The painted skin vendor did not dare to linger, gritting his teeth and quickly running out of the alley, only daring to sneak a glance at the corner of the alley. With that glance, he saw the fierce smile of the thug in the alley, nearly scaring his soul away. What are you afraid of? I'm not a ghost. The reason Zhou Chen did not kill the painted skin vendor was that he did not want to force the painted skins to surround him with all their might. Being able to kill painted skins and being able to see through their disguises are two completely different matters. Being able to kill only proves his strength, the painted skins can just avoid him. Being able to see through their disguises means there is no room for maneuvering. The painted skins must kill anyone who sees through their disguises, otherwise, they will not be able to continue surviving in the city. Therefore, the moment Zhou Chen saw the skin painting vendors, he adopted a fully explanatory attitude, allowing the painted skins to continue to maintain their carefree sense of security in disguise. It seems our roles are about to switch. The 4 painted skin rascals and 1 skin painting vendor made Zhou Chen realize how anthropomorphized they had become. This was good news. The more human-like they were, the more fear they harbored within, and the group's combat effectiveness would become increasingly loose. If they were of low intelligence and charged recklessly, Zhou Chen would indeed have to run back to the military fortress to hide. But that was no longer necessary. The painted skins had learned everything about being human, including having their own thoughts and being bullies to the weak while fearing the strong. It's been so long, and there's still no support arriving. It seems the painted skins are not a military group like the Jing'an army, but rather a loosely organized gang. Zhou Chen exited the dark alley, climbed onto the roof of a nearby courtyard, and lay there for about half an hour without seeing any painted skins entering the alley in groups. If it had been soldiers of the Jing'an army who were killed, the nearby patrols and armed camps would have certainly reacted, and the entire army would be on high alert. The painted skins had clearly only learned the lifestyle of the residents of Jing'an City and had not grasped the military's readiness for war, a deadly weapon. Indeed, how nice it is to hide in the city and enjoy life. Why would they seek hardship by living in fortresses and undergoing high-pressure training? After waiting for a while and realizing he couldn't probe the group's reaction, Zhou Chen opened his attribute panel to check his gains. The 4 painted skin rascals provided him with 280 experience points, averaging 70 points each. In addition, there were 1 special item of painted skin rascal, 2 units of Yin accumulation liquid, and 4 skinning knives. Item, painted skin rascal, usage. The painted skin is difficult to depict. After use, it transforms into a painted skin rascal but cannot change height or weight. Note, when subjected to heavy blows or cutting damage, the painted skin will be damaged and can be repaired with Yin accumulation liquid. Item, Yin accumulation liquid. Description, Yin spirit enters the skin, a liquid that condenses like blood and flesh, filling the skin pouch. Usage, quickly restores a small amount of true energy, stacking the Yin cold state, alleviating fainting and temptation type negative states while continuously losing blood. The effects of the painted skin items were somewhat special, and the effects of the Yin accumulation liquid were also quite good. However, the Yin accumulation liquid was merely an item, not a medicine. To use it, one had to be prepared for the Yin cold to enter the body. An ordinary person would likely not have time to feel the energy after taking a dose and would first fall seriously ill. Taking 2 doses could even lead to death. This stuff was like a poison that exchanged blood for blue, far less useful than the Jade True powder produced in military camps. Not useful doesn't mean it can't be used. These painted skins are still valuable. As long as they have value, martial artists, noble families, and the court will likely take the initiative to eliminate demons. In the evening, Zhou Chen headed to an inn near Yawu Square. This place was very close to the military commander's residence, so if he encountered a sudden attack, he could take refuge there. Kai Cheng's card was still very useful, connecting the divine armored soldiers below and the Jing'an lieutenant above. With such a status, not to mention being harmed, even if a demon intruded into his residence, it would attract the attention of the Jing'an army. With the support of blood battles and brotherly bonds, even a high-ranking Jing'an lieutenant would have to step in to protect his trusted confidants. I've been wandering around the city for half a day, and the painted skins are unmoved. Have they completely given up? While Zhou Chen pondered the painted skins' attitude, they were also discussing him within Jing'an City. At this moment, in the eastern part of Jing'an City, at Xuanrong Square and the residence of the county magistrate's assistant, Luo Ying, a literary meeting was taking place. However, the few refined gentlemen present were not discussing the beauty of prose but rather a newly appointed Jing'an capital. Luo Jun, have you found out about Zhou Chen's identity? Is he a person of the Jing'an lieutenant or of the court? It has been confirmed that Zhou Chen hails from Qiaoxi village in Shangyue County and served in the military in June of the 13th year of Hongye. The county office records indicate that this person fought bears during his service and entered the camp as a sharpshooter, having experienced the Wuwei and Xixing camps before entering the Divine Arm to demonstrate his skills in killing. In just a month, he was promoted from the leader of the Xixing division to the commander of the Qianshan Brigade, and then to the Duke of the Jinshan Brigade, with the name personally appointed by the Jing'an school officer, receiving an official title and a golden seal. The few literary men present, who had been mingling at the county office for a long time, had already learned to analyze political orders and interpret information. Yet, despite this, Zhou Chen's rapid rise left them astonished. This guy, who was inconspicuous in the countryside, how did he suddenly possess the ability to subdue demons and monsters upon entering the officialdom, and his promotion was too swift? If not restrained, who could say who would be commanding the troops in a few years? But the Jing'an school officer not only did not suppress him but actively promoted him, which truly baffled the literary men. Luo Jun, Zhou Chen of Jing'an is certainly not a mere country bumpkin, he is likely a court spy disguised as a man of integrity. Indeed, from his promotion route, it aligns very well with the identity of a spy. Moreover, martial artists cannot do without spiritual items to replenish their energy, and he can obtain a stable supply of spiritual food upon entering the military camp. Though we do not know why the court dispatched a martial artist spy, we are fortunate to have verified his identity, which is a good thing. As long as we strengthen our surveillance over him, our plans will not be unexpectedly disrupted. The few literary men analyzed, attributing all the unreasonable aspects to the Great Wei Court. It was no wonder they misjudged. Zhou Chen's background was too clean. Rising from a farmer to an official was like a blank sheet of paper suddenly entering Jing'an City. Of course, such a farmer's son must exist in this world, but he would not rise so quickly, nor would he wield magical seals to subdue ghosts. Luo Jun, do you think it's possible that his father sent a secret letter to the court prompting them to dispatch a spy to investigate in Jing'an City? Absolutely impossible. His father is surrounded by our people, and with his mother accompanying him, he has no opportunity to convey messages outside. Furthermore, if the court really received a secret letter, it should not be Zhou Chen entering the city, but rather the Jing'an school officer and his elite soldiers. True, I was mistaken. With the authority of the Great Wei's political orders, commanding the Jing'an school officer and the county's martial artists to eliminate demons would be a piece of cake. There's no need to play any spy games with us. Although the literary men held low official positions, they were well versed in the implementation of county affairs and understood how martial the Great Wei nation was. Thud, thud, thud. The county magistrate's assistant, Luo Ying, frowned tightly, tapping the table a few times before making a certain decision. I intend to have Man Ning approach Zhou Chen, preferably to facilitate a romantic relationship to bind him with emotions. Only then can we firmly control that fierce young man, preventing him from causing trouble. How can that be? Man Ning is a beauty crafted by her mother, delicate and graceful, as if born from the heavens. Such a figure should marry into the prominent families of the city. How can we let a spy take advantage of her? There are priorities in matters. Zhou Chen is sharp and can cut through our garments. We must first stabilize him before planning for future developments. Luo Ying concluded, and the other literary men ceased to speak further. After all, it was merely a matter of marriage, and as long as it was beneficial, it could be with anyone. Since the main issue had been settled, the literary men no longer engaged in serious discussions, immediately calling in a group of young girls to dance and indulge in pleasures in the hall. Luo Ying left midway to a quiet courtyard in the residence. Mother, I want to use Man Ning to bind something, turning that infatuated young man into a puppet. All right. A beautiful woman attentively served the young man on the sickbed, her demeanor resembling a gentle wife caring for her beloved. But the young man showed no appreciation, alternating between sobbing and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. With status and position as light as skin, the ghostly nature transforms into human greed. Let the evil ghost strip me, and when I become a ghost, I will devour you and swallow all evils. De Lang is talking nonsense again. Luo Ying, go have the kitchen send a bowl of calming soup. Don't let your father suffer. Understood. After receiving the order, Luo Ying closed the door and left, with roars and mad words echoing behind. The sounds made her extremely irritated, like seeing a barking dog that she couldn't kick to death. Sigh, such a useless person. What right does he have to be our father? If it weren't for that skin, I would have stripped you long ago, so you could understand that although there are ghostly beings in this world, it doesn't mean you can do as you please. Zhou Chen was unaware that the painted skins were preparing to put on a show for him. They aimed to ensnare this hot-blooded youth in a web of love, and then weave a rope from that web to make him a dog in the ring, a puppet in love. Fortunately, he could see the health bars and the identities of the monsters. No matter how perfect the disguise, it could not deceive his heart. Bang, bang. Jing'an, I have bought the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures you wanted, costing a total of 320 coins. Would you like to settle the bill with us, or should we go to the military governor's office to reconcile? Don't rush. Who carries over 100 coins when they go out? I'll give you a receipt, and you can send someone to the military fortress to collect it. I won't let you make a trip for nothing. I'll add an extra 100 coins for your travel expenses. The official seal is quite useful. After Zhou Chen had spent all his money, he could still use an official seal as a receipt. During the day, he had entrusted the innkeeper to help him purchase books on Buddhism and Taoism, and just a few hours later, they were delivered. Jing'an is generous, take your time, I'll attend to the other guests. After the innkeeper left, Zhou Chen opened the Buddhist and Taoist books, hoping to find some useful skills within. It turned out that these scriptures were not fabricated. Besides various philosophies, there were indeed some practical contents. Zhou Chen found a set of breathing techniques in a book called The Sutra of Longevity of the Pine and Crane and a set of demon-slaying spells in the Sutra of the Great Golden Radiant King. Although other scriptures also recorded spells, most were just methods without practice, likely unable to generate skills. Therefore, Zhou Chen temporarily set them aside and chose 2 relatively complete texts for skill conversion experiments. Pine and Crane Breathing, Radiant King Demon Slaying. Let me see if the scriptures and spells can come to fruition. The bustling Jing'an city was different from the closed military fortress. Here, there were various professions and a multitude of crafts. If Zhou Chen was willing to spend a bit more time, he might be able to skill up a few. However, he valued the widely circulated Buddhist and Taoist classics and the systematic medical texts more. Compared to the medical theories that required careful teaching, the Buddhist and Taoist classics with a purpose of preaching were easier to obtain. Zhou Chen spent only 320 coins to gain the right to view the scriptures and spells. He didn't know how much true essence the 2 sects of Buddhism and Taoism had left in these so-called fundamental texts, but he didn't mind giving it a try. Interestingly, besides the Sutra of Longevity of the Pine and Crane and the Sutra of the Great Golden Radiant King, Zhou Chen also discovered a book called The Classic of Mountains and Seas, which interprets the world. The first piece begins with a couplet: "In the beginning of chaos, the world was clear, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands concealed myriad phenomena, rare herbs and spiritual medicines sprouted everywhere, and demons and monsters hid from human traces." This poem seems to feign mystery but genuinely introduces some phenomena of the world. Those who understand the affairs of the world can see through it at a glance, while those who do not know the truth can also discern some secrets from it. The fact that this book could be published indicates that the Wei dynasty held an open attitude towards the existence of the secret realms of heaven and earth, at least towards the literate population. Isn't this a manifestation of confidence? Openly stating without concealment shows boldness. Upon obtaining The Classic of Mountains and Seas, a book introducing strange geographical tales, Zhou Chen couldn't help but stay up late studying it. The next day, he was awakened not by the innkeeper or any ill-intentioned ghostly beings, but by the military governor Kai Chang. "Brother Kai, why have you come here? Do you wish to invite me for a drink?" You Zhou Chen, as a guest, you still want me to treat you?" After exchanging a few playful remarks, they sat upright at the tea table. Zhou Chen knew that Kai Chang wouldn't come to the inn without reason. This visit even carried the implication of investigation and tracking. Kai Chang wouldn't be so reckless without a significant matter at hand. "Brother, my wife's family has encountered a disaster. I plan to take my personal soldiers to check it out, and I hope you can assist with your marksmanship. You and I are brothers, there's no need for pleasantries. However, please clarify the cause of the matter, so we can determine the enemy's status." "That is indeed necessary. My wife is the daughter of the prominent Zhang family in the city, and she has a younger sister named Man Ning, who is graceful and gentle. The child is beautiful and very sensible, winning the affection of relatives and friends. Last night, Manning suddenly had a seizure and fell unconscious, waking up at dawn. Afterwards, she told her family that in her dream, she saw a vengeful spirit eating her flesh and peeling her skin, and in unbearable pain, she begged her parents to save her. The Zhang family initially thought it was just a nightmare, but unexpectedly, Manning fell into a coma again, continuously moaning and crying out, "Mom, it hurts so much. Dad, save me." What parent can bear to see such a tragedy? My in-laws were nearly heartbroken, so I had to go take a look. Kai sincerely requested his brothers to accompany him. If there were any tangible demons, we would try our weapons, and if it were an intangible evil, I would return to the camp and respectfully invite the captain. Kai's words gave Zhou Chen a feeling of coincidence, too coincidental. Just yesterday, he had killed 4 skin-wearing rascals, and today he encountered ghostly affairs at a friend's home. Moreover, Kai's sister-in-law happened to be as beautiful as a flower, needing the help of this young military man to rescue her. There's something to this. I don't know if this medicine is a hero saving a beauty or a first meeting of hearts. It's best if it's a human disaster that requires human rescue, rather than being blinded by ghostly beings. Zhou Chen pondered for a moment, then stood up and left with Kai. He was not afraid of being besieged by skin wearers. After all, it was just a skin, no different from anyone else's. If they provoked him, he would directly use the item, skin-wearing rascal, to infiltrate among them and see what they were plotting. Military officer Kai Chang, Jing'an's Zhou Chen, and 10 sharp soldiers. The group took swords, spears, shields, leather armor, and bows from the military officer's residence and headed straight to the Zhang residence in Chunrongfang, east of the city. As they were leaving, Kai's wife also wanted to go visit her sister, but Kai firmly refused. Additionally, the old lady who claimed to be a vegetarian and reciting Buddhist scriptures also appeared, advising Kai to be cautious and not to act recklessly. It was indeed a strange scene for a skin-wearing ghost to advise an officer dealing with ghostly troubles. "Don't worry, mother. My brothers and I will test our strength. If it doesn't work, we will report to the superior." Zhou Chen noticed that when the old skin-wearing woman heard the words "report to the superior," her withered hands suddenly trembled a few times. This was a sign of concern. Then why did she still lead Kai into the situation? The Zhang residence in Chunrongfang, east of Jing'an City, was even larger than Kai's military officer's residence, with servants coming and going far exceeding those in Kai's home. But these details were not important. What mattered were the occasional appearances of monster identity information. Level 5 skin-wearing maid, Level 6 skin-wearing steward, Level 8 skin-wearing young master. The master has arrived. Quickly lead the way and let the master see if there are any demons causing trouble in the residence. The common people could not distinguish between the divine armored soldiers and martial artists. The person in charge of the Zhang residence could probably tell the difference but still hoped for Kai's help. "Kai, come quickly to see Manning. You must save her. As long as you can save my son, I am willing to offer gold and silver treasures to the military." Kai's father-in-law was clearly anxious, promising a generous reward before they even began their work. Crossing through a door, Zhou Chen and the 10 personal soldiers were stunned, but their reasons for surprise were different. The 10 personal soldiers were captivated by Zhang Manning's beauty and her heart-wrenching, exquisite demeanor. Zhou Chen was astonished to see the named elite monster, Level 15 skin-wearing Manning. "Kai, have you noticed anything?" Before Mr. Zhang could finish his sentence, 3 shadows emerged from under the bed of skin-wearing Manning, Level 5 in spirit. They waved their hands, pulling at skin-wearing Manning's body, causing her to emit weak moans. "This skin is good, don't fight me for it, it's mine." "Nonsense, I found it first, get away. Don't ruin my skin, or I'll kill both of you." The 3 in spirits began to fight each other, creating a temporary illusion that the human skin could not be peeled off. Kai and the 10 personal soldiers naturally could not see the in spirits or hear their soul-like words. At this moment, all the hidden skin-wearers in the Zhang residence, including the feigning unconscious skin-wearing Manning, were waiting for Zhou Chen to take action. "Quick, take action. Can't you see the spirits that broke through yesterday? Hurry up and deal with those spirits. The beauty is being tormented by a wicked ghost, and the ghost wants to peel off her skin. I can't stand this. How can he remain indifferent? Is he even human? This is a court spy with a heart as hard as iron." The B-plan. After some exchanges among the painted skins, the Level 8 painted skin young master seemed to suddenly remember something and rushed towards Kai Chang. "Brother-in-law, don't you have the divine liquid granted by the captain? Quickly take it out and try, maybe we can see something." Kai Chang didn't think much and casually pulled a pendant from around his neck. It was a small copper pot, no bigger than a fingertip. He twisted open the copper spout and dripped 2 drops of green liquid into his eyes. "There really are ghostly beings causing trouble, Zhou Chen, take the medicine." Kai Chang, the military officer, remained calm. Upon discovering the ghostly beings, he didn't charge in recklessly but instead gathered his comrades. Zhou Chen took the divine liquid, dripped a drop into his eyes, and instantly shot 3 arrows with his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. "Brother Kai, this won't do, the arrows can't pin them down." The painted skin butler, seeing that the B plan had been implemented, quickly reminded him. "Sir, I've heard that the blood of fierce spirits can exterminate evil spirits." Upon hearing this, Kai Chang cut his palm, covering the blade with blood, and swung his knife to strike. The several spirits seemed to encounter something terrifying, dodging repeatedly. Yet, even so, they were unwilling to give up that perfect skin circling around Zhang Manning's bed, severely limiting Kai Chang's performance. "There's such a saying, I'll give it a try too." Zhou Chen cut his arm, rubbed his palm with the blood, turning it red, then secretly formed the 3 talisman seal and approached. Since he hadn't taken the blue medicine, his palm didn't exhibit the blood flame effect, and the situation of sealing the blood with the seal was also concealed by the blood on his hand. Seeing Zhou Chen approach, the 3 Level 5 spirits still pretended, secretly provoking him. However, the Level 15 painted skin Manning, lying on the bed, began to panic. It wasn't an ignorant spirit, it knew Zhou Chen's achievements. It was very worried about this martial artist boy and unceremoniously gave him a seal. Don't be afraid, Zhou Chen from Jing'an doesn't know my background, he should protect me and won't harm me. This skin of mine is exquisite, as long as he's still human, he won't dislike this delicate and charming figure. Brother, help me." Kai Chang's loud shout interrupted the self-comforting of painted skin Manning and made the 3 Level 5 spirits face a real threat. The blood-stained crimson palm, seemingly sweeping with a knife, was actually forming seals to strike. Ah! The 3 talisman seal without the blue bar enhancement lost the soul-devouring blood flame, but it was still powerful. The spirits hit by Zhou Chen's 3 talisman seal instantly lost a third of their health, screaming in agony. Run! This guy is really capable. The 3 spirits no longer dared to surround the bed and didn't dare to provoke the great ghost on the bed. They shouted and tried to escape. The play had actually ended here. Next, Painted Skin Manning was supposed to suddenly awaken, attracted by the young warrior, and develop feelings. But Zhou Chen was precisely someone who didn't understand romance and didn't play by the rules. Don't go, take another strike from me. At this moment, the ordinary people in the Zhang residence greatly admired Zhou Chen's courage, but the painted skins secretly felt it was bad. Sure enough, Zhou Chen was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he dashed out of Painted Skin Manning's boudoir. By the time Painted Skin Manning opened her eyes as promised, there was no longer any young warrior, only a group of burly soldiers, including Kai Chang. Thank you, parents, for saving me. Good child, quickly lie down. Have the ghosts left? You being fine is our family's greatest blessing. Father, although the ghosts have left, I fear they may return. I am heartbroken and terrified after this ordeal. I hope a brave warrior will guard me closely. Although Zhou Chen was no longer visible, Painted Skin Manning's play still had to go on. As soon as these words were spoken, even Kai Chang felt a stir in his heart, let alone the other guards. But what kind of person was Master Zhang? Not only did he catch the implied meaning in his daughter's words, but he also instantly dismissed Kai Chang and his guards. My son, I've thought it through. No matter how good a family is, nothing is more important than safety. That Zhou Chen from Jing'an dares to fight against vengeful spirits, he is a truly brave and formidable man. I will speak with him shortly and ask him to stay and protect for a while. The hearts of the group of strong men shattered. With such a delicate girl in the hands of that hot-blooded young man Zhou Chen, there was bound to be some sparks. Kai Cheng's heart also trembled. This was bad. That young man was going to benefit from this. Truly a lucky fellow. Although the first step of the play in the courtyard had encountered some unexpected issues, the overall direction was still fine, which brought great relief. However, the other 3 level 5 spirits could not share in this relief, or rather, they could not gather together anymore. After Zhou Chen chased out of the courtyard, he used a bottle of Jade True Powder to activate his blue bar, dodged the gaze of several servants, and killed 3 spirits. This fierce approach left the hidden Huapi and the servants midst in great fear. Master Zhou, my lord requests your presence in the main hall for a discussion. The Huapi steward, suppressing his inner fear, stepped forward to invite this fierce person to move to another courtyard. In fact, he did not agree with today's play. While using the tale of vengeful spirits was simple to accomplish, it would also bring certain calamities. But the plan had already been set by those above, and he had no choice but to comply, only able to patch things up as best as he could to avoid Zhou Chen discovering anything amiss. Steward, why is there a haunting in your residence? Is there a reason for it? If the root cause is not removed, the vengeful spirits may not disperse. Facing Zhou Yuan's inquiry, the Huapi steward could only smile stiffly, indicating that the servants should not discuss matters of the master family. Master Zhou, this way please. When Zhou Chen returned to the main hall, the first thing he saw was the famed weak level 15 Huapi man Ning. Young Master Zhou, my daughter was nearly killed by a vengeful spirit, and fortunately, my son-in-law Kai Chang and you came to her aid. I should offer a heavy reward to express my gratitude, but my daughter Man Ning is so frightened by the vengeful spirit that she cannot find peace. Could I ask you, young Master Zhou, to stay and look after her for a few days to ensure her safety and health? Me? Why not the military officer? He has the spirit manifestation liquid and is a relative of the family, far more suitable than an outsider like me. The plot thickened. The Huapi were at a loss as to what to do, even thinking of having Zhou Chen and level 15 Huapi man Ning live together. Was this to raise a spirit? Young master should know, a girl must be guarded against suitors. Although Chenger is my family, it is not appropriate for him to be with an unmarried sister-in-law. If even Kai Chang must be guarded against, then I am even less suitable. I ask Master Zhang to seek another method. You young man are quite ignorant. You have an official status, and my family is prominent. It is a match in terms of social standing. After this calamity, I seek nothing more than the health of my children. You are unmarried, my son is unmarried, you are exceptionally brave, and my son is extraordinarily beautiful. If you could support each other, it would be a wonderful tale. Father, please stop. Man Ning's pale cheeks suddenly flushed with an unnatural redness, truly shy and infatuated. She turned to look at Zhou Chen, and for some reason, tears began to fall. Man Ning wants to live, my lord, save me. This heart-wrenching lament, combined with her tearful, hopeful expression, broke the hearts of everyone present. Only Zhou Chen remained unmoved, like a stone, even furrowing his brow as if faced with a difficult problem. Why is young master so heartless? My daughter is now 15, such a beautiful age, how can she be harmed for no reason? If you have any difficulties, please speak, for if you truly do not wish to, my Zhang family will not force you. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your kindness, but I have some ambitions in the military, and it may be difficult for me to stay in the city to look after your daughter. Zhou Chen's response left Kai Chang beside him somewhat dumbfounded, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could Zhou Chen really be so foolish? A girl as beautiful as Man Ning, there were hardly any in the entire Jing'an County, why refuse? Could his ambition to participate in the spirit examination be so resolute? Indeed, his strength was not without reason, this belief was worthy of his talent. What a ruthless heart you have, my lord. Can Man Ning still wait for you? The painted skin Man Ning acted very well, embodying the warmth of someone who wishes to be saved by their beloved and to accompany them for a lifetime. If it were a normal young warrior, seeing such infatuation for beauty would surely stir some feelings, even leading them to believe it was fate or love. But Zhou Chen was different, he didn't even know if he could defeat this level 15 elite monster, so he had no mind to play along. Thus, the painted skin Man Ning's infatuated pursuit ultimately failed to keep Zhou Chen. My son, there are many talented young men in the county. That boy is just a simpleton, let's find someone better. Father, I don't want anyone else, I want him. A daughter's heart is hard to change once it's set, I wish to wait for Yuan Lang to change his mind. It must be him, or I won't marry at all. A fateful bond, indeed. If my son were not infatuated, how could a mere Jing'an enter our family's main door? He is still not satisfied and repeatedly declines. Such a fool is better off forgotten. My son, just wait a bit longer, in time, you'll forget. Forget? How could I dare to forget? Under the respectful send-off of the Zhang family, Zhou Chen and his companions gradually moved away. Only one daughter leaned against the vermilion doorframe, gazing outward with a look of sorrow and longing, resembling a deeply affectionate girl bidding farewell to her beloved. Zhou Chen glanced back and saw a heart full of intent and charm, while the soldiers saw only deep feelings and pure love from a young girl. Brother, what a ruthless heart you have. It's not too late to turn back now. If you leave and then regret it, the Zhang family's door will not be easy to enter. Kai brother, do you really believe that a fleeting encounter can spark feelings? I don't believe it, but my sister-in-law Bai Yu is kind-hearted. What could she want from you, and what could you want from her? That's hard to say. What if she wants my appearance? Nonsense. Although you look heroic, there are many handsome young masters from noble families. If Man Ning were to judge by looks, she would have been married long ago. Kai Chang did not know that the beautiful and graceful Zhang Man Ning was a painted skin ghost. Just as he said, his sister-in-law Man Ning was adored for her beauty, which could truly captivate hearts and cover shortcomings. This led the accompanying soldiers to believe that Zhang Man Ning's affection for Zhou Chen was genuine and not ulterior, not to mention that Kai Chang had a familial bias. Zhou Chen, I used to think you had ambition, but I didn't know it was so steadfast. I am your superior and also Man Ning's elder brother, I shouldn't interfere in the feelings between you young ones. But I still have to say, it's right for you to resist temptation. Your position is not high, and you live in the military camp. If you leave such a beautiful companion alone in an empty room, it would be a disaster. Kai brother knows me well, beauty is beauty, but it is of no benefit to me. What good is it? After arriving at the Yawo Square, Zhou Chen parted ways with Kai Chang and the others. They returned to the military Sima's residence, while Zhou Chen went back to the inn. The goods promised by the Zhang family would be sent directly to the military Sima's residence. Kai Chang said he would deliver Zhou Chen's share to the military camp to avoid paying interest to the money shop. Thus, on the surface, this matter seemed to be concluded, but Zhou Chen did not believe that the painted skins would let it go easily. As long as he remained in this city, the painted skins would definitely create some trouble to manipulate his actions. Therefore, after returning to his guest room, he unhesitatingly used the special item, Painted Skin Rogue. He wanted to see if, after donning this skin, the painted skins could still recognize him, and what those painted skins would do after losing their target. The moment the special item took effect, Zhou Chen felt himself enveloped in a full-body leather armor. He tugged at the outer skin and discovered through testing that this item was not merely a change of appearance, it also had certain defensive functions. The abilities of painted skin ghosts mostly lie in this skin, without it, they are just formless spirits. Bang! Zhou Chen pushed open the window of his guest room and jumped down from the second floor. After exiting the shaded alley, he headed straight for the nearest red building and green pavilion. The painted skins there are the best experimental subjects. If they believe that Zhou Chen is of the same kind, then the painted skin rogue props would truly have miraculous effects. Come play, dear sir, good brother, take a look at me. Ah, "I've dropped my fan, young master, could you help me pick it up?" As Zhou Chen arrived at the entrance of the Xiuzhou building, he saw a round fan falling from the sky. The waiter inside picked up the fan and stuffed it into his hand, then directly pushed him towards the second floor. Zhou Yuan, ever compliant, stepped onto the wooden stairs and turned at the landing to ascend to the second floor flower platform. A stunningly beautiful level 5 painted skin beauty came running to greet him, like a lovesick girl finally meeting her beloved. "You rascal, what brings you here? Is there something my mother needs to tell you?" "Good sister, my mother has no business, I just miss you." The painted skin beauty's reaction confirmed to Zhou Chen that they had a definite means of identifying their kind and regarded him as one of them. In light of this, he reached out to pinch a pert, soft object, earning a playful pout in return, and confirmed that the painted skin beauty felt quite genuine. "You naughty boy, if you want it, come to my room tonight while the guests are resting, and I'll feed you a few bites." "Good sister, we are family, why wait for an opportunity to feed me? Why not just give me a name tag for a day?" "Pah! You rascals have neither wealth nor vigor. What benefit is there for me to amuse myself with you? Go away, don't block me from doing business." Although Zhou Chen was driven out, he had gathered enough intelligence. The painted skin beauty, whether in touch, strength and pushing, or the charm in her features, was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. With such realism, how could one tell the true from the false? No wonder they could hide and live within the city. After leaving the Xiuzhou building, he initially planned to visit the Chuanrong workshop to see if those painted skins had any further actions. Unexpectedly, before he could leave the market, he saw several young masters from noble families, accompanied by 20 or 30 servants, marching towards the inn where he had previously stayed. "Where is Zhou Chen of Gingan? I am Wang Li, son of the county prime minister. You military men are quite ignorant. Upon entering the city, you don't even know to pay respects to the officials, and you need us to come personally to invite you." This was Zhou Chen's first encounter with the arrogance of the official's sons. Kai Cheng didn't count. He was a military officer forged in blood and battle, not a pampered official's son. Wang Li, son of the county prime minister, was clearly looking for trouble. His father likely didn't know, or he wouldn't allow his foolish son to provoke an officer in the camp. Because the Great Wei valued martial prowess, the county prime minister, though titled, was merely a 5th-rank civil official. This rank was the same as Kai Cheng's military officer, so how could he have the audacity to provoke a killing officer in the military fortress? Moreover, the Ding'an district was home to serious 7th-rank military officials. Due to differing affiliations, even the county prime minister could not act arrogantly, let alone his son. "Zhou Chen, do not hesitate, come out and see me." The innkeeper seemed to be pleading desperately but truly did not dare to step forward. When the guest room door was roughly pushed open, the innkeeper was even more dumbfounded. It was unfortunate, his small establishment had sparked a conflict between civil and military officials. How could the county prime minister's son Wang Li be such a fool? He must have been used as a pawn by someone. A few accompanying young masters also felt it was excessive. They were all people of status and should sit down to discuss matters first. How could they recklessly provoke enmity? "Brother Wang, enough. If this continues, the military officials in the camp may become dissatisfied. After all, they have weapons and armor, and your fine clothes won't get you any advantage." "I don't care, I would do anything for Man Ning." "Why would Man Ning be interested in that uninteresting soldier? My heart is like a knife twisting, how can I not be angry?" What's worse is that he actually rejected Man Ning. How could he dare to refuse someone like her? The behavior of Wang Li, son of the county prime minister, was very contradictory. He wanted to win over Zhang Man Ning but could not accept anyone else rejecting her. To most people, this seemed like a lovesick young master, troubled by love and mentally breaking down, thus acting recklessly and without reason. But in Zhou Chen's eyes, this county prime minister's son Wang Li was simply a source of intelligence, proving the ferocity of the painted skins through his own state. Because Wang Li not only had a health bar above his head but also special identity information, level 2 emotion puppet Wang Li. This was the weakest monster Zhou Chen had ever encountered since his debut. He even suspected that if he went up and slapped him, Wang Li would have to give up experience and immediately fall into a long sleep. But this arrogant and pitifully weak guy brought Zhou Chen a piece of information. Emotion puppet, what a good name. Emotion comes before puppet, which is the cause, puppet comes after emotion, which is the effect. To lead with emotion, to be infatuated beyond measure, ultimately turning into a puppet? Zhou Chen didn't know if his guess was correct, but Wang Li's state had already confirmed many things. The character puppet represented that he had lost the ability to choose for himself. The key was that his level was so low, let alone the level 15 skinning Man Ning, even the level 5 skinning beauty from the flower tower could kick him down. So it turns out that the skinning people not only make skins but also have the ability to control others. Zhou Chen recalled carefully and found that he hadn't seen any other emotion puppets in the city these past 2 days, and the people coming in and out of the red building and green pavilion didn't have such labels. It seemed that ordinary skinning people didn't have the ability to create emotion puppets, only a few powerful skinning people possessed this confusing control ability. Zhou Chen, where are you? Why don't you dare to see me? Don't pull me, I'm waiting for him to give me an explanation, to give Man Ning an explanation. Zhou Chen was really not good at dealing with such people, he was better at digging a pit to let them rest in peace forever. However, although Wang Li was quite annoying, he wasn't guilty of death. Therefore, Zhou Chen ignored this infatuated and resentful guy and turned to walk towards Chuanrong Fong. On the way, he entered 2 more green pavilions and sought verification of his disguise from a level 8 skinning dancer. Sure enough, that skinning dancer couldn't see his difference either. Instead, she said he had a good posture and invited him to come in and have fun at night. In the pleasure houses, indulging in enjoyment, these skinning people live more comfortably than the common folk in the city, turning into a realm of ghostly joy and human decline. As he walked, he got closer to Chuanrong Fong in the east of the city, and the density of skinning people nearby increased significantly. This phenomenon was very abnormal. When Zhou Chen and Kai Cheng came to deal with the ghost problem, the density of skinning people here was not higher than in other places. Is it that this place originally had many, but they were hidden before? Or are they gathering here on purpose to plot something? Zhou Chen followed the direction of the skinning people's movement and found that those skinning people did not stop when passing by the level 15 skinning Man Ning's residence but continued to move forward. As he walked deeper into the market, the surrounding buildings grew larger and more imposing, the variety of pedestrians gradually decreased, and the number of servants and maids from various residences increased. Until he reached a small bridge with flowing water, the skinning people entered a quiet courtyard. Zhou Chen could see clearly that the courtyard was a small temple, facing Chuanrong Fong and backed by the market. What are you doing standing there? Hurry in and offer the liquid. Do you not want your monthly salary? Hey, I'm coming. An old skinning man pulled Zhou Chen a couple of times as he passed by, urging him to enter the temple quickly. Once inside, Zhou Chen discovered that it was a local deity temple, equivalent to a land temple in rural towns. Although the deity was small and the temple not large, the statue of the local deity was exquisitely crafted, resembling a vividly lifelike kind old man. Many common folk came in from the market to offer incense, some even stuffing a few coins into the incense box. Zhou Chen looked up closely and found that there was actually identity information above the statue, skin of the local deity. The worshippers burned incense to pay homage, while the skinning people offered liquid to nourish it. The pitch-black accumulated in liquid dripped from the eye sockets of the skinning people, and a level 10 skinning temple keeper reached out to catch it, smearing it on the back of the statue. The skinning people who offered the accumulated in liquid would receive 5 strings of coins, which should amount to about 500 coins based on size and length. This situation made Zhou Chen's scalp tingle. It was not surprising that the skinning people covered the local deity with skin, but what was strange was that the skin really bore the name local deity. What on earth are these skinning people doing? Is the skin of the local deity made by them, or is it something genuine? The schemes of the painted skins exceeded Zhou Chen's imagination. He did not believe that the painted skins would support a skin for no reason. This skin must possess some kind of supernatural quality. Verifying the truth was not difficult. This item had a name and description similar to that of a fallen object, and it was highly likely to be stored in the item inventory. As long as it entered Zhou Chen's inventory, he could check the item description and naturally understand its secrets. He thought this way and acted accordingly. After all, he was wearing the painted skin rogue item, and the painted skins would not recognize him, so he had no reason to fear their pursuit. Mimicking the appearance of a worshipper, he lit a few sticks of sandalwood incense, bowed respectfully in worship, and while approaching to offer incense, he secretly touched the statue of the local deity. Ding! Obtained item, skin of the local deity. After acquiring the item, Zhou Chen did not bother to check the item information and turned to leave. The citizens offering incense did not notice anything unusual, they only felt that the local deity seemed a bit stiff, losing that vivid illusion. However, the level 10 painted skin temple priest, who was applying the accumulated in liquid behind the statue, sensed something was off. It looked at the suddenly altered local deity with confusion. Where did my large skin of the local deity go? How could it vanish in broad daylight? Thief! Thief! Someone has stolen the local deity's golden belt. Although the level 10 painted skin temple priest was panicked, it did not lose its wits. It merely referred to the item by a nickname, not daring to utter the terrifying name skin of the local deity. What kind of person would dare to steal even the local deity's golden belt? The world is going downhill, and they aren't afraid of the local deity's wrath. Where did this little thief come from, daring to steal right under our noses? If we catch him, we must break his hands and feet and bring him before the local deity to atone. Hey, isn't the golden belt still on the local deity? Could the priest have made a mistake? Although the worshippers were angry that someone had desecrated the local deity, they did not take it too seriously. In these times, there were many ruffians and beggars in the city, who could be so poor as to not come to the local deity's temple to take advantage. They just didn't expect that this thief would be so bold as to steal something from the local deity himself, truly audacious. Unlike the anger of the worshippers, the level 10 painted skin temple priest and the painted skins in the temple were in a state of panic. This was a big deal. They had lost the skin of the local deity, and their mother would surely skin them alive. More critically, they had found no clues at all, let alone identifying the thief. What a calamity! To be able to take something silently in an instant, why not steal something else? Why focus on that skin? Mother is currently using emotions to intercept fate. Without the skin of the local deity, what else can contain father's fate? Item, skin of the local deity. Description, in the West Market, there is a deity called Fong, small and benevolent, a spirit of the deceased who was a benefactor in life, trapped in the shrine, unable to meet old friends. Thus, they opened the coffin, took the skin, and made it into worldly clothing, which brought great joy to Fong, who then entered the mortal realm. One day, while patrolling, Fong saw a believer drowning, a lonely soul scorched by the sun, and hurriedly called out, "Enter my clothing and shield you from the sun." Years passed, and the spirit of Fong dissipated, leaving only the clothing. Effect, divine clothing is impervious, shielding the spirit and containing blood, can be nourished with accumulated liquid, can repair damage with the aura of incense. After use, it can continuously restore a small amount of health and mana. The effect of the skin of the local deity was incredibly powerful. Even a normal person without an attribute panel could not enjoy the benefits of continuous health and mana restoration. Just based on the description of shielding the spirit and containing blood, it was already a precious special spiritual item, not to mention the attribute of impervious divine clothing. This item is probably related to the origins of the painted skins. I fear I have dug up their roots. Although the introduction of the skin of the local deity was not a conspiracy but rather a peaceful and warm little story, the information contained within was substantial, especially that line about taking the skin, making it into clothing, and then entering the mortal realm. This description was almost identical to the situation of the painted skins, only differing in the quality of the clothing and the nature of the spirits wearing them. Zhou Chen was not wrong. He had indeed dug up the roots of the painted skins. At this moment, the temperature in Chunrongfang and the residence of the county minister, Luo, had dropped a few degrees. All the servants, including the painted skin maidservants, were trembling, hoping that the master of the house would not vent their anger on them. Luo Jun, since it has come to this, it would be best to explain the situation to mother as soon as possible. Otherwise, when mother holds us accountable, we will all be implicated. Do I not know that this matter requires mother's decision? But mother has been facing difficulties with her recent commands, and her inner fire has long been kindled. If we report now that the garment of the city god has gone missing for no reason, I fear mother will flay our skins and extinguish our souls. Then what should we do? Reporting now still gives us a chance. If mother uses the garment of the city god and we then say it was lost, we might face certain death. Alas, it is an unavoidable calamity. We, the secret realm demons, have hidden among humans, enjoying a life of wealth and privilege, that is already a tremendous fortune. Why does mother trust that human sorcerer's words and insist on taking Luo Xing's fate? Heaven and earth grant their gifts for a reason. If we go against the will of heaven, how can we escape punishment? Luo Ying had lived in the city for over 20 years and had long learned the Confucian doctrine of the resonance between heaven and man, which had influenced his way of thinking. He believed that the universe is orderly, and only by following the will of heaven can one survive in this world. Otherwise, one would eventually be stripped of intelligence and driven back to the secret realm. But he was ultimately not that painted skin ghost mother. Most of the time, he still had to obey orders. What use is it for Luo Jun to say these things now? We should take advantage of the fact that the garment of the city god has just gone missing and search the entire city. If it has been taken out of the city by thieves, even with mother's abilities, it will be difficult to retrieve the divine garment. The secret realm demons are mindless and lack intelligence, while the beings of heaven and earth are intelligent but have fragile lives. This is the balance of yin and yang. Very well, we have committed sins and enjoyed blessings. If calamity befalls us, we can only return to being those mindless demons. Luo Ying waved his sleeve and led the painted skin scholars to a secluded courtyard. There lived not only their mother but also the ruler who held their lives in her hands. Referring to her as mother was merely to foster a sense of kinship. They could not expect true maternal love and acceptance. Ding, ding. Mother as well, Luo Ying seeks an audience. The tightly shut door opened automatically, revealing a graceful woman who was massaging the feet and legs of a young man on the bed. "Wait a moment, your father has just fallen asleep, let's talk outside." The graceful woman carefully set down the young man's legs, covered him with a thin blanket, and then got out of bed, put on her shoes, and walked outside. "Speak, you all came to find me together, it's likely not for anything good." "Mother, to atone for our sins, today the garment of the city god suddenly vanished before the temple priest and the guards. It was not due to our negligence, it was truly unforeseen. Just a moment ago, the priest was still wiping the garment, and the next moment, it disappeared without a trace." Crack, crack, terrifying sounds came from the graceful woman, her hands clenched tightly, her cheeks trembling, as if she were trying hard to endure. Several painted-skinned scholars knelt on the ground, while one graceful woman glared angrily. Silence, an incomparably deep silence. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound, fearing they would be flayed and have their souls extinguished by the enraged mother. After about half an hour, the graceful woman helplessly waved her hand. "Alas, it's fine, it is fate, not your fault. Go find a carriage to take me around the city. If I am fortunate enough to retrieve the divine garment, you will have done well. If not, we must find a way to remedy the situation. We obey your command." Although the graceful woman said the painted-skinned scholars were innocent, she also mentioned the need for a remedy. The painted-skinned scholars did not dare to delay, ordering the servants to bring 3 carriages, preparing to personally drive the horses to accompany their mother on a tour of the city. The graceful woman paid no attention to their eagerness, turning back into the room and lying on the bed. "Xinglang, I wanted to spare your life, so I have complied with everything you wished. Originally, I planned to take your fate so that I could be reborn, and you could don the garment of the city god to accompany me. But now that the divine garment is lost, I can no longer play the role of the vengeful spirit. I fear I will reveal my true nature and endanger your life. Tell me, if your fate is the one who bears the ram and the temple is false, and I cannot borrow the power of heaven and earth to sustain myself, then isn't my technique of transforming emotions into puppetry a loss? I never expected that I, this demon, would believe in the fortune-telling of the Taoist. I wanted to greedily escape the constraints of the secret realm, seeking a method to retain my intelligence. Since this world allows for mindless demons to live forever, why can it not accommodate intelligent demons who seek eternal life?" The beautiful woman gently caressed the young man's face and reached out to embrace him. She had already lost the attire of the city god and could not afford to lose Luo Xing, a person with a fate. Otherwise, she too would lose her purpose and become one of those who indulge in pleasure without regard for tomorrow, a greedy painted skin. "Xinglang, why are you so foolish? You clearly see through my facade, yet you do not understand the meaning of endurance. Indeed, that Taoist was right, those who are strong and decisive, who are brave and fierce, know nothing of yielding or retreating." The painted skin ghost mother still remembered how, after marrying into the Luo family, she painstakingly altered her attire to please her lover. Unexpectedly, her husband Luo Xing, born with the ability to see yin and yang, discovered the ghost lurking beneath the table after seeing her painted skin and drew his sword to fight for his life. He truly was a valiant man. Since then, the ghost mother had cast aside her initial infatuation. She changed the Luo family and sought out Taoists and fortune-tellers to investigate Luo Xing's abnormalities. A fortune-teller noticed some clues and, using the 7 stars and 4 extras, along with the plum blossom divination, concluded that Luo Xing had the fate of a strong and decisive entry into the temple, belonging to the fire and metal elements, with the ability to discern yin and yang. Thus, the painted skin ghost mother came into contact with the fortune-teller's theories on fate and the methods of changing one's destiny, and she began to contemplate how to enhance her own fate, ensuring that the demon would not die and that her intelligence would remain intact. "Mother, the carriage and horses are ready, please step this way." Several painted skin scholars bowed respectfully as the petite painted skin ghost mother carried the tall, slender young man out of the house. "The attire of the city god belongs to my master. Those who steal from my master will leave a scent behind, he cannot escape." The painted skins were ultimately not the true masters of Jing'an City. Even though they used their power to begin sealing streets and patrolling the city, there were still many loopholes. When Zhou Chen saw the moment the city god's skin was introduced, he slipped away through the East City Gate, leaving the mixed human and ghost Jing'an City behind. He didn't even take a carriage, relying solely on his fully leveled agility skills to rush toward the military fortress. Along the way, he removed the item, painted skin rogue, restoring his appearance, and returned to the military camp before dusk. To his surprise, the military camp was under full lockdown. Even a military officer like him was subjected to inspection. "Please have the Jing'an commander verify your identity. This knife is thin and sharp, it won't hurt when it cuts, so don't make it difficult for the brothers." Zhou Chen took the exquisitely crafted dagger and saw that it was a secret realm treasure weapon with information annotations, evil-breaking short blade. He followed the instructions and made a cut on his left forearm and right upper arm, letting out bright red blood. Identity verified, please enter the camp, Commander Jing'an. An old guard at the gate wiped the blood from the dagger, tasted it, and then allowed Zhou Chen to enter the camp. This effectively blocked the painted skins from infiltrating the military camp. The Jing'an lieutenant indeed knew something. Where is Zhou Chen of Jing'an? The lieutenant requests your presence. As Zhou Chen entered the lieutenant's residence, preparing to report back to the Jing'an lieutenant, he saw the lieutenant's personal guards searching for him everywhere. Zhou Chen is here, the brothers can lead the way. Under the guidance of the personal guards, Zhou Chen re-entered the Jing'an lieutenant's command hall. The cold-faced lieutenant sat in the high seat and gestured for the guards to bring a chair for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen, why have you suddenly returned to the camp? Have you grown tired of the city? Zhou Chen could tell from the lieutenant's demeanor that the Jing'an army likely had spies in the city, otherwise, a military lieutenant wouldn't need to discuss trivial matters with him. Therefore, he decided to present some substantial information to see what the Jing'an lieutenant wanted to hear. Reporting to the lieutenant, since entering the city 3 days ago, I have encountered unusual events and dared not stay any longer, so I left the city to return to the camp to report to you. What unusual events? Tell me about them. Reporting to the lieutenant, on the first day of entering the city, I wandered around without incident. On the second day, I was confronted by ruffians outside the military commander's residence, so I lured them into a dark alley, intending to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, those ruffians were not human but evil spirits. I used my knife to break their skin, but there was no blood or flesh, and killing them resulted in 4 pieces of broken skin. On the third day, I originally intended to return to the camp immediately to report the anomalies, but the military officer Kai Chang had another vengeful spirit at home that I had to assist with. The military officer used a spirit-revealing liquid to help me open my eyes, and I saw 3 ghosts pulling and harming people. We used the blood of fierce spirits to drive them away and saved Miss Man Ning from the Zhang family. Bang, bang, bang. The Jing'an captain continuously tapped his index finger on the table until he finished listening to Zhou Chen's report, and only then did a faint smile emerge on his cold face. Every word is true, you are indeed a loyal and brave man, not deceiving me. Zhou Chen, do not think that the camp is monitoring you, rather, the state government's spies have been hidden in Jing'an City. They saw you lead the rascals into the dark alley, and they also saw you enter the Zhang residence to deal with the ghost problem. This is not monitoring you, a newly appointed military officer, but observing the military officer's residence. Ghosts in the city are adept at hiding among the people, and Kai Chang of the military officer's residence has a close relationship with me, so the ghosts will inevitably monitor him, and the spies will also dig into the ghosts by observing him. The ghost problem in Jing'an City is not a short-term issue but has expanded over many years. They may have hidden well at first, but as their numbers increase, they will inevitably reveal some flaws. In fact, the Jing'an captain and the officials of the state government have already set their sights on them. They are just temporarily not taking action and are still in the stage of locking down and investigating. Captain, the ghosts in the city are moving in groups. Their numbers must be considerable. Why not dispatch soldiers into the city to investigate and eliminate the hidden ghosts? Zhou Chen, the ghosts in the city are extremely good at hiding, making it truly difficult to investigate. Forcing them with bloodletting methods is a last resort. If pushed too hard without leaving a way out, they will instead cause even greater disasters. Right now, they are still in the hiding stage. As long as they hide, they will be cautious and restrain themselves, and the harm they cause will be limited. I see, thank you for clarifying, Captain. By the way, Captain, the military officer Kai Chang gifted me the martial skill 3 talents post, and I was fortunate enough to comprehend the 3 talents seal recorded within. I have successfully repelled ghosts twice with this seal, but after using it a few times, I feel somewhat powerless and physically exhausted. I wonder why. Since there were indeed spies from the state government in the city, Zhou Chen no longer held back and directly brought the 3 talents seal, a skill based on comprehension, to the forefront. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how a martial artist could easily repel ghosts without any obvious injuries. Good thing you mentioned it, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to offer you this bottle of chi-boosting ointment. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's inquiry, the Jing'an captain's stiff, fake smile finally faded, replaced by a hint of sincerity. He pulled out a bottle of ointment from under the table and casually tossed it to Zhou Chen, clearly having prepared it in advance. If Zhou Chen had not revealed the hidden details, he would not only have received no ointment but would also have lost the Jing'an captain's trust. Zhou Chen, your divine arm and mysterious armor blood warriors provide for me, protecting my path and my sworn brothers. You can speak to me directly about any matters. If you hide them, I will not ask further. From the moment I appointed you, you should understand that I am not only your superior but also your support. Although our Jingyan army may not be entirely united, those above the rank of Bo share honor and disgrace. If you are insulted or injured, the camp will not ignore it. With orders from the camp and the court, we need not complain. We can simply hold our bows and swords and fight the enemy. Use the 3 talents seal less in the future. It draws on the spirit and blood for strikes, and using it too much will inevitably deplete your energy. After returning, take a spoonful of chi boosting ointment 3 times a day for 3 days. It will be enough to replenish your lost energy. Zhou Chen held the chi boosting ointment with information about it and couldn't help but marvel at the Jingyan captain's generosity. Is this the benefit of having power? Is this the means by which the Jingyan captain unites the military officers? Truly, it feels like nurturing death warriors. The 2 aspects of the 3 talents post, drawing the spirit and sensing the energy, have stumped countless fierce generals in the army, yet you have managed to master it. Now, condense the seal and let me see how proficient your 3 talents seal is. Zhou Chen, upon hearing this, did not decline. He raised his palm and formed the seal, delivering a heavy strike to the hardwood chair. Bang! Wood chips flew, and the sturdy military chair shattered into several pieces, the tremendous force even causing the broken wood to explode and scatter. The Jingyan captain watched as Zhou Chen instantly gathered his energy and effortlessly shattered the wooden chair, feeling somewhat incredulous. How did you practice this seal? How can you unleash it at will, without needing to cultivate your energy? Isn't the 3 talents seal like this? Isn't it recorded in the martial arts manual that one should guide their energy with the mind? Naturally, it should move as the heart desires, and the mind reaches the energy. I really didn't expect you to have a talent for cultivating energy. Don't be complacent. Practice your martial arts well. When the court holds the spiritual examination, your talent might earn you a reward. Thank you, Captain. It was only after Zhou Chen left that the Jingyan captain let out a deep sigh. There are so many talented individuals in the world. I didn't expect a dragon to emerge from the countryside. Fortunately, he is on my side. With this bond, even if he is not selected as my warrior, he can still be chosen as my support. Zhou Chen returned to the military fortress for refuge, but the painted skins in Jingyan City were having a hard time. They received an unexpected order for a curfew patrol and began to carefully observe all suspicious individuals around them. However, Jingyan City was the seat of the county government, with merchants, county officials, students, and street performers coming and going every day, making it a constant flow of people. Finding a suspicious target among them was incredibly difficult, not to mention that the painted skins could not completely seal off the 4 gates of the county city. Yet, the pressure from the painted skin ghost mother and the painted skin scholar left them no choice but to get involved. As a result, the atmosphere in Jingyan City gradually became strange. Rogue patrols, noble women strolling the streets, dancers enjoying the spring, and even county officials changed their usual behavior, delving into various markets to gauge public sentiment. As the saying goes, stay calm in a crisis, and great matters will be accomplished. Sometimes stillness is better than action. Amid the unusual chaos caused by the painted skins, the spies from the state government tracked several suspicious targets, identifying some forces and groups within the city. To general, the merchants, dancers, ruffians, and doctors in the city are all acting strangely. The county officials and aides are also behaving improperly. I have detailed the names of the aides here, and the number of errant officials is countless. I hope for their dismissal and reselection. On July 12, the 13th year of Hongya, the Jingyan captain received a secret letter from the state government's spies. Looking at the long list of aides, the Jingyan captain was very satisfied. Regardless of whether there were any wrongfully accused, the fact that the aides on the list could be manipulated by the painted skin ghosts meant the end of their official careers. This list was not only a potential achievement for the Jingyan captain but also an opportunity for the court to show favor. As long as he captured this batch of county aides and dismissed those grassroots officials, the newly available positions could naturally attract a group of aspiring young people. As for whether the implicated would feel discontent, that was never a concern for the court. The Great Way was a nation governed by martial artists, with military oversight of civil affairs. The officials in the court would only be slightly lenient regarding military garrisons, but they were not so easy to deal with when it came to ordinary officials. Good, as expected of the state government's spies, their efficiency is impressive. As long as we clear out these treacherous ghosts, Jingyan County might be able to hold a civil examination to select aides and benefit the people. Just as the Jingyan captain was admiring the excellence of the state government's spies, his accompanying guards brought him another secret report. Captain, the activities of ghosts in the city are abnormal, even daring to seal off streets and patrol the city. We have investigated for several days and identified suspects spread across various trades, particularly in the red light districts and among county officials. These two groups are connected through local gangs and pharmacies, and the bandits have formed a significant organization. Please decide, Captain. This secret report was encrypted, prepared by the Jing'an military's own spies. After reading the military report, the Jing'an captain was contemplating how to handle the situation when he unexpectedly received another secret letter from the county government. The information presented was completely different from the previous two secret letters. Written by the county magistrate, it stated that the officials were acting independently, and the main officials were difficult to restrain, fearing that the errant officials might act differently. The Jing'an captain was requested to lead the military into the city for a curfew. Oh, I see you all don't want to hide anymore, thinking you have the ability to govern Jing'an. Send my orders to gather the martial artists from the counties under the jurisdiction of the county, and command the soldiers of the Wu Wei, Xishang, and Shaoqi camps to prepare for battle. The military ordered the soldiers to allow no one in or out, sending swift riders to the provincial capital to request the governor of Huai Prefecture to dispatch reinforcements. An urgent report was sent to the court about the ghostly troubles, with various officials not thinking of hiding, their ambitions growing wild as they plotted against the county city. Minister Jiang Ren, the captain of Jing'an, acted according to the law of the town, entering the city to suppress the ghostly menace and demonstrate the court's authority. The order quickly spread throughout the 3 battalions of the army, and the soldiers were busy preparing for battle, with auxiliary troops gathering first to prepare for the transport of supplies. The entire military fortress began to operate rapidly before Zhou Chen. This war machine was warming up, and the time for it to launch was not far off. Captain's order: open the military supply depot, take spirit-enhancing items to support the warriors of various counties, and retrieve secret realm treasures to equip the brave soldiers. The busy captain's personal guards and the various military officials gathering the troops, along with the special wooden boxes continuously entering and exiting the supply depot, made Zhou Chen realize the seriousness of the situation. The painted skins were likely in a state of confusion. Their excessive actions led Captain Jiang'an to believe they were serious. The key was that Captain Jiang'an was more ruthless and had greater power. Once he took it seriously, the situation escalated rapidly. Where is the Divine Arm Commander Zhou Chen? Zhou Chen is here. Is there an order? Captain's order: Zhou Chen temporarily supervises the Divine Arm team, leading 3 secret realm bows, 60 evil-repelling arrows, 300 blood-killing arrows, and 20 spirit-revealing liquids. My team has 20 brave warriors, equipped with arrows and medicine, to guard and shoot. Zhou Chen accepts the order and will supervise the soldiers in preparation for battle. The Jing'an army was not an independent warlord but a stationed force under the Great Wei Court. Although the spiritual items produced in their camp were not abundant, the court would not neglect them. Instead, they provided sufficient military supplies for battle. At the moment Zhou Chen was ordered to supervise the soldiers, Kai Cheng in Jing'an City was still enjoying the warmth of his home. At this moment, he, the military scribe, suddenly became unimportant. In the face of strict orders, no one would leak any information to him. Yet even so, the painted skins in the city sensed something unusual. This anomaly was not because they had the ability to investigate the personnel traveling back and forth between the counties or had spies in the military camp. Rather, it was because the street closures and city patrols were proceeding too smoothly. The county officials merely hinted a few words and then tacitly approved their actions. After several days of patrolling the city, the painted skin scholars had shed their initial panic and regained their composure. Mother, due to the loss of the clothing of the god of the alley, we have dispatched too many of our kin to investigate. Some are good, some are not, inevitably exposing some issues. There should be quite a few spies in the city. They might organize and analyze the situation to report to the officials. Mother, our actions do not align with those of the city officials. If we go too far, we might be seen as provoking a declaration of war. The painted skin scholars looked at the prosperous and lively Jing'an city, feeling that the human military might soon be unable to hold back. Their ability to enjoy happiness depended on blending in like humans and mimicking human behavior in the city. Once exposed, the court would absolutely not allow them to remain. Can we temporarily return to the secret realm to rest, and after some time, infiltrate the city again to set up? No, impossible. 2 opposing voices, one from the county office aide Luoying, and one from the painted skin ghost mother. There are countless spies in the city, and we do not know how many have been exposed. If we return to our nest to hide, we will most likely be discovered by the spies, revealing the location of the secret realm. In that case, once we are exterminated, we will have no chance to enter the world again. Luoying is right. Avoiding today's disaster will surely bring calamity in the future. No matter how powerful the Jing'an captain is, he cannot slaughter the citizens of the city. At most, he will kill some exposed ghostly beings to report back, and once he withdraws, the city will still be ours. Mother is wise. We request to pause the street closures and city patrols, allowing our kin to blend back into the populace. The painted skin ghost mother shook her head, stroking the tall, slender youth in her arms, and sighed softly. In 3 days, it will be the Ghost Festival, the day the ghost gates open, and also the time of my life change. Let them attract the attention of the Jingyan captain. I will bring them into the human world to enjoy years of happiness. It is time for some repayment. July half, the Day of the Dead, the Ulambana Festival, the living sacrifice. Burning paper offerings, honoring the souls of the deceased, releasing river lanterns, and sending thoughts of remembrance. On July 12, the 13th year of the Great Way's grand enterprise, the Jingyan captain Jiang Ren issued a military order to prepare for battle. Just 2 days later, he gathered 13 martial artists from various counties. By July 15th, the day of the Zhongyuan festival, the Jingyan captain did not wait for reinforcements from the state government and led 3,000 troops to march on Jingyan city. Among the army were 500 soldiers from the Wuwei camp, 300 from the Xixing camp, 300 from the Xiaoqi camp, 1,008 auxiliary soldiers, and over 100 with divine arms and mysterious armor. Zhou Chen looked at the secret realm treasure in his hand, feeling that a great battle was about to unfold. Weapon, tiger shooting bow. Description: the sign at the door displays exquisite skills, inviting the tiger shooter to the seat. Lantern riddles are also tiger riddles. Solving the riddle is to shoot the tiger. Effect: the bow draws 5 stones, 600 pounds, locks onto the target, and carries a hidden breaking effect. Those struck by the arrow will suffer a hidden breaking judgment. Note: the lower the target's health and level, the stronger the hidden breaking effect. Weapon, evil suppression arrow. Description: wealth is the source of life, evil is the source of death. Suppressing evil avoids calamity and resolves difficulties. Effect: suppresses evil, drives away demons, purifies the aura, can directly attack ghostly beings, causing extra damage to evil spirits. The combination of the tiger shooting bow and the evil suppression arrow is particularly effective against skin-changing ghostly beings. The Jingyan army's armory surprisingly contained such targeted weapons, proving that the Jingyan captain had long been prepared to eliminate ghostly entities. Previously, the state government and military spies had limited suspects, and the Jingyan captain could still endure. But this time, the skin-changing ghostly beings patrolling the streets and usurping authority had exceeded the Jingyan captain's tolerance. He feared that if he did not act soon, the skin-changing ghosts would use political means to replace the citizens of the city on a large scale. Today is the Zhongyuan festival, the day when the gates of hell open and the souls return home. Regardless of why the ghostly beings in the city have suddenly come to light, today must be their day of rampancy. In fact, what worried the Jingyan captain Jiang Ren the most was not the ghostly infestation in the city, but the fear that the ghostly infestation would coincide with the special time of the Zhongyuan festival. The legal texts of the Wei capital record that Zhongyuan is the festival of Yin ghosts. When the middle of July arrives, the Yin ghosts escape from the secret realm. This means that on the day of the Zhongyuan festival, the secret realm will temporarily lose its hold on the Yin ghosts, allowing them to freely enter the human world. In the past, Jingyan City had never experienced a disaster of Yin ghosts, but this time, the unusual movements of the ghostly beings in the city, combined with the approach of the Zhongyuan festival, could not be ignored by the Jingyan captain. Therefore, he not only summoned martial artists from various counties but also sent a request for assistance to the governor of Huai Prefecture. If the reinforcements from Huai Prefecture had not arrived, Jiang Ren would not have minded surrounding the county city with troops, forcefully severing the connection between the Zhongyuan festival and the ghostly infestation in the city. Order: Jingyan's Zhou Chen holds the military flag, leading 100 light cavalry to control the city gates and welcome the central army inside. Understood. Zhou Chen, as a military officer capable of using the 3 talismans and possessing abilities similar to martial artists, was indeed suitable to serve as the vanguard of the central army. After receiving the order, he rode into the Xiaoqi camp, found the camp's captain, and pointed out over 100 light cavalry to charge directly towards Jingyan City. Thud, thud, thud. When the galloping light cavalry reached the vicinity of the county city, the guarding soldiers finally noticed something unusual. Expecting these soldiers, who maintained public order and patrolled the gates, to react quickly was unrealistic. The panicked crowd hurriedly cleared the official road, while the frightened soldiers drove the citizens inside and outside the city gate, trying to close the gates. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 heavy arrows pierced through the wooden bolt in the soldiers' hands, startling them into dropping the wooden door bolt to the ground. The Jingyan captain has ordered to open the southern city gate and welcome the central army into the city. The other 3 gates will operate normally. Anyone who spreads lies to incite panic and takes advantage of the chaos will be executed. That fool, look at what flag this is. Do you want to keep our Jing'an army outside the city? Although Zhou Chen had shot 2 arrows to prevent the city guards from closing the gates, he still spoke in an official tone. The accompanying light cavalry, however, did not hold back, cursing and scolding the city guards, leaving them stunned. "General, do not be angry, we are all brothers here. We just haven't received orders from the county office. How could we not be afraid seeing the cavalry charging?" The city gate guards quickly recognized their own and hurried to adjust their leather armor and iron helmets, rushing out to explain, hoping that these soldiers would not cause trouble for the city guards. "Military orders are here, quickly report to the county governor and the county magistrate. The Jing'an army has been ordered to enter the city for defense." Zhou Chen threw the black token filled with red inscriptions to the city gate guard, so he could report to his superiors and avoid being punished for letting them pass without permission. "All right, General, please wait a moment, I will go find our district commander right away." After a brief commotion, the nearby citizens of the South City Gate calmed down. For them, since it was the Jing'an army that had arrived, there was nothing to fear. Many of the men from the citizens' families were also serving in the Jing'an army. Roughly speaking, the Jing'an army was essentially made up of their own people. It was just that one side was training with weapons while the other was busy with their livelihoods. Especially since military officers often purchased homes in the city and married, this greatly increased the citizens' sense of belonging. Therefore, when the infantry and auxiliary troops arrived, some citizens even dared to approach and exchange a few words. The experienced military officers immediately organized the auxiliary troops to guard the official roads, allowing the main army soldiers to enter the city first. "Zhou Chen, is there anything unusual in the city?" Reporting to the lieutenant, "There is nothing in the city." The local ruffians who were originally patrolling the streets scattered as soon as they saw the cavalry enter. They know how to hide. It seems the situation is not completely out of control. The Jing'an lieutenant rode into the city, first meeting with the county governor and magistrate, then dispatched troops to take over the 4 city gates. The soldiers on guard continued to follow the principle of allowing entry and exit, not caring if the ghostly beings in the city took the opportunity to escape. The Jing'an lieutenant wanted to avoid any major disturbances on the day of the Zhongyuan festival. If the ghosts left the city, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. The Jing'an army began entering the city in the morning, and by the afternoon, the soldiers from each battalion had completed their guard replacements. Following that, Jing'an Lieutenant Zhang Ren dispatched 8 small teams, led by martial artists from various counties, to carry out the ghost capture orders. Zhou Chen, possessing skills similar to those of a martial artist, was also assigned 5 divine arms, 20 armored soldiers, and 50 auxiliary troops to execute the retreat mission. The Black Tiger Gang? It seems the spies in the city are more focused on the factions rather than individuals. The military order Zhou Chen received was to investigate the Black Tiger Gang. The document did not detail specific names but noted that many members of the Black Tiger Gang were acting suspiciously and should be captured for blood testing. The entire capture operation focused on the small to medium-sized factions in various markets of the city and did not extend to the disguised ghosts hidden among the common people or the officials in the county office. "Lieutenant, shouldn't we conduct a detailed investigation? Without the cooperation of officials, the ghosts cannot patrol the streets. We cannot conduct a detailed investigation, we can only dismantle the middle layer. The upper layer is good at avoiding heavy profits, and the lower layer is afraid of trouble and good at hiding. By only targeting the middle layer, we can make them wary and unable to concentrate their forces to resist." Zhou Chen, the martial artists from various counties have their own rules. You are young and impulsive, do not act recklessly. Those guilty should be handed over to the auxiliary troops for capture. Do not take the opportunity to kill. Otherwise, when blood flows like a river, we, the suppressors, will also become the bloodthirsty demons in the eyes of the citizens. In the end, if what we do is worse than a group of disguised ghosts, it would be better not to enter the city at all. Understood, we will only execute those who resist or flee, and capture those who surrender. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The speeding arrows locked onto each of the disguised ghostly beings. The combination of the tiger shooting bow and the evil suppressing arrows easily pierced their skins, nailing the spirits. Ding, killed 5 level 7 disguised ruffians, experience plus 350, Jing'an army orders, thoroughly investigate the Black Tiger Gang, kill those who resist or flee without mercy, capture and examine those who surrender. Zhou Chen shot 6 arrows, killing 5 disguised ghosts who attempted to resist and piercing 1 Black Tiger Gang leader who tried to escape. Because he used the secret realm treasure bout tiger shooting, which had the power of 5 stones, it not only exploded the disguised ghost but also created a fist-sized blood hole in the chest of the Black Tiger Gang leader. Such a brutal scene stunned all the remaining members of the Black Tiger Gang, and the 2 remaining disguised ruffians who did not resist lost even the thought of fleeing. The ghosts in the city are rampant, with no human flesh, only empty skins. You all prick your fingers to prove your identity and force out the hidden ghostly beings. The frightened members of the Black Tiger Gang, upon hearing they were to prick their fingers, hastily drew out their daggers and knives to cut their own arms, pointing at the bleeding wounds to desperately prove their innocence. General, I bleed. I am human. General, I bleed. My brother is still serving in the camp. Our family is definitely human. General, those two scoundrels don't dare to cut their arms. They are definitely ghostly beings, and we brothers need to help capture them. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, accustomed to fighting, found it quite advantageous to prove their identity with a simple cut. Thus, upon seeing the two shameless skin changers who dared not cut their arms, they initially panicked and tried to avoid them. But then, realizing they had so many people and elite soldiers with shields and blades, they developed a mindset of bullying the weak and surrounded the two skin changers. Good, Noir, de two. Let's ask why you have such good skin without any wounds. Turns out you are filthy ghostly beings, saying you've harmed so many people to exchange for this skin. Ha ha. Wu Lao Lu, if it weren't for the officials here, I would have skinned you alive by now. We, the Yin ghosts, harm people as a matter of course. You look human, but your methods are even more vicious than ours. I say you are the real evil ghost. The two surrounded skin changers were nearly on the verge of collapse. One stepped forward to counterattack the Black Tiger Gang leader Wu Lao Lu, while the other knelt in fear, begging for mercy. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 heavy arrows shot towards the two skin changers and the imposing Wu Lao Lu. The exorcism arrows pierced through the skin, shattering the Yin ghosts, while a regular armor-piercing arrow struck Wu Lao Lu's head, instantly smashing a part of his skull and splattering blood and brains everywhere. This brutal death instilled immense fear in the Black Tiger Gang members. Some controlled their trembling bodies, bowed their heads, and dared not move. Others, filled with anger, wanted to question, but upon seeing the cold gazes of the soldiers, they understood their situation once again. This group of soldiers was here to kill ghosts, but who the ghosts were was not for them to decide. Record this, the troops of Dingen, led by Zhou Chen, surrounded the Black Tiger Gang, eliminating 7 skin-changing Yin ghosts and killing 5 flesh and blood evil ghosts. I just killed 2, leaving 3 slots. Later, if anyone disobeys, drag them out to fill the numbers. Yes. Zhou Chen, holding a precious bow and wearing a half-smile, made the Black Tiger Gang members feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This was bad. The Real killers had come, and if they angered him, the slots for flesh and blood evil ghosts might double. Dubois, there are too many people, why not kill half? Just to have an explanation when we return. The blood-battling armored soldiers of the attacking Secret Realm were indeed fierce. They immediately suggested killing half. This statement truly terrified the Black Tiger Gang members. These were not just soldiers but a group of bloodthirsty warriors. General, forgive us, we are very obedient. We will bind ourselves. You send a soldier to take us wherever, and we will go. Please do not wield your swords recklessly. We can work hard and serve in the camp. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly take off your clothes and bind your hands. Otherwise, just wait to become flesh and blood evil ghosts. Evil people must be ground down by evil people. Under the military's fierce pressure, the Black Tiger Gang members became incredibly compliant, almost eager to bow down and show their submission. Let's wait and see. I promised the lieutenant not to kill indiscriminately. If you obey, you can go. If you don't, it's not too late to kill. Understood. Whatever Dubois says goes. We will wait for our opportunity. Zhou Chen led the divine armored soldiers to the next target, with 50 auxiliary soldiers in leather armor, wielding sharp blades, driving the self-bound Black Tiger Gang members. In the market, a bold man opened a window and spat at the captured rascals. Big official, they've all been taken away. Don't let them go back. This bunch of cowards is truly wicked, harassing the common people all day. All right. I will report to my superior and send them to do forced labor. That's a good idea. Send them to dig the canal for a few years, and they'll come back obedient. The Black Tiger Gang was too unpopular, and as Zhou Chen walked along, he encountered many townsfolk complaining about their grievances. In this case, they really couldn't be sent back, lest they seek revenge after returning. Upon hearing the accusations from the neighbors, the members of the Black Tiger Gang looked as if they had lost their mothers, wanting to say something fierce but not daring to speak. In the end, they could only leave dejectedly, their reckless days of chaos coming to an early end. After walking for a while, they exited the alley and entered the marketplace. The townsfolk, seeing this group of armored soldiers, hurriedly ran to the sides of the street to make way. Surround the Xiaojiao building, search for hidden ghosts. With Zhou Chen's command, 40 soldiers quickly surrounded the front and back doors and windows of the Xiaojiao building, while the armored soldiers advanced inward with their shields. Sir, General, what's going on? We at the Xiaojiao building are doing legitimate business, with official documents. By order of the Jing'an army, Ghosts skinning and harming the people must be blood tested. Since you were the first to approach, you can start. Zhou Chen looked at the level 10 painted skin flower lady in front of him. Wasn't this a coincidence? Since she had come forward, how could she escape? General, you're joking. We are all delicate ladies, how could we endure the pain of blades? Besides, if our appearance is ruined, it will affect business. Why not let your brothers go in and rest? Use some clever methods to verify our identities. I have some skills too, you might want to try it yourself. The painted skin flower lady casually shed her outer garment, revealing her generous and ample dangerous attributes, inching closer to Zhou Chen with her delicate, fair skin. Zhou Chen casually pulled out a demon-suppressing arrow from his quiver, while preparing to form the 3 talisman seal with his other hand. You have to choose between a dagger to draw blood or a blade to your body. But you are different. From the moment you entered, I sensed you were not ordinary. You are most likely to face the blade. Seeing that Zhou Chen not only did not succumb to her soft charms but also warily drew an arrow, the painted skin flower lady realized she could not escape this time. With a fierce heart, she took a dagger from her waist and leaned toward Zhou Chen. Die, dog official. Bang! The explosive 3 talisman seal shattered the painted skin flower lady's disguise, and the demon-suppressing arrow followed closely, pinning the ghost firmly to the floor. Zhou Chen raised his hand and delivered 2 more 3 talisman seals, completely depleting the painted skin flower lady's health bar. Ding! Killed level 10 painted skin flower lady, experience plus 100. There is something unusual about the Xiuzhou building. Thoroughly investigate everyone inside. The innocent need not panic, but the ghosts must come to battle. Inside the Xiuzhou building, the painted skin ghosts varied in level. There were level 5 painted skin young ladies, level 6 painted skin young servants, level 8 painted skin dancers, and so on. But they all shared a common trait, low combat will. Ever since they gained intelligence and donned their painted skins, they had been indulging in pleasure, lacking any corresponding combat experience or will. Therefore, when they saw the armored soldiers, their only thoughts, aside from their noisy antics, were to escape. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhou Chen ordered the ladies to come down for blood testing on the 2nd floor, the hidden painted skins pushed open doors and windows one by one, jumping down from the 2nd floor. The townsfolk watching in the street had no idea what was happening. They only saw a group of armored soldiers enter the building, and soon after, several women dressed lightly jumped out to flee. The sight of those white, perky, soft figures swaying made the onlookers gasp in excitement. Help! The soldiers are killing people. My lord, save me. Those armored soldiers have gone mad, they want to kill us all. Silence! The Jing'an army has entered the city to deal with the ghost problem. Everyone be careful, those fleeing must be evil ghosts. Do not be deceived and lose your lives. By order of the officer, those who flee will be killed without mercy. Those who disturb the military formation will face severe punishment. On one side were the weak and innocent young ladies crying out, while on the other were the armed soldiers threatening them, leaving the onlooking townsfolk unable to discern who was good and who was bad. But the soft, white flesh of the chest, weighing only a few taels, appeared far more delicate and deserving of sympathy than the knives and shields in the hands of the soldiers. A few men immediately wanted to jump out and speak up for justice, but were firmly held back by those around them. Are you crazy? The military order from the captain has been issued. Do you think the Jing'an army dares to kill you? What if they can kill me? Even with their military orders, they cannot be so reckless. Some were held back, while others were not. A few hot-blooded men, having just shouted a few words in search of justice, were soon frightened into trembling and turning pale by something even more outrageous. They saw the officer on the 2nd floor and 5 archers drawing their bows, unleashing a rain of arrows towards the fleeing delicate ladies. Bang, bang, bang. The painted skins hit by Zhou Chen's tiger bow and evil-repelling arrows exploded instantly, scattering into dust. The painted skin struck by the bloodthirsty arrows of the divine-armed hands seemed like balloons with holes, leaking air as they moved, and after just a few steps, their once large and firm forms became soft and wrinkled. Ghosts! There are really ghosts, and they are wearing human skin. Are those who jumped out accomplices? Catch them and verify their identities. The general is a great archer. Quickly draw your bow and exterminate the ghosts. If they escape, who will dare to go out at night? Before ascending the building, Zhou Chen had used the revealing liquid with the 5 divine-armed hands, thus having ample justification to see the ghostly beings. Therefore, he did not stop shooting until he had killed all the painted skin ladies who had jumped from the building, lowering his bow only then. Let's draw blood from those few loudmouths to verify their identities and see if they are bewitched by ghosts or if they are painted skins. Yes. Be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. I have blood, I'm human. I was just being foolish earlier, please don't hold it against me. It was only when the soldiers pinned them to the ground to draw blood for verification that the loudmouths understood what military law meant. In a physical sense, it was as solid as a mountain. Two robust soldiers held them down firmly, allowing no resistance. Ha ha! It should be like this. Just because you open your mouth, you think you are righteous and we are reckless soldiers. This sense of justice is a bit too whimsical, don't you think? The armored soldiers on the second floor felt very relieved upon seeing this, as they were verifying the ghostly beings upstairs, not down below. If they had been standing in the street just now, the soldiers would not have been so easy to talk to. Even without drawing their blades, they would have used their shields to strike. Alright, the ghosts on the second floor have been cleared. Let's check the first floor. In fact, there were no painted skin ghosts among the girls on the first floor, but the process of drawing blood for verification still had to be followed, otherwise, they could not prove their innocence. After handing over the verification task to the armored soldiers, Zhou Chen walked out of the Xiuzhou building, collecting arrows and picking up the fallen items. In this battle, he obtained 5 portions of accumulated e-liquid, 1 painted skin dancer, and 1 painted skin lady. Adding to the previous contributions from the painted skin rogue and the painted skin flower lady, he now had 12 portions of accumulated e-liquid in his hands. The onlooking commoners saw Zhou Chen, the military officer, coming down to collect arrows and immediately realized that these arrows capable of killing ghosts were valuable items. However, the surrounding soldiers were watching closely, making them too afraid to act recklessly, and they could only lament their missed opportunity in their hearts. My eldest son is also serving in the camp, and he's a soldier from the Wuwei camp. I wonder if he can ask for a ghost exterminating arrow to keep at home for protection. What are you thinking? The military officer came out personally to collect arrows, which means he doesn't have enough for himself. How could he give one to your eldest son? That's not necessarily true. Arrows can get damaged. We don't need the good ones, even the bad ones will do. The onlooking commoners were simply overthinking. The bloodthirsty arrows would never leak out once they were in the hands of the divine armed soldiers. Zhou Chen's better evil repelling arrows were also eyed by his subordinates, who had promised to repair and use them after they were damaged before entering the city. Dubois, these two look unusable, just give them to us. Take them, the shafts are cracked, but the arrowheads are fine, though the spiritual energy has probably dissipated. Let it be, let it be. This arrow is good, better than the broken armor-piercing arrows. We can go back and repair it, and it will still be usable. After handing the damaged arrows to the divine archer, Zhou Chen climbed back up to the flower tower and gazed towards Chun Rongfang. The painted skins were behaving too abnormally. They clearly had the ability to manage in groups, yet they allowed their subordinates to fight individually, even being systematically eliminated by the Jing'an army. Even if they couldn't win in direct combat against the Jing'an army supported by martial artists, they should have concentrated their forces and fought with all their might. But it seemed they had given up struggling, letting the Jing'an army clear out their mid-level liaison units. In this way, how could the upper-level painted skin officials finally control the painted skin commoners hidden among the people? Could they rely on the loyalty and self-awareness of the lower ranks? They are too scattered. If this continues, it will only delay us for a while and won't cause much actual damage. The 15th of July, the Ghost Festival, is too special a day. Perhaps they are just stalling for time, fighting individually to lower our vigilance. The operation was going too smoothly, which had its pros and cons. Now, the martial artists in various counties had begun to underestimate the painted skins, thinking they were merely weak spirits. This was the result the painted skins wanted, or rather, the result the painted skin matriarch desired. At this moment, in a secluded courtyard within the Luo residence of Chun Rongfang and the county's assistant officials, different types of painted skins, including painted skin man Ning, painted skin scholar, and painted skin warrior, gathered together. Mother, our subordinates can hardly hold on any longer. The armored soldiers are rampant in the streets, forcing them out one by one with the blood test method to be killed. The wails we hear break our hearts. Please, Mother, give the order to counterattack. Even if we die in battle, it is far better than being slaughtered at will. Wait a little longer, it will be dark soon. On the night of the Ghost Festival, the Ghost Gate opens, only the dead and the living may enter. In the evening, the Jing'an army abandoned their small team hunting mode and regrouped. Of course, the focus of the regrouping was on the county's martial artists and the elite divine archers' dark armor. The other troops were merely supplementary and wouldn't be of much use in a real fight. The reason the Jing'an lieutenant reactivated the city guard troops for a change of defense was to prevent the painted skin spirits from retaliating against his troops. As for whether the reactivated city guard troops would be attacked by the spirits, he couldn't care less. The Jing'an army and the city guard were ultimately two different systems. As their superior, he would only do his best to protect his soldiers, while the city guard troops that might have spirits hiding among them wouldn't receive his attention. The city guard's captain was no fool. He had watched all afternoon how elite soldiers hunted down spirits and understood the dangers of the night. The plague-stricken Jing'an army doesn't treat us city guards as human beings. They have angered the spirits in the city and instead made us stand watch at night. Tell the brothers below that tonight, we just need to patrol and put on a show. The guards at the 4 gates should not leave the city gate barracks at night. Captain, this isn't good. That Gingan lieutenant is not an easy target. If we take the opportunity to be sly, he might hold it against us. If he submits a document to the county office at dawn, how will we explain ourselves? Explain? We have already explained to him. Who will explain to us? Whoever has the guts to live dangerously, I won't stop them. If you want peace, just be honest and slack off this once. He can't punish all of us. As long as we can keep our brothers alive, I can always resign from being the city guard captain. If Zhou Chen were here, he would certainly notice that the city guard captain not only had a health bar but also identity information, level 12 painted skin warrior. However, even if he was a painted skin, his actions were still under the banner of protecting his subordinates, making it hard for anyone to find fault. After calming the city guard's martial officers, he quickly returned to the eastern city of Chunrongfang, to the Luo residence of the county's assistant officials. Lord Luo, just as you said, that Gingan lieutenant is a selfish man. Now the 4 gates of the city are back in our hands, and we have no worries about the exit routes. Good, tonight we will fight and retreat, leading the Gingan army out of the city, making them think that the secret realm we came from is hidden outside the city, not inside. As long as we get out of this city, there is a vast wilderness for them to search, only then will we be truly safe. As the county magistrate's assistant, Luo Ying, was exchanging words with the city guard's captain, a painted skin warrior hurriedly arrived. Lord Luo, the reassembled Jing'an army is heading straight for Chunrongfang, and the surrounding citizens have been led away by their soldiers to the western part of the city. Don't panic, I knew it. They won't just sweep away some gangs and brothels, the county officials are their real targets. Have our people don their armor. Although the city guard's armor is crude, it's still much sturdier than the cloth and flesh of the painted skins. Also, grab more large shields and bows, their ghost-slaying arrows are powerful, but as long as they don't hit us, they won't have much effect. Understood. With the painted skin captain around, the city guard's armory had long been under the control of the painted skins. While they couldn't use the city guard to attack the Jing'an army, they still had the ability to mobilize their weapons. Manning, as our combat strength leader, you will play the role of Mother tonight. Once Mother changes her fate and blood spills over flesh, all our efforts will be rewarded. There's no need for more words, Lord Luo. Manning can't deceive the blood testing method. With no way out, why not fight them? Good, let them lose some lives today, so they can achieve merit in their victory and ensure our safety and livelihood. The county magistrate's assistant, Luo Ying, cast a glance at the secluded courtyard, hoping that Mother would succeed, otherwise, their struggle would lose its meaning. As the painted skins donned their armor and prepared for battle, the Jing'an army surrounded Chunrongfang, and a war between humans and ghosts was about to erupt. Order the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion to attach blood-slaying arrows to their long spears and stand ready. Instruct the military officers to use the spirit-revealing liquid to act as the soldiers' eyes and ears, directing them to attack. The auxiliary soldiers will guard the nearby citizens entering the western Yao Wufang and maintain order on the spot. Yes. With the military orders issued, the auxiliary soldiers withdrew in an orderly fashion, leaving behind 1,200 regular soldiers from the 3rd Battalion. Command all those in black armor to use the spirit-revealing liquid, attach suppressing arrows to their spears, and patrol Chunrongfang. Order the Captain Zhou Chen to temporarily supervise the divine arms, climb the walls, and wait for an opportunity to snipe the ghostly beings. Understood. Just as Zhou Chen climbed to the 3rd floor of the market, he saw an official dressed in the standard black robe of the Great Way, shouting loudly from the outside. If not for the soldiers of the Wuwei camp forcibly blocking him, he would have rushed into the military formation. Captain Jiang, I am County Magistrate Wan Hun. My son is still in Chunrongfang. My son is human, not a ghost. I personally tested his blood this afternoon. You must not kill him. At this moment, County Magistrate Wan Hun was in utter despair. When their family was evacuating Chunrongfang normally, his son Wang Li suddenly shouted that he wanted to protect Zhang Manning and secretly ran off. He knew that asking the Jing'an army to distinguish between painted skins and ordinary people was putting these soldiers in a difficult position. If his son dared to appear on the streets at night, he would most likely be shot as a painted skin ghost. Therefore, he desperately wanted to see the Jing'an captain, pleading for the captain to send local warriors to save his son's life. But at such a time of war, his request could not be fulfilled. The Jing'an captain, as the central commander, could not meet him. In the end, this heartbroken county magistrate was carried away by the auxiliary soldiers, and he didn't even get to see any military officers. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Wuwei camp relayed his request to the Jing'an captain, but there was no response from the cold-faced captain. Gather the drums and fire arrows towards the southeast, targeting the Luo residence. After the military order was issued, the soldiers of the shooting sound camp ignited arrows wrapped in oilcloth and shot them towards the Luo residence, creating a rain of fire arrows. The soldiers of the Wuwei camp also held various incendiary devices, advancing in small teams to continuously throw them into the Luo residence. The Jing'an captain's actions were not only to force the painted skin ghosts out of the Luo residence but also aimed to create a stable light source. Under the effect of the deep drumbeats, the flame's spreading ability was partially weakened, while their rapid burning ability was partially enhanced. In just a quarter of an hour, the wooden structures inside the Luo residence became a stable light source, burning sufficiently and greatly reducing the smoke produced. Kill. Break through the military formation of the officials and avenge our kin who died unjustly in the daylight. A team, a second team, a third team shed their skins and emerged as shadowy ghosts, attacking and killing the soldiers of the Imperial Army. Let Wang Li take the lead. As long as the Jing'an army shoots him down, the county office and military fort will become disunited, and it will be difficult for them to enter the city again. The fifth team, clad in iron armor, charged out from various residences, each team consisting of about 10 to 20 people, totaling less than 100. However, their strength should not be underestimated. Multiple teams launched scattered attacks on different targets, and with the third team of shadowy ghosts coordinating their actions, they inflicted some damage on the Wuwei camp as soon as they made contact. On the side of the Jing'an lieutenant, 8 county warriors were quickly deployed into the formation to stabilize the shaken military ranks. But the leading figure, the emotional leader Wang Li, was dead. A second-level monster was pitifully weak and was pierced through the chest by a soldier from the Wuwei camp. At such a moment of military confrontation, not only him, but even someone like Kai Chang, a trusted lieutenant, would be killed by the soldiers of the Wuwei camp if he stood opposite them. Therefore, Wang Li was destined to receive no protection. He could only serve as a disposable tool to intensify the conflict. Zhou Qin didn't even notice his death, fully focused on the shadowy ghost team drawing their bows and shooting arrows. The divine arm team rapidly fires at the shadow spirits, clearing out non-physical targets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tiger bow, equipped with a concealment-breaking effect, vibrated swiftly, and the exorcism arrows struck the shadowy spirits like a torrential storm. Zhou Qin abandoned the killing approach and opted for a restraining strategy. Regardless of whether the ghostly beings hit by the exorcism arrows lived or died, as long as he triggered the concealment-breaking effect, he would switch to a new target. In this way, he became a god of death on the battlefield. Any target he focused on would be rendered useless, even if it didn't die. Not long after the battle began, he alone had fired 20 arrows, killing 11 shadowy spirits and breaking the concealment of 8. A level 12 shadow spirit that had not been hit by an arrow to break its concealment was revealed after he shot it again. Luo Jun, kill that archer, or we will find it difficult to leverage the advantage of the shadow spirits. Understood, those who hold the high ground are not good people. Assassinating with a bow is devoid of righteousness. I will remove him. The shout of the level 12 shadow spirit further escalated the situation. Several hidden painted skin warriors suddenly dashed out from various courtyards, charging towards the county warriors who were stabilizing the front line. The county magistrate's aide, Luo Ying, locked onto Zhou Qin as she rushed over, a beautiful figure that seemed out of place in the bloody battlefield, gracefully walking onto the street. Dressed in silk and brocade, adorned with emerald hairpins, her expression a mix of sorrow and grievance, her perfect figure was delicate and charming, illuminated by the firelight, resembling a spirit in the flames. Yuan Lang, Man Ning will ultimately not wait for you any longer. You go ahead first. Once I have skinned this lieutenant to make you a garment, it will fulfill our fate. Arrogant demon, Jiang is here, let's see if my knife is sharp. As soon as the painted skin Man Ning appeared, she attracted the attention of the soldiers in the battle, speaking some nonsensical words about skinning the Jing'an lieutenant. This extreme beauty and extreme arrogance were contradictory, yet revealed a hint of a strange beauty of slaughter. The surrounding battlefield seemed to serve as a backdrop, with only the beautiful flower of blood and whales at its core. But such tactics could hardly enchant the Jing'an lieutenant. He drew out his secret realm treasure knife, channeling his own spiritual energy, displaying the might of a warrior that filled the air. The outwardly radiating spiritual energy and aura surged, bright lightning entwined around the long knife, accompanied by a rumbling thunder. The flickering blade seemed ready to cut through the darkness. Bang! The petite body of painted skin Man Ning erupted with immense power, wielding an iron bamboo whip, redirecting the Jing'an lieutenant's attack towards the ground beside her. However, the tremendous force of the long knife still pushed Man Ning back several steps, the violent aura and electric arcs tearing her palm's skin, revealing the dark, flowing shadow liquid beneath. Nevertheless, painted skin Man Ning was ultimately a level 15 elite monster. Even with her skin broken, she did not leak energy, instead remaining charming and full. You lieutenant are quite clueless. Yuan Lang is about to leave, yet you let him see my disgraceful state, asking for a beating. Huapi Mining underestimated Zhou Yuan, thinking it would be easy to kill this anomaly with abundant blood and blue medicine supplies. In reality, it was quite difficult. While Huapi Mining fought against the Jing'an captain, Huapi Luoying approached Zhou Chen under the cover of two shield-bearing Huapi. The Jing'an captain is indeed no ordinary person. If we had killed you directly back then, we could have avoided a lot of trouble. I fear you wouldn't be able to do that. I'm quite good at hiding, Zhou Chen replied, watching Huapi Luoying draw closer. He put away his tiger bow and drew out his steel battle knife. They were on the third floor of a wooden building, where space was limited and cluttered, making it hard to shoot freely. Oh, so the Jing'an captain has other means. I see your knife is flashy but impractical, just an ordinary object. If you think you can use that knife to cut me, you might be overthinking it. Ordinary steel may not be able to cut ghostly beings. Why not give it a try? Alright, I'll give it a try. Huapi Luoying wielded a sword and wore half-body iron armor, but this configuration couldn't protect his entire body, and his actual defense area was limited. His advantage lay in his level of 13 and years of honed swordsmanship. However, that human skin restricted his strength, preventing him from unleashing the power to tear through the Huapi, forcing him to fight like a fierce warrior. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades echoed as the agile and powerful Huapi Luoying initially suppressed Zhou Chen. But Zhou Chen was even fiercer, relying on the large defense area of his armor. He didn't defend against anything that wasn't a vital target, trading injuries for injuries with unmatched ferocity. After a fierce exchange, Huapi Luoying looked at his torn skin and the multiple bleeding wounds on Zhou Chen, letting out a helpless sigh. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so brave. Now that my skin is broken, the Yin spirit should shed its skin and emerge. Let me send you off one last time, and then I'll use your skin to patch my clothes. You ghostly being have decent combat experience. Why are you so obsessed with a human skin? You should have shed your skin to fight long ago. What do you know? You are born with spirit and flesh. How can you understand the value of this skin? Without this skin, how can we touch the human world? Zhou Chen appeared to have sustained some injuries, but it was merely superficial. His health bar remained above 95%. As long as his blood medicine wasn't exhausted, his health bar couldn't possibly drop. The damaged skin lost its filling, and Huapi Luoying finally revealed his ghostly form. The shadowy Yin spirit lunged at Zhou Chen, attempting to directly kill his soul. But what awaited him was a palm enveloped in a blood-red aura. With a loud bang, the next palm followed closely, and the strikes continued in succession. The energy-draining Sankai seal in Zhou Chen's hands became an ordinary attack. The consumption was still slower than his replenishment. After Zhou Chen struck the sixth seal, Huapi Luoying's health bar was completely emptied. He didn't even have time to feel the burning of the soul-devouring blood flame before collapsing under the relentless Sankai seal. Ding! Killed level 13 Huapi Luoying, experience plus 200. The experience from Huapi Luoying wasn't much, but it dropped a green light orb. Ding! Obtained item Huapi Scholar, Ghost Language Inscription, Ghost Script Spell, Skill, Ghost Language Inscription, Description, Language of the Underworld, a secret script of destruction. After use, gain a passive skill to recognize ghost scripts, with higher levels increasing recognition speed. Skill, Ghost Script Spell, Description, Heavenly Spirit returns to my heart, 9 heavens descend upon the human soul, palm will turns through spring, pulling souls to find the lost. A special spiritual secret language mainly used for soul retrieval and summoning the dead. Effect, use this skill to mark one or more targets, transmit information to them, and lock their location. Maximum level allows marking of 100 targets. Upon seeing the description of the Ghost Script spell, Zhou Chen understood how the Huapi managed their command and control. Although he didn't know how many exist like Huapi Luoying, he believed such special units shouldn't be many. I just killed the Huapi's liaison, their command system won't collapse, will it? Zhou Chen was not wrong in his thoughts. There were indeed not many special units like Luoying, and each had different responsibilities. After Luoying was killed, the Painted Skins lost their superior who could issue retreat orders and could only helplessly continue fighting. Where is Lord Luo? Didn't we agree to fight while retreating, to lure the Jing'an army out of the city? Why hasn't a retreat order been given yet? I don't know. Perhaps Lord Luo was targeted and killed by a martial artist. We must make our own decisions. Let's go, fight while we retreat, and draw them out of the city. The ghost gate of Zhongyuan is about to open. We must not let them discover that the spirits are emerging from Shirzhu. After the Painted Skin Luoying was killed, it did not disrupt the command system of the Painted Skins. Under the command of several Painted Skin scholars, they fought while retreating, and after creating some distance, they quickly fled. The painted skins left behind shed their skins and, taking advantage of the spirits, escaped the pursuit of the Jingyan army. They want to leave, pursue them quickly. The most suitable way for the ghostly beings to disengage from battle was not to exit the city but to blend into the various neighborhoods. However, they wanted the Jingyan army to believe they were so frightened that they dared not linger in the city and were fleeing back to their ghostly lair for refuge. Therefore, their retreat route was quite unified, as if the area just outside the South City Gate was their nest. Bang! Creak! The city gate's bolt was roughly thrown down, and the heavy gate was pushed open by 4 painted skin warriors. At this moment, the night watchmen were hiding in their posts, too scared to move. "Boss, aren't we going to take a look? If bandits take advantage of the night to open the gate and steal from the treasury, that would be a grave dereliction of duty. You can look if you want, the Jingyan army is fighting the ghosts in the city. The war drums haven't stopped. Which foolish thief would dare to cause trouble at this time?" The boss is right, we are city guards managing banditry, not martial artists dealing with demons and ghosts. They fight their battles, we just need to avoid adding to the chaos. The city guards, timid and unwilling to intervene, were not troubled by the pursuing Jingyan army. This was not because the Jingyan lieutenant was kind, but because his goal was to drive the ghosts out of the city, not to trap them inside. The painted skin ghosts wanted to lure the Jingyan army out of the city, while the Jingyan army aimed to expel them on this day of Zhongyuan festival to prevent them from causing chaos. These two ideas coincided perfectly, naturally creating a scene of mutual cooperation. However, this tacit understanding was shattered at the South City Gate, where the cavalry soldiers arrived first, followed closely by the archers. Yet they all stood under the city gate, showing no intention of charging out to fight. Only the Jingyan lieutenant and the county martial artists pursued outside, ready to continue driving them away and pinpoint the location of the painted skins' lair. After dozens of painted skins exited the city and ran for a while, they realized that the martial artists were merely maintaining their distance to drive them away, while the Jingyan army had completely vanished. "Manning, what should we do now?" At this moment, the painted skin Manning had lost more than half of her skin. The remaining skin was charred and cracked from the electric arcs, resembling a grotesque demon with black, withered skin. Cowards, taking advantage yet afraid to pursue. If my mother were here, she would surely kill them all. Manning did not know that to prevent the existence of hidden powerful ghosts, during the previous battle, not only was the Jingyan lieutenant conserving spiritual energy, but 3 county martial artists were also hidden within the army, always ready to strike and rescue. Shall we return and fight them again? No, if we return to provoke a fight, the Jingyan lieutenant will surely notice something unusual. We can't advance or retreat. What should we do? Outside the city, the painted skin ghosts found themselves unable to advance or retreat, while the martial artists maintained their distance and monitored them, both sides puzzled as to why the other had stopped. At that moment, a series of bells suddenly rang out from Jingyan City, signaling the retreat for the special occasion of Zhongyuan festival. The citizens inside the city, upon hearing the sound, knew that midnight had arrived, and everyone must not leave their homes, closing windows, extinguishing candles, and resting with their eyes closed until dawn. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The melodious chimes rang out 12 times, and the indecisive painted skins finally breathed a sigh of relief. It is midnight, the ghost gate is wide open, and the spirits of the secret realm will be roaming the outskirts of the city. We shall use the ghostly incantations to guide them. The painted skin man Ning was speaking with great enthusiasm when suddenly, she vanished into thin air, leaving only an iron bamboo whip behind. The other painted skin warriors also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a pile of clothing, armor, and shriveled skins. At the same time, the hidden painted skins in the city also vanished silently, leaving behind human skins and the terrified screams of their relatives. In that moment, it seemed as if the painted skins had been wiped out by some special force, causing the mixed city of humans and ghosts, Jingyan, to instantly undergo purification of ghostly entities. Captain Jiang, why did they suddenly disappear? I don't know. Perhaps they returned to their nests, designating this area as a key zone for strict inspection. The people present were unaware that shortly after the chimes rang, in the cellar of a residence in Chunrongfang, a pale-faced man suddenly sat up. He touched his emaciated body, feeling the ribs of his chest, first with joy, then with worry. Luo Lang, have I succeeded or failed? If I have not succeeded, why do I have flesh and blood? If I have succeeded, why can I no longer use the ghostly incantations? I can feel no spiritual energy anymore, only the warmth of my heartbeat. I think I have succeeded, but I have also lost the aura of the spirits, becoming an ordinary person. The painted skin ghost mother succeeded. She took advantage of the opening of the ghost gate during the Zhongyuan festival and the temporary lack of restrictions on ghostly entities in the secret realm to complete her identity swap. But she also failed. Luo Xing's body had no spiritual energy, he was merely a robust normal person. The only noteworthy aspect was his fateful connection to the Qinyan temple, which also could not generate spiritual energy. The painted skin ghost mother used the method of emotional transformation to obtain Luo Xing's flesh and soul, and under the miraculous effect of the fate, she gained a human identity. Thus, she escaped the judgment range of the secret realm instance, becoming a relatively normal person. She introduced an incompatible identity prefix, which the secret realm instance judged as lost and dead, granting her freedom but severing her connection to the secret realm instance. Consequently, the secret realm instance determined that the core boss was dead, with no players remaining in the instance, and automatically restarted the secret realm instance. The painted skin ghost entities originating from the secret realm were directly refreshed, with only the painted skin ghost mother, who had undergone a transformation and gained human identity, escaping disaster. No, if I have become a normal person, then where should they go? The ghost mother Luo Xing seemed to realize something. She hurriedly pushed aside the barrier in the cellar, revealing a dark opening. Then she fashioned a simple torch from cloth, grease, and a wooden stick, lighting it and climbing down. Indeed, after walking for a while, she saw a ground covered with shriveled skins and disheveled clothing. She stared blankly at all of this, a unique sense of loneliness and sorrow rising within her. Safe travels, everyone. Ha ha ha. I wanted to escape the secret realm, but the secret realm has abandoned me. There are no demons that possess eternal intelligence, immortality, only the mindless and the fragile lives of the intelligent. In the cold, foul-smelling city sewer, a thin man was heartbroken. He had obtained the fate he had longed for, but lost everything. After mourning for a moment, he raised the torch and continued forward, turning through several holes of varying sizes, and saw the wandering spirits. This was the ability to discern yin and yang provided by the Qinyan temple fate. Those wandering spirits did not attack him, because when the ghost gate is wide open, the spirits of the secret realm become passive monsters, wandering aimlessly around the secret realm unless attacked or guided. The ghost mother Luo Xing knew that these spirits could no longer call her mother. They had already found a new ghost mother. Following the stinking, filthy passage, she found a simply decorated dark room. Inside the dark room was an artificially dug dry well, from which the wandering spirits were continuously emerging. Everyone, you have all returned, but I cannot go back, and I do not know whether it is a blessing or a curse. Fortunately, you are neither dead nor foolish, and cannot feel the sorrow and pain. Let our fates end here. As dawn broke, many families in the city hung white banners. They donned mourning clothes and cried out at their doorsteps, hoping that the heavens, deities, and ancestors in the underworld would hear their grief and see their misfortune. The patrolling soldiers occasionally passed through the markets, yet they brought no sense of security. The bereaved citizens looked at the soldiers of the Jing'an army with complex emotions. They were relieved that the Jing'an army had entered the city to deal with the ghostly threats, otherwise, they might have been skinned alive by the evil spirits at any moment. Yet, they were also dissatisfied with the Jing'an army for disrupting their lives, shattering their once happy families. They were grateful the Jing'an army had come, yet resented that they had not arrived sooner. Driven by these mixed feelings, the citizens who had lost their relatives were indifferent towards the Jing'an army and paid no attention to the funeral rites being held. Indeed, in yesterday's battle, the Jing'an army had also suffered losses, with several soldiers injured, including 2 martial artists from the subordinate counties. At dawn, the county magistrate brought white cloth, mourning garments, and sacrificial items to pay respects to the fallen soldiers. The county official Wang Hun did not come. He was enduring the pain of losing his son while tallying the officials replaced by the ghosts. Regardless, this was supposed to be a decisive victory in eradicating the ghostly threat, yet neither the grieving citizens nor the soldiers of the Jing'an army could find joy in it. Only those unaffected citizens and wealthy families in the city spontaneously brought various gifts to the Chuanrong Alley to reward the soldiers. Captain, this battle was too pathetic. I originally thought to intimidate those skin-changing citizens, to make them behave. I didn't expect these ghosts to be so cowardly, fleeing as soon as they were defeated. Do not speak recklessly, this is a victory, a great victory. Only in this way do the brothers' deaths hold value. Record the merits and demerits carefully, and ensure that the compensation is distributed promptly. Although soldiers should be prepared for death in battle, we must handle the aftermath of the fallen soldiers properly. Kai Chang, you go select a team of soldiers and an officer to establish a camp in the city. From now on, the families of the deceased can seek assistance at the camp. We must not let outsiders bully the widows and children of our brothers. Understood. This battle against the ghosts had many shortcomings, and even the Jing'an captain himself was not satisfied. If they could not find the ghost's lair, even if they helped the citizens eliminate the ghostly threat, his achievements would still be limited. As a result, it would be difficult for his soldiers to share in greater benefits. Zhou-Chen, when we left the city yesterday, I left you to hunt down any remaining ghosts. Did you find anything unusual? Reporting to the captain, I originally caught a few hiding ghosts, but as soon as the midnight bell rang, they all disappeared. Where did they go? They can't have truly vanished underground in the south of the city. It seems we must recruit labor and dispatch auxiliary soldiers to dig a moat in the south of the city. Unlike the Jing'an captain's confusion, Zhou-Chen had guessed something. When he searched for the remaining ghosts last night, he found that the suddenly disappearing ghosts did not have their bloodlines instantly cleared, but rather vanished in an instant. At that time, he speculated that perhaps the core boss had been slain by the martial artists, causing the unknown secret realm instance to reset. The cries of the citizens mourning in the morning also confirmed his speculation, but the Jing'an captain adamantly denied having killed the leading ghost. This was strange. Surely the skin-changing boss couldn't have committed suicide, or been secretly recognized by some expert and killed on the night of the Ghost Festival. Reporting to the captain, the orphan Luo Xing from the Luo family requests an audience. He says that the skin-changing ghost disguised itself as his wife and hollowed out the entire Luo family. He originally sensed something was wrong but was secretly imprisoned by the skin-changing ghost. In desperation, he became a servant, doing everything to please them to preserve his life, and took the opportunity to learn some secrets about the skin-changing ghosts. Can you verify his blood? It has been verified. He has blood and flesh, completely normal. Bring him in. Faced with the intelligence delivered to him, the Jing'an captain had no reason to refuse. Zhou-Chen, sitting beside him, was also very curious about what kind of person could survive in the den of ghosts. Was it someone skilled in serving, able to satisfy the desires of the painted skin? Or was it intending to spread false information? While he was pondering, he saw a soldier bringing in a person, and the identity introduction above that person's head immediately caught his attention. Level 4 Qingyang Rumming Luo Xing Level 15 Painted Skin Ghost Mother. Good heavens, this title was not only long but also had different colors. The segment of Level 4 Qingyang Rumming was a normal blood color, while Level 15 Painted Skin Ghost Mother was gray, associated with the skull icon. It seemed that the title Level 15 Painted Skin Ghost Mother had become ineffective, and the only active identity was Luo Xing. Jing'an Luo Xing has met the captain, and I am sincerely grateful for your assistance. I will share everything I know with you to repay your life-saving grace. The thin man knelt down as soon as he entered the hall, his gratitude and respect seeming genuine rather than feigned. Since you have intelligence to provide, you are my guest. Please sit down and discuss in detail. If you can answer the 2 questions about the location of the ghost den and why the ghostly beings are thriving, I will certainly commend you. I dare not seek credit. I only wish that after the general is satisfied, I may be allowed to join the camp. After this ordeal, I no longer dare to live alone and wish to enter the military fortress to learn the art of killing and bolster my courage. Please, speak freely. The Jing'an captain was filled with anticipation, and Luo Xing showed excitement, while Zhou-Chen wore a half-smile. Ah, so that's how the secret realm instance refreshed. It turns out you have possessed a human, and the boss's identity seems to have become ineffective. Captain, you are well read and must have heard of the beggar's most vicious method, harvesting life and cutting. My painted skin wife told me that all of this originated from the beggar leader in the city. That beggar leader usually steals children, poisons, and maims, seeking wealth in this city. However, for a time, the county officials cracked down hard, so he hid in the city's stone drain, sewer. Then he planned to dig a drinking well in the drain and stockpile some provisions, turning the dark drain into his paradise. Evil people lead to evil deeds, and the den of evil ghosts appeared at that moment. The beggar leader found that after digging for a while, he could no longer dig deeper, and the beggar children he sent in would inexplicably disappear. Therefore, he treated that dry well as a ghost gate, occasionally throwing in disobedient beggar children and sickly kids. He was not wrong. The dry well led directly to the den of the Yin ghosts. The beggar children he discarded opened the eyes of the ghosts within. Then the Yin ghosts pushed the door open and skinned that beggar leader, using his skin to continue feeding the Yin ghosts. As time passed, more and more Yin ghosts gained intelligence, and they began to control various professions in Jing'an City, causing accidents and abducting the county's citizens, ultimately leading to a ghostly plague. Bang! Accompanied by a loud crash, the solid table was smashed to pieces by the Jing'an captain, and the surrounding guards rushed in, weapons drawn. Impudent! Bold and reckless, a crime of such magnitude deserves 1,000 cuts. Simply skinning him alive would be too lenient. Captain, please calm your anger. This is not just the sorrow of Jing'an City, it was merely that the beggar leader coincidentally dug into the ghost den, which triggered the disaster. The beggars and vagrants are the last lifeline for the impoverished people. I never thought someone would commit such a crime on this tragic path. Very well, since we cannot guard against them and there are evildoers everywhere, I will cut off their roots and stop the evil. Send my orders, strictly investigate all the neighborhoods in the city and capture all beggars. Those who are able-bodied will be thrown into the camp as auxiliary soldiers, while the disabled will be sent to the military supply office as seamsters. From today onward, as long as I, Jiang Ren, am still the Jing'an captain, there shall be no beggars in this city. I want to see if their evil can compare to the blades and guns in the camp. Yes, we will carry out the order and cleanse the neighborhoods. I have been willful, I ask for your understanding. After the sudden outburst of anger from the Jing'an captain Jiang Ren, although he verbally expressed understanding to the martial artists from the subordinate counties, he showed no intention of retracting his military orders. This was largely due to the incident involving the beggar leader Kai Shang, which struck at his soft spot, leaving him with a sense of dread. Although his wife and children were far away in the capital, his concubine and daughter lived in Jing'an City. Separated from his wife and children, he had invested more paternal love in the daughter born to his concubine. Now, hearing that there were specialized child thieves in Jing'an City, and that their methods were so cruel, how could he not be shocked and furious? Captain, your public spirit for the people and care for the common folk is admirable. The martial artists from the subordinate counties praised him. A captain like Jiang Ren, who guarded a territory, had the capital to be willful. Not to mention that he had captured beggars for his camp. Even if he shut down all the brothels and gambling houses in the city, no one could do anything to him. Therefore, those present did not think Jiang Ren was overreacting. Rather, they saw it as a righteous display that could not tolerate any sand. Captain, the beggar leader is evil, and the ghostly fiends are vicious. I wish to lead you into the stone ditch to seal the ghostly fiend's lair and prevent the ghostly plague from recurring. Upon hearing the words of the emotional leader Luo Xing, Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at this guy's ruthlessness. Not to mention the various malevolent spirits in the ghost lair, just the act of exchanging his own family for rewards showed a decisive cruelty. Good, if we can seal the secret realm's exit, it will be a great achievement. If the ghostly fiend's secret realm can produce spiritual objects, you can earn a noble title from the court for your contribution. Any undiscovered secret realm was a treasure waiting to be developed. If this merit could be realized, the Jing'an army would not have to be responsible for the rewards. The Great Way Court would surely reward the contributor handsomely, making them a benchmark. Moreover, with this merit of offering treasures, the court would definitely protect Luo Xing's safety, and Zhou Chen would not dare to kill him, losing the opportunity for experience and skills. Please follow me, General. Whether what Xing says is true or not can be verified. This time, the inspection of the secret realm did not require much prompting from the Jing'an captain. The martial artists from the subordinate counties eagerly volunteered. They had initially thought that the ghostly plague had suddenly dissipated and that there would be little reward from the court, but they did not expect that there was indeed a secret realm in the city, which was truly a cause for celebration. Under the leadership of the emotional leader Luo Xing, the martial artists and the divine armored soldiers entered a small courtyard in the alley and discovered a hidden passage in the underground cave. Zhang Yong, take a few brothers down to investigate. Please do not blame me, sir. This passage is narrow and dark, and there may be ghostly fiends hiding. Let the soldiers go down to probe the situation. Jiang Ren, the Jing'an captain, was not a reckless person. Seeing that the space in the stone ditch, sewer, was narrow and inconvenient for movement, he decided to let his personal guards go down to investigate. The personal guard named Zhang Yong said little, first removing his armor, then tying 2 live rabbits with hemp rope and hanging them around his neck. Finally, he used a spirit-revealing liquid, held 2 ghost-repelling arrows in his mouth, and slid down the dark hole. The soldiers accompanying Zhang Yong also removed their armor, took up torches for illumination, and followed him in. Captain, the stone ditch is winding and difficult to navigate. Without a guide, it will be hard to find the dry well. I will go down and accompany them. Your righteousness is commendable, then I must trouble you. Luo Xing, having mingled in the human world for many years, knew well the duty of personal guards. Now that the Jing'an captain's personal guards had risked their lives to scout the way, he could not avoid it. It was better to volunteer and gain some trust. Zhou Chen, clad in armor and holding a bow, stood by, ready to shoot Luo Xing in the head at the first sign of trouble, ensuring his scheme of offering treasures would come to nothing. But this time, Luo Xing was truly putting in the effort, actively leading the personal guards and soldiers forward, completely selling out his own lair. About a quarter of an hour to half an hour later, Zhang Yong, the Jing'an captain's personal guard, was the first to crawl out from the dark hole. Reporting to the captain, the stone ditch is narrow and difficult to traverse, and there are no ghostly fiends wandering about. I passed through 8 holes and found a simple dark chamber inside, which has a dry well. I threw the rabbits inside, and there were no bones, so it is likely the entrance to the secret realm. Good, you go in again to lead the way, I will bring people to accompany you. The Jing'an captain stepped forward and patted Jiang Yong on the shoulder, helping him up. The personal guard Jiang Yong made a cut on his own arm with the Jinshi arrow, revealing bright red blood, before turning back and diving into the cave. Warriors, come with me, Zhou Chen, you too. Understood. The matter of exploring the secret realm was too important, so the Jing'an captain ultimately chose to keep all high-end combat power close at hand for the next step of verification and exploration. When Zhou Chen and the others entered the stone channel through the cave, they finally understood why the beggar had treated this place as a safe haven. The area was low and narrow, filled with numerous holes, dark and foul-smelling, indeed suitable for hiding dirt and avoiding the capture of officials. After passing through several holes and wading through the stinking, damp water and moss, they finally reached a relatively clean area. The emotional leader Luo Xing and the personal guards holding torches were waiting outside a dark room made of blue bricks. Please verify, General, the bottom of that dry well is where the secret realm lies. Let someone enter to find out. The Jing'an captain and the local warriors stepped forward to examine the dry well in the dark room, and Zhou Chen took the opportunity to follow and glance into the well. Instance, the Cave of the Painted Skin Ghosts, recommended challenge level, 10, recommended number of challengers, 10 to 20, the blood-red lettering indicated the difficulty of this instance. What 10 to 20 level 10 players could accomplish, warriors of equal strength and number could not. This was because players, in a sense, had thicker health bars than bosses. As long as they had enough health potions, even the most troublesome boss was merely a matter of exchanging health. But warriors were different, their health bars were precious, and they could not afford to engage in a war of attrition. Which warrior is willing to go down and take a look? Just confirm that the secret realm is real, do not linger or show off. Brothers, please rest for a moment, Lu Ji and Xin Yu will go. A warrior from Luji County stepped forward, sword and shield in hand, and jumped directly into the well. Sure enough, under the light of the torch, a robust warrior seemed to fall into an endless abyss, leaving no trace. However, just a few breaths later, the warrior reappeared, kicking off the well walls a few times before climbing out. Ha ha ha! What great joy, truly a stroke of luck. Captain Jiang, brothers, beneath this dry well is indeed the ghost secret realm, with a spacious interior and many ghostly beings. Moreover, the secret realm is shrouded in a faint layer of damp mist, which is cold and eerie. It is likely not a good thing. Good, as long as this place is real, the court will surely reward us greatly, and all brothers will have merits to share. After confirming the ghost secret realm was real, the Jing'an captain finally revealed a satisfied smile. This achievement was indeed significant, even more dazzling than his years of guarding the area. If the ghost secret realm could produce enough spiritual items, he might even rise to the central government and become a prominent general in the imperial army. Zhou Chen, quickly lead the troops to explore the terrain, set up military tents above this place, and dig out a convenient passage. Understood. Until Zhou Chen left, after the warriors calmed their excited emotions, the emotional leader Luo Xing finally spoke with hope. General, what do you think? Don't worry, I won't forget you, wait for the court's rewards. The rascals captured by the Jing'an army had work to do. Without waiting for deployment, they directly began their labor. After Zhou Chen contacted the officials at the county's construction office to determine the location of the ghost secret realm, all the captured rascals were reassigned as forced laborers. Under the sharp blades and guns of the soldiers, this group worked very hard, fearing that a careless mistake would lead to punishment. But this beautiful wish was destined to be in vain. They were used to bullying others and had never endured such continuous hard work. Ultimately, after the military baton fell on them, they developed patience and improved their work efficiency. Dubois, that group of rascals has opened the hole and can already see the brothers inside the stone channel. Good, let the construction office send a manager to build a wide staircase on site. Also, set up military tents first, and at the same time, construct large houses around the military tents to ensure that the common people do not accidentally fall into the holes. Yes. At Zhou Chen's command, the logistics soldiers in the camp were called over to take charge of the construction of the barracks stairs. The local ruffians were driven into the stone channel by armed assistants to build a new foundation underground. The officials from the county's construction department drew up plans to create a tower structure with one underground level and two above ground in the area of the Yin Ghost Secret Realm. The underground would serve as the battlefield, the ground level as the preparation area, and the second floor as the lookout zone. This design was simple and efficient, quickly approved by Zhou Chen, and the officials from the construction department began to allocate materials from the treasury to start the project in full swing. The construction of the military tents did not hinder internal operations. Just as the logistics soldiers finished setting up several rope ladders, the martial artists were eager to explore the Yin Ghost Secret Realm. Zhou Chen, being a similar martial artist and a swift archer with a precious bow and arrows, was naturally assigned to the exploration team. However, he was not optimistic about these mage-type martial artists. Firstly, the team lacked a true tank, which made the combat tolerance very low. Secondly, the painted skin Ghost Mother was a level 15 boss, and to kill it in its lair, one would need either a blood exchange tactic or sufficient high explosive damage. Yet, the Jing'an lieutenant could hardly defeat even the level 15 elite monster, the painted skin Mining, making it unlikely to have sustained high explosive output. Lieutenant, the reinforcements from the state government should be arriving in a few days. Shouldn't we wait for them? Zhou Chen, whether the reinforcements come or not, we must use this clumsy method to investigate the secret realm. We do not need to breach the secret realm. Our goal is to record the available resources within, check for spiritual items, and assess the strength of the monsters in the secret realm. It's not necessary to breach the secret realm and obtain treasure chests to verify the existence of spiritual items. Many powerful secret realms inherently nurture spiritual items, and even without contacting the master of the secret realm's monsters, one can still gain decent rewards. Zhou Chen understood what Lieutenant Zhang Run was saying. As long as combat occurred, battlefield intelligence was a crucial element that needed to be collected. The key was that Zhang Run could not see the instance information. His understanding of the painted skin ghosts was limited to the ghostly troubles in the city. In his view, the existing strength was already sufficient to explore the Yin Ghost secret realm. With a bit of effort, they might even be able to directly kill the master of the secret realm's monsters. But the reality was different. The mindless Yin ghosts were likely more troublesome than the intelligent ghostly beings. After all, one was a creature with many thoughts, focused on survival, the other only needed to trigger a combat judgment, fighting to the death without fear. Go change your equipment. Aside from the precious bow and quiver, don't carry heavy items. If the advance doesn't go smoothly, it will be easier to retreat quickly. Yes. Faced with the lieutenant's order, Zhou Chen had little to say. Several mage-type martial artists were already taking on the role of tanks, and he, as an output archer, could not back down at this critical moment. So he went to the barracks, took off his armor, and changed into warm clothing, wearing only a short leather armor for protection. Zhou Dubois, put on these shoes. They are specially made short boots with copper nails, secured with hemp ropes, making them easy to run in and hard to fall off. Also, take these deerskin gloves to prevent the cold from the secret realm from stiffening your hands. Having a good pair of shoes was crucial for exploring the cold and icy secret realm, preventing them from getting wet, slipping off, or frostbiting the feet, which would affect mobility. Therefore, the short boots sent by the quartermaster were not standard military boots but short leather boots with multiple hemp threads wrapped around copper buckles. Zhou Chen followed the advice and carefully tied the hemp ropes. Nearby, a logistics soldier half-squatted to wrap soft leather leg and wrist guards around him to prevent the cold wind from entering through the sleeves and pant legs, affecting his archery skills. Zhou Dubois, this is your backpack-style quiver. For convenience, the opening is not restricted. Be careful when using it, don't bend over and spill the arrows. Okay, I will be careful. A normal quiver is a waist-style one, but that severely affects running, making it unsuitable for exploring instances. To this end, the quartermaster specially provided Zhou Chen with a backpack-style quiver and replenished his stock of exorcism arrows, bringing the total to 60. In fact, there were still quite a few blood-killing arrows in the camp, but the quartermaster was concerned that the weight would hinder the archer's performance and dared not provide more. Finally, the quartermaster also gave Zhou Chen a wind mirror, made of copper plates and held by a leather strap, with densely packed small holes drilled from the inside out. Its function was similar to that of goggles, preventing the invasion of strong winds and dust. After donning this set of equipment, Zhou Chen was left with only one feeling: heat. The investigation by Xinyu, the county lieutenant of Leiji County, was not in vain. After bringing news of the cold and misty secret realm, the officials in the camp immediately devised a response plan. Regardless of whether these items could withstand the cold within the Yin Ghost secret realm, they were at least much more reliable than ordinary military boots and armor. However, this outfit was somewhat unappealing, transforming Zhou Chen from a valiant officer into a snow mountain hunter. When Zhou Chen entered the military tent and slid down the rope ladder into the stone channel, he discovered that everyone else was similarly dressed. The warriors also wore the attire of snow mountain hunters. The only difference was that among the warriors, there was only one archer, while the other 10 were melee-type sword and shield fighters. When the archer saw Zhou Chen come down, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Zhou Chen, I heard from Lieutenant Jiang that you are originally from Qiaoxi village in Shangle County and have recently obtained your official position, moving to the Jing'an government office. What a coincidence! I am Chang Fei, the county lieutenant of Shangle County. We are indeed fellow townsmen. I have met the county lieutenant. I didn't expect that not only are we fellow townsmen, but we also share the same path. I hope the county lieutenant will take care of me in the future. The county lieutenant is a position much higher than Zhou Chen's, and even in the Jing'an army, only Lieutenant Jiang Ren could firmly suppress him. Other officers in the camp were either of the same rank as the county lieutenant or of lower rank, not to mention that he was also a warrior, so Zhou Chen needed to maintain a certain level of respect for him. No need to be so formal. Although we are fellow townsmen and both skilled in archery, I do not know your level of skill. Once we enter the Yin Ghost secret realm, let us both give our all, and if you can impress me, I will teach you a thing or two about archery. How does that sound? That is settled then. Thank you, County Lieutenant, for your guidance. Ha, still a confident young man. Alright, I will wait for you to showcase your skills, just don't let me down. Passing through a narrow well shaft, the world suddenly changed color. After Zhou Chen looked around, he found that the instance the cave of the painted skinning ghost was a dilapidated city block. The portal to enter the instance was behind him, continuously rotating on a worn-out city gate with peeling lacquer. Their group landed in the city gate passage, and moving forward would lead them into the ruined market. The sky here was overcast, and a cold mist flowed through the air. The mist was not the usual white but a faint gray. From a distance, everything here was shrouded in gray mist, as if covered by a dark filter, appearing both dilapidated and desolate. The ground tiles are unusually damp, showing signs of water seepage. The mist in the air should not be an illusion but rather real water vapor. Lieutenant Jiang Ren of Jing'an stepped out of the city gate, bent down to touch the tiles laid on the main road inside the city, and pried up a tile with his precious sword, scooping a handful of the soil beneath. Feeling the cold dampness in his hand, he judged that the mist here was likely a phenomenon of water vapor. Has no one else entered? It seems that although the Yin Ghost secret realm is large, it can only accommodate 20 people. The warrior team waited for a while and, seeing that only 8 divine archers had entered besides Zhou Chen, confirmed the limit on the number of people in the Yin Ghost secret realm. Let's exit the city gate and observe for a quarter of an hour. Lieutenant Jiang Ren, worried that the mist might be unusual, had no intention of acting immediately. Instead, he asked the team members to stay near the exit, observing the environment and adapting to the mist. This observation indeed revealed something unusual, with Zhou Chen being the first to notice it. As he stepped out of the city gate and fully entered the light gray mist, he immediately felt a more pronounced cold, as if he had entered a frigid winter. Ding! Contact with the accumulated Yin liquid acquired negative status Yin cold. The accumulated Yin liquid was something Zhou Chen had encountered when he killed the painted skin ghost. The attribute panel described it as a substance that quickly restores a small amount of true energy after use, stacking the Yin cold status, which causes continuous blood loss while alleviating fainting and temptation-related negative states. This substance looked decent and seemed capable of becoming a spiritual item for energy replenishment, but its side effects were not to be underestimated. Zhou Chen stared at the attribute panel, patiently waiting. About 5 minutes later, his health bar dropped by 1%, but his blue bar was activated. In a normal game rhythm, players would likely complete a prerequisite task to obtain a counteracting item or prepare more health potions to charge through. However, ordinary martial artists and soldiers could not take either of those paths. They could only endure this large-scale environmental damage with their limited health. Moreover, Zhou Chen had a high attribute of 4 in agility, with both energy and spirit attributes at 2, so if he was losing health in 5 minutes, it was even worse for normal soldiers. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, just around 10 minutes later, some soldiers began to feel obvious discomfort and unease. Captain, I feel unbearably cold. My body and fingers are stiff from the chill. Captain, I feel short of breath. It seems like my chest is blocked by something foreign, and I feel weak and nauseous. Zhou Chen turned to look. The soldier who mentioned nausea had a health bar that was already low, at only 93%, and now it had dropped to 89%. Those feeling unwell, retreat to the city gate, the rest continue to inspect. After about another 10 minutes, all the ordinary soldiers of the Divine Arm team retreated to the city gate, leaving only 11 martial artists and Zhou Chen on the main road. It seems to be an issue with energy. Without mobilizing the body's energy, we cannot resist the scene cold gray mist. Zhou Chen, your 3 talismans can draw in divine energy, so take some spiritual medicine. Do not let your vitality be depleted, or you will lose combat effectiveness. Understood. Captain Jing'an, in order to preserve the last 2 archers, gave Zhou Chen 2 bottles of Jade True Powder to replenish his vitality and maintain combat effectiveness. This way, Zhou Chen obtained a mystical spiritual item, gaining a clear opportunity for energy replenishment. In fact, this phenomenon was not uncommon. Trusted subordinates and descendants of martial officers often had the chance to come into contact with energy-replenishing spiritual items. The Great Wei Court's Spiritual Awakening Assessment did not provide a single energy-replenishing item but rather a stable quota for spiritual item supply. Without that quota, even if one managed to gather a few spiritual foods, they could not become a martial artist, as the energy would eventually dissipate without stable spiritual nourishment. Leave 4 quivers for the Divine Arm team, all others exit the Inghost secret realm. Captain Jingen ordered the ordinary soldiers to leave after realizing they could not survive in this place. It was not easy to cultivate a few Divine Arm soldiers in the camp, and they could not let 8 of them be poisoned by this cold gray mist. Understood. With the departure of the Divine Arm soldiers, Zhou Chen and County Lieutenant Chang Fei each received 2 backup quivers. However, they were not convenient to carry, so they could only return midway to replenish, which was still faster than replenishing through entering and exiting the secret realm. Let's go and test the quality of the Inghosts in the secret realm. Under Captain Jingen's lead, the martial artist team moved toward the market ahead. The Inghosts there varied in level, with the lowest being level 5 and the highest only level 10. They occasionally entered various dilapidated rooms and walked orderly on the market street, as if they were ordinary residents living there. There is no trace of painted skin ghosts. It seems that skin is not easy to make. As the martial artist team continued to advance, they soon triggered the attack range of the outer Inghosts. They all turned to look at Zhou Chen and his group, their emerald green pupils and misty, shadowy bodies appearing both illusory and terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Chen and County Lieutenant Chang Fei drew their bows first, and the swiftly flying arrows instantly killed several Inghosts. The martial artists in the front row also activated various weapon effects, facing the oncoming Inghosts head-on. There are about 30 shadow demons directly and indirectly driven by hatred. However, they cannot break through the defense line of the 10 martial artists and soon fall under the dual strikes of the archers and the warriors. The sound of experience notifications keeps ringing, and Zhou Chen becomes the biggest beneficiary of killing the shadow demons. He does not check how much experience he has gained but instead keeps an eye on the health bars of the martial artists. Very good, we haven't lost much health in this wave of monster pulling. It seems we can farm a few more waves. Although the vaporized shadow liquid continues to lower Zhou Chen's health, its concentration is ultimately low and does not have much effect. The martial artists may have high resistance, as they have not yet sensed any obvious discomfort. Halt, I have something to report. Chang Fei, the county lieutenant of Shangle, has good legwork skills and is accustomed to seeking high ground. He just instinctively climbed onto a residential building in the street when he made a new discovery. The county lieutenant has found something, please speak plainly. Sir, the secret realm seems to be a city block. I don't mean its appearance but the phenomena inside. I just climbed onto a residential building and saw several shadow demons wandering in the nearby courtyards. If the residential buildings in the block are all like this, then the number of shadow demons here is likely to be exceptionally high. It is hard to say how many people can live in a city block, but looking at the building density of the shadow demon secret realm, accommodating 4,000 to 5,000 people is not a problem. At such a density, if players come here, they would naturally farm the bosses, treating low-level shadow demons as mere background for the instance. But the martial artists cannot do that. With such high density, pushing through to the demon lord would likely consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy, making it a losing venture. I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. Slow down the advance and investigate the residential buildings. The exploration plan of the martial artist team has not gone smoothly. Since entering the shadow demon secret realm, they have basically not received any good news. Moreover, there are shadow spirits lurking in almost all the residential buildings in the city block, and entering would result in immediate attacks from them. Seeing this, the martial artists all looked serious, as if they had encountered a difficult problem. This is troublesome. The celestial records issued by the court document this type of large secret realm. It is easy to restore such a secret realm. As long as the demon lord within is killed and one exits the secret realm, it will automatically restore. But this type of secret realm, like normal secret realms, will not result in the death of other demons just by killing the demon lord. They will continue to wander in place. Therefore, this type of large secret realm is very difficult to become a stable logistics treasure trove. The martial artists cannot imagine how much cost it would take to clean out the shadow demons in the city block and then allow the soldiers to enter and transport supplies. If the demons in the secret realm were weak, the subsequent cleaning tasks could still be handled by the soldiers. But the demons in the shadow demon secret realm clearly exceed the soldiers' capacity to deal with. The martial artists also cannot afford to expend spiritual energy to clear out the shadow demons in the residential buildings. As a result, the ordinary resources in the shadow demon secret realm cannot be utilized, leaving only the value of the secret realm treasure chests and hidden treasures. I hope there are spiritual materials produced here, otherwise, we will likely have to clear out the shadow demons and station guards, turning it into a secret realm armory. The martial artists of the Great Way have attacked secret realms for many years, as long as a secret realm can be successfully attacked, even if it is barren, they can utilize it reasonably. However, stationing guards and preventing the secret realm from restoring is definitely one of the least efficient methods of utilization. If given a choice, they would not let a secret realm that continuously produces various resources become a warehouse for storing weapons. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, is quite different from the martial artist's pessimism. For him, a shadow demon instance with a large number of low-level monsters is very suitable for farming experience and dropping items. Just right, the low-level shadow demons also do not move quickly, so he can adopt a kite-flying tactic, pulling a batch and clearing a batch. Plus, he has the skin of the city god, which allows him to continuously recover health and mana, making it not a big problem for him to solo farm the low-level monsters here. It's just that the arrows might be consumed a bit more, requiring sufficient logistical support. In light of this, he decided to hint at the value of the Yin Ghost Dungeon, to prevent the Jing'an captain from truly deeming this place a low-value secret realm. Captain, I don't know why, but although the mist here makes me uncomfortable, it enhances my sensitivity to qi. What? Such a thing exists? Everyone, quickly sense it carefully. My subordinate has an exceptionally high talent for sensing qi. He once cultivated the 3 talismans without relying on any spiritual objects. His qi is scarce, and his sensing ability is strong, so his perceptions are mostly credible. Hearing the Jing'an captain praise Zhou Chen so highly, the other martial artists began to take notice. They gathered the qi throughout their bodies, allowing more of the cold, gray mist to enter their breathing range. After about a quarter of an hour, the Jing'an captain was the first to sense something unusual. He discovered that although this cold, gray mist was harmful to the body, it miraculously contained spiritual energy. However, the mist contained little spiritual energy. If it could be condensed into liquid, it might be made into a type of spiritual object that could harm the body while benefiting qi. With this thought, he could no longer sit still, regardless of whether it was harmful. As long as it contained spiritual energy, it had corresponding value. County captains, this mist indeed has its peculiarities. It harms the body yet benefits qi, is cold yet sharpens the mind. Such a mixed blessing can be considered a spiritual object. Just as the captain said, this gray mist is not a good thing, but in large quantities, it contains spirit. It is still a valuable item. Even if it is difficult to become spiritual food, it can supplement the spiritual energy of certain treasured weapons and talismans. Though it is good, it is difficult to collect. Laying down cloth might allow some gray mist to adhere, but relying solely on damp cloth to wring it out won't yield much gray mist liquid. Although the county martial artists were not as sensitive as the Jing'an captain, they did not believe he would deceive them. After hearing the Jing'an captain affirm Zhou Chen's perception, they too recognized the value of the cold, gray mist. However, the toxicity of the cold mist severely limited this value. Otherwise, even if it was difficult to extract, merely transforming it into a training ground for martial artists would still be a rare paradise. Great! Since the mist here contains spiritual energy, after slaying the demon leader, the treasure chest obtained from the secret realm will surely contain spiritual objects and treasures. Let us join forces again to see if we can locate the demon leader's position. With the Jing'an captain's command, the martial artist team quickly left the residential area and returned to the main street of the market. The number of Yin ghosts on the street was considerable, and clearing them all was not an easy task. Therefore, after defeating 5 more teams of Yin ghosts, around 160 in total, the martial artist team clearly felt that this was a costly endeavor. If they continued to push forward like this, they might exhaust their spiritual objects before even reaching the demon leader. Moreover, with the presence of cold toxicity, a group of people consuming spiritual energy and harming themselves here was certainly not a good strategy. The best approach was for someone to actively clear the main street, allowing the martial artists to maintain their peak condition for the final assault on the demon leader. Of course, it would be even better if that person could clear the street without consuming too many spiritual objects, relying instead on some ordinary supplies. Among those present, only Zhou Chen and County Captain Chang Fei met the criteria. The two of them relied on the secret realm's treasure bow and the demon-slaying arrows to kill the Yin ghosts, rather than using spiritual power. Under normal circumstances, arrows could be reused, which was far more cost-effective than having the martial artists collectively expend their spiritual energy. Captain, the Yin ghosts here have limited movement speed and won't swarm us. We might be able to use archers to clear them one by one, which would avoid excessive consumption of spiritual energy and maintain our combat readiness. The strategy that the county martial artists could think of was something the Jing'an captain had no reason not to consider. However, he needed to take care of his subordinates' feelings and could not personally propose a plan that would benefit the group but harm himself. Now that a martial artist had suggested it, he took the opportunity to ask, Chang Fei, Zhou Chen, do you think this method is feasible? Why not? Brothers, take a short break, we will exert ourselves first. Yuan also thinks it is worth a try, otherwise, the consumption will be too great, which is not beneficial for the later exploration. Although both archers expressed their willingness, for safety's sake, the Jing'an captain took the initiative to stay behind as a guard, preventing the archers from encountering danger when luring the Yin ghosts. After one of the warriors also stayed behind as a guard, the others temporarily returned to the city gate to rest. Thus, the 12-member pioneering team turned into 2 people pioneering and 10 people idling, a clear scene of a big shot leading a bunch of slackers. After Zhou Chen and Chang Fei lured a few waves of 5 or 6 Yin ghosts, the option for the archers to clear monsters increased again. Zhou Chen, why don't we take turns? One person lures while the other rests, this way, we can keep the luring method going continuously. But, County Lieutenant, resting for a bit, luring 5 or 6 at a time isn't too difficult for me. The 9 warriors rested at the city gate, while the 2 warriors stood guard on the residential rooftops, with only Zhou Chen seriously luring and clearing monsters. 1 leads 11, am I a team god or just a team laborer? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows flew swiftly, and the archers moved quickly, with the lured Yin ghosts unable to reach them, being killed one by one. Although Zhou Chen appeared to be the clearing laborer on the surface, he actually gained more room to maneuver. The constant dinging of notifications rang out, not only indicating the acquisition of experience but also the collection of dropped items. These 2 continuously increasing rewards greatly boosted Zhou Chen's fighting spirit, making him feel no boredom in clearing the Yin ghosts, but rather exceptionally invigorated. County Lieutenant Chang Fei of Shangle was astonished to see Zhou Chen's quick draw and rapid shooting, noting that even while running, his accuracy remained unaffected. In his view, stopping to shoot was the easiest, mounted shooting was hard to master, and moving shots were difficult to aim, yet Zhou Chen could maintain a perfect hit rate while on the move, truly a born marksman. I was going to teach him archery, but I didn't expect his skills to be so exquisite. If it were just normal archery, I might not even compare. County Lieutenant is joking. My subordinate only knows the art of ordinary shooting, lacking the method of spiritual shooting, far inferior to the County Lieutenant. If the County Lieutenant wishes to teach him, it would be better to pass on a technique of spiritual shooting, allowing him to admire the style of his predecessors and not develop an arrogant heart. Ha ha ha. Since the captain has spoken, what harm is there in teaching him a technique of spiritual shooting? After all, he is a young man from my hometown. I hope he can achieve greatness in the future and not forget his roots. The hard-working Zhou Chen was unaware that his superior was securing an investment for him. The Jing'an captain valued Zhou Chen for 2 reasons. First, because Zhou Chen had talent and could fight bravely. Second, because Zhou Chen was his trusted subordinate. At least in the Yin Ghost secret realm, Zhou Chen was his most trusted person, far surpassing the warriors from other counties. For this reason, the Jing'an captain was willing to help Zhou Chen enhance his strength, indirectly strengthening the entire Jing'an army. While the Jing'an captain and County Lieutenant Chang Fei chatted, Zhou Chen encountered the first batch of higher-level monsters. Level 12 Yin Ghost Warrior, Level 12 Yin Ghost Scholar. These monsters with professional labels appeared in the alleys on the left and right of the street, which connected to spacious courtyards, likely containing more Yin Ghost Scholars and warriors inside. The attack judgment of those Yin Ghost Warriors was much larger than that of ordinary Yin Ghosts. As Zhou Chen lured the nearby Yin Ghosts, they actively joined the pursuit. Unlike ordinary Yin Ghosts that pounced, they wielded weapons like swords, spears, and shields. Fortunately, the attack judgment of the Yin Ghost Scholars was not sensitive, otherwise, Zhou Chen might have lured too many monsters at once, making it difficult to clear them quickly. Even so, he lured and shot 5 times while running before he managed to kill all 6 pursuing ordinary Yin Ghosts and 5 Yin Ghost Warriors. The Yin Ghost Warriors, as expected of labeled monsters, dropped not ordinary white light spheres but more conspicuous green light spheres. When Zhou Chen stepped forward to collect them, he discovered that he had finally obtained items beyond just accumulated Yin liquid. Weapon, Yin Blade Spear. Description: crafted from ghostly energy attached to nether iron, it has a virtual existence and can be equipped by Yin ghosts and evil spirits, and can also be held by humans. Note: once the weapon is damaged, the ghostly energy will leak, and its accompanying cold poison effect will weaken. Asterisk item, blood of the underworld description the waters of the yellow springs are murky, the liquid of the river of the underworld is red, resembling blood yet not blood, nourishing the soul. It is often seen in the netherworld, transforming into blood dew in the mortal realm. Effect after use, it slightly reduces life while marginally enhancing the spirit. It can be used to sacrifice blood to nourish the spirit, refine elixirs, and create poisons, as well as to restore health to ghostly beings. The 5 ghostly warriors provided Zhou Chen with 2 shadow blades and 1 vial of blood of the underworld. The shadow blades, imbued with a chilling poison, were the first special melee weapons he had encountered. Whether they were powerful was hard to say, but the faint gray mist enveloping the black-red blades clearly indicated they were not ordinary items. The effects of the blood of the underworld were even more astonishing. The attribute panel indicated it could be used to create poisons, suggesting its toxicity was quite potent. However, it was ineffective against ghostly beings. As for them, this substance was not toxic but rather a precious healing elixir. With the introduction of these two items, poisonous weapons and spirit-nourishing substances, Zhou Chen's monster drawing strategy was completely transformed. He was no longer satisfied with luring ordinary ghosts but instead targeted the ghostly warriors lurking in the streets and courtyards, frequently drawing them into his pursuit. After 2 more rounds of this, Captain Jiang Rin and County Officer Chang Fei noticed something unusual. "Officer Chang, armed ghosts have appeared. It seems we are either approaching a demon leader or a powerful demon. Go summon the resting warriors to join us. We will first clear the dangerous demons, then use archers to eliminate them." Understood. With the order given, 9 warriors resting at the city gate quickly arrived. Having previously left the chilling gray mist, they felt the cold more acutely upon re-entering the dilapidated market. This cold was not the external chill of freezing water but an internal chill that drained warmth from their bodies, making them uncomfortable yet alert. "Everyone, Zhou Chen has drawn armed ghosts. Let us engage in battle and see what lies hidden in the gathering place of these armed ghosts." The warrior team rejoined the battlefield, allowing Zhou Chen, who was drawing monsters, to have space for sustained output. This was good news, and Zhou Chen was eager to see if there were elite monsters in the courtyards of the ghostly warriors that might drop better items. "Zhou Chen, how strong are the armed ghosts?" "Reporting, Captain, ordinary ghosts can be killed with 1 arrow, while armed ghosts require 2 to 3 arrows. The difference is quite significant. It seems we are nearing the core area of the demon leader. Everyone, form shields and advance. During the attack, do not break formation to avoid being flanked by the ghosts." Understood. The warriors displayed excellent military discipline. Even though they rarely coordinated in battle, their formation moved in perfect harmony without any awkwardness. With these warriors joining, the number of drawn ghosts increased, but they lost the individual kite-fighting tactics. However, the team's speed in clearing monsters improved. After drawing 30 to 40 ghosts, they would first retreat 20 steps and then unleash a collective attack. Under this orderly advance and retreat, the warrior team quickly cleared the ghosts from the streets and courtyards. It was only when they approached the courtyard of the ghostly warriors that Zhou Chen noticed 2 strange characters inscribed on a decayed wooden plaque. They were written in ghostly script, not in the language of the mortal realm. The characters "Martial Hero" were both flamboyant and worn, representing the identity of the courtyard's owner. Indeed, as soon as the warrior team entered the spacious courtyard, Zhou Chen spotted a special ghost. This ghost appeared not only unassuming but even somewhat petite, yet its misty, shadowy form was exceptionally solid, resembling black water coalescing into a human shape. Most noteworthy was its weapon, a 9-section iron whip resembling a flail. During the ghostly plague in Jing'an City, only the painted-skin demoness had wielded such a weapon. It was likely that the delicate beauty, after shedding her painted skin, had transformed into this level 14 ghostly martial hero. Among those present, not only Zhou Chen had guessed the identity of this ghost, but Captain Jiang Ren also sensed something unusual. "I recognize it, although its current appearance differs greatly from before. That iron whip is unmistakable. Everyone be careful, this Yin ghost is very fierce. Don't let that iron whip hit you. We will surround and attack it to quickly eliminate the threat." The Yin ghost is devoid of intelligence and gender distinction. Zhou Chen and Captain Jing'an both guessed that the Yin ghost martial leader was the painted skin man Ning based on the weapon characteristics. When the level 14 Yin ghost martial leader made its move, Captain Jing'an realized it was not the painted skin man Ning. It was said to be because the combat skills of the Yin ghost martial leader were basically the same as those of the painted skin man Ning. It was said not to be because the combat style of the Yin ghost martial leader was completely different from that of the painted skin man Ning. One ghost was extremely fierce and unyielding, while the other was skillful, agile, and graceful. In comparison, the Yin ghost martial leader was more difficult to deal with. It didn't care about being injured, and every move was a powerful and deadly strike. The warrior Xinyu from Leiji County was originally a master of sword and shield, but after merely blocking a whip with his shield, his arm was left red, swollen, and weak. This situation caused the boss to not even exert itself, and the elite monster's output was already unbearable for the front line. "Archers, target its right arm and knock that iron whip away." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen and Archer Chang Fei no longer conserved their strength or energy, and they unleashed their strongest attacks. First, Chang Fei, the county lieutenant of Shanglo, retracted his evil suppression arrow and equipped a Blood Fiend arrow with lower lethality. This was an unreasonable switch, but unexpectedly, the Blood Fiend arrow suddenly ignited with dazzling blood flames, and Chang Fei's health bar instantly dropped by 2%. The next moment, the arrow with the blood flame effect shot out swiftly, firmly embedding itself in the arm of the Yin Ghost Martial Leader. The immense force and attached damage of this arrow not only pushed the Yin Ghost Martial Leader back a step but also caused its rapidly swinging arm to stiffen. At that moment, Zhou Chen's 3-star chain attack arrived in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. The first evil suppression arrow hit the bend of the Yin Ghost Leader's arm, followed closely by 2 more evil suppression arrows that shattered the shaft of the first arrow and drove it down hard. After 3 cracking sounds, 2 arrowheads and a complete evil suppression arrow were firmly embedded in the bend of the Yin Ghost Martial Leader's arm, nearly severing its forearm. Good, you 2 sharpshooters, now let us brothers show our skills. The weak point strikes from the 2 archers completely changed the battlefield situation, and Captain Jing'an seized the opportunity to deliver a blow to the Yin Ghost Martial Leader's forearm. The treasure knife, crackling with arcs of electricity, followed the wound created by Zhou Chen's 3-star chain attack and severed the forearm holding the iron whip. With the 9-section iron whip falling, the Yin Ghost Martial Leader completely lost its ability to resist. Several warriors surrounded and attacked without mercy, and Zhou Chen and Chang Fei each replenished an evil suppression arrow. Ding! Killed level 14 Yin Ghost Martial Leader, experience plus 280, Zhou Chen, your 3-star chain attack has some skill, can you teach me? After the battle, Chang Fei, the county lieutenant of Shanglo, approached Zhou Chen to seek guidance. Since County Lieutenant Chang is interested, we can practice together once we exit the secret realm. You're quite generous, I happen to have a Blood Fiend arrow technique I plan to teach you, so we can learn from each other. Don't underestimate the Blood Fiend arrow technique, thinking it's the same as the Blood Fiend arrows in the camp. It's actually different. My Blood Fiend arrow technique is a spiritual shooting technique. Although its effects are similar to the Blood Fiend arrow, the damage it can cause depends on how much Blood Fiend Chi you can condense and the arrow's compatibility and capacity. Thank you for the instruction, County Lieutenant. Condensing Blood Fiend Chi for attachment, this kind of spiritual shooting technique is something I yearn for. Zhou Chen spoke the truth. Skills that consume blood and blue to increase attack power were simply divine techniques for someone like him who didn't lack blood potions. Well, the Blood Fiend arrow technique has many taboos, such as not being able to attach to evil suppression arrows and the harmful effects of excessive condensation on the body. I'll find time to write a document and send it to you. While Zhou Chen and Chang Fei chatted, the warrior team also retrieved the 9-section iron whip from the Yin Ghost Martial Leader and entered various rooms in groups of 3 to investigate. Due to the limited space and numerous obstacles inside the room, the shooter's performance was severely affected. Therefore, Zhou Chen and Chang Fei were not allowed to participate in the indoor exploration and could only remain alert and wait in the courtyard. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Chen pretended to patrol and retrieved the green orb that the Yin Ghost Martial Champion had dropped. Ding! Obtained Martial Champion's Condensation *1, Nether Blood Do *5, Skill, Martial Champion's Condensation, Description, the Champion, the Ghost Fighter, from the sound of fighting ghosts, suffering returns. It connects to Puppet, Strange, good at hiding and ambushing. The Martial Champion is a ghost in battle, capable of condensing energy and absorbing Yin, enhancing body strength and explosive power. Effect, after use, gain the skill Martial Condensation, which continuously consumes blue energy while increasing defense and attack power. Note, Solitary Yin does not last, Solitary Yang does not grow, Ghost Fighters have both literary and martial flowers. Collecting all 3 champion techniques and leveling them up to the maximum can grant the skill Champion Fighting Method. This skill was excellent, and if paired with the Chaotic 3 Talisman Seal, it could definitely produce a higher burst. Therefore, Zhou Chen chose to use it directly, but he did not expect that the experience points required for this skill were quite high, 100 for level 1, 200 for level 2, and 1000 for level 10. To level up the skill Martial Champion's Condensation to the maximum, a total of 5,500 experience points were needed. Zhou Chen's current experience points were insufficient, so he could not level it up fully and only raised it to level 8. After completing the skill upgrade, he actively activated the skill to experience the enhancement level and found that his body felt as if he was wearing iron armor, very solid. However, the blue energy bar was continuously dropping, and the speed made Martial Champion's Condensation difficult to become a permanent passive skill. Just as Zhou Chen was drawing the Tiger Bow to test the attack enhancement, a martial artist entered the main hall of the courtyard holding 2 half-meter tall long-necked vases. Each vase contained a stunning flower, with dense crimson petals that appeared exceptionally bright in the gloomy and misty Yin Ghost secret realm. "Sir, the black liquid and red flower in this vase should be extraordinary. They should be taken out of the secret realm for verification and testing." "Understood. Place them at the city gate first, then check for any abnormalities in the surrounding buildings." Zhou Chen could see clearly that the black liquid in the vase was accumulated in liquid, and the red flower was called evening fragrance. Since the flower was in the martial artist's hand, Zhou Chen could not conveniently store it in his item bar, making it impossible to check its description or determine its effects. Yes. After the martial artist team killed the Yin Ghost Martial Champion, they did not immediately rest but actively explored the surroundings, preparing to check for the presence of any demon leaders. This investigation indeed revealed an anomaly. In the courtyard facing the Yin Ghost Martial Champion across the street, there was also a special Yin Ghost. It was tall and robust, resembling a warrior more than the Yin Ghost Martial Champion, with its identity information being Level 14 Yin Ghost Literary Champion. The weapon in its hand was a long sword, indicating it was a warrior skilled in agile combat. However, Zhou Chen believed these were merely appearances. The martial champion fought with an iron whip, while the literary champion used a long sword, which somewhat contradicted the title of literary. Could it be a ghostly literary spell? This guy might be an elite type that attracts monsters. Zhou Chen's guess was correct. The moment the martial artist team pushed the door open, the Level 14 Yin Ghost Literary Champion activated the ghostly literary spell. The ghostly literary spell connected to nearby Level 12 Yin Ghost scholars, who then released it a second time, affecting the ordinary Yin Ghosts in the vicinity. In the next moment, the Yin Ghosts in the nearby residential area erupted in a frenzy, forming a tide of Yin Ghosts rushing towards the martial artist team. The sheer number, at least 200 to 300, made the martial artists' scalps tingle. "Quickly retreat, the ghost tide has erupted, do not engage recklessly." As the ghost tide surged like a wave, the martial artist team quickly withdrew. Captain Jiangren chose to personally cover the rear. He gathered spiritual energy and unleashed a large-scale lightning slash, leaving a continuously churning arc of electricity on the ground of the street. Although that slash could not stop the advance of the Yin Ghosts, its unique paralysis effect still slowed down the movement speed of the frontline Yin Ghosts. Under the effect of the restraining skill lightning slash, the martial artist team successfully escaped the pursuit and hurried back to the city gate. But the vengeful specters, drawn by hatred, would not give up the chase. They surged toward the city gate like a tide, pushing and shoving in great numbers. "Let's go, leave the secret realm and find another way," said Zhou Chen. Faced with the overwhelming assault of the specters, staying to fight would be futile. Under the command of the Jing'an captain, Zhou Chen and the warriors sequentially approached the replica's teleportation portal and returned to the dark, narrow well shaft. The moment they left, the frenzied group of specters lost their target of hatred, lingering for a moment before scattering in all directions. In contrast to the specters' disarray, the warrior team was much more united. Literally united, the 12 of them jostled and stepped on each other, congested in the damp well shaft. At the bottom, the Jing'an captain braced himself against the walls of the well in a big shape, preventing anyone from accidentally being pushed back into the specter's realm. "Damn it, don't step on my head. Hurry up and get up. There are still several people below. Why is the construction team so slow? If I get up there, I'll dig this well into a pit." The warriors seemed to have forgotten that although the construction plans from the county's construction office were reasonable, they had only just begun the work while the warriors were impatiently entering the secret realm to explore. It was truly a case of being as excited upon entry as they were disheveled upon escape. Bang, bang, bang. With a few sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground, the narrow well shaft finally opened up considerably. One by one, the warriors used the momentum to jump out of the dry well, while Zhou Chen was tossed by Cheng Fei, the county lieutenant of Shangle, and climbed up the well edge with the help. Upon seeing the warriors emerge, the camp's medics rushed forward, asking if anyone needed urgent bandaging or stitching. When the dust-covered Jing'an captain finally appeared, the farce of complaints and warm inquiries came to an end. The group first took a hot shower to dispel the psychological chill before entering the camp hall to drink and discuss matters. The Jing'an captain changed into a loose hemp robe, his wet hair cascading down his shoulders, giving him a somewhat unruly scholar's demeanor. "Gentlemen of the counties, although the secret realm exploration was not smooth, we have gathered quite a bit of useful information. Come, let us drink this cup to celebrate our triumph and our bountiful return." "Good, the icy cold of the specter's nest, I need this wine to warm my body," said the ghost mother Luoxing, watching the scene of toasting and laughter before her, suddenly feeling at ease with her previous worries. Indeed, the demons are mindless and immortal, while humans are wise yet fragile. On the surface, it seems like a balance of yin and yang, each with its strengths and weaknesses. But humans can retreat and rest, and regardless of the difficulty of the secret realm, they can drink and talk freely, filled with hope. When the secret realm is easy to conquer, they can clear out the demons and celebrate. when it is difficult, they can withdraw midway, reward themselves, and think of other methods. But the demons of the secret realm can never taste such celebratory wine, only wandering endlessly in their limited space. Thus, the ghost mother Luo Xing felt relieved. She would rather sit among the crowd and feast than linger in that cold, dark nest. Mr. Luo, why do you not drink? Is the wine too spicy to go down? You have contributed greatly and are my esteemed guest. I have neglected this. Someone, bring Mr. Luo some fruit wine. How can such a festive occasion leave him uncomfortable? No need to change. I came to the camp to share the path, to sit here and drink with all of you heroes. For such a grand event, the stronger the wine, the better. Please wait, let me drink to my fill. The ghost mother Luo Xing raised her wine cup, took a small sip, then closed her eyes and opened her mouth, downing the strong liquor in one go. The spicy, burning liquor rushed to her head, then rolled into her stomach, finally exiting through her throat and nostrils, causing her to tear up. Good wine, those with ambition should join the army and drink strong liquor. Good, I didn't expect this lean scholar to not only have ambition but also be able to drink well. Come, we won't return until we're drunk today. As the ghost mother Luo Xing drank and cried, her personal guard, who was serving food and refilling drinks, couldn't help but smirk. A fine young man, how could he drink so much strong liquor that he ends up crying? Indeed, he is a sensitive scholar, hard to be generous. They do not know that the ghost mother, Luo Xing, is bidding farewell to the past, preparing to join the army, looking down from above at her former nest. She cannot return to the ghost lair, nor does she wish to. She wants to become a warrior, to conquer other secret realms, to sit and discuss philosophy, and to drink heartily. A banquet concludes perfectly amidst the laughter of warriors and the tears of the thin scholar. The warriors plan to explore the ghostly secret realm after the reinforcements from the state arrive. Ghost mother Luo Xing is waiting for the court's rewards, hoping that her contributions in offering up her lair will earn her a position. Everyone present has gained something, naturally at ease to drink and dispel their fatigue. The next morning, Captain Jing'an wakes up and orders his personal guard to summon Zhou Chen. He trusts Zhou Chen's strength, knowing that employing him can speed up the assault on the secret realm. Therefore, he plans to temporarily change the pace of the camp's attacks and quickly replenish the spiritual resources in the armory. Once Zhou Chen is brought into the camp hall, Captain Jing'an does not hold back and directly states his purpose. Zhou Chen, this time dealing with the ghostly menace and exploring the secret realm has cost us quite a bit. When the warriors from various counties leave, we still need to gift them spiritual treasures as a reward for their efforts. The state reinforcements should arrive in the next few days, and during this time, I cannot return to the camp to oversee the battle. You and Kai Chang will hold my orders and return to the camp, doing your best to attack the secret realm and replenish the spiritual resources in the armory. Understood. Zhou Chen happens to lack experience, so he does not mind returning to the camp to grind low-level dungeons, though he wonders how Kai Chang is faring, considering his mother is also a painted skin ghost. When Zhou Chen sees Kai Chang again, the military officer is not dejected but remains as composed as ever. Brother Kai, I have heard about your situation, please accept my condolences. Zhou Chen, I am not sad about that ghost's death, I only fear for my mother's pain and hate that I was not there when she called for help. Come, let us return to the camp and fight fiercely, only through bloodshed can I relieve the sorrow in my heart. Kai Chang never expected that just a single leave to return to the city would lead to so many events. Fortunately, his wife and child are safe, otherwise, he would truly be unable to bear it. When the grief-stricken Kai Chang returns to the military camp, the assault on the secret realm resumes. However, this time it is an urgent campaign, and all the armored soldiers and divine archers must reduce their rest time and urgently engage in the bloody battle of the secret realm. Thankfully, with Zhou Chen, the extraordinary archer, present, even if they are elite soldiers, they would still suffer significant losses otherwise. Armored soldiers, advance with shields, prepare the hooked spears. Zhou Chen, you have the tiger bow, see if you can directly kill the demon leader. This time we won't hold back, we will swiftly eliminate the enemy. Alright, I will kill him. Since the full-scale assault on the secret realm began, the armored soldiers and divine archers have entered a rotation phase. Under such high pressure, not to mention the soldiers, even Kai Chang could not hold on for several days. Thus, Zhou Chen became the subsequent leader of the secret realm assault, as only he could continuously lead the bloody battle without showing fatigue. Originally, he would gain about 780 experience points, 9 healing ointments, 3 jade true powders, and various miscellaneous items from the secret realm in the camp. But after the pace of the assault was relaxed, he was able to exert himself fully, and the rewards from grinding the dungeon increased to 1,000 experience points, 12 healing ointments, 3 jade true powders, and even more miscellaneous items. Thanks to this, on the first day of his return to the camp to assault the secret realm, he leveled up the level 8 skill Martial Leader's Condensation to its maximum level. Once Martial Leader's Condensation reached its maximum level, not only did his defense and attack power increase significantly, but the consumption of blue energy also decreased somewhat. This aligns with the meaning of condensation, improving the efficiency of spiritual energy utilization. Now, as long as he activates Martial Leader's Condensation, Zhou Chen's physical body becomes as solid as seamless iron armor, with extremely high resilience, able to absorb a certain amount of shock damage. This massive increase in defense transforms him from a normal archer into a meat shield archer. Faced with such obvious benefits, he had no reason to slack off and began to wholeheartedly grind dungeons, accumulating experience and supplies. It is worth mentioning that 3 days after Zhou Chen returned to the camp, Chang Fei, the county lieutenant of Shangle, sent soldiers to deliver a martial arts manual and a document. The martial arts manual contained the Blood Fiend arrow technique he had promised Zhou Chen, while the document outlined the precautions for using the Blood Fiend arrow technique. The messenger also brought along a message from Jiang Run, the captain of Jing'an, which stated that the state government reinforcements had arrived in Jing'an City. Although they did not plan to attack the Yin Ghost secret realm for the time being, there would definitely be actions taken soon. The captain hoped that Zhou Chen and the brothers in the camp would endure more hardships and accumulate more secret realm spiritual items to help the warrior group maintain their combat power. After receiving the message, Zhou Chen handed over the 3-star conjunction shooting technique he had written during the night to the messenger, asking him to deliver it to Chang Fei. He then continued to attack the dungeons in the camp, waiting for the next opportunity to explore the Yin Ghost secret realm. Skill, Blood Fiend arrow technique. Description: Blood Fiend harms the life, also known as Blood Support Bloodblade. As the years pass in the flow of clouds, light injuries affect flesh, heavy injuries threaten life. Effect: condenses blood and gathers energy, causing Blood Fiend damage to the target, with bleeding and chaotic energy effects attached. Note, the more life and spiritual energy consumed, the higher the Blood Fiend damage. At level 1, 1% of life can be consumed to create Blood Fiend. At level 10, 10% of life can be consumed to generate Blood Fiend. Chang Fei was not wrong. This Blood Fiend arrow technique was much more powerful than the Blood Fiend arrows in the camp. As long as one was willing to consume red and blue, this skill could deal explosive damage in a short time and also trigger the chaotic energy effect. Captain Chang only used the Blood Fiend arrow technique once in the Yin Ghost secret realm for a reason. This skill not only harms the user but is also more suitable for killing normal life rather than Yin Ghosts and evil spirits. In the Yin Ghost secret realm, it is far less useful than the evil suppression arrow and can only be used as an emergency burst method. The characteristics of the Blood Fiend arrow technique made it difficult to become a regular means for warriors. Otherwise, after a battle, the warrior might end up severely weakened. But Zhou Chen was different. He had blood medicine and recovery skills to support him, making him very suitable for using this self-harming and violent skill. Therefore, he directly used the martial arts manual and leveled it up to the maximum with the accumulated experience points. For the next few days, he diligently ground dungeons, to the point that even in his dreams, he was grinding dungeons and picking up dropped items. He initially thought that the recent actions mentioned by Captain Zhang would take at most 3 to 5 days, but unexpectedly, he waited for half a month. It wasn't until August 2nd of the 13th year of Hongya that Captain Zhang's orders finally arrived at the military fortress. By this time, Zhou Chen had accumulated over 20,000 experience points, 320 healing medicines, 116 jade treasures, a large number of rice balls, and various weapons. Captain's orders, commanding military Sima Kai Cheng to restore the number of attacks on the secret realm, ordering the Divine Arm General Zhou Chen to lead 200 cavalry soldiers and 3 boxes of spiritual items into Jing'an City. Understood, I will set off immediately. Zhou Chen met up with the cavalry soldiers and returned to Jing'an City. As soon as he entered the city, he noticed that not only had the city regained its liveliness, but it had also become even more prosperous than before. After asking the accompanying messenger, he learned that the state government had approved the county office's application for a civil service examination and sent officials from the government office to jointly select missing officials with the county office. This move greatly stimulated the cold doors and wealthy families in the surrounding counties, causing aspiring individuals from various counties to flock to Jing'an City. With the evil spirits cleared and new faces appearing, regardless of good or bad, there will always be fewer unexpected deaths. Once Zhou Chen entered the barracks in the city and handed over the escorted spiritual items, he met the reinforcements sent by the state government. There were a total of 8 warriors, commanding 3,000 soldiers. It was said that only 3 warriors had arrived first, and after entering the Yin Ghost secret realm for inspection, the state government dispatched 5 more warriors to assist. When Zhou Chen entered the barracks, the warriors were discussing matters. Since he also needed to enter the secret realm for attacks, he was kept behind to discuss military affairs. Colleagues, that cold black liquid has been tested on death row prisoners, and it indeed harms the body and is toxic. In Leiji County, the officer Shinyu was generous and fearless, personally tasting a drop of the experimental liquid, discovering that the cold black liquid was beneficial yet harmful, akin to the mist of the secret realm. Captain Jiang Run of Ding'an was discussing the pros and cons of the Yin Ghost secret realm, while the martial artists from the state government expressed their opinions. Captain Jiang, although there are no weapons or supplies in the Yin Ghost secret realm, the numerous wooden structures are excellent for charcoal production. If we can obtain spiritual materials later, I suggest we attack with full force, without the need for a blockade. What Lieutenant Liu said is very true. Our Huai Prefecture hasn't added a new secret realm in years. Since we've encountered one, there's no reason to seal it off. We should send the archery camp soldiers in with blood arrows, entering in teams for 15 minutes at a time, continuously alternating their attacks. Even if each team can only kill 2 or 3, after a month, we can clear out the Yin ghosts, leaving only the demon leaders and a few powerful demons. It was only at this moment that Zhou Chen understood why the attack on the secret realm had been delayed for so long. The martial artists from the state government were indifferent to the losses of the archery camp soldiers, wanting to use ordinary archers with blood arrows to exhaust the Yin ghosts and achieve the goal of producing spiritual materials. The Jing'an captain mostly disagreed, which was why he kept bringing up the toxicity of the accumulated Yin liquid. Colleagues, do not rush. The biggest issue with developing the secret realm is not the ordinary Yin ghosts, but the Yin ghost leader. If we can successfully kill it, we can discuss development later. If we all return defeated, what benefit is there in sending soldiers to attack? Jiang Run was ultimately the direct military commander of Jing'an City, and the martial artists from the state government had to give him face. Thus, the discussion on the development of the secret realm was hastily concluded, and they each donned their armor and prepared to test the strength of the demon lord first. Spiritual materials are enticing, and even if toxic, they are treasures. Zhou Chen, you should prepare as well. We will attack the secret realm once more to see what we can gain, and whether it is worth the soldiers' lives. The second exploration team of the Yin Ghost secret realm was much more luxurious than the first. The 2 injured martial artists from the county had recovered, and with the addition of 8 martial artists from the state government, there were now 21 martial artists on standby. Given that the Yin Ghost secret realm was more suitable for archers, Zhou Chen still joined the exploration team. The 2 extra martial artists became reserve members, ready to replace any injured fighters during the battle. Thus, the exploration team of 4 archers and 16 melee fighters took shape, forming the basis for 2 lines of defense. Everyone, the tide of the tricky Yin ghosts is difficult to handle, so do not attack it directly. Let us first expend some effort to clear out the Yin ghosts in the surrounding residences, leaving it with no ghosts to summon. Captain Jiang has rich experience in attacks, but please give the order, and we will certainly follow it. With the cooperation of the state government martial artists, the advance became exceptionally smooth. Even though the level 12 Yin Ghost Scholar occasionally triggered small waves of 50 or 60 Yin Ghosts, it could not stop the martial artists' progress. Therefore, the level 14 Yin Ghost Scholar, stationed in the courtyard, was destined to lose its strongest interference skills. After the Yin Ghosts near the courtyard were cleared out, even when the Yin Ghost Scholar used its ghostly incantations, it could not summon many Yin Ghosts. Ultimately, under the siege of 16 melee fighters and 4 precise archers, it was killed without causing much commotion. In this battle, although Zhou Chen did not gain much experience, he successfully picked up the green orb dropped by the Yin Ghost Scholar. Ding, obtained Scholars Gathering *1, Nether Blood Do *5, Skill, Scholars Gathering, Description, the leader of ghosts, skilled in puppetry and the strange, adept at hiding and ambushing, the scholar is a ghostly fighter, good at gathering Yin energy. Effect, after use, gain the skill Literary Gathering, slightly increase blue bar limit, with a minor blue recovery effect. The effect of Scholars Gathering was more useful to Zhou Chen than Warrior's Condensation, because it not only increased the blue bar limit but also came with a minor blue recovery effect. If the skill Literary Gathering could indeed recover blue automatically, Zhou Chen would be fundamentally different from the local martial artists. He would no longer need blue recovery potions to fill his blue bar. Even after running out of blue in battle, he could rest for a while and recover fully on his own. So he used Wen Kuei's Gathering without hesitation and leveled it up to the maximum with the experience he had accumulated. Sure enough, with this upgrade, he gained an additional blue bar and the ability to gather spirit with great force. The newly appeared blue bar was gray, resembling a container without water, and then the blue recovery effect of Wenju was triggered, causing the blue bar to slowly and continuously recover. Although the attribute panel described Wenju as a minor recovery, this minor was already sufficient for Zhou Chen. Because he was not always in a combat state, most of his time was spent training and resting. The passive recovery effect was able to continuously replenish his blue bar, ensuring that he was in a full blue state most of the time. What's the matter, so happy? Zhou Chen's relaxed expression and smiling lips caught the attention of Chang Fei, the county lieutenant of Shanglu. Indeed, there is good news. Just now, I suddenly realized some tricks of the Blood Fiend archery technique and seem to have found a direction for practice. Really? It seems your talent for sensing qi is indeed extraordinary, but this is not entirely a good thing. The Blood Fiend archery technique draws blood with qi and then generates fiendish energy. Be careful, if you gather too much qi and excessively draw blood, one shot might knock you out. Thank you for the guidance, County Lieutenant Chang. I won't act recklessly. The two archers from the state government initially did not want to pay attention to Zhou Chen and Chang Fei's casual conversation. However, upon discovering that it was about the Blood Fiend archery technique, they became interested and began discussing how much qi to gather and how much blood to draw without harming oneself. It was then that Zhou Chen realized that the Blood Fiend archery technique was quite widely circulated, and the archers did not reject the violent martial arts that consumed qi and blood. While the four archers exchanged experiences on drawing blood, the martial artist who had entered the inner hall of the residence had also completed his exploration and presented a blue and white porcelain pen wash resembling a bowl. The pen wash was filled with red liquid, in which a flower resembling a water lily, white and purple, was inserted. Zhou Chen approached to take a look. The red liquid was Ming Blood Dew, and the delicate white flower was identified as Crystal Lotus. Lieutenant, this red liquid is likely to have some special effect, similar to the cold black liquid. It seems there are quite a few spiritual items in this Yin Ghost secret realm. Zhou Chen had Ming Blood Dew in hand. He knew it was a healing potion for Yin Ghosts and a poison for the living. Although it could nourish the soul, it was also a substance certified by the Attribute Panel for Alchemy and Poison Making. Do not touch it. The Yin Ghost's residence does not produce good items. First, find a death row inmate to verify, then determine if it contains spiritual energy. Lieutenant Jiang is prudent. It should be so. The martial artists from the state government delivered the blue and white porcelain pen wash to the city gate, and the martial artist team regrouped and advanced again. Passing through the residence of the literary and martial leaders, a dilapidated three-story wooden building appeared ahead, with several, 12 Yin Ghost Flower Maidens, wandering below. These Yin Ghost Flower Maidens were completely different from the previous Yin Ghost literary and martial warriors. Their attack capabilities were very weak, but they could cause a brief stun effect. Such a unique control ability was highly valued by the martial artist team. The martial artists held their ground, waiting for the archers to clear all the painted skin Flower Maidens before taking action again. Just as Zhou Chen regarded these Yin Ghost Flower Maidens as control-type monsters, the 14 Yin Ghost Flower Queen inside the three-story wooden building taught all the martial artists a lesson. It had no weapon in hand and used only a common skill from the game, instantly breaking the formation of the martial artist team. Damn it, you actually attack me, die. The state government martial artist at the front, no matter what, did not expect that the county martial artist beside him would suddenly stab him without warning. Since everyone was forming a formation to face the enemy, he had no defenses against his tightly relying comrades. Therefore, when his comrade swung the knife at him, he not only failed to be on guard but also had no space to dodge. With a sharp sound, the blade cut through the warm cotton clothing, causing the first injury to the martial artist team that had not donned armor to adapt to the environment. The wound caused by the blade extended from the state government martial artist's shoulder to the bend of his arm, deep enough to see bone. This single strike not only caused the state government martial artist to feel pain, dropping his round shield, but also made him swing his right-hand knife, launching a fierce counterattack. In this way, the formation that had been tightly united just a moment ago was instantly shattered. The warriors from the provincial government instinctively helped their companions, and the Jing'an captain could not just stand by and watch his subordinates get killed. This chaos did not only linger among the warrior team but also affected the archers in the back row. Zhou Chen and Chang Fei, along with two provincial archers, almost simultaneously drew their bows and locked onto each other. Fortunately, the archers were at a distance, allowing them to maintain their rationality. Otherwise, the four archers might have shot each other at close range, resulting in mutual injuries. Stop! What are you doing? Did you bring us into the secret realm just to kill us? Calm down. The internal strife is most likely caused by that demon. Don't fall for its tricks. Quickly control the rioters and exit the secret realm before discussing right and wrong. Just as the Jing'an captain finished speaking, a provincial warrior launched an attack on his companion. This time, the warriors were thoroughly enraged, rushing forward and delivering several shield strikes to the rioter. Only after knocking them to the ground did they restrain their hands and feet, preparing to retreat. Archers, lower your bows and draw your side knives. Don't be deceived by the demon, shoot your comrades. A group was running ahead while a ghostly courtesan chased from behind. The charm skill commonly seen in games displayed its powerful effect at this moment. Confusion-type skills in games often serve as control techniques. Players understood their teammates' difficulties and would not provoke major conflicts or focus fire on their allies. For players, it was just a matter of a few hits, and healing would suffice. But for normal people, being struck by a warrior's attack would cause bleeding and injury. Severe hits could lead to damage to eyes, ears, or fingers, potentially resulting in disability. Moreover, the warriors could not guard against their comrades while fighting the demons in the secret realm. Therefore, with just 2 hits of the confusion skill, the ghostly courtesan shattered the trust between the team, forcing the warriors to retreat urgently. Fortunately, the officials and auxiliary soldiers from the county office were very capable, having dug the entrance of the secret realm into a stepped pit. Otherwise, the continuous surge of 20 warriors would have been enough to block the previously narrow well passage. Military doctor, hurry and stitch up the wounds. Use the secret realm's precious medicine. We must save my brother's arm. 6 provincial warriors carried 2 people out, one of whom was carefully laid down, blood continuously flowing and nearly staining half of his clothing red. The county warrior responsible for this wound stood behind the Jing'an captain, bruised and battered, with a worried expression, unsure how to explain. The Jing'an captain turned and patted his shoulder, signaling that he was there and would not allow any retaliatory actions to occur. The impact of the confusion skill was too great, not only forcing the confident warrior team to retreat but also posing a risk of internal conflict. If the injured provincial warrior's arm could not fully recover, he would inevitably harbor resentment towards the county warrior who harmed him. The provincial warriors and the Jing'an warriors were already 2 separate groups. At this moment, the deep wound, visible to the bone, seemed to become a chasm, leading the 2 different groups toward opposition. Jiang Ren, we came to your aid upon seeing your request for help, disregarding our safety and rushing to save you. Now such an incident has occurred, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Lu Kenjun is right. Old Jia's arm wound is deep to the bone, who knows when he will recover. If he had been injured by a demon, that would be one thing, but to be harmed by our own people, how can he not bear a grudge? The injured provincial warrior remained defiant, biting down on a cloth as the military doctor urgently stitched him up. However, his face was flushed, his cheek muscles twitching, and sweat continuously oozing from his forehead, indicating that he was in considerable pain. Don't rush, let's wait until Captain Jia finishes stitching up the wound. Captain Jia is the injured party, we must hear his opinion on how to compensate. The Jing'an captain temporarily suppressed the dispute, and the 2 teams of warriors parted ways, each heading to different barracks to discuss matters. In fact, there was not much room for compromise on either side. The county warriors respected the Jing'an captain's authority, and after the issue arose, the Jing'an captain naturally had to maintain order. Otherwise, the warriors of the counties would live comfortably in their own territories and would not run to Jing'an City to provoke the warriors of the state government. On the state government side, the comrades were injured. If they did not help their comrades seek justice, how could they return to the state camp? Therefore, the Yin Ghost courtesan was much more formidable than the Yin Ghost martial champion, striking at the soft underbelly of the warrior team with one blow, leaving them in a dilemma. As soon as they entered the barracks, the Jing'an captain angrily declared, that enchanting demon must be eliminated, otherwise, this matter cannot be resolved. Only by killing that demon can we avenge Deputy Commander Jia in righteousness, otherwise, they will leave with grievances, and there will likely be trouble in the future. The compensation issue is not a big deal, at most, we can give them some more spiritual items. Everyone, think about it, do we have any methods to exorcise demons and restore our comrades' honor? The warriors from various counties frowned and thought, and for a moment, they had no clue about any methods to resist that heart-enticing technique. Only Zhou Chen immediately thought of the accumulated Yin liquid, which had a detailed introduction on its attribute panel. Quickly restores a small amount of true energy, stacking the Yin cold state, alleviating blood loss while relieving fainting and temptation-type negative states. The part about alleviating temptation-type negative states could just counter the enchanting skills of the Yin Ghost courtesan. However, it was uncertain how long it could resist or how many doses would be needed to eliminate the enchantment effect. But this was a direction, and it was also a way to gather the 3 champions technique, which Zhou Chen thought was worth a try. Captain, do you still remember how you described the gray mist of the secret realm? I wonder if the injurious yet beneficial, Yin cold yet awakening aspect of awakening can counter the Yin Ghost's heart enchantment. Now that you mention it, I do recall, this method might be worth a try. Cheng County Captain, go to the supply depot and fetch a bottle of Yin cold black liquid. I will personally drink it to test its awakening ability and see how cold it is. Understood. Captain Chang Fei of Shanlu County took his orders and soon returned with a half-meter-tall long-necked vase. Jing and Captain Jiangren first dipped a few drops with chopsticks, placed them in his mouth to savor, and after a quarter of an hour, he switched to a spoon to drink a small sip. Zhou Chen also used a dose of accumulated yin liquid from his item panel to experience its awakening effect and how much blood it would cost. Since the amount indicated in the item panel was far greater than a spoonful, Zhou Chen could not determine the captain's feelings. In any case, he felt as if his brain had suddenly been soaked in ice water, all fragmented thoughts disappearing, leaving only a sense of coldness that quickly spread throughout his body. Looking at his blood bar, it quickly dropped by 5%, and after a while, it dropped by another 1%, before slowly breaking free from the cold state. The blood consumption level is controllable. It can be used as an anti-enchantment item. Zhou Chen had the attribute panel as a reference, allowing him to observe the quality of the accumulated yin liquid more intuitively. The Jing'an captain could not do the same. After tasting a spoonful, he waited a while and then drank another spoonful, as if he were consuming some supplement. Finally, after about half an hour, he put down the spoon and opened his closed eyes. It is often said that where poisons lurk, there are often antidotes. I did not expect such baseless sayings to also validate the demons of the secret realm. Everyone, this cold black liquid is indeed effective. The first drink felt like ice in my brain, and the second drink left me feeling only cold, which can mostly be used to resist the demon's heart enchantment. Since it is useful, we might as well give it a try. Without holding weapons, just taking shields, even if we are enchanted by that demon, we won't harm our comrades. Good, if we can confirm that the cold black liquid can awaken and resist enchantment, then Deputy Commander Jia's injuries will not only not be in vain but will also be a great achievement. The accumulated yin liquid ultimately harms the body, so the county warriors packed it into several small porcelain bottles for easier use. Once again entering the Yin Ghost secret realm, Zhou Chen and Chang Fei, the two archers, maintained a distance of about 100 meters from the Jing'an captain's shield formation. This way, they could quickly support while avoiding being chosen as targets for the heart enchantment by the Yin Ghost courtesan. Approaching the 3-story wooden building, drink the Yin cold black liquid. With the consumption of the accumulated Yin liquid, the enchanting skill of the Yin Ghost courtesan was indeed affected. It still stood there empty-handed, yet it failed to incite a new wave of chaos, only causing a slight dizziness in one of the county's martial artists. Use the shield to knock it down, and when it's distracted, strike with palm techniques, the county martial artist thought, holding his breath, with no time to test how long the accumulated Yin liquid could last. They quickly raised their shields and surrounded it, firmly controlling the Yin Ghost courtesan. Zhou Chen, I'll use Blood Fiend arrow technique, you use the 3 stars convergence, and let's kill it as soon as possible. Alright, I'll shoot an arrow at the shield to remind them to open up some space. The core ability of the Yin Ghost courtesan was to confuse. Once this skill temporarily failed, it became much easier to deal with. Bang! The speeding arrow struck the shield, and the county martial artist instinctively turned to raise his shield. In the next moment, an arrow infused with Blood Fiend energy, along with 3 exorcism arrows, arrived in an instant, piercing the Yin Ghost courtesan fiercely. Once the martial artists realized their archer needed space to shoot, they loosened their tightly packed shield formation, creating a gap. Some even reached out to pull the exorcism arrows from the Yin Ghost courtesan, using them as short daggers. Thus, as Zhou Chen and Chang Fei drew their bows once more, the Yin Ghost courtesan was killed by the frontline martial artists. Until that moment, the martial artists were still somewhat incredulous. They never expected that the demon which had sparked their conflict would be so easy to handle once its confusion ability was nullified. What a loss! Had we known that the Yin cold black liquid could counter its confusion ability, the Deputy Jia from the state wouldn't have been injured. What are you saying? Deputy Jia just had bad luck. We've traveled this far, someone was bound to fall victim. It's just that we were too careless and let this demon take the initiative. While the county martial artists were exchanging words, Zhou Chen and Chang Fei also stepped forward. He distributed exorcism arrows as emergency backup weapons while casually picking up the green orbs that the Yin Ghost courtesan had dropped. Ding! Obtained Courtesan's Confusion *1, Nether Blood Do *5, Skill, Courtesan's Confusion, Description. The courtesan, a ghostly fighter, is the leader of 100 flowers, also known as the puppet, strange and adept at hiding and ambushing. The courtesan is a puppet that can confuse the mind and heart, acting as a divine lure, difficult to resist. Effect, after use, gain the skill Flower Confusion, which can consume spiritual energy to cast mind-confusing techniques, with a casting range of 10 meters at level 1 and 100 meters at level 10. Note, the effect of mind confusion is determined by the difference in divine attributes. The higher the divine attribute compared to the target, the stronger the confusion effect. If the divine attribute is lower than the target, the confusion effect cannot be produced. The effect of Courtesan's confusion was incredibly powerful. Even though it required divine attributes for judgment, it remained a strong interference skill. With this skill, whether in one-on-one or group battles, there would be more operational space. Of course, there were even more insidious uses. Simply casting the mind confusion technique at the right moment could easily undermine the trust foundation of a group. In comparison, the mind confusion technique resembled a hidden venomous snake, far more lethal than the openly displayed blades and guns. Faced with such a useful control-type skill, Zhou Chen naturally chose to use it and spent his accumulated experience points to max it out. Thus, he gathered the skills of martial leaders' condensation, literary leaders' gathering, and courtesan's confusion, subsequently activating the max-level extension of the three leaders technique, leaders' combat law. Skill, leaders' combat law. Description: the heavens have the Big Dipper, the ladle carries the dragon's horn, the leader rests on the head of the star, gathering martial energy in the fight, and gathering spirit in the ghostly battle, confusing the mind in the puppet. Effect: after use, activate the fierce leader's evil fiend state, increasing both attack and defense while all attacks carry a mind confusion effect. Note: during the activation of leader's combat law, it continuously consumes blood blue energy, and can be turned off at will, or can be forced to exit the fierce leader state when either blood or blue energy is exhausted. Leader's combat law has no level markers, similar to an explosive transformation skill. The strength of this skill exceeded Zhou Chen's expectations. Even though the continuous consumption of blood blue energy after activation was very dangerous, it was still quite effective as a desperate fighting method. With the emergence of the mind confusion technique and leader's combat law, Zhou Chen's shortcomings were finally filled. Now he could not only unleash explosive attacks but also interfere with and control targets. Even without a frontline meat shield for protection, he could attempt to solo dungeons. With teammates by his side, Zhou Chen did not recklessly experiment with the effects of the demon duel technique. He was concerned that this skill might come with some side effects, leading to unnecessary misunderstandings, so he planned to find a secluded place to test it after exiting the secret realm. After patrolling for a while, the martial artists who entered the three-story wooden building also received the rewards for their hard-fought battle. They found 2 purple clay pots, each filled with muddy yellow soil and planted with 2 flourishing red flowers. Zhou Chen leaned in for a closer look. The yellow soil was Wenchuan dust, and the red flowers were Manjusaka. Captain, there are only these 2 types of anomalies in the wooden building, the rest are decayed wood and rotten matter. Should we retrieve our weapons and continue exploring to locate the demon leader, making it easier for the state martial artists to assess the danger? No further advancement, let's stop here. A mind-bending demon has already cost us dearly, and we cannot predict how perilous the subsequent demon leader will be. We are attacking the secret realm to obtain spiritual items, not for the sake of attacking itself. Now that we have a reason to appease the state martial artists, we need not force our way forward. Let's wait. When the state martial artists can no longer resist the urge to advance, and if another injury occurs, they will have to give us an explanation. Captain Jingyan was not prepared to take the lead anymore. He realized that the Yin Ghost secret realm was exceptionally dangerous, and one misstep could lead to injury or death. In this situation, he intended to relinquish control and await orders from the state, allowing them to bear the responsibility for any martial artist injuries. What the captain says is true, the road ahead is fraught with danger, and we should deploy stronger martial artists for exploration. Our strength is limited, we cannot recklessly push forward for the sake of merit, risking our own safety without gaining any real benefits. After personally experiencing the effects of the accumulated Yin liquid, the county martial artists actually hoped there would be some stored in the 3-story wooden building. Now that they had failed to find the Yin cold black liquid that could counter the mind-bending technique, they had lost the desire to continue exploring. Thus, the group hurried in and out, quickly leaving the Yin Ghost secret realm that could harm martial artists. However, as soon as they stepped out of the secret realm, they found 8 state martial artists waiting outside. Captain Jiang, what does this mean? Do you think we are cowardly and intend to attack the secret realm alone with our subordinates? Lieutenant Lu was joking. After Lieutenant Jiao was injured, we brothers felt heartache. While discussing matters in the tent, I suddenly remembered that the Yin cold black liquid has the ability to awaken the mind, and then I resolved to give it a try. I didn't expect the Yin cold black liquid to truly counter the mind-bending demon, so we took the opportunity to surround and attack it, avenging Lieutenant Jia. Captain Jingyan's generous words left the state martial artists, who initially harbored resentment, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. 20 people had entered the secret realm only to return in disarray. Now they were down to 12. Without their weapons, only thick shields and 2 archers. Such an act of knowing the dangers yet pressing on was indeed worthy of the camaraderie and brotherhood. I, Jia, thank the captain for his kindness. Knowing that the captain avenged my grievances, my arm no longer hurts. Once I recover, I will definitely drink fine wine with the captain and fight side by side again. The injured state martial artist was the first to break the silence, acknowledging Captain Jingan's favor. Having acknowledged the camaraderie, it was as if they had received a blessing, thus putting the previous matters behind them. Good, it's settled then. I look forward to drinking with Lieutenant Jia and fighting alongside all of you again. Very well, we are not stingy people, but it seems we will have to wait a bit longer to fight side by side. This deadly business cannot be undertaken. Let's first report to the state camp and inform Governor Huai of our situation. The efficiency of Governor Huai's actions was even faster than Zhou Chen had imagined. Or rather, the combination of factors such as the injury of subordinates, the exploration of the secret realm, and the toxic yet mind-controlling spiritual items had drawn the governor's attention. After the news from Jing'an City reached the Huai Prefecture camp via swift horse and urgent report, the special task force of the Huai Prefecture governor arrived at Jing'an City in just 4 days. The leader of this team was the actual military officer of the Huai Prefecture camp, the loyal and martial Lieutenant Pei Ji. Upon his arrival with 4 martial artists from the provincial government, he took command from the Jing'an lieutenant. With the addition of Lieutenant Pei Ji, the number of martial artist teams in Jing'an City reached as many as 26. Even excluding the injured officer Jia, there were still 25 martial artists capable of continuing the fight. Therefore, the first thing Lieutenant Pei Ji did was to select the elite, meaning he would reselect the exploration personnel. Zhou Chen, a non-martial archer, was immediately dismissed by him, not even earning a position in the preparations and becoming a logistics personnel instead. It was not surprising that Lieutenant Pei Ji was arrogant. The mindset of martial artists being the strongest was deeply ingrained. When the number of martial artists was insufficient, employing a talented archer like Zhou Chen was not an issue. Now that there were enough martial artists, and with the dangers of the Yin Ghost secret realm, every bit of combat power was crucial, so Zhou Chen naturally did not make the cut. Regarding this situation, Chang Fei and other county martial artists expressed their dissatisfaction, believing that their comrades had been treated unfairly. The Jing'an lieutenant, Jiang Ren, secretly instructed Zhou Chen to return to the camp first and guard the military fortress on his behalf. Zhou Chen, Lieutenant Pei Ji has come from afar and would not overly impose on Jing'an's affairs. However, he indeed has the intention to dismiss you. I not only did not argue against it but also went along with his suggestion. This is not me flattering those above and bullying those below, it is simply that the number of provincial martial artists is too large for me to suppress. You are a non-martial artist with a low position. If you were to stay and fight fiercely, it would overshadow the provincial martial artists. If you were too mediocre, you would surely be reprimanded and dismissed. In that case, it is better not to participate in the battle commanded by the provincial loyal lieutenant. Otherwise, in the end, if I exert effort and bleed, I would still be despised by them, which would affect my future promotions. We are subordinates of the Huai Prefecture camp, and as long as we are still crawling in the military, we cannot escape the governor and the Huai Prefecture officers. There is no need to show off our power or display our inferiority before them. If we show off our power, they will feel uncomfortable. If we display our inferiority, they will look down on us. The Jing'an lieutenant had already regarded Zhou Chen as his right-hand man and trusted aide, which is why he rarely opened his heart to give advice. His words were so insightful, also related to Zhou Chen's age. In his view, Zhou Chen was just a young lad, and without careful guidance, he could easily become reckless. Thank you, Lieutenant, for your guidance. I will withdraw to the military fortress and await good news. Moreover, the Yin ghosts in the secret realm are fierce, and the Yin ghost leader will surely be more troublesome, so I hope the lieutenant and the brothers will be cautious and vigilant. Zhou Chen had already acquired the Kueidu method and the 3 Kueidu techniques, and he had no intention of stubbornly tackling the Yin ghost secret realm. He also did not believe that the martial artist team could kill the secret realm boss without any injuries. After all, the skills of the 3 Yin ghosts could form the Kueidu method, and the secret realm boss would most likely possess this skill. Additionally, the secret realm boss probably had recovery items like Fengshen skin, making it not easy to defeat. Therefore, Zhou Chen had no dissatisfaction with withdrawing from the attacking team. He could always find another opportunity to attack later, and there was no need to serve under unfamiliar officers. Indeed, Zhou Chen's guess was correct. Just 2 days after he returned to the camp, the Jing'an lieutenant and the county martial artists returned to the military fortress together. They reported that the secret realm demon had a human form and was likely the source of the painted skin ghosts. Although it was initially difficult to deal with, it was not insurmountable. After the martial artist team consumed the Yin cold black liquid to awaken their spirits and dispel confusion, they could also engage in a back-and-forth battle with it. Just when they thought they could secure victory with a 20-1 absolute numerical advantage, the demon leader suddenly went berserk and injured several martial artists. Undeterred, Lieutenant Pei Ji deployed the backup members to attack again, but they were still repelled by the frenzied demon leader. As a result, the plan to attack the Yin Ghost Secret Realm was temporarily shelved. Lieutenant Pei Ji took over the defense work of the Secret Realm, allowing the Jing'an lieutenant and the county martial artists to return to the military fortress to rest. The Huai Prefecture camp is too unpleasant. If they sent a real expert over, how could it lead to my brothers getting injured? The injured county martial artist complained incessantly, while the Jing'an captain could only try to soothe them and report to the provincial government for some compensation. In this unhappy atmosphere, a few days passed, and it was now the 15th of August, one of the most important festivals for the people of the Great Way, the Water Moon Festival. Early that morning, Zhou Chen saw soldiers in the camp collectively fetching water with various containers. He had never experienced the Water Moon Festival and was very curious about why everyone was doing this. The military officer Kai Cheng thought he was born in a remote countryside without the time or energy to celebrate festivals, so he patiently explained, "Legend has it that in the bright moon of the sky, there live the Jade Rabbit and the Golden Toad. The Jade Rabbit is skilled in medicine, while the Golden Toad is skilled in wealth. But they are usually very busy. Only on the night of the full moon, on the 15th of August, do they observe the various aspects of the people. Therefore, on the Water Moon Festival, the people use containers to hold water, reflecting the round moon in the sky. They hope that the Moon Rabbit will leave some medicinal liquid and the Golden Toad will leave some sources of wealth, merging into the water that reflects the moon, so they can drink it to nourish their bodies and apply it to cultivate wealth." Kai Cheng's explanation made a lot of sense, and just as Zhou Chen thought this was a traditional festival of the Great Way, he suddenly changed his tone and said mysteriously, "What I just said are all folk legends. Let me tell you something practical. It is recorded in the Way Book of Heavenly Secrets that on the 15th of August, by reflecting the moon in water, one can summon the secret realm of the Moon Palace. Its location is uncertain, and its timing is unclear. If the conditions are right, one can enter. There have been martial artists and commoners who mistakenly entered it, and once inside, they cannot borrow the path back. Upon returning, they cannot enter again. Inside, there are many medicinal rabbits and golden toads, both of which carry medicinal liquid and wealth. If you break them, you can take them. If you don't break them, you will get nothing." This was the second time Zhou Chen had heard the name Way Book of Heavenly Secrets, and he was very curious about how much information about secret realms this book contained. "Kai brother, you actually have the Way Book of Heavenly Secrets? Could you lend it to me to take a look?" "Brother, you jest. The Way Book of Heavenly Secrets records information about secret realms. It is even more important than national defense maps. How could I have such a thing? What I said was also told to me by the captain. He doesn't have a compiled book either, just some pamphlets he saw during his training in the capital years ago." "That's not it. Aren't you curious about the Moon Palace secret realm? Why are you fixated on the National Classic Way book?" It would be a lie to say he wasn't curious at all. But Zhou Chen had a player's mindset. Such extraordinary matters felt more like a festive activity to him. Since it was a festive activity, there was no sense of the mysterious or the extraordinary, so he naturally wouldn't yearn for it too much. However, to respond to Kai Cheng's expectations and to join in the traditional festivities with his comrades, he still cooperated and replied, "I am indeed curious. I will also find a few containers to hold water and reflect the moon. If I am fortunate enough to enter the Moon Palace secret realm, I will definitely bring back some medicinal liquid and wealth for you, Kai brother." The symbolic significance of reflecting the moon in water outweighed its practical significance. The soldiers in the camp would not naively believe that by reflecting the moon in water, they could summon the medicinal liquid of the Jade Rabbit or the wealth of the Golden Toad. The Jing'an captain and the county martial artists would not think that they could be fortunate enough to reflect the Moon Palace secret realm and enter it to bring back some rare treasures. But this was a celebration focused on participation, a time for the people to relax and reunite. Whether or not there were returns was secondary. The most important thing was to feel the joy of the festival. Therefore, the Jing'an captain not only invited his trusted men and county martial artists to drink but also brought his family from the city. His concubine was not quite accustomed to the atmosphere of the camp. Although she smiled and occasionally responded to the greetings of the officers, she did not take the initiative to speak. On the other hand, the Jing'an captain's youngest daughter, a lively and active child, was not yet 5 years old. She had probably been to the camp a few times and knew her father was stationed there, so she was not shy. She often sought out familiar officers for some festive gifts and did not forget to offer a few cheerful blessings, which delighted the officers in the camp. Among them, Jiang Yon, who oversees the personal guards, and Kai Cheng, who manages the Xuanjia soldiers, are the most familiar with the child and have carefully prepared many gifts. Here, take this. It's a gilded copper sparrow. The daughter of the captain is nicknamed Sparrow and doesn't have a formal name yet. If you give her a gilded copper sparrow, it will surely delight her. Kai Cheng is quite reliable. Even though Zhou Chen has been busy with the conquest of the secret realm lately, this old brother hasn't forgotten to help him buy some festival gifts. Otherwise, Zhou Chen, who doesn't remember the festive occasions, would have to give some random money as a token. Thank you, brother Kai. I'll pay you back later. Why say such things? A gilded copper sparrow isn't worth much. If you have the heart, just treat me to a drink later. This time, no one will say you are haunted by evil spirits or disturbing the Buddhist affairs. We can enjoy a drink together when we return home. Kai Cheng still couldn't let go of the matter of the painted skin, so Zhou Chen had to pat his shoulder and change the subject. That's settled then. When we enter the city again, we'll drink all night. Just then, the child named Sparrow walked up to Zhou Chen, her big eyes wide, unsure of what to call him. Daddy, this general is so young. Should I call him brother or uncle? Ha ha. He is your father's comrade in arms. Not long ago, we fought side by side, so he is naturally your uncle. The lively child sweetly called out, Uncle, you are so valiant, and took the gilded copper sparrow from Zhou Chen's hand. This round of greetings was not about receiving gifts but to let the officers in the camp see the child and the lady, thus solidifying their bond for future connections. After a round of greetings and well wishes from the child, the Jing'an captain took out gifts to distribute among the officers, allowing everyone to celebrate without losing wealth. After this, it was time for the moonlit feast. Everyone gathered around the training ground, and on each table, there were not only delicious food and wine but also a copper basin filled with clear water reflecting the moon. Come, everyone, on this water moon festival, let us drink to health, longevity, fortune, and wealth together. Together, to health, longevity, fortune, and wealth. While the officers enjoyed their drinks, the Jing'an captain's personal guards began distributing festival gifts to the soldiers in the camp. The gifts were quite practical, regardless of rank. Each person received a string of red ropes tied with 15 copper coins and 8 fist-sized sweet date cakes. This action drew cheers from the camp, the sound mingling with the bonfire in the training ground and the full moon in the sky, complemented by a cup of fine wine, as if the whole world was celebrating. Ha ha! Refreshing! Since we settled in this county, it has been a long time since we celebrated in the camp. I didn't expect to have the fortune to enjoy this with all of you today. Even if we get injured in this secret realm conquest, it will be worth it. The evening banquet of the Water Moon Festival was quite unique. After drinking, everyone dipped their palms into the moonlit copper basin, hoping to touch the Moon Palace secret realm. The Jing'an captain's daughter wanted to do the same but was met with a scolding from her mother, who said that children entering the Moon Palace would get lost and not find their way home. In this joyful atmosphere, Zhou Chen watched as several full moons reflected in the copper basins transformed into constantly spinning portal-like images. However, the portals were not fixed, vanishing like dreams and illusions in an instant. Strangely, as long as there were ripples in the basin or external disturbances in the moonlit water, the portals would not appear. This echoed a line from the records of the secret lands of Wei, stating that their positions are uncertain, their times unclear, and they can be entered when they flourish. Zhou Chen observed closely and managed to see the basic information of the Moon Palace secret realm. Instance, Moon Palace, recommended challenge level 599, recommended number of challengers 1000. The Moon Palace instance is indeed a festival activity. This is the first time Zhou Chen has seen an instance with such a wide range. However, the capacity of the instance is still somewhat limited, with only 1,000 people allowed, which is a drop in the bucket for the Great Wei, let alone other countries. No wonder the Water Moon Festival emphasizes participation. With this limit on numbers and the randomly appearing portals, it won't be long before the spots are filled. There is no possibility of multiple attempts, making it something that can only be encountered by chance. As Zhou Chen was analyzing the situation in the Moon Palace dungeon, a portal to the dungeon quietly appeared in the reflection of the moon in the basin before him. How could he miss such an opportunity? He immediately reached out toward the round moon reflected in the basin. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished, and the surrounding celebrating soldiers didn't even notice anything unusual. Only the daughter of the Jing'an captain, Xiao Kei, who was bored in counting the officers present, saw Zhou Chen disappear in an instant. Daddy, that young uncle is gone. Kei saw him reach out to the basin, and then he just disappeared. Did he enter the Moon Palace? Daddy, can you ask him to bring me back a moon rabbit? The innocent child's words drew immediate attention from everyone present. The officers held their breath in silence, looking incredulously at Zhou Chen's empty seat. At that moment, the entire training ground fell into an extraordinary quiet, the previous laughter replaced by silence. My brother has entered the Moon Palace. I can't be dreaming, right? He joked earlier that if he was lucky enough to enter the Moon Palace, he would definitely bring back some medicinal liquid in wealth for me. He wouldn't forget, right? He can't forget. This is the closest I've ever been to the Moon Palace's medicinal liquid in wealth in my life. The excited voice of military officer Kai Cheng broke the stillness of the training ground. In the next moment, the air was filled with voices of good fortune, fate, and extraordinary luck, asking for a golden toad, and expressing that their children also wanted a moon rabbit, among other envious remarks. Even the Jing'an captain was unsettled, pondering how to speak so that Zhou Chen would share his gains, allowing everyone to share in the blessings. Zhou Chen is usually quite generous, he shouldn't mind sharing the joy. At worst, I can trade some treasures from the camp's treasury with him to ensure he doesn't lose out. Daddy, the moon rabbit. Remember, if Zhou Chen can bring back a moon rabbit, Daddy will definitely ask for it for you. If he can't, don't be upset, being fortunate enough to enter the Moon Palace is already a matter of fate, and we can't force him to bring back anything else. Zhou Chen had no idea that just as he entered the dungeon, the officers in the camp were already eagerly waiting for him to return and share the treasures of the Moon Palace. Oh, is this the good medicine moon rabbit? That pestle looks quite fierce. The scene inside the Moon Palace dungeon was very peaceful. There were numerous hills of varying heights and pools of water, densely covered with all kinds of flowers and grasses. Some of the flowers and vines were taller than a person, while others barely reached the ankles. The sky had neither sun nor moon, only countless stars as fine as dust, yet the place was not dark, instead, it had a unique, cool brightness. In the low grass, a moon-white rabbit was carrying a small vine basket to gather herbs, while behind a large rock, another rabbit stood on its hind legs, holding a pestle in its front paws to crush herbs. The pestle was about 2 meters long, with one end shaped like a human head-sized jade ball. This was indeed a blunt instrument. Hitting someone with it would likely be similar to hitting a mole, quite fierce indeed. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. A gentle breeze swept across the grass, bringing a chorus of frog croaks. Not far away in the pool, 3 golden toads, as large as grinding discs and seemingly cast from pure gold, were leisurely soaking in the water. They had no ugly poison sacks but were adorned with jewels and precious stones, and each held a large square-holed coin in their mouths, truly displaying wealth. At that moment, Zhou Chen understood why folk legends revered the moon rabbit and the golden toad so much. Their characteristics were too obvious. Any commoner who stumbled upon them would know that the moon rabbit was for good medicine and the golden toad was for wealth. But this did not mean that the moon rabbit and golden toad were not dangerous, otherwise, the dungeon information wouldn't suggest a level of 5 to 99. The levels of the moon rabbits and golden toads before him were merely level 5 moon white medicine rabbit, level 10 pestle rabbit, level 10 wealth golden toad, and level 15 treasure golden toad. Who knew how many higher level monsters lay ahead, along with powerful elite monsters and bosses? Moreover, the moon rabbits have attack detection. Zhou Chen had only taken a few steps forward when several moon rabbits, carrying vine baskets on their backs, blinked their ruby-like eyes and charged at him. To be honest, he had previously dealt with monsters of moderate or larger size, and this was his first encounter with such small and agile creatures like the moon rabbits. Fortunately, he wasn't truly unarmed. His inventory was filled with various weapons. He first used the mind manipulation technique to turn one moon rabbit to his side, using it as a frontline meat shield. Then he took out the tiger shooting bow and the cone-headed arrows produced from the Bullhead Village dungeon, shooting one arrow at the 5 chaotic moon rabbits. Since he wasn't using special arrows like the evil suppression arrow or blood slaughter arrow, the shot didn't kill the moon rabbit, leaving it with about 20% health. Moreover, the moon rabbit that had been manipulated by the mind manipulation technique, having suffered a fatal attack, broke free from its chaotic state and charged towards Zhou Chen again with its companions. With no other choice, he used the mind manipulation technique once more to disrupt the moon rabbit's attack rhythm before he could kill them one by one. Ding! Killed 5 level 5 moon white medicine rabbits *5. Experience plus 500. These cone-headed arrows have too little damage. I should just use the blood slaughter arrow technique. Indeed, when Zhou Chen consumed 1% of his health to attach blood slaughter to the cone-headed arrows, the level 5 moon white medicine rabbits couldn't withstand it and were all killed with a single shot. The control-type skill distracted the targets, while the tiger shooting bow and blood slaughter arrow technique combined to deal high damage, allowing Zhou Chen to gradually lure the monsters and quickly clear them out. However, this suppression tactic could only bully the level 5 moon white medicine rabbits. Once Zhou Chen brought the level 10 medicine grinding jade rabbit into his attack range, the effectiveness of the mind manipulation technique diminished. Due to his divine attribute being only 2 points, the level 10 medicine grinding jade rabbit hit by the mind manipulation technique only paused for a moment before it resumed attacking with its pestle as if nothing had happened. The small rabbit swung its brutal pestle like a constantly swinging club, both comical and dangerous. The level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbit that Zhou Chen had temporarily turned to his side was struck on the head, losing half its health before regaining its senses. Fortunately, the massive pestle restricted the medicine-grinding Jade Rabbit's agility, preventing it from quickly changing direction. Thus, Zhou Chen used the mind manipulation technique as an interrupt skill, waiting for the level 10 medicine-grinding Jade Rabbit to become dizzy and stiff before unleashing a fully charged blood slaughter arrow technique with a precast. This high-explosive arrow technique, consuming 10% of his health and trading health for damage, directly emptied the medicine-grinding Jade Rabbit's health bar. Ding! Killed one level 10 medicine-grinding Jade Rabbit. Experience plus 300. The level 10 medicine-grinding Jade Rabbit not only provided experience but also dropped a green light orb. The drop rate was comparable to that of elite monsters in the Een Ghost Dungeon. It was indeed a special dungeon. Ding! Obtained Medicine Grinding Pot, Medicine Grinding Pestle *1, Jade Rabbit Medicine Liquid *1 Medicine, Jade Rabbit Medicine Liquid. Description: The immortal hangs its feet, the osmanthus tree is round. The Moon Rabbit grinds medicine, asking with whom to dine. Effect: The Medicine Rabbit gathers flowers and herbs, and after use, quickly restores a small amount of health and mana. The Jade Rabbit Medicine Liquid could restore both health and mana simultaneously, making it a highly cost-effective restorative item. In contrast, the Medicine Grinding Pot and Pestle were rather ordinary, merely a decent set of grinding tools. However, they could also be used as weapons or sold as jade ornaments. Thus, the Medicine Grinding Jade Rabbit became Zhou Chen's prime target, practically swimming in wealth. In fact, after figuring out the damage threshold of the level 10 Medicine Grinding Jade Rabbit, the rabbits in this hilly area found it difficult to launch effective attacks. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen was still very cautious in luring monsters, avoiding aggroing too many at once and being chased by the rabbits wielding their pestles. When he killed the 5th Medicine Grinding Jade Rabbit, he unexpectedly dropped a new item. Skill: Jade Rabbit Medicine Grinding Technique. Description: Moon Rabbit Jade Pestle, connected by a line, kneeling to grind medicine, making jade paste, with hopes of soaring and never aging. Effect: After use, gain the skill Medicine Grinding, which allows the extraction of jade paste from herbs using spiritual energy, creating medicine. Note: the quality of the medicinal liquid jade paste is directly related to the medicinal materials, and it can also extract toxins from poisonous plants and extract venom. This place is indeed worthy of the Golden Toad's presence. I must have been touched by some fortune. The Jade Rabbit's medicine-making technique is far superior to the previous Jade Rabbit medicinal liquid. One is merely a consumable, while the other can consume spiritual energy to extract medicinal liquid and poison paste, making it a perfect auxiliary skill for both medicine and poison cultivation. After obtaining the Jade Rabbit's medicine-making technique, the Golden Toad croaking in the nearby stagnant pool became even more intriguing. Zhou Chen was very curious about what skills and items the Golden Toad would drop. Therefore, after patiently clearing the moon rabbits on the hill, he gradually approached the stagnant pool, preparing to test the Golden Toad's attack methods first. To his surprise, the Golden Toad turned out to be a ranged attacker. When Zhou Chen entered their attack range, the 3 Golden Toads showed no intention of pursuing him. Instead, they opened their mouths and spat out square-holed copper coins. The coins were as large as wash basins, flying rapidly towards him and leaving a scar on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Chen, the archer, finally experienced the pressure of a ranged attack. While dodging, he activated the skilled martial hero's concentration to increase his defense and quickly ran towards the rock where the Jade Rabbit was making medicine to take cover. Clang, clang, clang. The massive rock was continuously struck by the square-holed coins, and layers of debris fell off like powder. The attack range of the 3 Golden Toads was enormous. Even crouching in the stagnant pool, they shot like crossbows. The Golden Toad truly has a source of wealth. Just collecting the square-holed coins they spit out could lead to riches. Bang, bang, bang. After the hard outer shell of the rock fell off, the relatively soft inner layers absorbed the impact, changing the sound of the stones shattering. Zhou Chen peeked out from the side of the rock, estimated the position of the Golden Toads, and shot a blood curse arrow with a pointed tip using his tiger bow. Clang! The crisp sound was very distinct amidst the dull thuds. Zhou Chen looked and found that the pointed arrow failed to break the Golden Toad's outer shell and was instead snapped by the immense force. As a result, the blood curse attached to the arrow was wasted, having little effect, and would gradually dissipate in the pool. A ranged attacker, plus a diamond-like body, this thing is too hard to fight. Indeed, the Law Tank, Blood Cow Assassin, and Armored Archer were the most troublesome. Their configuration had no weaknesses, only a continuous exchange of damage. Fortunately, Zhou Chen still had better blood curse arrows and evil repelling arrows in his inventory, otherwise, he would have had to withdraw midway. Considering that Cheng Fei, the county officer of Shangdal County, had mentioned that evil repelling arrows could not be attached with blood curses, he chose the blood curse arrow, which shared the same origin as the blood curse technique. This attachment of blood curse indeed had a more pronounced effect. Previously, when he attached the blood curse to the pointed arrow, the arrow would only emit a red glow, with blood mist swirling around. Switching to the blood curse arrow and attaching a 10% life-boosting blood curse, the entire arrow turned a fiery orange, glowing like heated iron. Its exterior was further adorned with blood-colored flames, resembling a long strip of golden red fire. The arrow was shot out, first soaring into the air, then falling like a meteor, truly beautiful and dazzling. Clang, the crisp sound of metal striking again echoed, but that blood curse arrow embedded itself into the back of the level 10 wealth-bringing golden toad. Due to the burning of the blood curse flames, the wound caused by the arrow gradually expanded and triggered a bleeding effect. The sound of sizzling came from the level 10 wealth-bringing golden toad as golden liquid flowed from the wound, dripping into the pool and transforming into round golden beans. Zhou Chen leaned to the side to investigate and found that this blood curse arrow had reduced the level 10 wealth-bringing golden toad's health by 28%. Estimating, he realized he would need to use the full load of blood curse arrows 4 times to kill this golden toad, which meant consuming 40% of his life. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had plenty of healing potions, otherwise, he really couldn't outlast those 3 golden toads. Especially that level 15 fortune-bringing golden toad, which was incredibly tough and had thick blood. As a series of fire arrows streaked across the sky and fell, the first level 10 wealthy toad finally ceased its attack. Ding, killed level 10 wealthy toad *1, experience plus 500. The experience from the toad was even higher than that from the jade rabbit, but it was also much more troublesome than the medicine-making jade rabbit. After shooting a few more arrows to eliminate another wealthy toad, Zhou Chen began to lock onto the level 15 treasure toad. Unlike the wealthy toad, the level 15 treasure toad had a large golden ingot on its back, significantly increasing its defense. Therefore, Zhou Chen had to test-fire a few pointed arrows, ensuring he could hit its head and front claws before drawing his bow to shoot a fire-imbued blood arrow. Bang! A loud noise caught Zhou Chen's attention. He leaned forward to take a look and was very glad he had chosen to attack from a distance, because that level 15 treasure toad, after taking damage, actually began to leap around. Normally, this wouldn't be a big deal, but it was a massive chunk of red gold. The density of gold is very high, and its weight is naturally not something ordinary steel can compare to. The level 15 treasure toad merely leaping out of the puddle created a shallow pit in the solid ground. With such weight upon landing, Zhou Chen would believe it was a melee burst. Impressive, ranged, thick health, high defense, and capable in melee as well. If only its agility were a bit better, otherwise it would be impossible to fight. That fully loaded blood arrow only dealt 11% of the treasure toad's health. This was still the damage caused by the combination of max-level blood arrow technique, tiger bow, and blood arrow. Faced with such an opponent, Zhou Chen could only adopt a circling strategy, moving around the rock while looking for opportunities to deal damage. Each time he hit the level 15 treasure toad with an arrow, it adjusted its position and leaped forward. The sounds of thud, thud, thud grew closer, and the shallow pits created on the ground made Zhou Chen's heart race faster. When he was about 100 meters away, he used a confusion technique, but it did not cause any effective disruption. It wasn't until the treasure toad was about 60 meters away that it was finally killed by the 10th fire blood arrow. Ding, killed level 15 treasure toad, experience plus 750, finally calmed down. I hope it drops something good, otherwise, fighting the toad would be too much of a loss. It would be better to farm the medicine-making jade rabbit in other hills. Zhou Chen left the cover of the rock and walked towards the motionless treasure toad, picking up a yellow orb at its feet. When he saw the dropped item, he realized that this toad was worth the effort. Skill, Toad Chi Cultivation Method. Description: the toad locks in Chi, like a lotus seed, standing amidst the waves, nurturing Chi with spirit, strengthening the internal organs, regulating internal breath, sealing the 3 gates of the treasure bottle, complementing internal and external breaths. Effect: after use, increases Chi attribute by +1 at level 3, gains passive skill, Circulating Meridians, increases Chi attribute by +1 at level 6, gains passive skill, Otian. Increases divine attribute by +1 at level 10, gains active skill, breath regulation. Circulating meridians, Chi disperses like a mass, inertia difficult to control. After circulating, spiritual energy operates in order, nourishing the body's meridians, generating the spirit meridian of Chi. Zhou Tian, spiritual energy circulates throughout the body via the meridians, unifying internal and external, Chi permeating the whole body, reducing skill mana consumption. Breath regulation, can consume spiritual energy to restore health while alleviating internal injuries and chaotic mental negative states. The effect of the Toad Chi cultivation method exceeded Zhou Chen's expectations. It not only helped him expand his mana bar and reduce skill consumption but also activated spiritual meridians, regulated breathing for health recovery, and alleviated negative states. Additionally, upgrading the Toad Chi cultivation method could add 2 points to the Chi attribute and 1 point to the Divine attribute, further enhancing his base attributes. This shouldn't be considered an ordinary skill, it feels more like a core cultivation skill. The warriors of the Great Way probably have similar techniques, which is why they can accommodate spiritual energy and have Chi permeate their bodies. With the core skill Toad Chi cultivation method in hand, Zhou Chen naturally chose to use it without hesitation. However, the experience required is also quite astonishing: 500 points for level 1, 5,000 for level 10, and a total of 27,500 points to reach the maximum level. Fortunately, he had previously saved over 20,000 experience points, and by farming the moon rabbits, he gained quite a bit more. Otherwise, he might not have been able to max out the Golden Toad Chi cultivation method. Once the Golden Toad Chi cultivation method reached its maximum level, he suddenly felt an additional heartbeat within him, a pulsation of invigorated meridians. The spiritual energy flowed through his body along the meridians, greatly enhancing his self-perception. More importantly, the continuously flowing spiritual energy formed a new bodily drive, allowing him to apply assistance and amplify his strength and agility with just a lift of his hand or a stamp of his foot. The spiritual meridians have enhanced the resilience of my body and injected a new drive. This enhancement is good, but there is no turning back. If the spiritual meridians wither quickly, the body that has transitioned from luxury to frugality may very well collapse. After the Golden Toad Chi cultivation method reached its maximum level, Zhou Chen's basic attributes also changed. Originally, his basic attributes were Essence, 4, Chi, 2, Spirit, 2. Now, after increasing by 2 points in Chi and 1 point in Spirit, they became Essence, 4, Chi, 4, Spirit, 3. Very good, the 3 attributes of Essence, Chi, and Spirit have become more harmonious, and with the increase of 1 point in Spirit, my bewitching heart technique should work even better. The level 15 Treasure Golden Toad contributed a powerful skill, and the 2 level 10 Wealth Golden Toads were not bad either, each dropping a green orb. After picking them up, Zhou Chen discovered that the items inside the 2 green orbs were the same: a pill. Medicine, Spirit Toad Pill. Description: Moon Rabbit grinds spiritual medicine, Golden Toad condenses spiritual pills, absorbs Moon Cave to replenish True Yin, gathers moonlight to balance Yin and Yang. Effect: after consumption, activates Chi Shield state, increases defense, alleviates chaotic Chi type negative states. The Spirit Toad Pill is a special medicine that enhances defense. Although it cannot compare to the Golden Toad Chi cultivation method, it is still very practical. The yield from the 3 golden toads was too abundant, and the huge rewards spurred Zhou Chen to continue exploring. He quickly descended the hill and saw 2 different directions to explore. One was to move laterally, while the other was simply to climb forward. He first walked a distance forward and found that the monsters on the new hill were not only denser but also at a significantly higher level. Level 10 Moon White Medicine Rabbit, Level 15 Medicine Grinding Jade Rabbit, Level 20 Golden Light Moon Rabbit. He looked at the Level 20 Golden Light Moon Rabbit, which was clad in golden armor, carrying a banner, wielding a jade hammer, and riding a nimble white deer. Zhou Chen did not foolishly approach to test its attack range. That creature was clearly an elite monster, a cavalry-type elite with high mobility, which was too deadly for a shooter without a frontline meat shield. Therefore, he turned back and headed to the right hill. This time, it was much more normal. The lush hill only had adorable, level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbits, and level 10 Medicine Grinding Jade Rabbits. This made him realize that the Moon Palace secret realm likely resembled a full moon structure. The closer to the outer circle, the lower the monster levels, and the closer to the inner circle, the higher the monster levels. The recommended level for the Moon Palace dungeon is 5 to 99. There shouldn't be a level 100 boss at the center. That would be too brutal. Fortunately, there are restrictions on entry time and the number of people. Otherwise, if the rabbits here find a chance to gain intelligence, it would probably lead to another Moon Rabbit uprising. After Zhou Chen shot down a few level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbits, he gradually approached the level 10 Medicine Grinding Jade Rabbit, intending to farm some more Jade Rabbit medicine liquid. Just then, he suddenly noticed a conspicuous depression in the dense grass ahead, which was over knee-high. He cautiously shot an arrow in that direction to avoid any hidden monsters. After confirming that there was no response from that area, he slowly approached to investigate. As he neared the depression, he found a person lying there, with bright red blood continuously flowing from their head, staining the green grass stems. Judging by the shape of the wound, it was likely caused by a medicine-grinding jade rabbit. With brocade clothes and leather boots, and skin as fair as jade, he must be a young master from a wealthy family who does not engage in labor. Zhou Chen took a single knife from his inventory, flicked his wrist, and lifted the deceased's waist token. The token bore the inscription Deng Yu of the Taishui Palace, with a relief inscription on the back that read, Great Chu Zhongsu, with literature comes virtue. Aside from the waist token, there were no other valuable items on the deceased. After some consideration, Zhou Chen decided to leave the token beside the body to avoid inadvertently causing diplomatic tensions between Wei and Chu by taking it out. As he cleared several nearby hills, he discovered different corpses. Some were clearly farmers, others dressed like fishermen, and there was also an unidentified woman. In addition, Zhou Chen encountered a living person. That man was kneeling on the ground, continuously bowing to the Jade Rabbit and the Golden Toad. Although he received no tangible benefits, he managed to preserve his life. Just as Zhou Chen was about to greet him, he suddenly noticed the stars in the sky, fine as dust, rapidly disappearing. He guessed that the active time was coming to an end, so he quickly returned to the previously cleared hilly area. First, he used 2 pestles to pierce through a dozen large square-holed coins, which he carried on his shoulder. Then he found a mortar and poured 3 portions of moon rabbit medicine into it, wedging it under his elbows. Once he was ready, he waited for a while as the sky gradually darkened, rippling like a disturbed lake surface. In the next moment, the world shattered like a mirage, and he returned to the brightly lit training ground by the campfire. He's back. Zhou Chen is back, and he brought a lot of things. My goodness, those 2 jade balls are enormous. They could definitely fetch a good price as jade ornaments. Those are jade balls produced by the Moon Palace. How could they be carelessly dismantled? Only the original form brings good fortune. Come on, brothers, lend me a hand to unload the pestles from my shoulders. Don't damage the mortar, there are truly good things inside. Jingan's captain and the county warriors all approached to help, still somewhat incredulous that their comrade had returned from the Moon Palace laden with treasures. Zhou Chen, you say these are pestles and mortars. You didn't rob the good medicine from the Jade Rabbit, did you? Not at all. We had a friendly spar, and since I won, the Jade Rabbit didn't object to me taking anything, so I just brought back some specialties from the Moon Palace. Then what are these large copper coins? Could they be the wealth sent by the Golden Toad? That is true, but the way the Golden Toad sent them was rather special. It sprayed dozens of these coins at the rock where I was hiding. I wanted to bring them all back, but there were simply too many to carry, so I selected some in good condition to bring home. Although Zhou Chen spoke lightly, the warriors could sense the danger in his words. If the Jade Rabbit and Golden Toad were easy to deal with, Zhou Chen wouldn't have needed to hide behind the rocks, let alone select coins based on their condition. Uncle, is this really the pestle used by the Jade Rabbit for medicine? The little girl Kair, held by Jingan's captain, didn't think much of it and instead stared wide-eyed at the jade pestle that was taller than her father. Yes, what's wrong? Do you want it? Uncle will give it to you. No, I don't want it. The Jade Rabbit is so cute. How could it use such a big pestle? The little girl's dreams were shattered. She simply couldn't imagine a strong giant rabbit using a large pestle to make medicine. Ha ha. It's a good thing you didn't bring the Jade Rabbit back, otherwise, Kair would be too scared to celebrate the Water Moon Festival in the future. After handing his daughter to his concubine, Jingan's captain asked Zhou Chen if he could share the spoils from the Moon Palace. Zhou Chen had intended to share these from the start, so he readily agreed. This action drew cheers from the warriors, who all promised to return the favor to Zhou Chen, ensuring he wouldn't be at a loss. Is this liquid as blue as jade, the medicine from the Jade Rabbit? Yes, I've tried it. It not only heals injuries but also replenishes energy, allowing the injured brothers to each drink some for recovery. I didn't expect the Jade Rabbit's good medicine and the Golden Toad's wealth to be so real. It's a pity we are not destined to see them. I wonder if those who are destined can all return laden with treasures. The matter of entering the Moon Palace was even more significant than Zhou Chen had imagined. At dawn, the Jingan captain arranged for his personal guard, Zhang Yong, to lead 100 elite cavalry soldiers. They were to escort the pestle and mortar, along with 2 large square coins the size of wash basins, to the Huai Prefecture camp. Zhou Chen, the copper coins from the Moon Palace given to comrades can deepen friendships and bring some tangible benefits, but with so many people involved, it's hard to avoid leaks. Therefore, you should also gift some of your gains to the Huai Prefecture governor, so that everyone can share in the joy and blessings. Captain, I am already fortunate to have entered the secret realm of the Moon Palace. Any external rewards are of little joy. It is better to share them with my fellow comrades. Good, your intentions are enough. Don't worry, you won't lose out. I've asked Zhang Yong to take your achievements in the secret realm along with him. If all goes well, after the Huai Prefecture governor receives the treasures from the Moon Palace, you should be promoted. According to the traditions of the Great Way, non-aristocratic sons would not be promoted consecutively. Each promotion after obtaining an official position would typically involve a period of stability. However, special circumstances could warrant special treatment, such as sufficient merit, exceptional talent, and the addition of rare items, which would lead superiors to act fairly. To express his gratitude, Zhou Chen gifted the remaining pestle to the Jing'an captain. Although the captain initially claimed it was inappropriate, after several rounds of refusal, he happily accepted the 2-meter-tall white jade pestle. He stated that he would place the jade rabbit pestle and the golden toad copper coins in the command hall of the captain's residence to nurture the financial and longevity energy of the military fort. Thus, Zhou Chen was left with only a golden toad copper coin as a souvenir. The skilled craftsmen also borrowed the mold, saying they wanted to cast a few golden toad copper coins to attract wealth at home. The Xuanjia soldiers did the same, but they chose to borrow the golden toad copper coin that Zhou Chen had gifted to Kai Chang. Due to the large number of Xuanjia soldiers, Kai Chang had to urge his subordinates to return the money after each expedition into the secret realm, and then lend the golden toad copper coin to other soldiers. In the days following the Water Moon Festival, both the military fort and Jing'an City remained stable. Zhou Chen thus found some free time to continuously participate in the team's dungeon runs, successfully activating the Jade Rabbit Pestle method and leveling it up to the maximum. Since he had no shortage of restorative potions, he prioritized extracting a vial of venom, intending to enchant the arrowheads produced in the dungeon. The source material he chose was the stock of poison hemlock available in the camp. After extracting it with the fully leveled Jade Rabbit Pestle method, Zhou Chen obtained a vial of transparent green liquid. Medicine, hemlock venom, description, slightly sweet, warm in nature, highly toxic, extracted using the pestle method, extremely poisonous, no medicinal effect, can be used to poison weapons, effect, upon hitting a target, depending on the amount, it inflicts varying degrees of poison status, causing the target to continuously lose health and triggering a weakness effect. Since poisoning arrows was also a skill, simply soaking the arrowheads would not allow much venom to adhere. Therefore, Zhou Chen went to the camp's metallurgy section and sought the help of a professional arrow poisoner. Upon hearing his request, the craftsman's eyes lit up, displaying a look of understanding. Zhou Dubois, it's not that I'm boasting, but our skills and archers are a perfect match. If an archer's arrows are not poisoned, it's like a sword and shield warrior's blade is not sharpened. The common methods of poisoning in the camp are mainly two, the adhesion method and the high-temperature quenching method. Your batch of arrows is uniform in size, and the shafts and feathers are of the highest quality, they cannot be heated to high temperatures and quenched in the venom. I recommend you use the adhesion method. To adhere more venom, you can soak the arrowheads in water and place them in a cool place to develop a thin layer of red rust. After that, soak them in the venom and let them dry. I guarantee that once shot, even a deity cannot save them. Then I will follow the master craftsman's advice. I will leave this batch of arrows for you to handle, and there will surely be a reward once they are ready. Alright, I will return you a batch of lethal weapons. Zhou Chen gave the arrow poisoner 3 jars of arrows, each containing 60 arrows, totaling 180 arrows. The arrows produced by the Oxhead village, once poisoned, would become a devastating weapon against flesh and blood life. There was no secret to the large-scale weapon modifications being made by the generals in the camp. Not long after Zhou Chen requested the arrows to be poisoned, the Jing'an captain received the news. Reflecting on Zhou Chen's precise and swift archery skills, he had to admit that poisoning the arrows was one of the best ways for Zhou Chen to enhance his strength in a short period. Therefore, he not only refrained from asking too many questions but also instructed the military supply department to exchange the Moon Palace medicinal pestle and copper coins for a batch of blood slaughter arrows. By the time Zhou Chen retrieved the arrows again, the spearhead arrows dropped from the Oxhead village dungeon had already been renamed. Weapon, Rusty Poison Spearhead Arrow. Description, the arrowhead has a thin layer of rust, and the gaps are soaked with venom, stacking a poison state on the target, with a certain probability of triggering an infection state. Goodness, this modification made a difference. Even ordinary spearhead arrows could achieve great results. In light of this, Zhou Chen also extracted a batch of toxic plants such as willow leaf peach, celery leaf venom, and castor bean from the military supply department, intending to extract a batch of mixed poison. This move sent chills down the spines of the generals in the camp, who lamented where the hot-blooded young man had gone and how he suddenly became interested in poisons. Captain, since Zhou Chen entered the camp, he has either been in battles or on the way to battle, and his mindset is inevitably a bit extreme. It would be better to let him lead some soldiers back to the local area when the county warriors return to deal with the bandit problem. That's fine, leading troops is very different from fighting alone. Making him a well-known and capable general can also change his mindset of fighting alone. There are many pirate disturbances in Changyu County, so let him return with County Officer Hu Hua of Changyu County. Coincidentally, County Officer Hu Hua is injured and unable to patrol the waters, so let Zhou Chen go and deal with those pirates to let them know the might of our great way. Zhou Chen was still unaware that, to prevent him from going down the wrong path and becoming a poison master in the camp, the Jing'an captain was preparing to assign him troops, making him a commanding officer. He learned of the proposal to lead troops during his promotion banquet. After receiving gifts, the governor of Huizhou chose to care for his subordinates and act fairly. With a stamp of the military seal, Zhou Chen was promoted to Jing'an Chu supervisor. Thus, Zhou Chen was only one level away from the military advisor of Kai Chang, and this speed of promotion made even the local aristocrats feel a bit ashamed. As the promotion banquet reached its conclusion, various county warriors took the opportunity to return the gifts of Moon Palace copper coins, each giving Zhou Chen 3 portions of Yuzhen San. The Jing'an captain not only gave 6 portions but also presented a large jar of blood slaughter arrows, totaling 60. It was at this moment that the Jing'an captain mentioned the matter of leading troops into Changyu County. Zhou Chen thought about the opportunity to refresh his experience in Changyu County and did not decline, directly agreeing. Zhou Chen, Changyu County is near the Chu River, where the water is large and flows into the sea. There are often thieves who sail boats into the river near the sea to plunder. This time you go to Changyu County, be sure to consult County Officer Hu Huamor and learn some methods for defending the area and suppressing water bandits. If you are to govern a region in the future, these methods will still be useful, otherwise, you might find yourself in a mess, unable to fulfill your duty of guarding. Thank you for your guidance, Captain. I will humbly seek advice and not be arrogant or reckless. The difference between leading troops into the local area and going alone was still significant. This was Zhou Chen's first time leading troops, and he was not only unsure about the logistics but also felt a bit lost managing hundreds of people. The Jing'an captain assigned him 100 soldiers from the Wuwei camp, 50 from the Xixing camp, and 300 auxiliary soldiers. He did not need to worry about logistics. The officials from the military supply department would accompany the troops and handle the logistics. What Zhou Chen needed to pay attention to were various issues such as the soldiers' stamina, where to camp, water sources, firewood, and private fights within the camp. Fortunately, military camp management was self-contained. His subordinates included 2 dukes and several squad leaders, team leaders, and other grassroots soldiers. With these people, his unit of about 500, including accompanying clerks, military doctors, and craftsmen, would not fall into chaos. How is Supervisor Zhou? He must be quite imposing as a commanding officer. Hu County Lieutenant, please don't make fun of me. Gathering the crowd indeed has its majesty, but it also increases my pressure manifold. What, afraid your soldiers will die in battle? How can I not be afraid? They leave the military fortress, following only my command. If due to my negligence, lives are lost on the battlefield, how can I find peace? Changyu County Lieutenant Hu Hua patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder, recalling his own first experience commanding troops. When soldiers who called him general fell on the battlefield, their blood soaking the yellow earth, he even felt that being a famous but ineffective general for a lifetime was a kind of luck. We've all been through this. The more you see, the less pressure you feel. If you want to guard a region, you must personally command the troops and care for the fallen. I know a bit about your background. For someone like you who has risen to prominence, if you want to strengthen your family and bless your descendants, the best way is to guard a region. What Lieutenant Hu said is true. Let's see how it goes. The group walked intermittently towards Changyu County, near the mouth of the Chu River. During this time, Changyu County Lieutenant Hu Hua taught Zhou Chen a lot about military command, giving him a certain understanding of the Great Wei military system. In general, it was about clear rewards and punishments, and the promises of the officers had to be fulfilled quickly, so that their authority could bring blessings. After about 10 days of marching, Zhou Chen's battalion finally arrived at Changyu County. During this period, there were 5 non-combat injuries, 2 of which were sprained ankles, and the other 3 caught a chill while sleeping at night, treated on the spot by the auxiliary soldiers. When Zhou Chen entered Changyu County, he found that the local commercial model was both singular and prosperous. It was prosperous because there were many merchants here, and the official granary was supplying goods. It was singular because the bulk transactions were mostly of red dates and charcoal, rather than a variety of goods. Lieutenant Hu, is Changyu suitable for planting red dates? Ha ha. It's both yes and no, you'll know when you see the camp. As soon as Hu Hua said this, Zhou Chen guessed it must be related to the local secret realm. Sure enough, the military fortress in Changyu County was not only built in the city, forming a city within a city structure, but its interior resembled a farm more than a military camp. Zhou Chen saw busy auxiliary soldiers carrying baskets of large red dates, spreading them out on the training ground to dry. Many soldiers were pushing wheelbarrows filled with charcoal, continuously transporting it out through the small gate of the fortress. Supervisor Zhou Chu, our Changyu County can't compare to the wealth of the Jing'an army. But these sweet date cakes are still sufficient. Aside from being hard on the teeth, they can also supplement the soldiers' rations. At this moment, Zhou Chen finally understood why the Changyu military fortress was not separated from the county town. Their output clearly relied more on commercial activities, needing to minimize transportation costs. Our secret realm is called Guanjue Temple, and the soldiers all refer to it as Guanzhou Mountain. In the previous dynasty, it belonged to a temple, but those monks chose the wrong side and were exterminated by our soldiers, reclaiming the secret realm and building the fortress and city here. The traveling merchants who come here may not be wealthy, but because they need to stock up, they often hold excess wealth or exchange goods. Therefore, water bandits and pirates have their eyes on the merchants coming and going, frequently harassing and robbing them. When I first arrived in Changyu, I wanted to eliminate them, but those guys are quite clever. They often operate in teams of 10 or more, attacking from multiple lines, exhausting the soldiers in the camp with constant running, making it hard to see results. To address this, I sent soldiers to patrol and defend the waterways and ports, and dispatched laborers to repair watchtowers along the official roads. Only then did we manage to curb some of the plundering, but because the soldiers were scattered, they became targets for sea bandits. In recent years, there have been groups of sea bandits frequently attacking coastal towns, forcing me to personally lead patrols along the water's edge. Guarding a region is indeed a task of power, but it also depends on the area. Places like Changyu County, near the mouth of the Chu River, have both water bandits and sea pirates, and the county lieutenant is often busy with affairs. Supervisor Zhou Chu, your bow is swift and your arrows sharp. You can help me attack the secret realm. I will share all the spiritual items we obtain with you. How about that? What lieutenant who says is too kind? I originally came to Changyu to assist the county lieutenant. The secret realm of the Changyu main camp is located in the storeroom within the camp. As Zhou Chen looked inside, he immediately saw the prominent information about the copy. Copy, Guanjue Temple, recommended challenge level 5, recommended number of challengers 5 to 15, a level 5 dungeon, appearing to have a higher level than the Jing'an army's dungeons, but the difficult threshold actually limits resource output. County Lieutenant Hu Hua said that the spiritual items produced in Guanjue Temple are very scarce, but the demon leaders are quite powerful. If it weren't for the court's orders, he, as a martial artist, would not waste spiritual energy leading soldiers into bloody battles. After Zhou Chen entered the secret realm and took a look, he felt that the court's policy was correct. The interior of this secret realm was a dirt hill covered with jujube trees. As long as they continued to harvest the red dates and cut wood for charcoal, they could invigorate the local economy. Everyone out of the secret realm, wait for Supervisor Jing and Chu to attack the secret realm before re-entering. Due to the continuous light rain in the Guanjue Temple dungeon, not only could fire attacks not be used, but it would also affect the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Therefore, for his first attack on the Guanjue Temple dungeon, Zhou Chen chose local armored soldiers instead of the inexperienced Wu Wei camp troops. Clang, clang, clang. As he led the local armored soldiers into the refreshed Guanjue Temple dungeon, he heard the melodious sound of bells. The attack range of the monsters here was somewhat large. Not long after he and the armored soldiers walked, they saw a group of commoner monks rushing out of the temple, quickly approaching them. Level 5 Staff Monk, Level 5 Fist Monk, Level 5 Blade Monk. Zhou Chen raised his hand and shot an arrow, discovering that these monks had slightly less health than the same level moon rabbits. With just a regular arrow, he cleared the health bar of the Level 5 Fist Monk in one shot. Ding, killed Level 5 Fist Monk *1, experience plus 50, Supervisor Zhou is mighty, a few more arrows could take them down from a distance. Why not? You all set up shields and formations, and watch me shoot the enemy. The armored soldiers from Changyu County never expected that the secret realm, which often caused them injuries in the past, would become so easy to attack. As Zhou Chen continuously shot arrows, the incoming dungeon monsters fell one by one, dropping quite a few light orbs. After clearing the more than 20 attacking monks, he led the soldiers to continue advancing and took the opportunity to collect the dropped items. Ding, obtain Jixing Powder *8, Common Iron Rod *2, Blade *1. The drop rate in this dungeon is not low. The boss will likely drop some good items too. It seems the dungeon isn't barren in output, but rather the rewards in the dungeon chests are fewer. The monks inside the Guanjue Temple dungeon were not difficult to deal with. Being unarmored units, they were very easy to break through. When the armored soldiers from Changyu County advanced to the temple's main gate, they planted their spear tips into the ground and stood on their large shields. Then they let the archers throw shots into the temple to attract the monks inside to attack. Using the sturdy walls and the not-so-large temple door, 2 rows of spear and shield soldiers firmly held the line. Even if the attracted monks were level 5, they were pierced by the sharp spear tips, unable to advance or retreat. Supervisor Zhou, the boss of this secret realm, is hidden on the second floor of the Buddha Hall. Once we enter the temple, he will leap down to attack. He excels in mobility and grappling. In the past, it was the county lieutenant who fought him, and we can take the opportunity to surround him. Then we can use shields to pin him down so he can't move, and stab at his head with spears to damage his senses. Through the introduction from the Changyu armored soldiers, Zhou Chun understood that the boss here was a high-mobility, single-target burst-type monster. Such monsters fear being entangled and even more so being restricted in their movement. No wonder County Lieutenant Hu Hua was a close combat sword and shield fighter. It was likely that the court considered which attack method would be more effective when dispatching troops for defense. However, this information was not very useful to Zhou Chen. As an archer, he would not rush in for close combat. He would strike first to deal high burst damage. After confirming the boss's landing point when entering the temple, he consumed 10% of his health and drew a fully loaded Blood Fiend arrow. Sure enough, at the moment the armored soldiers entered the temple, a common monk leaped down from the second floor of the Buddha Hall. Zhou Chen, already well prepared, naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. He loosened his fingers, and the arrow imbued with blood flame shot out like a bolt. Whoosh! The speeding arrow struck the falling level 10 Guanzhou master. Unable to leverage any force in the air, the powerful arrow not only hit but also knocked the Guanzhou master off balance, causing it to stagger back 2 steps. Seizing this chance, Zhou Chen once again unleashed his fully charged blood flame archery, shattering half of the Guanzhou master's neck. With the flesh stripped away, bright red blood gushed out, instantly staining the arrow lodged in the spine of its neck. Zhou Chen's first arrow hit the boss in the abdomen, while the second struck its neck. Under his relentless high explosive assault, the boss's health plummeted by 72% in an instant, leaving only 28%, which continued to bleed out. Such a ferocious critical attack also triggered a crippled state, significantly affecting the Guanzhou master's mobility. However, the Guanzhou master did not give up struggling. It leaped like an eagle swooping down, darting past the front row of armored soldiers, aiming to directly attack Zhou Chen. Yet, it was struck in the face by another arrow from Zhou Chen and fell to the ground. At this moment, the agile boss, facing the powerful arrows, was knocked out of control. Even though the arrows Zhou Chen shot quickly did not carry the blood flame, they still took away 10% of the Guanzhou master's health. Coupled with its ongoing blood loss, it was now left with only 16% health. Seeing such a good opportunity, the soldiers of Changyu would not let it rise again. The front row turned to shield, while the back row thrust their spears down with force. Zhou Chen took the chance to fire another blood flame arrow, completely depleting the Guanzhou master's health bar. Ding! Killed level 10 Guanzhou master, experience plus 300. Zhou Chen felt that the Guanzhou master was tougher than the level 10 moon rabbit but easier to deal with than the level 10 golden toad. Yet, it was still a boss, and the loot it dropped was significantly better than that of the same level minions. Ding! Obtained Guanli Fire Date *3, Taizong Technique *1, Ingredient, Guanli Fire Date, Description, 3 cups of fine liquor from the Guanqing bone. The dates enhance the warrior's appearance. The fire breath enters the body, infusing it with scorching energy, displaying majesty at all times. Effect, after use, activates fire energy state, adding burning damage to melee skills. Note, the fire energy state lasts for 6 hours and 45 minutes. Skill, Taizong Technique, Description, also known as Dragonfly Skimming Water Technique, Galloping Technique, moving underfoot, exploring the depths, as if on the edge of an abyss, as if walking on thin ice, calming the inner self, and achieving determination. Effect, after use, increases movement speed, enhances jumping ability, and can eliminate some footstep noise and mitigate falling damage when consuming spiritual energy actively. Both the Guanli Fire Date and Taizong Technique were highly valuable. The temporary fire energy effect of the Guanli Fire Date was simply a melee weapon. If only the locals could pick up the dropped items, this Guanzhou temple dungeon would surely become a treasure trove for melee warriors. As for the Taizong Technique, it was even more valuable, enhancing movement speed and reducing falling damage, both very practical effects. Zhou Chu, this is the secret treasure chest of this place. 2 soldiers brought out a copper-inlaid treasure chest from the Buddhist hall. Zhou Chen opened it to find a martial arts manual, burning wood palm, 1 copy, 10 doses of Jixing powder, and 2 doses of Ichi ointment. Jixing powder was a healing medicine, much better than the wound medicine. Zhou Chen had used Ichi ointment before. After he killed the painted skin ghost with the 3 talismans, the Jing'an captain had given him a dose, which was a spiritual item that slowly replenished energy. No wonder the county lieutenant said that spiritual items were scarce. With the strength of this dungeon boss and only 2 doses of blue medicine in the treasure chest, it was indeed a losing deal for him. However, treasure chests in dungeons primarily contain skills, while other medicines were merely supplementary. How about this martial arts manual? Have you all practiced it? No, the county lieutenant said this martial art requires spiritual energy to activate, but there are no records on how to trigger fire energy, making it a well-known but practically useless item. Chong Yu understood this from the words of the commander. The Guanli Huazao and the Ran Mu Zhang were clearly complementary items. Without the Guanli Huazao to ignite the fire energy, the Ran Mu Zhang would naturally be ineffective. Commander Zhou Chu, do you still want to inspect the secret realm? If not, we can withdraw and let the auxiliary troops come in. They need to melt the copper and gather dates, as well as cut wood. These tasks will keep them busy for half a month. Chong Yu's camp clearly inherited the virtue of the Jing'an army's feather plucking. Even the Buddha statues in the temple were to be melted down. It was likely that they would only discuss further attacks after cleaning up the secret realm. No need, the output of the secret realm has its own rules, just report normally. After leaving the Guanjue temple instance, Zhou Chen found Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Chongyu, waiting eagerly in the storeroom. When he saw Zhou Chen come out, Hu Hua quickly stepped forward and handed him a vitality ointment and a martial arts manual. Lieutenant Hu, this martial arts manual is easy to copy and not precious, so I will accept it. As for this vitality elixir, the output is indeed a bit scarce, so I feel embarrassed to take it. What's there to be embarrassed about? Our spiritual items are scarce and we don't have to pay spiritual tax. All spiritual items produced in the secret realm belong to the military camp. I also have court spiritual rations to eat, so feel free to take it. Spiritual tax? Does the court still have such a tax? Of course, all taxes are handled by the local authorities and then transferred to the court, but this spiritual tax is personally supervised by the Central Forbidden Army. It is the foremost of all taxes and the foundation of the nation. Not only us, but those noble families and temples also have to pay. Some pay and receive a return gift for the sake of reputation, others pay without a return gift for peace of mind. The spiritual tax mentioned by Hu Hua gave Zhou Chen a deeper understanding of the Great Way. The central government collects local spiritual items, and barren areas rely on central subsidies. If this distribution route for spiritual items encounters problems, it could indeed shake the foundation of the nation. No wonder extraordinary warriors are not simply structured like sects. Organizations relying on top-down inheritance cannot effectively concentrate and redistribute resources. Commander Zhou Chu, today I want to treat you to a good feast. You have helped me greatly. You have no idea how important Guanzhou Mountain is to Chongyu County. 2/10 of the people in this city are engaged in the sale and processing of red dates, as well as charcoal production and transportation. Plus, merchants from various places spend money locally, purchase storerooms and farmland, and recruit workers, which has revitalized this city. So, without our Chongyu camp constantly replenishing the official granary, this city would be half scattered and half impoverished. Chongyu County is a typical resource-based city, and continuous output is more important than anything else. Therefore, the county lieutenant Hu Hua, whose injuries had not yet healed, sincerely thanked Zhou Chen for his help. Otherwise, for the stability of the city's commerce, he would have had to seek aid from the warriors of the neighboring county. After the joyful banquet, Zhou Chen got to know a few local military officials, laying a foundation for cooperation. When he returned to his newly tidied residence, he used the Ran Mu Zhang and leveled it up to the maximum with the experience he had stored. Skill, Ran Mu Zhang. Description: the 5 elements correspond to the 5 organs. The fire of the 5 organs is born from the heart, divided into the real and the illusory. The illusory causes confusion, while the real burns the wood of the body. Effect: condenses fire energy to harm the surface, ignites illusory fire to disturb the heart, and after use, adds chaotic energy and burning status to the target. The Ran Mu Zhang does not excel in explosive damage but focuses on negative effects. The chaotic energy state is similar to the silence effect of mage classes. Martial artists who rely on spiritual energy as their core output will definitely suffer after being stacked with chaotic energy. This is also why Zhou Chen leveled it up to the maximum. If the enemy thinks he is not good at close combat and ambushes him, he can silence them first and then deal damage. The Qingsha River in Xiao West Village is merely a branch of the Tsu River, yet it hides the level 15 instance, Qingsha General's Nest. Chongyu is the estuary of the Tsu River, and it is highly likely that it also hides some aquatic instances. This is a good opportunity. I might be able to explore new instances and obtain more powerful skills. For Zhou Chen, having a large number of selectable dungeons was the way forward. Otherwise, he could only flip back and forth among a limited few. One of his purposes for entering Chongyu County was to investigate the unique geographical area at the mouth of the Chu River. Therefore, early the next morning, he proposed to County Lieutenant Hu Hua that he lead a patrol to the coastal area, while Hu Hua would lead a team to patrol the river. Naturally, the county lieutenant was happy to accept such a proposal for effective defense against water bandits and pirates. Thus, he wrote Zhou Chen a document, promising that Zhou Chen could draw soldiers from the coastal garrison. As a result, Zhou Chen gained the authority to requisition boats and patrol the nearby waters. After handing over his soldiers to 2 subordinate captains, he first took 20 cavalry to the sea area where pirates frequently appeared. Along the way, he saw several dockfort-style villages, some of which were large dockforts resembling small towns. The accompanying Chongyu cavalry informed him that those large dockforts were mostly built by local gentry. They engaged in maritime trade and had considerable wealth within their clans, and the young men and attached retainers in the forts were also willing to fight. This allowed them to establish a foothold in this coastal area and create internally autonomous fortifications. Moreover, Zhou Chen noticed that the closer they got to the coastal area, the more densely packed the dockforts became, as if they were not afraid of pirate raids. Chu Supervisor, most of the dockforts here are rentable warehouses, maritime merchants pay to store goods, and they provide armed protection, taking a cut for profit. The county's Sima has stationed troops near the coastal port, always on guard against pirates landing to plunder. If Chu Supervisor wants to patrol the waters, he still needs to ask Sima Wu for boats and assign sailors. While Zhou Chen was understanding the local situation, he suddenly discovered that a dockfort was under attack. The accompanying cavalry instantly became excited, saying they could approach quietly and wait until the pirates were exhausted before striking to achieve merit. Zhou Chen did not oppose. He also wanted to see why the pirates dared to attack a fort that was easy to defend and hard to assault. As he got closer, he realized the situation was not simple. Among those pirates, some were normal people, while others had identity information on their health bars. Level 7 Chain Dock Water Bandit, Level 8 Chain Dock Archer, Level 10 Chain Dock Miner Leader, Level 10 Chain Dock Miner Leader, were clearly holding back, not displaying too much strength. Under his command, the bandits continuously shot arrows into the fort and threatened that if they did not hand over some valuables, they would return every few days. In fact, the number of bandits was not large, only about 20, but the people inside the fort had clearly suffered losses and did not dare to leave the fort to drive them away. After some negotiation, they even threw out a bag of valuables from the fort to satisfy the bandits' appetite. "Let's go, boys, this one knows how to be sensible, let's head to the next place for rewards." Seeing the bandits so easily acquire valuables, Zhou Chen was not surprised. Instead, the soldiers accompanying him calmed down from their excitement, with a hint of panic. "Chu Supervisor, they might not be ordinary pirates, most likely, they are the bandits from the chain dock. Those people are true desperados, fighting without regard for their lives, extremely fierce, and a major scourge in several coastal counties." "Oh, how can you tell? Those dockfort owners are very shrewd. If they were ordinary pirates, they wouldn't easily compromise. Only the name of the chain dock can make them willingly pay. Let's go meet them." Although the accompanying knights were somewhat panicked, relying on their fast horses, they chose to follow orders. As the galloping cavalry approached the bandits, the normal pirates immediately panicked, while the chain dock bandits remained very calm. The leading, level 10 chain dock miner leader, stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Who is this big official? We brothers just came to borrow some goods to get by. Perhaps we can make it convenient and let us go." Zhou Chen ignored his shouting and drew his bow, unleashing a full-level blood arrow technique to launch an attack directly. The swift arrow exceeded the reaction speed of the level 10 chain dock miner leader, striking him in the chest and causing his health to plummet by 80%. "Ah, it's a long-range warrior. Brothers, counterattack. We can't let him shoot at ease, or we'll all die today." Just as the level 10 chain dock miner leader finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, followed by a sharp pain. He turned back in disbelief to find that one of his subordinates, a level 7 chain dock water bandit, was about to launch a second attack on him. "You dare to hurt me? I'll kill you first." Everything was in chaos. Under the influence of the bewildering heart technique, infighting suddenly erupted among the bandits. The ordinary bandits scattered in all directions, and even the chain dock bandits hesitated for a moment before fleeing in different directions. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhou Chen used a ghostly script spell that could pinpoint directions to mark 3 chain dock bandits and ordered the cavalry to halt their pursuit in those 3 directions. Monsters and humans coexist, with monsters ruling over humans. It seems the chain dock has already gained momentum. After the level 10 chain dock miner leader was killed, he dropped a weapon and a special item. Item, Azure Wave Pearl. Description, the tortoise named Shou in the Chu River is the grandson of the Dragon King Tortoise. Fine jewelry and gemstones adorn the water palace, with Azure Wave Pearls serving as the salary for shrimp soldiers and tortoise generals. Effect, contains spiritual energy and Azure Wave water vapor. Using it can restore a small amount of blue and stack the damp status. Chain dock bandits and Chu River tortoise show, these two don't seem to belong to the same faction. How could the chain dock bandits have the salary from the tortoise palace? Zhou Chen weighed the light green, moist pearl in his hand, and his mind filled with speculation. One possibility was that the Chain Dock Bandits were receiving the salary from the Tortoise Palace, under the control of Chu River Tortoise Show. Another was that the Chain Dock Bandits, having gained intelligence, discovered the Tortoise Palace's secret realm and drove people away or went in themselves to plunder. Verifying this hypothesis wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to deal with a few more Chain Dock Bandits. After all, salaries are usually distributed widely. Valuable plundered goods, however, would be pocketed by the leaders. Director Chu captured 2 tongues. What do you think? Separate interrogations. If their stories don't match, use some methods. Zhou Chen lost interest in personally interrogating them when he saw they were just 2 ordinary bandits, not ranked Chain Dock Bandits. As it turned out, the Chongyu cavalry had some means. In just half an hour, the 2 bandits were eager to spill even their childhood bedwetting stories. Director Chu, we found out that their base is not fixed. They migrate according to the water levels of the Chu River. The Chu River has many sandbanks and floating islands. When the water level is high, they are not visible, but when it's low, the ground is exposed, becoming a sandbank for the water bandits to rest. The coastal pirates mostly inhabit isolated islands and sandbars, and the Chain Dock Bandits are the same, making it difficult to pinpoint their location for a large-scale encirclement. The sandbank where their group lived was submerged a few days ago, so they landed under their leader's guidance to plunder and replenish supplies. They know nothing about the higher-ups and have never seen them. Indeed, the Chain Dock Bandits who had gained intelligence would not let ordinary bandits obtain any confidential information. Even when the 2 ordinary bandits were subjected to methods that jogged their memories, they could not provide any important intelligence. Are they long-standing bandits or newly affiliated ones? Both are long-standing bandits. They said the Chain Dock Bandits often attack and annex scattered bandits, claiming to be the masters of the Chu River's chains. They were recruited into the Chain Dock during a conflict among bandits. The statements from the 2 ordinary bandits made Zhou Chen realize that the path taken by the Chain Dock Bandits was entirely different from that of the painted skin ghostly beings. The painted skin ghostly beings were more hidden and closer to civilian life. The Chain Dock Bandits were more overt and closer to military organizations. They would recruit and absorb bandits without fully annexing them, disguising themselves as a major water bandit in a region, both reckless and cautious. Due to their division into multiple factions and their movement across land and water, it was difficult to eradicate them. Fortunately, Zhou Chen had a ghostly script spell that could pinpoint and transmit sound, and the 3 fleeing Chain Dock Bandits would always leave some traces. Well, it stopped, and surprisingly, it wasn't heading towards the coastal waterway, but rather towards the town's fort. It seems that these bandits from the linked forts have either become local tyrants or have formed a partnership with the local strongmen. The markings of the ghostly script allowed Zhou Chen to detect the anomalies of 3 linked fort bandits. As he prepared to check which fort the bandits had entered, a debate was unfolding within the Zhao family's fort in Chongyu. Third Master, why didn't you come back with them? We ran into tough opposition today. Third Master was defeated. What? Third Master was defeated? What are you all doing here? If the location of the fort is exposed, my whole family will suffer. Unlike you, if you die, you can regain your wits. If we die, it's truly the end. Don't worry, we took a long detour, not only shaking off those cavalry but also our underlings. Only after confirming no one was following did we discard our weapons and change back. Your courage is too small. Your old man dared to seek our wisdom and collaborate with us, yet in your generation, you were so incapable. The linked fort bandits considered Zhao Gong, the fort master of the Zhao family, to be cowardly, while Zhao Gong thought them weak. In his view, these demons had lost much of their courage. How fearless the linked fort bandits had been in the past. Every time they encountered an enemy, they fought to the death, gaining a formidable reputation while avoiding the exposure of their hideouts. How many years had it been since they began to express sentiments like, "The next to gain intelligence will not be me"? Was it not simply a matter of memory not being inherited? Once proud and unyielding demons had become timid and fearful of death. Yet, despite his dissatisfaction, Zhao Gong did not dare to reprimand the linked fort bandits. He was strong against the weak. To obtain the secret realm and fulfill the aspirations of a martial arts family, he had to maintain a good relationship with the linked fort bandits. Since there are long-range martial artists patrolling, let's keep a low profile for a while. It's a good opportunity to consolidate our subordinates and launch another attack on the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. As long as I can become a martial artist and secure a position to guard a territory, we can truly establish and grow. You don't want to drift on the water forever, do you? If I succeed, you can all become prominent figures in the city, enjoying wealth and glory. While Zhao Gong continued to placate them with his usual promises, a house servant rushed in. Master, a knight just rode off towards Chongyu County. What? They wouldn't be chasing after us, would they? What should we do? Nonsense, they are most likely returning to the city to report. If they were truly chasing us, they wouldn't be galloping like that. Regardless, we must accelerate our progress on the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. We can't keep shrinking back like this. The people in the Zhao family fort were unaware that Zhou Chen was indeed following the positioning of the ghostly script, writing back. The reason he passed near the Zhao family fort was twofold: first, to lock onto his target, and second, to apply pressure. No matter how much of the fort was human or monster, upon seeing the Imperial troops, they would inevitably feel anxious. This way, they should remain quiet or quickly brew new actions to attract his attention. As long as they moved, Zhou Chen could gather more intelligence. If they did not move, he would find opportunities to provoke them into relocating. Chu Du, aren't we going to patrol the coast? Of course we are. I suspect these forts are not clean either. Let's first meet up with the camp soldiers, then advance with great fanfare to see which forts will reveal their flaws. That's a good idea, but the county lieutenant has used it before and didn't flush out any hidden bandits. That's different, lieutenant who follows the rules. I do not. We'll pick a few forts to surround, without fighting or scolding, and the innocent will at most feel aggrieved, while those with issues might be scared into making mistakes. Upon hearing this, the Chongnu cavalry suddenly felt that this superior's methods were a bit underhanded. If they went around like this, they might end up collecting a few carts of good gifts. The key was that he had an excuse. If they achieved some results, it would be hard to tell whether he was genuinely trying to collect gifts or was a diligent commander focused on dealing with bandits. The Zhao family of Chongnu was a very ambitious clan. Or rather, the late patriarch Zhao Hui was an ambitious man. During his lifetime, he early on taught by example, instilling his expectations into the next generation of family heads. He did not agree with the path of surrendering the secret realm in exchange for wealth. In his view, the Zhao family had already escaped poverty and should seek generational strength rather than fleeting riches. Therefore, he invited martial masters to train the young and strong in the clan, leading them to hunt down invading bandits. After they had fought through numerous bloody battles and gained courage, he would select the strongest among them to enter the secret realm for conquest. However, reality was cruel. After one battle, many died and many were injured, and they couldn't even defeat the first batch of monsters within the secret realm. At this point, they should have surrendered the secret realm to the court in exchange for wealth. But during a cargo transport, a young clan member accidentally fell into the water and, in a life-or-death moment, caught a glimpse of the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. The temptation of two secret realms and the prospect of generational inheritance were too great, and Zhao Hui ultimately chose to send people to enlighten the Lianhuan dock bandits, forming an alliance to jointly attack the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. Since the Zhao family was engaged in trade and the young and strong in the clan were selling goods in multiple cities, Zhao Hui was not afraid of the Lianhuan dock bandits plotting against him. At worst, he would sacrifice his life and have a few sons from other places seek out court officials to report the secret realm's information. Relying on this determination, the Zhao family and the Lianhuan dock bandits began their cooperative alliance. One side engaged in trade, the other in banditry, continuously enlightening the bandits of the secret realm through various means. Just as the Lianhuan dock bandits began to take shape and had a batch of cannon fodder to use, Zhao Hui passed away unexpectedly. The new patriarch, Zhao Gong, had his father's intentions but lacked his father's means. He could only barely maintain the alliance but found it difficult to mobilize the Lianhuan dock bandits to serve him. Moreover, to prevent Zhao Gong from offering up the secret realm in exchange for his own wealth, the clan elders and the Lianhuan dock bandits were watching him closely. This left him with no other path but to become a martial artist, defend the territory, and seek shared prosperity. Uncle, you see, the Lianhuan dock bandits are hard to command. Can't we just offer up the Turtle Mansion's secret realm for a fleeting wealth? Patriarch, this matter is absolutely not to be done. The development of the secret realm can benefit all clans for generations. What returns can we expect from offering up the secret realm? We are only a step away from becoming a gentry family. We cannot give up halfway. The Zhao family was still urging the Lianhuan dock bandits to attack the secret realm, while Zhou Chen had already gathered the camp soldiers and started to besiege the fortress. This action caused some of the Wubo lords to complain repeatedly. If Zhou Chen had not just randomly selected and left after surrounding it, the Wubo lords would have gone to the county office to report. Supervisor Chu, why return valuable goods and only take some food and drink? We are here to intimidate the bandits. We cannot truly become bandits ourselves. Since the camp soldiers have surrounded the fortress, if we don't take something, the fortress lord will surely panic. So, we can take some worthless items, and later hang them on the county office's public account to offset their taxes. As Zhou Chen moved forward, he did not discover anything unusual during the process of surrounding the fortress. However, as they approached the Zhao family fortress, before they even began to surround it, the managers inside started to panic. Patriarch, it's bad. A regiment of soldiers is coming from the west, advancing towards our Wubao. The sentries were all trusted young clansmen of Zhao Gong, who were unaware of the major undertaking of attacking the secret realm. They only knew that their family was profiting from controlling bandits. Therefore, upon seeing the government troops, they were extremely frightened, believing that their crimes had been exposed and that the soldiers were coming to hunt them down. What? How could this be? Quickly call the clan elders and a few heroes to discuss this. The discussions at the Zhao family fortress were destined to yield no results, but it deepened the crisis awareness of the Lianhuan dock bandits, making them realize they could no longer remain idle, or they would eventually be exterminated by the government troops. Patriarch Zhao, do not panic. We are very clean in our actions. Those government troops are definitely not here to capture us. You first stabilize the government troops, and we will attack the Turtle Mansion's secret realm in the next few days, making you a martial artist as soon as possible. After receiving the assurance from the Lianhuan dock bandits, Zhao Gong suppressed his anxiety and went with the clan elders to line up outside the Wubao, waiting. It's not that he didn't want to hide, but if he did, it would expose him. Those soldiers would likely choose to attack Wubao first and then inquire about the reason. As the military formation with fluttering flags drew closer, Zhao Gong's anxiety eased somewhat. He could see clearly that there were only about 400 to 500 men approaching, all infantry, with only a few cavalry. Behind him, within Wubao, there were nearly 50 bandits from the Lianhuan dock, and more than 20 fine horses. If a fight broke out, the chances of breaking through the military formation and escaping were quite high. Just as Zhao Gong was pondering how to deal with the soldiers and considering escape routes, he suddenly saw the military formation shift, splitting into 3 teams that surrounded Wubao from 3 different directions. This sight sent a chill down his spine, and the few clan uncles behind him were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. If it weren't for the younger generation supporting them, they might have collapsed to the ground. If I can't be the head of the family, let's fight from within the fortress. The books often say that surrounding 3 and lacking 1 will lead to despair. These soldiers aren't even leaving us a way to escape, they're likely to surround us and kill us all. What nonsense! We can't be chaotic at this time. If we dare to act recklessly now, within half a day, the soldiers from Changyu camp will come to support. Right now, it's 400 to 500 men surrounding the fortress, which seems manageable, but if chaos ensues, the number of soldiers will only increase. At this critical moment, it was still necessary for Zhao Gong, as the head of the family, to make a decision. Under his command, the bandits inside the fortress prepared for battle, while outside, everything appeared peaceful, showing no signs of desperation. Tap, tap, tap. A valiant general on a fine steed approached the southern gate of Wubao, and the accompanying soldiers quickly formed a military formation. In the eyes of the soldiers, this was a drill. In the eyes of the Zhao family, it felt more like a ruthless encirclement revealing their crimes. General, why are you surrounding my family's Wubao? Is it that you have marched this far and are lacking in food? Please allow us to offer our humble provisions from within the fortress. The fortress master is joking. How could we lack food while marching on our own territory? It's just that our scouts have reported that there are bandits hiding in Wubao, concealing their tracks, selling stolen goods, and supplying provisions. Seeing Zhou Chen's serious expression, Zhao Gong immediately broke into a cold sweat. He kept cursing the 3 bandits who had escaped back. Didn't you say everything was clean? If it were truly clean, how could it attract the soldiers here? It's a misunderstanding, General. The bandits in the coastal towns are relentless. We only built the fortress to survive. My Zhao family has been innocent for generations and has never engaged in illegal activities. If the general does not believe it, you may enter the fortress for a thorough investigation. Entering the fortress was impossible. Zhou Chen had no idea how many bandits were hidden inside. Fighting with those bandits in the densely built, semi-militarized Wubao was not a good idea. His goal was to apply pressure and take the opportunity to mark a few more targets with ghostly symbols, then follow the direction of their movements to find the hidden entrance to the secret realm. Therefore, he merely conducted a routine inquiry, allowed a team of soldiers to enter for a brief inspection, and then led his troops to the next Wubao. General, will this really draw out the hidden bandits? Perhaps it will. Let the word out that the fortresses surrounded today are all suspected targets in the camp. Give them a little time to react, and someone will inevitably move. The soldiers surrounding the fortress indeed caused some effect. The scouts sent out that night quickly identified 2 Wubaos showing unusual activity. The Zhao family fortress unexpectedly remained calm. Not only did they not send anyone to warn of the situation at night, but the fortress master Zhao Gong even went to the county office early in the morning to clear his name. Director Chu, those Wubaos are indeed not clean. Should we continue to surround the fortress for fear of bandits? No, they weren't prepared before, so they panicked and caused chaos. By now, they've probably realized what's happening, and it will be difficult to scare them again. Forming alliances with bandits was not exclusive to the Zhao family of Chongyu. In fact, many Wubeos had connections with bandits. Some were only slightly involved, merely engaging in the sale of stolen goods. Others were more deeply entangled, not only providing intelligence but also arranging for young men from the fortress to join their ranks. In this day and age, the powerful figures in the coastal fortress of Linhai cannot be as clean as water. They all have some gray industries to varying degrees. Therefore, Zhou Chen's unconventional siege tactics were indeed effective, but they could only catch the enemy off guard and could not be used repeatedly. What a pity! I wondered why the Chongyu camp couldn't eradicate the bandits. It turns out they are the local snakes, while the soldiers of the Chongyu camp are the outsiders. Send the order to besiege the fortress with unusual activity. Let's first create a disturbance to alert them that anyone who shows their head will be hunted down. The psychological pressure created by siege and extermination is different. Without iron blood, authority cannot be established. Zhou Chen, as an outsider, did not care about evidence. As long as he discovered something unusual, he dared to surround first and interrogate later. Understood. Led by the scouts, 500 soldiers quickly returned and surrounded a suspicious fortress. This time, all the soldiers were armored and brandishing their weapons, clearly ready for serious action. The master of the fortress, feeling guilty for his thievery, attempted to resist but was shot in the arm by Zhou Chen and fainted from the pain. After the archers released 2 waves of arrows, the panicked servants, fearing they would be implicated, banded together to open the fortress gates. The second fortress was the same. The servants inside lacked the courage to fight the soldiers. When Zhou Chen shot through the main gate with a bloodthirsty arrow, they surrendered without resistance. The subsequent interrogations went very smoothly. Both families confessed to selling stolen goods and reselling grain, as well as their connections to certain bandits. Zhou Chen then dispatched the soldiers to patrol the coastal area, pretending that the bandit hunt was over and no longer applying pressure. During this time, he learned to swim and dive under the guidance of the sailors. Once he had mastered swimming and diving, he used his accumulated experience to max out the skill. Skill, water crossing description. The waters of Sanglong can wash my tassels, the waters of Sanglong can wash my feet. Swimming with the tide, as if crossing a shallow bank. Effect, increases swimming speed and stealth time in water. At max level, activates the water breath state, allowing the consumption of spiritual energy to breathe underwater. Zhao Gong was unaware that Zhou Chu, the supervisor from the prefecture, had set his sights on him. However, he still cautiously chose to travel during the day, escorting normal goods and maintaining the appearance of a trader. But as soon as he moved, the mark of the ghostly script stirred, drawing Zhou Chen's attention. Since Zhou Chen chose to track alone and did not get close, relying solely on the direction of the ghostly script for long-distance tracking, Zhao Gong made several normal deliveries and tests without noticing anything unusual. When he thought the crisis had passed, he replaced his partner with a group of bandits during one delivery. This time, their movement direction was exactly the same as before. They simply stopped in a certain area after entering the waterway. Zhou Chen arrived at the riverbank, first donning the skin of the workshop god, which could restore health and mana and had the property of being leak-proof, transforming into a kind-looking old man. Then, he rented a fishing boat along the water's edge, rowed into the waterway, adjusted his distance, and began to wait patiently. When night fell, he sensed a marked target descending rapidly, so he abandoned the boat and submerged into the water. Before long, he saw a very conspicuous blue-black whirlpool beneath several ropes tightly pulled by the ship's anchor. Instance, Nest of the Frog Soldiers. Recommended challenge level, 10, recommended number of challengers, 10-20. He submerged among the water plants, gradually getting closer, and discovered that only 10 bandits had come down from the ship. The limit for the Frog Soldiers' secret realm is clearly 20 people, yet they only sent 10. Do they think they don't need that many? Or is it that there are 10 people stationed there long-term? Zhou Chen was puzzled, but he still marked all 10 bandits with the ghostly script. The bandits had not been in the instance for even a quarter of an hour before a few exited, then new ones entered, taking turns to fight. After several waves of replacements, the bandits gradually found themselves unable to keep up and called off the offensive rhythm. Today, we've already been docked long enough, let's leave first and switch ships to continue the fight tomorrow. As the merchant ship lifted anchor and departed, Zhou Chen quickly approached the Frog Soldier instance. In the next moment, the world shifted, and he entered a special area filled with potholes, puddles, and mudflats. Here, there were 9 humanoid turtle soldiers with shells, along with a larger armored crocodile turtle. One of them had already lost its health bar, and 3 others had significant damage. Level 15 Shofu Turtle Soldier, Level 20 Shofu Turtle General. Not far away, on the mudflat, there was a throne piled with jewels, but the Shofu Turtle General was not sitting on it. Instead, it was patrolling back and forth. Where are the frog soldiers? The frog soldier's nest has no frog soldiers, only 10 turtles. What is this? Wait, the Lianhuan bandits came in with 10, and here the turtle soldiers are also 10, which just happens to match the maximum number of participants in the frog soldier instance. I seem to have discovered something significant. Could it be that the Tsuwa Turtle Show has killed the frog soldiers and is using their shells to lure people? Zhou Chen knew that if his guess was correct, the situation would be serious. This would mean that the water monsters were using their environmental advantages to establish their own predatory rhythm. They deliberately created encounters, using nearby rare treasures and a small number of monsters to entice explorers into the secret realm. In this way, the lucky ones supported by families would become their source of spiritual nourishment. As for the lone adventurers without family backing, they would likely come twice and then never escape. Even if the court discovered them, they wouldn't be afraid. The local garrison couldn't infiltrate the water to hunt them down. Verifying this hypothesis wasn't difficult. All he needed to do was clear out the turtle soldiers here and see if frog soldiers would respawn afterward. Zhou Chen was unaware that while he was observing the turtle soldiers, 2 level 15 Shofu turtle soldiers were also pondering in secret. What's going on? Didn't that group of water bandits know our patrol route would change? If we leave someone in the secret realm, it won't be long before we are ambushed. Could it be a lucky old man who accidentally wandered into our fishing ground? We should just kill him. Those water bandits are the real threat. We can't let this old man mess things up. The 2 level 15 Shofu turtle soldiers planned to change their patrol route and take the opportunity to eliminate the intruder. Suddenly, they saw the person draw a precious bow, knock a blood-red arrow, and imbue it with golden-red flames. This is bad. It seems we've got a reckless one here, daring to challenge us alone. His arrow looks hard to catch. Should I retreat into my shell for a moment? One of the Shofu turtle soldiers hesitated, but then saw its intelligent companion unhesitatingly retreat into its shell. It couldn't help but curse under its breath and quickly withdrew its limbs into its shell. This scene naturally caught Zhou Chen's attention. He knew without thinking that the 2 Shofu turtle soldiers that had retreated into their shells likely had intelligence. Otherwise, why would the other Shofu turtle soldiers be fearless while these 2 were so special? However, he did not prioritize attacking the 2 intelligent Shofu turtle soldiers. Instead, he chose to target the mindless turtle soldier that was poking its head out to patrol. Whoosh! A blood-red arrow, fully charged with flames, struck one of the Shofu turtle soldiers squarely in the head. The blood arrow carried immense force, entering through the turtle soldier's eye hole and exiting through the back of its head, lodging itself in its skull. The blood arrow's attached effect triggered a second wave of damage, continuously exploding the wound while causing the Shofu turtle soldier to bleed out. This shot dealt a critical hit to its weak point, reducing the Shofu turtle soldier's health by 46%. Since it was already low on health, having been previously battered by the Lianhuan bandits down to 72%, Zhou Chen's arrow nearly took its life, causing its health bar to plummet to 26%. However, the Shofu turtle soldier was clearly different from the other monsters Zhou Chen had encountered. After taking critical damage, it not only did not lock onto him for an attack. Instead, it suddenly discarded its hammer and shield, retreating into its shell like the 2 intelligent turtle soldiers. The other 5 Shofu turtle soldiers and 1 Shofu turtle general were immediately drawn by hatred, marching with firm steps towards Zhou Chen. The turtle general was a short-range shooter, wielding a chain mace with a head covered in dense spikes. However, the movement speed of the Shofu turtle soldiers was quite ordinary, unable to catch up with Zhou Chen, who possessed the art of leaping. Especially since the area was filled with puddles and mudflats, it was very convenient for amphibious beings capable of jumping to engage in combat. Therefore, with a few leaps, Zhou Chen created distance, knocking an arrow and gathering energy, initiating a kite-flying tactic. The 2 intelligent turtle soldiers, upon seeing this scene, immediately thought it was bad. Today's events would likely not end well. 23. Why don't we just leave? We can't command these brainless, foolish kin. No way. Lord Shou ordered us to watch over our kin and awaken their intelligence. If we let them escape, how can we explain it to Lord Shou? Instead, let's rely on our shells and crawl forward, slowly getting closer and looking for a chance to grab that person. Easier said than done. We have to wade through water and climb ashore. How can we catch up to that person? Before the 2 intelligent turtle soldiers could reach a conclusion, Zhou Chen discovered a second anomaly. Normally, Shofu turtle soldiers would retract into their shells when their health dropped below 30%, slowly regenerating. If it weren't for the blood-slaying arrows infused with blood-slaying flames, they could have healed themselves. This was quite formidable, with armor to withstand blows and the ability to heal. If it weren't for the fact that their shells couldn't cover their entire bodies and their movement speed was slow, this group of Shofu turtle soldiers could indeed engage in a war of attrition. As Jochin skillfully created distance and unleashed bursts of attacks, the two intelligent turtle soldiers could no longer hold back. 23. You hold him off. I'll go call for reinforcements. You coward, don't run. If you flee, you'll expose your back. It would be strange not to get hit by an arrow. Listen to me, that person is a martial artist. He doesn't have much energy left. He can't kill us. At most, he'll make a few of our kin retract into their shells. Alright then, I'll guard the exit and won't let him out. The turtle soldier named 23 was right. Human martial artists indeed couldn't outlast them. But he didn't know that Zhou Chen was an exception, so he was destined to miscalculate. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Chen remained lively, continuously leaping and searching for opportunities to counterattack the pursuers behind him. 23. He's been wasting spiritual energy. Why does he still have energy? It should be soon, let's wait a bit longer. Once he weakens, we'll charge. After another quarter of an hour, Zhou Chen had forced all 5 pursuing Shofu turtle soldiers to retract into their shells, leaving only one Shofu turtle general still in pursuit. 23. Can the turtle general outlast him? Don't get counter-killed. Impossible. How could a turtle general outlast a human martial artist? Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Zhou Chen continued to create distance, dodging the short-range attacks of the turtle general while looking for opportunities to counterattack. After another quarter of an hour, the turtle general also retracted into its shell, leaving only a ground full of retracted turtles. He's coming. He wants to leave the secret realm. He must be out of energy. Now's our chance. Let's charge. As he spoke, one turtle soldier picked up a shield and charged with it over his head, while another rushed towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. Seeing this, Zhou Chen sidestepped and, at the moment of landing, unleashed a 3-star barrage at the fleeing turtle soldier. The immense pain caused the fleeing turtle soldier to retract into its shell and fall to the ground. Just as it reacted and tried to endure the pain to escape, it poked its head out again, only to be struck in the back of the head by a fully loaded blood-slaying arrow, causing it to retract once more. 23. I've been fooled by you. He hasn't exhausted his energy at all. When I return to Shofu, I'll definitely smash your head. The turtle soldier pursuing Zhou Chen could no longer hear what its companion was saying. Now, it was solely focused on killing the human martial artist in front of it, not believing that the opponent would have an endless supply of spiritual energy. It thought the opponent was at the end of their strength. With just a little more effort, the opponent would fall. But until it was struck down to below 30% health and uncontrollably retracted into its shell, entering a state of turtle breath, it still couldn't see that the opponent's spiritual energy had not been exhausted. Lord Shou, I was wrong. This must be an old monster that escaped from some secret realm. It is definitely not a human warrior. Whoosh, 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 as a barrage of bloodthirsty arrows was shot out, Zhou Chen began to clear the area. He started with the turtle soldiers closest to the exit, eliminating them regardless of their intelligence. Ding, killed 8 level 15 Shofu turtle soldiers, experience plus 1800, killed 1 level 20 Shofu turtle general, experience plus 500. It wasn't that Zhou Chen didn't want to communicate with the 2 intelligent turtle soldiers. The key was that he couldn't understand the language they spoke. Therefore, he could only kill them to restore the instance and see what the true appearance of the frog soldier's nest instance was. The 8 Shofu turtle soldiers dropped 3 pieces of turtle shells and 10 pieces of Baibo pearls, while the Shofu turtle general dropped 1 piece of turtle spike armor and 1 piece of turtle breathing technique. Additionally, on the sandbank, there was a throne made of piled jewels, containing 20 Baibo pearls, while the rest were ordinary pearls without any information tags. After rummaging through, Zhou Chen packed a bag of ordinary pearls and exited the frog soldier's secret realm. When he re-entered, he heard a chorus of croaking and saw various frog soldiers wielding different weapons. Level 10 Trident Frog Soldier, Level 10 Sword and Shield Frog Soldier, Level 10 Venomous Frog Soldier. As expected, the Frog Nest Secret Realm has nothing to do with the turtle soldiers. The Chu River Turtle Show is benefiting from the secret realm in the water like a human. In the croaking-filled, Frog Soldier's Nest, there were hundreds of various frog soldiers. They had excellent jumping abilities and were superb hunters in confined spaces. However, the Shofu turtle soldiers, with their high defense and ability to regenerate health, were just the right counter to their straightforward combat style. To them, the Shofu turtle soldiers, the Chainhammer turtle generals, and Zhou Chen were all outsiders. It was indeed a scenario where both humans and monsters were grinding instances, but humans sought resources from the secret realm, while monsters sought to continuously conquer the realm. One question remains, how did the Chu River Turtle Show transport the mindless turtle soldiers and generals to the frog soldier's nest? Zhou Chen pondered while using the turtle breathing technique dropped by the Shofu turtle general through his attribute panel. Skill, turtle breathing technique, description, although turtles have noses, they breathe through their ears. This is called turtle breathing, which ensures great longevity. Breathing and regulating like a turtle, they can survive without food or drink. Effect: after use, gain the turtle breathing state, inhaling air into the abdomen and maintaining a long breath for 1 hour, which can resist toxic mist environments. Note, when used in conjunction with turtle shell equipment, it can trigger the hibernation state, retracting into the shell to reduce various consumption and enhance defense while slowly regenerating health. The healing effect of the turtle breathing technique was not as efficient as the golden toad chi cultivation method in regulating breath. However, the turtle breathing technique consumed less and could also provide temporary healing during combat when paired with turtle shell equipment. The key was that the prolonged turtle breathing state was very practical in special environments like toxic mist or riverbeds. Since the Chu River Turtle Show sent turtle soldiers and generals to grind for intelligence, it wouldn't neglect the turtle soldiers and generals it dispatched. It's hard to predict when battles will occur or when water bandits will come. Perhaps they will check the frog nest secret realm at fixed times. Zhou Chen didn't want to be ambushed by turtle soldiers that might appear outside the secret realm while being attacked from behind by frog soldiers inside. Therefore, he first exited the instance, activated the turtle breathing state, and hid among the water plants to monitor the entrance of the instance. He was right. About an hour and a half later, around 3 or 4 in the morning, a seemingly normal turtle appeared in the instance area. Level 12 Shofu Speed Turtle. After the turtle poked its head around for a while, it dove straight into the frog nest secret realm. 23-24. I hope none of my kin were lost today. Has the chain hammer turtle general not gained intelligence yet? Quack. Quack, quack. The speed turtle's call did not summon 2 intelligent turtle soldiers. Instead, it heard a chorus of croaking from the frogs. Those numerous mindless frog soldiers, although mechanically croaking, turned into scornful mockery in the eyes of the speed turtle. Quack, quack, quack. I knew it would just be quacking. When I go back, I'll bring a few turtle generals over so you can't quack anymore. Disaster. The turtle general not only failed to gain wisdom, but 2 wise turtle soldiers also fell in the frog nest. Those water bandits are so clueless. Wouldn't it be better to die peacefully and steal some jewels to leave? They had to cause such a disaster. When I return to report to Lord Shou, I will send troops to directly hunt you down in the water. The swift turtle reappeared shortly after entering the secret realm. However, this time it left at an incredible speed, darting through the water like an arrow fish, leaving behind a narrow trail. Taking the opportunity, Zhou Chen cast a directional ghost script spell on it and continued to wait patiently. He didn't chase after it because he couldn't catch up in the water and was also worried that the Tsuwa Turtle Show was establishing a patrol squad in the water. Since those turtles had soldiers and generals, and a sense of management and communication, they could not be treated as ordinary forces. At the very least, they should be regarded as regional warlords, acknowledging their awareness of patrol and defense. Sure enough, the Tsuwa Turtle Show, which began to use shells to fish for people, has a mature communication method. They probably also have countermeasures for unexpected situations. Let's wait a bit longer and see what they will do. While Zhou Chen hid among the water plants, waiting patiently, both the Lianuan Dock Bandits and the Tsuwa Turtle Show made significant moves. The Lianuan Dock Bandits reported their combat experiences, roughly describing the combat strength of the turtle soldiers and generals. This made the level 12 boss, the leader of the Lianuan Dock, realize that the turtle soldiers and generals were not that dangerous. As long as he led a few big and small leaders into the fray, the secret realm with only 10 turtles would surely become theirs. At that time, they would let Zhao Gong, that innocent person, become a warrior, delivering various jewels and spiritual items to secure a position guarding Changyu. These secret realm water bandits would truly be free. Even if they lost a few, they could quickly gain wisdom using their power. This is a long-term strategy. We must go all out. The Lianuan Dock Bandits were still unaware that the 10 turtles had already been secretly brushed away, and the frog nest secret realm had once again become a gathering place for frogs. On the side of Tsuwa Shou, after receiving the urgent report from the swift turtle, he was extremely angry. Good. I thought they were reasonable. Always sacrificing some useless bandits would be great. I even occasionally sent a Bai Bo pearl as payment. Turns out they are ungrateful. Daring to kill my kin, they shall not be spared. Bang Xiang, you lead the wise clam soldiers to transport 10 unwise turtle generals into the frog nest. Crocodile Turtle Leader, you take the wise turtle soldiers and bury them in the riverbed mud. When that group of water bandits enters the frog nest again, be sure to launch a pincer attack, leaving none of them able to escape. Moreover, that lucky Zhao family member is no longer useful. Let our controlled bandits submit Zhao's evidence of wrongdoing to the county office. Zhao Gong, who knows the location of the frog nest secret realm, must die. Send 2 wise swift turtles to follow their merchant ship. When he boards the ship, break the bottom of the ship to cause panic, and take the opportunity to kill everyone on board, creating the illusion of a sunken ship. We will obey Lord Shou's orders. Relying on the advantage of the water, Suwa Turtle Show was not afraid of the Great Way Court's crackdown. The Great Way Court could not possibly issue a document stating that there were monsters in the river, sealing off the Tsuho waterway that spanned multiple states. Therefore, it acted even more recklessly, only choosing to maintain a steady flow to suppress panic and avoid wise individuals fearing the river. However, this time, the alliance between the Chongyu Zhao family and the water bandits clearly overturned its fish tank, prompting it to clear the field and replace it with a new batch of lucky individuals. Both the Lianhuan dock bandits and Suwa Turtle Show took action, and the hidden Zhou Chen quickly noticed the anomaly. Level 20 Shofu Beng Xiang, Level 15 Shofu Beng Bing, Level 20 Shofu Guijiang, Level 15 Shofu Guibing. 20 turtle soldiers were pulling the clam soldiers with ropes, and the clam soldiers had, in addition to their own health bar, 2 segments of Turtle General's health bars above their heads. So they rely on clam soldiers to transport unwise Turtle Generals. This is indeed a good method. As long as they control it, they can transport it to other areas without mutual attacks among their own. After the 10 Turtle Generals sent into the Frog Nest Secret Realm, a wise Turtle General led 9 Turtle Soldiers into it. About half an hour later, the wise Turtle General emerged with the Turtle Soldiers from the Frog Nest Secret Realm, then dug a pit on the spot, hiding into the riverbed silt. Zhou Chen looked at the circularly hidden wise Turtle Soldiers, then thought of the 10 Turtle Generals inside the Secret Realm, along with that level 20 wise Turtle General. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the danger from the Lianhuan dock bandits was real. The Turtle Generals and soldiers had no intention of letting them leave. Monsters fight monsters, humans fight turtles. If there are wise beings both on land and in water, there must be nations on land, and there should be some in the water too. The waiting was hard to endure, but fortunately, Zhou Chen had a few turtle shells. After using the turtle shell, he entered the turtle breath technique's hibernation state, which made him feel much more comfortable. This wait lasted several hours, and around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Gong and the Lianhuan dock bandits finally arrived by boat again. With 2 loud thuds, the heavy ship anchor sank to the riverbed, catching the attention of Zhou Chen and the lurking turtle soldiers and generals. At this time, the water bandits on the merchant ship were busy opening the hidden compartments of the ship, retrieving various weapons from within. My lord, this time I must trouble the brothers. Once we secure the secret realm, Zhao Gong will surely reward you handsomely. That's all for later, Zhao Gong. Let me tell you, even if you become a martial artist, you cannot attack this water mansion's secret realm alone. Remember our relationship. Together we win, apart we lose. Do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. My lord is joking. Zhao Gong knows his own weight. It's impossible to gather a bit of spiritual energy and become a valiant warrior. Splash, splash, several Lianhuan dock bandits jumped into the water, patrolled around, and after finding nothing unusual, surfaced and called for others to join them. When the second batch of water bandits, carrying heavy objects, gradually approached the riverbed, Zhou Chen realized that the Lianhuan dock bandits were indeed investing heavily this time. The level 11 Lianhuan dock big boss, the level 10 Lianhuan dock small boss, and especially that level 12 Lianhuan dock leader, whose identity information was marked with a blood-red skull. Goodness, the boss is personally coming to clear the dungeon. The Lianhuan dock bandits are ruthless. If anything happens to this one, won't they all be reset? Zhou Chen glanced at the still lurking turtle soldiers and generals, feeling that the level 12 Lianhuan dock leader was unlikely to escape. Even if he was a boss, this was ultimately underwater, the battlefield for the turtle soldiers and generals. As soon as the 10 Lianhuan dock bandits entered the Frog Nest Secret Realm, they sensed something was off. The appearance of the turtles had clearly changed, all transformed into strong alligator turtles. I've never heard of Secret Realm monsters being able to change their forms. Our mindless brothers have looked the same for years. Can these turtles grow up and change after a certain time? What do you mean can? Are you stupid? Big boss, we are most likely being set up. What should we do? The level 12 Lianhuan dock leader didn't think twice and knew they couldn't afford to waste time. The turtle generals inside the secret realm had clearly adjusted their positions deliberately. Even if they wanted to stall, the turtle generals would patrol over. Send someone out to scout. If there's no danger, come back to report. If he doesn't return in a quarter of an hour, we must fight for our lives. The chosen Lianhuan dock bandit just poked his head out when he was tightly grabbed by a turtle soldier, struggling as he sank into the riverbed silt. A turtle soldier quickly surrounded him, continuously striking with a copper hammer. After a quarter of an hour, the Lianhuan dock bandits who had engaged with the patrolling turtle generals finally realized their predicament. Stop hitting, let's go. In this secret realm, we'll be worn out sooner or later. Only by getting out of the secret realm and boarding the ship do we have a chance to survive. Under the command of the Lianhuan dock leader, the bandits disengaged from the fight and quickly ran toward the entrance of the secret realm. They all knew that since they were blocked, they had to continuously surge out of the secret realm, only then could they escape while the opponent was caught off guard. But this time, they miscalculated. The enemies lying in ambush were not humans, but over 20 water turtles. As soon as they went out, they were entangled by the turtle soldiers. The resistance and buoyancy of the water severely affected their attack power and balance. Therefore, the ferocious bandits of the Lianhuan dock, who were fierce on land, were being suspended and beaten by the turtle soldiers and generals in the water. Only the boss of the Lianhuan dock could resist for a while, but he was also found by the turtle general, who took the opportunity to entangle him with a chain hammer, preventing him from surfacing. At this moment, the people on the merchant ship were still unaware that the Lianhuan dock bandits had already fallen. They sighed, saying that it was different when the leader and the big and small heads personally took action. A quarter of an hour had passed, and they hadn't even asked for a change of personnel. There was even laughter, believing that the secret realm of the water palace was about to fall into their hands. Master Zhao, this matter is mostly settled, don't forget your promise. I won't forget. Once I become a local guardian, I can freely use the population of refugees, merchants, prisoners, and labor soldiers. The bandits on the ship were still discussing how to continuously utilize the local population, but the Lianhuan dock bandits in the water could no longer hold on. When the boss of the Lianhuan dock had his health bar reduced to below 30%, he suddenly opened his mouth wide as if to roar. Gurgle, gurgle, even though he couldn't make a sound in the water and had swallowed 2 mouthfuls of muddy river water, the intended effect still occurred. A few surviving heads of the Lianhuan dock, along with the bandits on the merchant ship, suddenly felt a surge of strength and wanted to rush into the water at all costs. Not good, the leader is gathering righteousness in the water, he's in danger. Splash, splash, several Lianhuan dock bandits couldn't suppress their impulses and jumped into the icy river. Raise the anchor, set sail, lower the small boat, you 3 come with me. Zhao Gong didn't hesitate at all, seeing that things were going wrong. He immediately ordered the ship to set sail and took 3 young clansmen onto the small boat, trying to escape as quickly as possible. The nearby Shofu swift turtles naturally wouldn't let him have his way. Several of them teamed up to capsize the small boat, biting the clothes of those who fell into the water and dragging them down. Although Zhou Chen noticed that Zhao Gong was being dragged into the water, he didn't make any move. He wasn't going to save Zhao Gong, who likely knew the entrance to the Lianhuan dock secret realm. Because anyone who knew the location of the secret realm wouldn't be just him. Otherwise, if the Lianhuan dock bandits killed him, they could eliminate the risk of the secret realm being exposed. Moreover, there was a group of turtle soldiers swimming in the water, making it very difficult to snatch people from them. But he didn't do nothing. Instead, he used a positioning sound transmission ghost script spell on the Lianhuan dock leader, mixing in an assist. Ding, killed level 12 Lianhuan dock leader. Well, the assist from the ghost script spell didn't yield any support experience, but he still received a kill confirmation. Then Zhou Chen used the ghost script spell on the intelligent turtle soldiers and generals to conveniently lock onto their positions. Let the big ship go, follow along, and after we pass this waterway, we'll sink it. We can't let it sink near the frog nest secret realm. The turtle generals and soldiers left, and several Shofu swift turtles accelerated to the front of the merchant ship to act as scouts. After they swam far away, Zhou Chen swam out from the water plants, picked up the dropped light orbs, quickly surfaced, and landed on the shore. Ding, obtained Gathering Righteousness *1, Lianhuan Blade Technique *1, Return to Origin Powder *5 Skill, Gathering Righteousness Description, Heroes scattered across the world, gathering righteousness to pursue great undertakings, living and dying together in the southeast, southwest, and north. All tigers unite in the Hall of Righteousness effect. After use, causes allied units to spontaneously gather, slightly increasing their attack power and triggering them to enter a protect state. Note, the higher the level, the larger the skill range, the higher the divine attribute, the stronger the skill effect. At max level, the skill range is 500 meters. This skill seems to have a bit of a forced protection meaning. If used well, wouldn't I have quite a few true friends of life and death? The skill Gathering Righteousness dropped from the level 12 Lianhuan dock leader was quite interesting. In Zhou Chen's view, it resembled a taunt skill, except the target of the taunt was allied units, making them actively protect the skill user, commonly known as summoning meat shields. Of course, Gathering for Righteousness can also be used for military training. After a few uses, the soldiers will naturally know for whom they are serving and to whom they should rally. In addition, the Return to Origin Powder and the Chain Blade Technique dropped by the boss are both very practical items. The Return to Origin Powder is a mana recovery potion, significantly better than the commonly used Jade True Powder in the Jingyan camp, while the Chain Blade Technique is a skill that replaces defense with offense. Skill, chain blade technique description, slash and stab, ringing with sound, consuming spiritual energy can increase blade swinging speed, and at max level, it can be continuous, forming a ring of blades. After organizing what he had obtained, Zhou Qin did not re-enter the frog nest dungeon occupied by 10 level 20 Shofu tortoise generals. Instead, he pursued the tortoise soldiers and generals marked by the ghost script curse on land, confirming the general location of the sunken ship and the direction of their return waters. He then removed the skin of the workshop god to restore his appearance and returned to his military camp. The two dukes in the camp, seeing their direct superior return, hurriedly approached to inquire. Supervisor Chu, you have been away for 2 days on reconnaissance. Did you discover anything? I found a big fish. Let the brothers gather quickly. This time we are going to sweep the lair of the chain dock bandits and eliminate the most arrogant of the thieves. Alright, as long as we can take down the most notorious chain dock bandits, we can achieve merit and return to camp. This Chengyu County is great in every way, but eating too many sweet date cakes can be overwhelming. Many soldiers are complaining of toothaches. Good, let's quickly eliminate the rampant bandits and return to the Jing'an camp. When the news of the bandit suppression spread, the morale of the soldiers in the camp immediately soared, and they all began to don their armor and prepare for a big fight. The soldiers of Wuwei camp and Xixing camp had ultimately become spoiled and found it hard to stay in the local counties. The deep, muffled horn echoed throughout the camp, and the fully prepared soldiers set off once again towards the town fort. Along the way, many of the Wubo masters were frightened, fearing that their own matters would be exposed and that the soldiers from the county camp would surround their fort. When Zhou Qin led his troops to surround the Zhao family fort, their anxious hearts finally relaxed. At this moment, the Zhao family fort was already in chaos. The reason was that their family head had gone missing, and the chain dock bandits stationed in the fort had also suddenly vanished. Uncle, how did all those heroes suddenly disappear? Are they human or ghost? This is a disaster. I fear the secret realm and the family head are both gone. All our Zhao family's years of hard work are in vain. Not good, second uncle. That group of soldiers surrounding the fort has come again. They are currently donning armor and forming ranks, most likely to attack the fort. What? Quickly carry me to the fort wall. I want to speak to that general myself. A few young men, upon hearing this, lifted the old man and ran, fearing that if they were slow, the soldiers outside would directly attack the fort. Fortunately, they hurried just in time. When they reached the fort wall, the soldiers were still lined up and waiting, showing no signs of launching an attack. Seeing this, the elder of the Zhao family hurriedly urged the young men beside him to shout together. General, why have you returned? Did the Zhao family do something wrong? Please tell us the number. There is no need for weapons to be drawn. After receiving the call, Zhou Qin instructed the soldiers to respond with the words he had previously outlined. He himself knocked an arrow, aiming at the heavy wooden door of the Wubao. Listen, people of the Zhao family, your collusion with the chain dock bandits has been uncovered. Now, if you open the fort, we will capture but not kill. If you dare to resist, the punishment will be doubled, and after breaking the fort, there will be no mercy. Bang, bang. The powerful arrows, entwined with red mist, were shot into the fort door's latch, the tremendous sound continuously hammering at the hearts of the Zhao family members. Coupled with the shouts of the soldiers below the fort, they finally realized that the Zhao family was doomed. General, could you perhaps show some leniency? We are willing to offer all the wealth within the fort, just asking to return to the people and no longer cause chaos. The elder of the Zhao family knew that it was too late to say anything now. These soldiers from the county camp were not influenced by the local connections. Since they had begun to encircle and suppress, they would certainly want to gain something. Therefore, he hoped to offer all the wealth within Wubao to satisfy the appetites of these soldiers. But the only response he received was the sound of arrows striking the gate. At this moment, the first bolt had been shot to pieces, and the second bolt was groaning. Tell him, if he doesn't open the door soon, I'll use the blood slaughter arrow. The blood slaughter arrow is a treasure of the camp. Once used, it signifies the beginning of a bloody battle. The message relayed by the soldiers shattered the old Zhao family's hopes completely. After a few trembling sobs, he finally said to the young men beside him, shouted out, the Zhao family is willing to offer the hidden secret realm in exchange for mercy. Without the support of the bandits from the linked fort, the Zhao family fortress, which had long been responsible for logistics, had no courage to fight back. Moreover, at this moment, the family head Zhao Gong was not present, and they couldn't even gather the will to unite against the outside threat. Creak! The heavy door was pushed open from the inside, and several clan elders were helped out by the young men. The soldiers surrounding the fortress saw this scene and felt both disappointment and excitement. Disappointment because they couldn't rush into the fortress and engage in a fierce battle with those who were hardly even soldiers, thus accumulating merit. Excitement because they had obtained information about the secret realm, and when the Jing'an lieutenant applied for rewards from the court, he would surely not forget these meritorious soldiers. Indeed, Zhou Chu's rapid promotion was not only due to his extraordinary bravery but also because of his incredible luck. Fighting alongside such a fortunate general, their future paths for promotion would surely be very smooth. Under the eager gaze of the soldiers in the camp, the Zhao clan elder slowly approached several officers and respectfully bowed. "General, if I offer the route to the secret realm, could it ensure my family's safety? There are rules in the army. Those who offer the route to the secret realm may gain wealth and honor, but it cannot extend to the entire family. There is no such principle in the world. Otherwise, if one surname forms a clan, who should provide for whom? What if I do not seek wealth, only wish for the guilty to be punished and the innocent to be safe? Then it must be handed over to the county office for judgment." Just in time, a batch of young officials has recently joined the county office. They are energetic and can review complicated cases. "You are being too harsh, General." "It is not me being harsh, it is your timing for offering that is wrong. If you had offered it before the soldiers surrounded Wubao, you would naturally have received rewards. Now that the sword is at your throat, to offer treasures in hopes of full merit, I agree, but these 500 soldiers will not." Zhou Chen did not deceive the Zhao clan elder. The route to the secret realm he was offering now could at most be considered a surrender or a military acquisition. Since it was a military acquisition, there were too many people who would want to share in this merit. After hesitating for a moment, the Zhao clan elder still offered the map of the secret realm and the list of thieves from his family. The people inside Wubao did not know the outcome and thought that with just a map of the secret realm they could ensure the entire clan's innocence. When the fully armed soldiers drove them out of the fortress, they realized that the final amnesty could not protect everyone. "Send this letter at full speed to the Jing'an camp. This time, Hu County Lieutenant will probably turn green with anger. Let's have them taken to the Changyu barracks and give Hu County Lieutenant a share of the merits." Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Changyu, indeed turned green. Upon learning that Zhou Chen had captured the collaborators of the linked fort bandits and seized the map of the secret realm, he even began to doubt his own life. He, a martial artist county lieutenant, had guarded Changyu County for nearly 6 years, yet had neither solved the bandit problem nor discovered that there was still a secret realm hidden within his jurisdiction. This not only represented his lack of ability but also his bad luck. The combination of these two shortcomings instantly broke Hu Hua's defenses. "Zhou Chu, did you send the message to the Jing'an camp?" "I did. After all, I am an officer in the camp, leading the soldiers here. When encountering such a major event, if I do not report to the camp immediately, it would indeed raise suspicions of embezzling merits." "Well, it's good that you sent it, otherwise, I would feel uneasy and might do something reckless." Although Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Changyu, said, "It's good that you sent it," his heart was still filled with regret. He even secretly complained about why Zhou Chen didn't inform him of the truth in advance, and then the two of them could have led their troops to wipe out the Zhao family fortress and shared the credit for discovering the secret realm. What he thought in his heart was also the reason for Zhou Chen's decisive action. Zhou Chen was not worried that County Lieutenant Hu Hua would have the thought of monopolizing the achievements and take the opportunity to attack him. He was concerned that he might not be able to hold back and would shoot the rebellious County Lieutenant Hu Hua dead with a few arrows, thus triggering a strict investigation from the Huizhou camp. "Supervisor Zhou Chu, perhaps you are more suited to guard a region. With your luck, you are bound to achieve great things." County Lieutenant Hu Hua's sentiment was not flattery. At this moment, the Jing'an captain, far away in the county office, had similar thoughts. The Jing'an captain never expected to receive two completely different documents within a single day. The first was sent from the county office, stating that someone had reported the Zhao family of Changyu colluding with the Lianhuanhua bandits, rampaging through the countryside and committing all sorts of evils. Just as he was about to write a letter ordering Zhou Chen, stationed in Changyu, to investigate and eliminate the bandits, a document from Zhou Chen arrived shortly thereafter. This document was even more astonishing, stating that the Zhao family of Changyu had been completely detained and a hidden map of the secret realm had been seized. After seeing this document, the Jing'an captain was stunned for a moment. What was going on? My military order for investigation hadn't even been issued yet, and he had already dealt with the bandits and even seized a secret realm. What does this mean? Is it that County Lieutenant Hu Hua is incompetent, or that Supervisor Zhou Chen is capable? This is troublesome. I just sent a gift to the governor to promote Zhou Chen to Supervisor Chu. If he gets promoted again, the Huizhou governor will probably think that I am attributing all the achievements in the camp to Zhou Chen. This was the first time the Jing'an captain encountered such a situation where achievements flowed like water, one after another. For a moment, he didn't know how to report it. He was afraid that if he reported it truthfully, his superiors would think he was mindlessly flattering. However, he ultimately chose to report truthfully, hoping that his subordinates could rise in status and support each other. By the time the Jing'an captain and his team arrived in Changyu County, Zhou Chen and County Lieutenant Hu Hua had already confirmed the location of the secret realm and explored the internal situation. Instance, Lianhuanhua Water Fortress, recommended challenge level, 8, recommended number of challengers, 10 to 20. The persistent County Lieutenant Hu Hua still urged Zhou Chen to attempt an attack, but he couldn't withstand the siege of multiple Lianhuanhua bandits and gave up on the plan to achieve merit. Supervisor Zhou Chu, County Lieutenant Hu, what is the situation inside the secret realm? Reporting to the captain, there are many demons in this secret realm, about 200 to 300, but their strength is not as great as that of the Yin Ghost secret realm, making it suitable for martial artists to attack quickly. Good, let me take a look inside. The entrance to the Lianhuanhua secret realm was on a small sandbank at the bottom of the river, which was completely covered by water, making it very hidden. After the Jing'an captain inspected inside, he confirmed the value of the Lianhuanhua secret realm. Inside, there were many weapons and armor, wooden fortifications connected by boats, and there were fish and ducks in the water, likely with piles of grain stored, making it very suitable for supplying a water-based camp. You have truly made a great contribution. Once I report the details of the secret realm to the court, your rewards will be issued quickly. In the following days, martial artists from the state government arrived first. After confirming the authenticity of the secret realm, they formed a team to clear the Lianhuanhua instance. Aside from being thrown into chaos by the boss skill gathering of righteousness from the leader of the Lianhuanhua, they successfully completed the attack on the secret realm. When they opened the treasure chest of the secret realm and obtained 10 blood-stopping powders, 5 returning essence powders, and 1 Lianhuan blade technique, they finally confirmed the value of the Lianhuanhua secret realm. Shortly after, the Huizhou camp sent rewards, promoting Zhou Chen to military Sima, and all his subordinate generals were also promoted. Just when Zhou Chen thought this matter was settled, the court's rewards followed one after another. It is said that Zhou Chen of Jing'an has fought countless bloody battles since joining the military, displaying extraordinary bravery. He has conquered Nyoto village, assisted in pacifying the ghost troubles in Jing'an, fought fiercely in the Yin Ghost secret realm, and eliminated the Lianhuanhua bandits, seizing the map of the secret realm. With such accumulated achievements, military positions and rewards cannot fully reflect his might, and titles and rewards cannot adequately showcase his valor. Therefore, a special decree has been issued to honor him, and the official document has arrived. He should set off as soon as possible to enter the capital for the new Yuan spirit examination. A document from the court thoroughly confirmed Zhou Chen's achievements, elevating him from an ordinary military officer to a local new noble. However, there was a term in the court's official document that Zhou Chen did not understand: New Yuan Spirit Test. Captain, isn't the court spirit test held every 4 years? What does this New Yuan Spirit Test mean? The New Yuan refers to the end of the year and the first day of the new year. On that day, all the officials of the court will celebrate and rest, and His Majesty will take the opportunity to reward some meritorious individuals. Therefore, the New Yuan Spirit Test is different from the court's public test. The public test is for recommendations, while the New Yuan is for rewarding achievements. This is to accommodate those soldiers who have made special contributions, as they cannot wait for the public spirit test held every 4 years. The difference between the two is significant. Even if one fails the reward spirit test, they can still participate in the public spirit test. Moreover, the number of participants in the reward spirit test is smaller, and the success rate is higher. After Captain Jiangren explained this, Zhou Chen understood. The public spirit test is a national competition, while the reward spirit test is a more localized competition. The reward spirit test, which narrows the competition and increases opportunities, indeed has a higher chance of success. How should I proceed? First, change the official seal, then join the other participants at the Huai Prefecture camp, where the local warriors will lead you into the capital. Due to Zhou Chen's accumulated merits, others needed the opportunity to achieve more than he did. Therefore, the follow-up work in Changyu County was taken over by other officers. When he returned to the Jing'an military camp, he received congratulations from his fellow soldiers, and Kai Chang was particularly envious. Brother, you have caught up with my nearly 10 years of hard work in just a few months since you joined the camp. Now you are also a military officer, and so am I, but you are still young while I am nearing middle age. Moreover, you might become a warrior, while I have little hope left. I truly feel both envious and jealous. Kai brother, if I am fortunate enough to become a warrior, won't that give you another ally? We are brothers in arms and should support each other, sharing both fortune and virtue. That's true. In fact, I've come to terms with it. It's exhausting to work so hard. You and Captain Jiang should put in more effort. I look forward to both of you lifting me up. The intelligent turtle soldiers and the hidden water realm were difficult to explain how they were investigated. Moreover, Zhou Chen's accumulated merits were already substantial, and revealing another secret realm would be too conspicuous. Therefore, he did not disclose the information about the frog soldier's lair and the turtle realm to Captain Zhang. Even so, the atmosphere within the Jing'an army began to change. Ordinary soldiers admired Zhou Chen's bravery and fortune, motivating themselves to achieve like him. However, the mood among the military officers from prominent families was complex. They once had an advantage over Zhou Chen due to their backgrounds, but now he had obtained the coveted spirit test quota, making it hard for them to maintain their usual demeanor. But with the court's official document issued and everything settled, they could only endure their resentment and force themselves to find comfort. Supervisor Zhou is still our comrade. If he becomes a warrior, it will benefit our connections, which is much better than outsiders. Yet, despite saying this, they still felt awkward inside. It was an embarrassing state of wanting to please yet unable to lower themselves, wanting to distance themselves yet feeling unwilling. After noticing the unusual behavior of his colleagues, Zhou Chen began to stay at the captain's residence to focus on martial arts, reducing outside contact. Once the new official seal was issued, he took the opportunity to host a banquet for his colleagues, bidding them farewell and expressing his commitment to brotherhood. For this banquet, Captain Jiangren specifically returned from Chongyu County. "Captain, I heard your wife and children are in the capital. Do you have any letters or gifts to send? I can take them along and have a reason to visit your residence. You are thoughtful. I will organize something and give it to you tomorrow morning." "Zhou Chen, I don't know if this farewell means you will return home or take up a local post. I have confidence in your abilities. Those troublemakers in the local area won't be able to suppress you. The only thing to note is that the capital is a place of great importance, filled with countless powerful figures. Do not offend someone or jeopardize your career." "Thank you, sir, for the warning. Yuan will remember it." The identity of a martial artist is very important to Zhou Chen. Without that layer of identity, even if he possesses martial prowess, he would not have access to the secret realms specifically designated for martial artists. Of course, the power that comes with being a martial artist is also crucial. Only by rising to a certain position can one effectively utilize the resources of the Great Way. A farewell banquet went on late into the night, during which many young scions of noble families, while drinking, could not help but choke up and shed tears. The youth sitting at the leftmost seat seemed to want to help them fulfill their wishes, proving that this path could be traversed, yet he also appeared to carry their hopes far away. This emotion spread throughout the ranks of the generals, leaving many feeling hollow inside. Until the next morning at the farewell, they had not yet recovered, but still collectively set out to see Zhou Chen off. "Zhou Sima, do not look back. Since you have left, do not turn around. Otherwise, if you return, you will surely be ridiculed, seen as someone who wasted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Indeed, as the general says, this farewell is filled with anticipation and longing. If one returns, it would be a disgraceful retreat. Coming to pick up Zhou Chen was Lu Canjun from the Huai Prefecture camp, with whom Zhou Chen had collaborated during the assault on the Yin Ghost secret realm. Although they were not familiar, they were not strangers either, able to exchange a few words. Under Lu Sanjuan's lead, Zhou Chen rode away from the Jing'an military fortress, heading towards the broader and more prosperous provincial capital. Since both were physically strong and could endure the fatigue of riding, they reached the Huai Prefecture camp in just 4 days. This camp was not a simple military fortress but resembled a city's outskirt. Inside, there were various shops catering to the needs of soldiers and auxiliary troops, as well as orderly residential areas mostly inhabited by soldiers' families. Aside from the numerous patrolling soldiers and the overly strict order, it was quite similar to a normal county town. Zhou Chen's curious gaze caught Lu Sanjuan's attention, and he thought that this young man might become a martial officer, so he took the initiative to clarify. "Zhou Sima, do you have any questions about the Huai Prefecture camp?" "I do have a question. Why does the wall's layout break in the middle and forge another wall? Isn't the northern city more important than the southern city, requiring an additional layer of defense?" The military fortress of Huai Prefecture is structured in a shape, with a wall built in the middle but leaving 3 gates for soldiers to pass through. The military town is not that complicated. Both the northern and southern cities are important. If one is lost, the other cannot be preserved. The reason for this construction is that there are 2 secret realms within the camp, and expanding the city width is necessary to accommodate both. "I see. I forgot that the location of the military fortress is primarily determined by the position of the secret realms. However, since there are 2 secret realms in the camp, it might allow me to contribute to the Huai Prefecture camp and gain some combat experience." Zhou Chen's words made Lu Canjun, who was leading the way, think there was something wrong with his hearing. Is there really such a fierce and brave person in the world? clearly out on official business, yet unafraid of hardship or injury, preparing to join the Secret Realm assault team. No wonder this Joe Sima has been promoted continuously at such a young age and even received a trial quota from the court. It turns out he is not an ordinary person but a martial enthusiast, a battle maniac, a born star of slaughter. In principle, it is possible, but generally, participating officers do not do this. Joe Sima, you must consider the possibility of injury. If an injury affects the results of the spiritual trial, wouldn't you regret it for life? It's nothing, I am a long-range archer. As long as the military formation is stable, I won't get hurt. I just want to see different secret realms and the attack methods of martial artists, so I won't be flustered during the spiritual trial. Before coming to the Huai Prefecture camp, the Jing'an captain had already informed him of the rules of the spiritual trial. Normally, there are 3 trials to determine the outcome. The first trial involves consuming an equal amount of spiritual materials to see who can extract more spiritual energy, which is called sensing the spirit. The second trial involves learning a martial skill within a limited time to see who can produce a stronger effect, which is called controlling the spirit. 3 trials randomly selected a few people to form a team to attack the secret realm, to assess their practical combat abilities and the differences in their on-the-spot cooperation, which is called acting spirit. Therefore, he proposed the requirement to experience different secret realms. This, Joe Sima has a point. I will report to the governor and ask him to consider it personally. As a candidate for the spiritual trial holding an official document from the court, and also a nominal subordinate of the Huai Prefecture camp, Zhou Chen's proposal received the attention of the Huai Prefecture governor. After some thought, he felt that by slightly adjusting his approach, he could increase his chances of being selected for the spiritual trial, so he agreed to Zhou Chen's proposal. Consequently, after resting for a night in the barracks, Zhou Chen met with the governor's personal guards. The candidates from Huai Prefecture, who lived in the same area, got up early to communicate and witness this strange scene. Joe Sima, where are you going? Is it a summons from the governor? There is no governor's decree yet. It should be because the candidates have not all arrived. I applied to the governor for an attack on the secret realm, intending to accumulate some experience in on-the-spot cooperation. Zhou Chen was quite candid, and the 2 candidates were eager to act, but upon recalling their family's instructions, they suppressed their impulses. Joe Sima, although we are competitors, we are all from Huai Prefecture. I hope you will be careful and not get hurt, otherwise, wouldn't that benefit those from other states? The situation of hometown people looking out for each other is quite common in the Great Way. The most numerous factions in the Great Way are local clans, ranging from small towns to large counties and states, almost countless. Therefore, Zhou Chen's entry into the capital from Huai Prefecture cannot be considered as entering without support. Even if he did not join the Huai Prefecture faction, as long as he entered the capital, he would carry the label of a Huai Prefecture scholar. It can even be said that as long as he does not clearly distance himself from the Huai Prefecture faction, the people in the capital will assume he is one of them. After all, he was born in Huai Prefecture, grew up in Huai Prefecture, and served in Huai Prefecture. He is a staunch Huai Prefecture person. Therefore, even though he and the candidates from Huai Prefecture are in a competitive relationship, they still regard Zhou Chen as one of their own on a larger scale. Thank you for your advice, my brother. I am a long-range archer, not a close combat warrior, and I have the protection of the soldiers in the camp, so there should be no mistakes. The 2 candidates saw that Zhou Chen had made up his mind and no longer persuaded him. After exchanging polite gestures, they returned to their barracks. After Zhou Chen left, the 2 gathered again. Gu brother, why not take the opportunity to practice martial arts? What use is practice? I am already proficient. It is Joe Sima who is somewhat impulsive, engaging in a sudden battle that requires mental effort. In the end, it is not worth the loss. Indeed, Joe Sima is most likely from a humble background, with no inherited secret realm at home, and must seize the opportunity to experience the secret realm. That makes it even more remarkable. A person from a humble background can gain the court's recognition for the spiritual trial. They are either extraordinarily lucky or a brave hero. Moreover, he is a long-range archer. He must be a skilled marksman, hitting every target. While the 2 candidates analyzed Zhou Chen's situation, Zhou Chen had also arrived at the southern city's secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was in a spacious warehouse, where a blue-purple vortex spun continuously. Instance, Two-tailed Fox Kingdom, recommended challenge level, 10, recommended number of challengers, 10 to 20. The southern city's secret realm is easier to attack, but it also requires a warrior to lead. The northern city's secret realm has a higher injury rate, and the governor has only opened the southern city's secret realm for you. The demon leader in this secret realm is a two-tailed fox, and it needs to be killed twice to defeat it, so be careful. Although Lu Kanjun believed that with Zhou Chen's archery skills, attacking the Fox Kingdom's secret realm would not be a problem, he still routinely provided some information to prevent the new generation of candidates from Huai Prefecture from getting hurt in their own military camp's secret realm. Zhou Chen was very grateful, thanked him with a bow, and then joined the strategy team. The team leader, a robust bald man, had a scar on his head indicating his background. "Young man, let's make it clear first. I know it's not easy for you to obtain a spiritual trial quota, but what we are doing is also a matter of killing and fighting. If you do not perform well later and endanger the lives of the soldiers, you will have to obey orders and withdraw. Otherwise, regardless of whether you are a trusted aide of Jiang Ren or a descendant of a prominent family, you will face severe military punishment." The reputation of Jing'an's Captain Jiang Ren was somewhat ineffective upon reaching the Huai Prefecture camp. This martial monk captain was clearly dissatisfied with the temporary reassignment but had no choice but to accept it due to the orders of the Huai Prefecture governor. Rest assured, the Jing'an soldiers also know military law and will not act like children throwing tantrums. "Good, if you can keep up with our pace once we enter the formation, I will take you along for the next few days." Gaining recognition meant being able to fight side by side. Without it, one would naturally be dismissed. Zhou Chen said little, he had no reputation and could only prove his abilities through actual combat. "Huai Prefecture's elite soldiers, follow me into the formation." With a command from the martial monk captain, the heavily armored soldiers wielding tower shields were the first to enter the secret realm, followed by the archer squad. The Huai Prefecture camp was indeed a provincial military base, and the arrows provided to the archer squad were all bloodthirsty arrows. The armor of those soldiers looked extraordinary, not only exquisitely crafted but also with a large defensive area, even protecting the face with only 2 holes left for observation. As soon as Zhou Chen entered the Fox Kingdom's secret realm, he understood why the Huai Prefecture soldiers placed such importance on defense. Because on the low wall, less than 3 meters high, stood numerous fox archers about 1.5 meters tall. Level 10 Fox Kingdom Thrower, Level 10 Fox Kingdom Archer, Level 12 Fox Kingdom Vanguard. Zhou Chen roughly estimated that there were about 100 fox soldiers on the low wall. Moreover, these fox soldiers were mostly ranged attackers. Even as the Huai Prefecture soldiers continuously advanced, they remained steady and unmoving. It was only when the Huai Prefecture soldiers entered their shooting range that they began to attack. Raise shields, archers counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of flying arrows instantly filled the battlefield. Each archer took cover behind 2 tower shields, engaging in a war of attrition in the most rudimentary way. Among them, Zhou Chen's performance was particularly outstanding, garnering the martial monk captain's repeated attention. Yet, despite this, the Huai Prefecture soldiers were still excessively suppressed, struggling under the rain of arrows. After about 5 minutes of standoff, the martial monk captain ordered the soldiers to withdraw in an orderly manner, replacing them with another batch of armored soldiers. Zhou Chen noticed that the injury rate among the Huai Prefecture soldiers was somewhat high. Each rotation almost resulted in a few casualties. After 10 rotations like this, the archers finally cleared the fox archers from the city wall. Even so, they claimed that today's progress was smooth. Usually, they needed to rotate 12 or 13 teams to finish. With the suppression of the ranged fox archers gone, the fox throwers on the city wall were quickly cleared out. Just when Zhou Chen thought they would break the gate and attack the city, the martial monk captain suddenly acted unethically. "Bring in the engineers, Zhou Sima, you should go back and come again tomorrow." "Captain, what are you planning to do?" "Dig trenches and set fire, otherwise, relying solely on the soldiers to advance will incur too many losses." The buildings within the low city wall were mostly wooden structures and very crowded, making them quite suitable for burning. When Zhou Chen arrived the next day, he found that 2 trenches had been dug beneath the low city wall, and flammable materials had been laid inside. The soldiers responsible for setting the fire wrapped their mouths and noses with wet cloths and took turns throwing burning materials into the city. Once the city caught fire, they ignited the flammable materials in the trenches. As the fire spread, fox soldiers were occasionally lured out of the city, slowed down after falling into the first trench, and then fell into the second trench, where they were stabbed to death by armored soldiers wielding long spears. Under such unscrupulous attacks, even the ranged fox archers could not exert their advantages. Because the distance of the first trench was just right to fall within their shooting range, once they fell into the trench, they began to launch imprecise throws in the fire. The sound of drums echoed continuously. The flame intensity in the 2 trenches was amplified by the gathering drums used by the Jing'an army. The furry fox archers that fell into the trench became new sources of fire, their health bars continuously dropping. As the flames gradually rose and more soldiers from the Fox Kingdom fell, the boss in the city finally took the initiative to appear. The level 15 two-tailed fox head, a boss with a fox head and human body, swung its 2 massive tails as it made its entrance, the long tails ignited by fire resembling two fiery whips. Melee warriors, prepare to engage. Once the demon leader transforms, prioritize controlling its limbs and tails. The humanoid form of the level 15 two-tailed fox head was not difficult to deal with. The warriors entering the secret realm had rich combat experience and quickly controlled the two long tails of the two-tailed demon fox, significantly reducing its agility. From a distance, the two-tailed demon fox was entangled by defensive warriors in front, while four strong warriors dragged its tails in two different directions from behind. This turned the two-tailed demon fox into a kite that could not float. Every jump or lateral advance was affected by the control of its two long tails. The mindless boss would not sever its own tails, and the wise warriors would certainly not cut the control lines in their hands. Thus, the brilliantly appearing two-tailed demon fox soon fell into crisis. The archer team seized the opportunity to deal damage, and Zhou Chen also found the right angle, embedding his 3-star linked arrows into the crook of the two-tailed demon fox's arm, causing it to lose some of its attacking power. Subsequently, he focused on important areas such as the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, arms, and knees, continuously suppressing the two-tailed demon fox's health bar and inflicting crippling effects. Tail binding team, be alert, the demon fox has been heavily injured and will soon transform. The monk lieutenant could not see the health bar and could only estimate the demon leader's state based on experience. However, his estimation was quite accurate. About 3 minutes after he spoke, the two-tailed demon fox's health bar was completely emptied. In the next moment, one long tail fell off, and the other long tail grew larger, as the two-tailed demon fox, lying on the ground, emitted a large amount of red-gray mist. Howl! A sharp beastly roar was urgent and loud, as a fox the size of a water buffalo suddenly charged out from the demon mist. Its eyes turned completely black, and its silver fur was adorned with black patterns, while pink foxfire erupted from its mouth. Ding, ding! A melodious bell rang out at the same time, as a copper bell made of spiritual energy enveloped the beastly demon fox tightly. This confined the erupting foxfire to a very limited space, burning away a portion of the beastly demon fox's health bar. Then, with a loud bang, a violent explosion took away another segment of the beastly demon fox's health bar. At that moment, the importance of intelligence was highlighted. The troops sent from Huizhou were not ordinary warriors, but customized warriors capable of pinpoint explosive attacks on the beastly demon fox. All generals, attack quickly. After 100 breaths, the demon fox will spew out foxfire again. We must control its mouth and nose before that. The boss's skills had cooldown times and could not be used continuously, providing the warrior team with ample reaction time. Two warriors, holding an iron chain with a cage-like mouth in the middle, quickly rushed to the sides, and with the help of the entangled warriors, found an opportunity to cover the beastly demon fox's large mouth. Next, the iron chain continued to wrap around, further compressing the struggling space of the beastly demon fox. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chen knew that the beastly demon fox would not stir up any trouble. The control flow tactics developed by the Huizhou warriors were enough to wear it down to death. As a series of sharp arrows accurately hit, the continuously struggling beastly demon fox's health bar was soon emptied. Ding! Killed level 15 two-tailed fox head. Experience plus 450. Stop, don't shoot anymore. Try to preserve the fox corpse. Its blood, flesh, bones, and skin are all valuable. After the two-tailed demon fox died, the other minor monsters could not pose a threat, being drawn out and killed in waves under the spreading flames. During this process, Zhou Chen took the opportunity to collect the blue orbs dropped by the two-tailed demon fox. Ding! Obtained skilled Desperate Resurrection *1, Spirit Fox Pill *5, Twin Blade Foxtail Pen *1, Skill, Desperate Resurrection. Description: the fox has 4 precious types: Pure Fox, Chaste Fox, Tushan, and Su. The Pure Fox has many tails. At night, when it strikes, the tails emit fire, becoming a monster. It must coil its many tails to worship the Big Dipper. If the many tails do not fall, then life will be reborn. Effect: after use, gain the passive skills Desperate Life and Rebirth. Rebirth: upon death, consume any one attribute point of vitality, spirit, or energy to immediately revive and restore health and mana. Desperate Life: after rebirth, clear all negative states and gain the Desperate Life state, significantly enhancing attack and defense for a duration of 2 hours and 45 minutes. So it's a resurrection skill. I didn't expect the dungeon boss to drop such a skill. Resurrection skills are not uncommon in games. It's normal to be revived by a healer after falling in a dungeon or using a resurrection item. But this is a more realistic world, and a resurrection skill can change many things. Not to mention, this resurrection skill also comes with the Desperate Life state for a duration. 1 hour is 2 hours, and a quarter is 15 minutes, so 2 hours and 45 minutes is quite a long time. Such a long duration of the Desperate Life bonus is sufficient for counterattacks or escapes. The only drawback is that the skilled Desperate Rebirth consumes not health or mana, but the most precious basic attribute points. Zhou Chen's current attributes are Vitality, 4, Spirit, 4, Energy, 3, making it impossible to wastefully consume them. This can be considered a way to make up for my shortcomings. The two most important aspects for players are experience for leveling up and the ability to resurrect and try again. Now I also have the ability to resurrect, even if the number of times is limited. As long as I stack up my basic attributes, the limited number can continuously increase. Just as Zhou Chen was calming his excited heart, the monk lieutenant suddenly walked over to him. Zhou Sima, your archery is quite good, but that bow is somewhat unsuitable for attacking demon leaders. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the tiger-breaking bow, primarily for stealth. That's right, this bow was given to me by the Jing'an lieutenant when dealing with the ghost problem in the county. The tiger-breaking bow is usable, but its application range is limited. If you want to enter the capital for the new Yuanling test, you can't rely on just one bow and one arrow. When the governor summons you, you can ask him to lend you a precious bow, preferably one of wind and fire attributes, to wish you success in the test. Thank you, Lieutenant, for the advice. I will have to shamelessly ask the governor for a good bow. The monk lieutenant's words opened a new line of thought for Zhou Chen. It doesn't matter if he can't obtain suitable equipment, he is part of an organization and can apply to borrow from his superiors. No need for formalities. I see you have the potential to be nurtured, so I offer my guidance. You are a soldier from Huai Prefecture, and the governor oversees Huai Prefecture. As long as you speak up and have a reasonable justification, the governor won't be stingy with a precious bow. If you can pass the new Yuanling test, not only will he lend you a precious bow, but he might also gift you several valuable items. Zhou Chen nodded unconsciously. He learned another trick. After passing the Yuanling test, don't rush to listen to the court's appointment. Make sure to visit the camp and pay respects to former superiors. If they are pleased, they might just give out several valuable items or powerful martial arts manuals. This way, he not only gains tangible benefits but also solidifies his connections, even earning a good reputation for not forgetting old friends. Lieutenant, hearing you say this, it seems the capital's spiritual test doesn't prohibit bringing weapons. Wouldn't that be a bit unfair? What unfairness? Since the establishment of our great way, it has always been this way. One must know that family blessings are also part of strength. The court recruits not only those with exceptional talent but also those with deep backgrounds. Both can achieve results, and as long as results are achieved, there is no difference to the court. I see, it seems the court's spiritual test is not friendly to someone like me without family support. You can forget about that. With the support of the Huai Prefecture camp, you at least have the treatment of a normal noble family. Those without any background or from poor families are the ones truly struggling. The monk lieutenant was right, Zhou Chen had plenty of resources to utilize. Although he couldn't compare to the direct descendants of noble families, catching up to the offspring of normal families was still possible. The only difference between him and the offspring of noble families was the nature of their connections. The nobility relied on bloodlines, while he relied on his position. He was born in the Jing'an military camp and was nominally a subordinate of the governor of Huaizhou. Although there was a Jing'an lieutenant named Zhang Ren in between, with this title, the governor of Huaizhou was still willing to support his subordinates. For the governor, promoting his own subordinates was always more beneficial than helping the so-called children of noble families. By supporting his subordinates, he not only increased his prestige but also allowed more junior officers to see that he cared for and was willing to help them, thereby enhancing the cohesion among the officers in the camp. Therefore, Zhou Chen's application for military supplies was smoothly approved by him. Lieutenant Liu, this kid is quite interesting. He knows to ask for what he needs, and I like subordinates like this. What the governor says is true. Daring to speak up means treating the camp as home and the governor as a senior. That's good. I'm just afraid of those who don't speak up but complain behind our backs about the camp not providing supplies. They misunderstand the relationship between superiors and subordinates and are the kind of people who breed resentment. Lieutenant Liu articulated the rules of the Huaizhou camp. If you want something, as long as it is reasonable and compliant, you must apply to the governor. The applicant seeks tangible benefits, while the governor seeks opportunities to bestow favors. In this way, the relationship of gratitude and obligation becomes clear. Even if the investment yields no results, he can still gain a grateful subordinate. If supplies were distributed fairly, everyone would feel briefly grateful, but after a while, they would think that what they received was what they deserved. Thus, it is inevitable that the kindness shown would go unrecognized, and the obligations would turn into resentment, leading to losses for both sides. Jing'an Zhou Chen, I remember him. He was the one who sent me the medicine pot and pestle from the Moon Palace. Well, since he is a sensible family member, let's give him a chance to choose. Lieutenant Lu, take him to the military supply office's Bao treasury and let him pick a good Bao. Tell him that if he passes the spirit test and becomes a warrior, I will personally attend his promotion banquet. Understood. When Zhou Chen received the news, he was still somewhat incredulous. Not only had he not been casually dismissed after borrowing a Bao, but he had also received better treatment. Lieutenant Lu, can I really choose freely? Of course, since the governor has granted you this favor, he won't dismiss you lightly. If he says you can borrow a precious Bao, he will naturally provide you with the most suitable one. But don't go overboard, don't choose the best, choose the most practical, lest you end up with a Bao that's too heavy to draw. Rest assured, Lieutenant, I've been through many bloody battles and understand the principle of practicality. As Zhou Chen entered the Bao treasury, he found hundreds of various precious bows displayed, most of which shimmered with spiritual light. However, some had abundant spiritual light, while others had it hidden, flickering in and out of visibility. The sheer number of precious bows dazzled him. If he could choose more than one, he would have wanted to take one of each. This one will do, this Bao is agile and explosive, just right to enhance my lethality. The flowing fire Bao? Indeed, it's quite good. Your arrows are very accurate, and you don't need a wind-attributed Bao to guide your aim. Using a fire-attributed Bao to enhance lethality is truly an excellent choice. Zhou Chen was very satisfied with his new Bao, and Lieutenant Lu was equally pleased to have successfully completed the governor's task. Before leaving, he told Zhou Yuan not to worry about the armor issue. Since Zhou Chen had submitted a military supplies application, the governor would grant some practical equipment at his discretion. The outcomes of borrowing and gifting were similar, but the meanings were entirely different. Zhou Chen borrowed a Bao from the governor of Huaizhou, who indicated that after consideration, he would still add some gifts. This truly confirmed what the martial monk lieutenant had said. As long as he treated the Huaizhou camp as home, the camp would not let him enter the capital with a broken Bao and wearing shabby armor. Weapon, flowing fire description. Heart's residence sinks in the west, flowing fire vermilion bird. In mid-July, there are those who flow westward. It is the star of fire, knowing that it will bring cold. Effect, adds Heart's residence state to the holder, adds vermilion bird state to arrows. Heart's residence, also known as Ming Tang, belongs to wood and fire, can guide and ignite one's own spiritual energy, causing burning damage to the target. Red Sparrow, red represents the color of fire, and sparrow signifies spiritual urgency. It can enhance the speed of fire attribute arrows and cause explosive damage to the target. The flowing fire Bao is a 5-stone Bao with stacked attribute states, its lethality far surpassing that of the hidden tiger Bao. With this weapon, Zhou Chen can become a fire arrow shooter and a high damage shooter with explosive arrows. Since the flowing fire Bao was issued by the camp, Zhou Chen couldn't hide it in his item inventory. Therefore, when he returned to the barracks with the Bao, he was inevitably seen by the other 3 spiritual trial candidates. Zhou Sima, where did you get this precious Bao? The 3 candidates were very surprised. They had thought Zhou Chen was a cold door youth. They didn't expect that after just one venture into a secret realm, he could bring back a precious Bao glowing with dark red spiritual light. Such treatment of directed military equipment upgrades must not be the privilege of a noble family. It shouldn't be. Our Huai prefecture has no Zhou family nobility. The most famous Ningkan Zhou family is just an ordinary gentry. Could it be that Zhou Sima is on good terms with the governor and received the Huai prefecture governor's favor? I didn't expect the Huai prefecture camp to be so unfair, only taking care of that Zhou person while ignoring us 3 spiritual trial candidates. The originally cheerful atmosphere was abruptly killed by a young man with a dark face. The 2 gentry youths were somewhat speechless. They were not Huai prefecture officials, so why should the camp upgrade their military equipment? Besides, if you have difficulties, just bring them up. Must you act aloof and wait for the Huai prefecture governor to personally come and inquire about your well-being? Seeing that the dark-faced youth was about to say something else, the 2 gentry youths quickly found excuses to leave, no longer daring to engage with this resentful young man. Strangely, although the 2 of them headed in different directions, they both circled back and then went to Zhou Chen's barracks one after the other. Zhou Sima, it's great to see you well and uninjured. We came to tell you some bad news. Before we even reached the capital, we have already lost some combat power. In the left 3rd barracks, that descendant of the Yilanchen family has grievances and is unlikely to be a help. He might even plot against his fellow townsmen. Zhou Chen initially thought the 2 gentry youths were establishing enemies and preparing a team, so he didn't express his thoughts directly. After they explained the situation, he finally spoke up. It can't be. Do noble families choose successors so casually? We haven't even reached the capital yet, and he's already made enemies with the Huai prefecture soldiers. Doesn't he fear he won't be able to leave the Huai prefecture camp? Zhou Sima, that person is the 2nd son in his family. His elder brother has obtained the family's spiritual artifact and achieved martial arts. He has watched this since childhood and has accumulated a lot of resentment. There are all kinds of rice that nourish all kinds of people. Let's see, if he truly is a tyrant, he can still be our scout. On September 12th, the 13th year of the Great Wei Hongya, Zhou Chen received a summons from the Huai Prefecture governor. Accompanying him were 3 military officials from Huai Prefecture counties and 1 local military official from the Huai Prefecture camp. The 5 of them were brought into the governor's office by Lu, the military officer, where they met the Huai Prefecture governor, who was in his mid-50s. As a state governor of the Great Wei, the Huai Prefecture governor undoubtedly held a high position and great power, but he appeared even more amiable than the Jing'an captain Jiang Run. Perhaps due to his older age, he could treat his subordinates with the demeanor of an elder. Therefore, he chose not to summon Zhou Chen and the others in the serious atmosphere of the political hall, but instead set up a banquet in the small courtyard of his residence to share experiences with the military's spiritual trial candidates. During the banquet, everyone felt both honored and quite restrained, fearing that they might say something wrong and displease the Huai Prefecture governor. Come, don't be so formal, let's drink this cup together. The moment I see you all, I am reminded of my own spiritual trial experiences back in the day. Those were truly wonderful years, full of passion. As for the situation of the 3 spiritual trials, I believe your superiors have already told you, so I won't elaborate further. I will only say one thing: do not act impulsively. Preserving your useful selves is more important than anything else. If you can be selected, I will rejoice with you. If not, return quickly to the Huai Prefecture camp. We won't let outsiders mock us, nor will we allow those from our hometown to sneer in secret. There are many positions in the camp, and with me here, there will surely be a place for all of you. As these words were spoken, the anxious hearts of several candidates for the spiritual examination were instantly calmed. Indeed, going to the capital for the examination was not a matter of life and death. At worst, they could return to Huai Prefecture and prepare for the 4-yearly spiritual examination. The words of the Huai Prefecture governor were sincere. Those who could participate in the new Yuan spiritual examination were all distinguished warriors with remarkable achievements. Even if they could not become martial artists, they were still excellent military officers needed in the camp. Furthermore, I don't care about the situation of the candidates from other provinces, nor do I care about the temperament of those aristocratic families. I only ask that you remember the brotherhood and the military laws. If anyone dares to harm their own brothers in the capital, I will not let them off lightly. Rest assured, Governor, the 5 of us will work together and uphold the martial prestige of Huai Prefecture. Zhou Chen and his companions understood that the governor was speaking about principles, and they all stood up to bow in acknowledgement. After all, entering another province was like marching. If there were private fights at that time, it would not only damage the governor's reputation but also jeopardize the candidate's examination status. Good, you are all fine sons of Huai Prefecture. Since I want you to take care of yourselves, I won't just talk without helping. I have prepared various precious armors for you. Remember to collect them from the storeroom when you leave. We thank the governor for his great kindness. This time we enter the capital, we will surely showcase the military might of Huai Prefecture. After the governor finished speaking, he excused himself to handle official business and left the banquet, giving the 5 candidates space to get to know each other. Once he left, the atmosphere at the table became much more lively, shifting from serious to boasting among one another. Ultimately, the local officer Lu, with his superior skills and eloquence, became the honorary leader of the officer team. For Zhou Chen, interacting with these people was much easier than with those aristocratic youths. At least they came from the same military system, and there was a true big shot above them maintaining the rules, making them far more trustworthy than those from different backgrounds. After the banquet dispersed, they all went to the governor's storeroom to collect their armors. Given that each person's fighting style was different, the storeroom officials provided different armors. Zhou Chen received a set of lightweight armor that was convenient for movement. Armor, Wind Jade description, bearing the connection of the clouds, the grand discourse of Wind Jade flows. When the world moves in harmony, thunder emerges as jade. When the sage achieves success, the wind moves with rhythm effect. After equipping, the user gains the wind movement and gold and jade states. Wind movement slightly increases movement speed, reduces self-weight feedback, facilitating passage through obstacles. Golden Jade consumes spiritual energy to enhance defense, reducing shock damage. The defense of Wind Jade armor was already better than ordinary iron armor, and it could consume spiritual energy to increase defense, plus it enhanced movement speed, making it truly an excellent choice for archers. One must say, having an organization is beneficial. With a wave of the Huai Prefecture governor's hand, 5 pieces of precious armor were provided, truly both rich and generous. Since normal people did not have Zhou Chen's gaming vision, they could not intuitively understand the effects of the precious armor. Therefore, they all donned the armors to experience them practically. Zhou Chen did not want to stand out, so he also put on the wind jade armor. As soon as he donned it, he felt as if there was a wind propelling him from behind, making it very easy to run and leap. Good armor, fire borrows the wind's momentum, and the wind aids the fire to burn. The fire bow and wind armor are indeed a perfect match. When Zhou Chen and his companions returned to the barracks wearing the precious armor, several aristocratic youths were so shocked that their eyes nearly fell to the ground. My father and brothers often say that the Great Wei values martial prowess and that there is wealth in the military. I originally did not understand its meaning, thinking only that generals were strong and wealthy, and soldiers obeyed orders and worked hard. I did not expect that today. Sima Zhou taught me the truth, making me realize the wealth of the governor's camp and the duty of the military officers. No wonder the elders at home want to send their collateral relatives into the military. It turns out that the strong in the camp can truly gain opportunities and treatment akin to those of aristocratic families. The several aristocratic youths initially thought they had some advantages, at least in terms of military equipment, believing they were better off than the military officers. But the Huai Prefecture camp proved through action who truly held the military power. With a slight exertion, they filled the gaps in the military officials, and coupled with the military officials' experience in bloody battles and their proficiency in cooperation, the young scions not only lost their advantage but also exposed their weaknesses. Brother Gu, do you think we could request the governor of Huaizhou to adjust or change our weapons and armor? Most likely not. It's not that the governor of Huaizhou is stingy, but rather that we lack standing and might not even get an audience with him. After all, he is a high-ranking official, the lord of a province. It's not something we can just request. The young scions felt no injustice beyond envy. Only Chen Xian, the second son of the Chen family from Yiyang, felt aggrieved, sensing he was being neglected. If it weren't for the requirement of having a provincial governor accompany them to the capital for the examination to prove their identity, he would have wanted to leave early. He looked at those military candidates who were joyfully receiving their precious armor and silently vowed, if one day I guard a place, I will surely act fairly and without favoritism. Regardless of the feelings of the candidates from Huaizhou, their final struggle lay in the capital. Thus, even if some felt unwilling, they dared not truly clash with the camp or challenge the military might of Huaizhou. After 5 more days, the candidates from various counties finally gathered, and the governor of Huaizhou held a farewell banquet, urging the candidates to set off quickly. Gentlemen, the mountains are high and the roads are long. It will take 20 swift horses and half a month by boat to reach the capital. The journey is arduous, and there can be no rest. If all goes well, you will arrive in the capital by late October. By then, there will still be 2 months until the new Yuan spiritual examination, enough time for you to acclimate and adjust. We obey. We will surely raise the prestige of Huaizhou in the capital. The candidates from Huaizhou were all present, including 5 military officials and 4 young scions, with not a single commoner among them. The Great Wei was ultimately a court of aristocrats, and ordinary people had no good paths other than joining the military. In fact, individuals like Zhou Chen, who soared rapidly, were extremely rare. Normally, military officials would follow the path of accumulating merit, while only the scions of noble families would take the route of receiving treasures and grants. In simple terms, military officials rose through merit, while noble scions bought their way. Therefore, whether commoners or the younger branches of noble families became military officials, there was a significant gap between them and the typical noble scions. They were inherently not of the same kind and could not come together. Thus, as the team headed to the capital left the Huaizhou camp, it subtly split into 2 factions. One faction gathered around the representative of the loyal marshal lieutenant, while the other followed the chief clerk of the provincial government. However, the young scions were quite alert to the crisis. During breaks on the road, they often sought to connect with the more approachable military officials. This was because the military officials from Huaizhou entering the capital were merely transitioning from local military camps to the capital's main camp. Although they no longer had direct superior officers to rely on, they still had the court's military positions as support, allowing them to naturally integrate into the capital's camp. But the local noble scions were different. Once they entered the capital, they could only rely on their hometown friends, and that layer of noble identity became less useful in the capital. Zhou Chen had just dealt with the young scions from the Ningkanggu family and the Qianli family when he heard Lieutenant Lu from Huaizhou inquiring about strategies for the spiritual examination. Lieutenant Yang, we only have 9 candidates from Huaizhou, and I doubt other provinces will have many either. Thus, the 13 provinces of our Great Wei combined will have only a little over 100 candidates. Does this indicate that the new Yuan spiritual examination is of lower difficulty? You're not wrong, but you've underestimated the number of people, namely the court's noble officials. They consistently follow the path of the New Yuan spiritual examination, and with their extensive connections and numerous treasures, they are indeed formidable opponents. Do not think it unfair. The end of accumulating merit in the military is to become a noble official who shares the same fate as the country. If we military officials are fortunate enough to become new nobles of the court, we will also resolutely uphold the system of noble inheritance. The loyal Marshal Lieutenant was right, the nobility and military officials were inextricably linked, with the difference in status arising from different merits. This clarified the competitive level of the New Yuan spiritual examination. Although the number of candidates would be fewer than in the previous public examination, the opponents still had their own means. I see, I hope those noble sons are a bit more precious, otherwise, we really have no advantage. Don't worry, the trials are difficult to say and easy to say. You are all talented warriors from the Huai Prefecture camp, and under normal circumstances, your chances of winning are very high. As the group walked and chatted, the fast horses galloped without daring to delay, and only after arriving at the Tsuhua ferry did they finally relax their tense nerves. Since they were traveling on the Huai Prefecture Navy's ships, their journey went very smoothly. Even the intelligent demons hidden in the water did not dare to cause trouble for these ships. After a full month of traveling back and forth, they finally reached the outskirts of the capital. At this point, the people from Huai Prefecture had to part ways. The sons of the aristocratic families would head to the capital to await the trials under the guidance of the long history of Huai Prefecture. The Huai Prefecture officials would report back to the Yawo camp and the capital's 8 camps under the leadership of the loyal martial officer. The 8 camps of the capital were divided into 4 martial and 4 majestic, namely the Fin, Yao, Lian, and Xian martial camps, and the Li, Xin, Yang, and Jin majestic camps. They were all located in the outskirts of the capital and were directly under the command of the Great Wei Court, ready to mobilize at any time. In comparison, the 4 armies within the capital, the Northern Army, Southern Army, Tiger Ben, and Yulin, were the true Imperial Guards. Brother Zhou, you should return to the main camp to rest first. We will go to the capital to scout the way. Once you report back and are released, I will definitely take all the brothers to have some fun for a few days. Gu Chong from the Gu family of Ningkong was quite capable and had already integrated the other 3 sons of Huai Prefecture along the way. Even the resentful Chen Xian from Yilin had been won over by him, likely to be used as a thorn in his side. Please go ahead, fellow townsmen. We will reunite in the capital after some time. The military regulations of the Great Wei were strict, and officials like Zhou Chen, who came to participate in the trials, could not directly enter the capital without passing through the capital's camps. Therefore, they had to stay in the Yawo camp for a few days to see the demeanor of the soldiers there. Once they entered the Yawo camp, Zhou Chen realized how rich the martial virtue of the Great Wei Court was. When a group of well-equipped, imposing soldiers appeared to escort a middle-aged officer, Zhou Chen was deeply puzzled by the upper echelon configuration of the Great Wei. Loyal Martial Officer Yang Fu of Huai Prefecture greets Military Officer Lu. These 5 are all officials from Huai Prefecture, their identities verified and confirmed. This is a personal letter from the governor of Huai Prefecture. Please take a look, military officer. After the 35-level Yawu sharp soldier carefully examined the letter, he signaled the armored soldiers to open the city gate and let the Huai Prefecture soldiers in. Fortunately, most of the soldiers in the Yawu camp were regular troops, otherwise, Zhou Chen would have thought this camp was a high-level dungeon. Zhou Chen was not the only one curious about the Yawu camp. The other 4 Huai Prefecture officials also looked around as soon as they entered the military city. The military officer Lu, marked with the 35-level Yawu sharp soldier insignia, was already accustomed to such behavior and did not say anything about the military camp being a restricted area. Huai Prefecture lads, rest for the night. Tomorrow we will select spirits together with the soldiers from Shuo Prefecture. Understood. After leading the Huai Prefecture soldiers into a large courtyard, military officer Lu left on his own, maintaining his authority and decorum throughout. Once he left, the Huai Prefecture soldiers felt much more at ease. It wasn't that they were timid, but the soldiers' aura was filled with a chilling atmosphere that made them quite uncomfortable. Isn't it said that the capital's camp is wealthy? I didn't expect the soldiers here to be not only disciplined but also exceptionally fierce. You said it yourself, they are from the capital's camp. If they can't keep the local forces in check, wouldn't chaos ensue? Officer Yang, what does selecting spirits mean? Do we officials have to pass the internal trials before we can participate in the New Yuan spirit trials held by the court? After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen also understood why there were humanoid monsters in the capital's camp. Since dungeon monsters could gain intelligence and take on human forms, the Great Wei had no reason to refuse their loyalty. It could be said that if the Great Wei could conquer the world, those humanoid monsters had also contributed greatly. After all, during times of chaos and dynastic change, What was most lacking was brutal slaughter. What are you talking about? You are the true direct line of the court. Even if there are internal trials, they should test those from noble families. How could they randomly select you? The selection of spiritual items is a benefit within the camp. The Yawu camp will provide over 20 types of energy-replenishing spiritual items for you to try. You must carefully discern and choose the ones most suitable for you to quickly replenish your energy during the trials. By the way, Zhou Chen, you are an archer, different from the others. The camp will also prepare 2 jars of arrows for you. Captain Yang's words greatly encouraged the officials from Huaizhou. No wonder the Huaizhou camp hadn't mentioned the energy-replenishing items. It turns out the capital camp not only provides them but also allows for the selection of the most appropriate ones. This is truly both grand and heartwarming for the local officials. The martial spirit of the Great Way is evident everywhere. I didn't expect even the capital camp to deliberately unite the hearts of the generals. At night, the vast Yawu camp in the capital was very quiet, with no sounds other than the footsteps of patrolling soldiers. Zhou Chen lay in the barracks, constantly pondering the issue of humanoid monsters in the Yawu camp. Perhaps recruiting humanoid monsters isn't as dangerous as imagined. After gaining intelligence, they have their own pursuits and lives. They shouldn't be defined as loyal subordinates of a boss. Loyalty exists when they lack intelligence, but if they become stubborn and inflexible after gaining intelligence, that would be a waste of wisdom. Moreover, as long as we don't grant intelligence to their boss and control the dungeons they come from, there are ways to manipulate them. It seems the court doesn't view them as tools but rather grants them status and benefits, integrating them into the military merit system. In such a world filled with powerful demons and monsters, humanity's ability to grow and thrive may rely on its cultural acceptance and assimilation. It remains uncertain whether, in the end, the ruling structure at the top will be human or those humanoid monsters who have experienced the turmoil of dynasties. The complex court essentially boils down to this: don't treat them as beasts, they too enjoy pleasures and beautiful things after gaining intelligence. With desires come pursuits, leading to ambitions like becoming emperors, generals, having beautiful wives and concubines, seeking immortality, and living freely. With these goals, they are essentially similar to humans, having accepted human culture and integrated into human civilization. Zhou Chen suddenly thought of that county official, the painted skin monster Luo Ying. After his death, many of his fellow scholars secretly mourned him, saying he was a learned scholar who, had it not been for his background, might have inherited the teachings of the Jing'an Academy. Since even a painted skin monster could study Confucian classics, other humanoid monsters could certainly be taught the ideals of loyalty to the state. It truly doesn't matter if we can't defeat them, we can absorb them, let them accept human culture, and voluntarily maintain the nation formed by this culture. I am just a minor Sima of the Jing'an army, too far from the Great Way court. I suppose I should just observe and proceed. The next morning, Zhou Chen met with the officials from Shuozhou. There were 4 of them, all appearing to be in their 30s. But Huaizhou soldiers, I am Tian Heng from Shuozhou. I didn't expect our soldiers from the 2 northeastern towns to gather in the Yawu camp. We should take this opportunity to get to know each other better, so we can look out for one another during the spiritual trials. Huaizhou's loyal and martial Captain Yang did not refuse the goodwill of the Shuozhou soldiers, inviting Zhou Chen and his group to share breakfast and build camaraderie. By the time the officer marked with the title of Level 35 Yawu Sharp Soldier summoned them, the soldiers from Huaizhou and Shuozhou had exchanged names and gotten to know each other. 5 from Huaizhou and 4 from Shuozhou for the trials. Are we all here? Reporting, all are present. Good. Bring the court's official document. I will stamp it and lift the restrictions for you. When Zhou Chen received the document approved by Officer Lu, he saw that it bore the Yawu military seal and the stamp of Officer Lu. The Vermilion military order stated that the Sima of Jing'an, Zhou Chen, was to enter the capital for the new Yuan spiritual trials, having verified his identity and permitted to stay in the capital for 100 days. The final endorsement was dated the 16th of October in the 13th year of the Great Way's grand enterprise. Goodness, there's actually a time limit for the officials from the outer towns entering the capital. Indeed, the children of noble families have their advantages. At least they can come and go freely in the capital. Now we will begin selecting spirit items. The camp has prepared 23 types of spirit items for you, all quick replenishing items from various states. Each of you will receive a set to carefully choose in the quiet room. Regardless of their value, the expenses during the spirit trial will be borne by the camp. Zhou Chen and the other officials nodded in agreement and received their items. What was handed to him was an exquisite wooden box containing 23 small porcelain bottles, each the size of a finger. It was clear that these were for dispensing medicine, and the dosage for each should not be large. Even so, this was a rare privilege. Zhou Chen did not know how many spirit items the children of the Huai state had, but they could not compare to the outer town officials supported by the Yawu camp. He did not lack blue medicine and could remain calm, but the other officials could not. After they held the wooden box containing the medicine, their smiles did not fade. Subtly, several officials were also in awe. This is too extravagant. This time we must indulge in the luxury of spirit energy. With a full 23 types of blue medicine, Zhou Chen was dazzled and ultimately chose the purple dew as his spirit item. It was not that the purple dew was particularly effective, but it could remove one state of pain after use, making it cost-effective. Once all the participating officials had selected their preferred spirit items, Lieutenant Lu waved his hand and allocated 20 portions of the selected items to each person. Before the restrictions were lifted, he did not forget to remind them, there are many shops in the capital that accept spirit items. I don't care how many spirit items you bring, but the items provided by the camp can only be used for the spirit trial. If I find anyone using the camp's spirit items for other purposes, I will definitely reclaim the provided items, and you will bear the losses. We obey your orders. After the selection of spirit items, Lieutenant Lu personally escorted a team of knights along with the reserve spirit items and the officials from the two states into the capital. Only then did Zhou Chen and the others have the opportunity to enter the legendary capital of the Great Wei Kingdom, Fengjing. Fengjing, originally named Fengyan, is a city near Fengshui and Yanshan. Yanshan is called so because it acts like a natural dam, isolating the turbulent Chu River, forcing it to change course and leaving tributaries to nourish the Fengyan Basin. Without Yanshan, the Fengyan Basin would have become a large lake. With that mountain, it transformed into a rich area that is easy to defend and hard to attack, self-contained. As they approached Fengjing, various villages and towns gradually became unreasonably dense. Numerous residences stood like layers of low walls guarding the prosperous Fengjing. The city walls of Fengjing are very high, about 30 meters, appearing like a continuous range of hills from a distance. Once inside the city, Zhou Chen found that the vast majority of people in Fengjing were still normal humans, with a few humanoid monsters bearing identity tags living like normal humans. Moreover, the locals here were completely different from those in Jing'an City. Upon seeing the mounted military officials, they were not afraid and even dared to continue shouting to sell their goods. After passing through the bustling city gate market, the chaotic sounds gradually subsided. To Zhou Chen's surprise, on the way to the guild in the capital, there was a peculiar 6-story building. The third floor was completely open to the street, revealing a stunning mural. Instance, Neural Illusion, recommended challenge level 20, recommended number of challengers 10 to 20. Zhou Chen and several officials frequently gazed at the mural building, catching the attention of Lieutenant Lu, who smiled and said, "What's this? Do you want to go in and have a taste?" The mural Immortal Pavilion doesn't accept gold or silver, only various spirit items and secret realm treasures. Isn't that too greedy? Doesn't the court care? Of course they care, and they care very strictly. If you enter without paying spirit items, the court officials will definitely make you feel the weight of the law. This mural Immortal Pavilion is a state-owned enterprise, specifically for those who are not lacking in spirit items to enjoy themselves. Will there really be people spending spirit items for fun? The officials from Huai and Sha states could hardly imagine that someone would use spirit items and treasures for entertainment. It turned out that poverty limited their imagination. The business of the Huabi Xian Pavilion was not quiet. From time to time, elegantly dressed individuals entered, supported by their attendants. What can be done inside? Why is there such a high threshold, yet people are still willing to go? If one has an abundance of spiritual resources, wouldn't it be better to practice more? Why waste it on fleeting pleasures? The military officials from the two states of Huaishua were very curious, and Zhou Chen, who was unaware of the situation inside the Huabi illusion, shared the same doubts. Seeing this, Army Officer Lu finally smiled, raised his riding whip, and pointed towards Zhou Chen and the others. That's the point. Remember what you said today, do not be attached to external things. The Huabi Xian Pavilion is just one of the many pleasure houses in the capital, but it is different from ordinary pleasure houses. Inside, there are no common sights of music and beauty, yet it can reflect one's thoughts and desires, making people feel incredibly happy and carefree. When I took you out of the camp, General Yawu specifically instructed me to lead you past the Huabi Xian Pavilion. This is to let you know that there are many forms of entertainment in the capital, and you, the officials from the outer towns, should not entertain the thought of leisure and play, but always remember the 100-day deadline. After Lu finished speaking, he turned his horse and rode down another street, with the soldiers from the two states hastily following. Rest assured, Army Officer, we have no intention of playing. That's hard to say. After several refusals at a gathering of fellow townsmen, one might inadvertently catch a glimpse of beauty. Be more mindful. Moreover, whether I am at ease or not is not important, I am merely fulfilling the general's orders. Since you have entered the Yawu camp, you must obey the general's commands, otherwise, you are not part of my camp, and you will bear the consequences. Just as they had seen prosperity, they were met with seriousness. Lu's words completely dispelled the restless feelings of the soldiers from the two states. As a result, on the day they entered the capital's official residence, none of the soldiers from Huaishua ventured out to play. They all focused on calming their minds and quietly gathering their energy. Unlike these state officials who were under the pressure of higher-ranking military officers, the scions from various states had already gone wild in the capital. Huaizhou's loyal military officer Yang Fu was right. Even if there were internal tests, they should be testing those scions, not arbitrarily excluding the officials from various states. From the moment they entered the capital, the court's selection process had silently begun. The officials from various states were suppressed by unfamiliar military officers from the capital, unable to indulge even if they wanted to. Meanwhile, the scions from various states, free from the constraints of their family elders, gradually immersed themselves in the capital's splendor through social gatherings and banquets. During this time, there were indeed state officials who wanted to secretly meet their fellow townsmen, but the military officers from the capital were either eccentric or irritable. It was not only difficult to obtain visiting permits from them, but there were also clear curfews, effectively turning the officials from various states into model youths. Zhou Chen had intended to go to the Jing'an military officer's residence to deliver a letter and seek advice, but he was rebuffed by Lu's sarcastic remarks. Are you really going to the Jiang residence like that? Are you going to borrow light or seek help? After the spiritual test, you will see true feelings and false intentions. Why go now to meet that insincere sentiment? Army officer, please stop. I won't go. Once he left Lu's quarters, Zhou Chen realized that the increased printing and lifting of restrictions was merely a facade. Since the court had allowed them to enter the capital's 8 camps and then the city, there must be a way to manage them strictly. However, while the military officers from the capital were strict internally, they were not so towards the outside. If fellow townsmen wanted to enter the official residence to see old friends and relatives, they could come and go as they pleased, with food and lodging provided. In just a few days, Zhou Chen had seen many officials from other states entertaining their families in the reception hall. That scene was truly envied by the officials from various states, who lamented their lack of friends and relatives in the capital. Furthermore, since the officials from various states found it inconvenient to go out, they could only communicate internally, which gave rise to an undercurrent. This was to suppress the scions, allowing more of their own to become warriors and guard the localities. Zhou Chen vaguely sensed that this was the result the court wanted. They were deliberately consolidating a group to suppress those scions with escape routes. Indeed, although the Great Way is a court of both the government and the families, there is still a struggle between the two. Only the valiant soldiers with clean backgrounds are considered part of the court's inner circle. It is not easy for the scions of noble families to borrow the path of martial arts. As for why he did not completely dismiss the noble scions, Zhou Chen could also understand. After all, the noble scions were also from Wei, respecting the emperor of Dewei and obeying the court's orders. How could they be treated with a one-size-fits-all approach? Just when Zhou Chen thought he would be pressured by the military officials of the capital to prepare for battle, an unexpected guest suddenly came to visit. Brother Gu, you actually found this place. I assume it is not just to seek me for a drink. The visitor was Gu Chong, a fellow townsman from the Ningkong family, and also the leader of the 4 noble scions from Huaizhou. Indeed, I have come here to seek help from Sima Zhou. Help? That won't be easy. The military officer Lu from the Yaowu camp is keeping a close watch. If I dare to stir up trouble during the Ling trial, he would send troops to capture me and punish me. Sima Zhou has misunderstood. How could I dare to impose on you? I only wish to borrow some spirit items to replenish my energy, and I promise to return them double when I return to Huaizhou. Gu Chang's words surprised Zhou Chen greatly. It shouldn't be like this. Throughout their journey together, he had found Gu Chong to be a clever person. How could such a smart individual, having just arrived in the capital for a few days, be completely drained of essential spirit items? Why choose me? I am just a Jing'an Sima. How could I have surplus spirit items? Sima Zhou is joking. My elders at home advised me that if I encounter unexpected situations, I could seek help from fellow townsmen in the camp. My father once said that you would not lack spirit items during the Ling trial, and with the strict management of the officials, there would be no place to spend them. Since your father has told you quite a bit, I assume you have some preparations. How could you exhaust your own spirit items? Did you encounter thieves? Zhou Chen did not lack blue medicine, but his background required him to cherish spirit items. Otherwise, he would not be able to repay favors and would be seen as foolish. Well, Sima Zhou still remembers that Chen Xian from Yilan, right? He harbored resentment and stirred up trouble. I did not want to get involved, but I was dragged in and had to exhaust my spirit items to quell the incident. ultimately ending up with this painting. Gu Chong openly took out an ancient painting and unfolded it for Zhou Chen to see. Item, Peach Bamboo Courtyard. Description, dreaming in dreams. The brush strokes several times depict the dream of the peach blossom spring, seeking heaven within heaven, rolling up a painting of the bamboo cave. Effect, built-in manner, residence for followers. Placing followers inside can slowly restore their health and reduce loyalty loss. Note, maintaining the item's special effect requires the consumption of experience points. It cannot be used without experience points injected. Sima Zhou, it is said that this painting is an antique treasure. Although it has been smeared by Chen Xin, it should still hold some value. I am willing to pawn this item to borrow some spirit items for replenishing energy. Please, for the sake of our hometown connection, help me. Very well, as fellow townsmen, we cannot turn a blind eye. I have 10 bottles of Yuzhen powder gifted by the Jing'an captain. I will lend them all to you. Sima Zhou's kindness. I will never forget this favor today. Gu Chong of the Ningkong family promised some form of repayment and borrowed some spirit items from the other 4 fellow townsmen. In this way, although the types of spirit items were different and it was inconvenient to finally control the replenishing frequency, they managed to gather the necessary spirit items to make a bold attempt during the new Yuan Ling trial. The situation of Chen Xian from Yilan, who was similar to him, did not appear. Perhaps he had found other assistance or was still in a state of panic. What Zhou Chen did not know was that after he borrowed the spirit items from the Huaizhou officials, the military officer Lu from the Yaowu camp secretly issued an order to the guards. From today on, unless it is a major matter, no one from Huaizhou is allowed to enter the barracks. Humph, they are all straightforward fools. Isn't it a good opportunity to eliminate a competitor? How can they be soft-hearted just because they are fellow townsmen? After issuing the order, the Huaizhou officials became the most leisurely group of people. Not to mention fellow townsmen, even old acquaintances visiting from the capital would be secretly sent away. The unaware general from Huaizhou was still very puzzled, wondering what was going on. Did his fellow townsmen fear disturbing their preparations for battle? Indeed, it seemed that the people of Huaizhou were the most reliable. From then on, the Huaizhou general began a monotonous life of calming his mind and practicing with each other. Only Zhou Chen found a bit of fun in the monotony, which was experimenting with the types of followers. After injecting 1,000 experience points into the peach bamboo scroll, he successfully activated this follower item. Its function was similar to a pokeball, capable of capturing followers. However, among similar items, it was not particularly outstanding. Zhou Chen only managed to capture 4 small birds and a tabby cat, filling up his follower slots. Interestingly, after the tabby cat entered the peach bamboo scroll, it would openly chase the small birds, turning the ancient scroll into a scene of a tabby cat pouncing on birds, with a few stains on the painting severely affecting its visual effect. The peach bamboo scroll has an internal manor and follower residence, so it seems the internal space is self-contained and cannot accommodate mutually restraining followers. Otherwise, they would fight each other inside. Zhou Chen tried cultivating loyalty and found that the tabby cat needed fish, while the small birds required grains and legumes. As long as they were well fed, their loyalty could be continuously improved. Additionally, when followers were released, their images would still remain on the scroll. When their loyalty dropped below 30%, they would sever their connection, and the images on the scroll would disappear simultaneously. In comparison, it was still more cost-effective to capture a few dungeon monsters, as they not only required no food but also had decent combat power. I wonder if humans can become followers. If so, this scroll could also serve as a loyalty testing tool. Zhou Chen experimented with the functions of the peach bamboo scroll daily, finding it quite interesting. However, the generals from various states began to feel irritated. Some even requested to return to the Yaowu camp, preferring to stay in barracks crowded with soldiers rather than in the better conditions of the general's meeting hall. Unfortunately, the military officials from the capital disagreed and continued to suppress them. It wasn't until the atmosphere in the hall gradually became dull and resentful that the capital's military officials summoned everyone to feel the spirit. This operation left the state generals baffled, but due to the orders from their superiors, they could only grit their teeth and muddle through. After a collective spirit session ended, the capital's general finally explained why it was done this way. You are all local talents with ambitions as high as the sky, but you have no other way out. The spirit test is an opportunity to change your fate. At this moment, you feel nothing, but when you truly participate in the spirit test, you will know what it means to be mentally exhausted and restless. At that time, even the slightest mistake could ignite your hard work, causing you to perform poorly. Therefore, you need to experience the irritation of the spirit, understanding how much ability you have left when you are not in a good state. Now, those who are not in good spirits step forward to be punished. Only when your hearts are as calm as water and you have self-discipline can you go back to feeling the spirit. Psychological counseling was out of the question. If it weren't for the approaching spirit test, the generals from the states with poor spirits would have faced military punishment. The capital's military officials were using a rather brutal method to help the state generals develop the ability to handle pressure on the spot. They had seen too many excellent generals fail to be selected. That steady mindset was a rare winning treasure, but when faced with the opportunity to change their fate, the battle-hardened generals would also perform poorly. We thank our superiors for the guidance and willingly accept punishment. One advantage of military generals was that once a certain order was deemed reasonable, the same command could be repeated. In the following days, midnight gatherings for spirit sessions, random checks for spirit sessions, and extreme physical endurance spirit sessions occurred frequently. Except for Zhou Chen, the state generals once again experienced the hardships of camp selection. The effectiveness of this approach was hard to say, but it suppressed the restless mindset of the state generals, gradually helping them adapt to the high-frequency training for the upcoming tests. Next, the capital's military officials organized a spirit control test, requiring the state generals to learn the wide-eye technique within 3 days and test the effectiveness of the technique on the 4th day. To encourage the officials from various states to actively participate, they also provided 20 spirit-enhancing items as rewards. During this process, Zhou Chen did not obtain the original of the broad vision technique, only a copied text. Therefore, he had to calm his mind and practice the technique day and night. Fortunately, the broad vision technique was not difficult, it was merely a basic skill for enhancing vision. After learning the broad vision technique on the morning of the 3rd day, he used his accumulated experience to level it up to level 2, successfully maintaining a good evaluation. The subsequent battles became even fiercer, as the officials from the capital randomly selected a few to form a team, while the other officials acted as secret realm monsters to challenge their formation. During this process, Zhou Chen learned some command methods and adjusted the rhythm of the attack, prioritizing the protection of teammates and then inflicting damage. Although this limited his effectiveness as a primary attacking archer, protecting teammates was a significant bonus in the final assessment, which focused on teamwork and practical skills. After a round of 3 trials, the officials from various states officially entered the continuous simulation phase. Just when Zhou Chen thought the officials' supplementary lessons would be limited to a few types, the capital's military officials showcased new tactics. In the heat of battle, the importance of terrain cannot be overstated. You have all practiced for some time, and today I will take you to see the spirit testing grounds. This will help you understand the layout and order, so you won't be troubled by trivial matters and can focus on sensing and controlling the spirits. Due to the Secret Realm's practical combat site being temporarily designated by the Emperor of Wei, the martial generals from various states could only visit the areas for sensing and controlling spirits. It was a famous official residence in the west of the city, with the words Martial Arts Palace written in the Emperor's own hand on its gate. The capital's military officials led Zhou Chen and the others in through the northern side gate and provided them with detailed introductions to the quiet zones and testing rooms. Some bashful officials took the initiative to ask, "Sir, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate?" "The Martial Arts Palace is open to all participants. Visiting before the test is allowed, and each time, a spirit item is provided fairly. You will also have to pay, but it will be through the court's public account, so you won't need to spend your own money." No matter how much the capital's military officials trained, the usual simulations lacked the atmosphere of actual testing. On December 26, the 13th year of the Great Wei's Grand Era, after 70 days of intensive training, the 58 officials from various states were finally about to face the new spirit test. Zhou Chen had an attribute panel, which allowed him to maintain his confidence, but the other officials did not. They were all brave and skilled in battle, but today most were anxious, with a few even trembling with excitement. Military officer Liu from the Yaowu camp changed into the official uniform and personally led the officials from Huai and Shuo states. "Do not panic or fear, there is something I have been hiding from you, and it is time to tell you. In fact, based on your levels, as long as you perform normally and do not betray your comrades, the likelihood of passing the new spirit test is extremely high." "Sir, are you joking? Can we really do it?" "Of course, I would never deceive you." Whether Liu's words were true or not no longer mattered. What was important was that his words made the officials from the 2 states realize that their abilities were not in question. They did not need to force breakthroughs, just to perform normally. "Huai and Shuo lads, follow me into the palace for martial arts." Yes. The new spirit test consisted of 3 sessions over 6 days, a top priority during the transition from the old to the new year in the Great Wei. Therefore, the main road from the officials' meeting hall to the martial arts palace in the West City was firmly sealed off by the capital's soldiers early in the morning. As the officials from various states exited the meeting hall, they saw soldiers standing in formation on both sides of the road, with chariots lined up neatly. Chariots were considered ceremonial items in the Great Way and were not used frequently, which made them a fitting display of status and dignity. Once the officials from various states boarded the chariots in order, the three strong warriors on the leading chariot moved in unison. One swung his arms to beat the war drums mounted on the chariot, another raised a horn to blow a deep, mournful sound, and the third held high the flag of martial might, fluttering in the wind. With great martial might, you all have a legacy to uphold. Through blood and battle, loyalty and righteousness are unmatched. With loyalty and righteousness, I will not forget the land of Wei, entering the palace to demonstrate martial skills, flourishing together with the nation. Amidst the booming sound of war drums and horns, chariots moved forward. The soldiers of the capital shouted in unison, asking the general for victory, to protect our Wayland, and for martial fortune to prosper. The chariots had no canopies, and the military leaders from various states knelt atop them, listening to the sounds of drums and martial blessings, each one suddenly filled with fighting spirit. At that moment, Zhou Chen suddenly understood why the humanoid monsters could blend into the military camp. As long as personal martial prowess was tied to national honor, that psychological satisfaction could ignite a blazing fire. The call of the masses and the presence of soldiers was also a kind of romance. The banners of martial might fluttered, and the armored soldiers blessed the martial arts, attracting many citizens of the capital to stop and watch. Some stood on the sides of the street, while others peeked from the houses by the roadside. They marveled at the great military achievements of Wei and hoped that their own children would one day enter the palace to demonstrate martial skills and protect the nation and family. In comparison, the carriages of the noble families, no matter how luxurious, could not match the imposing presence of the active duty generals. This passionate atmosphere continued until the state officials entered the martial arts palace, where it was separated by palace walls, but greater celebrations had already accumulated in the shadows. All participating scholars, please enter the side hall to change into robes, do not carry any spirit-enhancing items, and do not violate the public nature of the martial demonstration. Under the guidance of numerous eunuchs, the state officials entered the side hall one by one, changing into the embroidered tiger robes, rhinoceros leather boots, and martial caps bestowed by the emperor. This ceremonial attire was uncomfortable to wear, but since the new spirit test aimed to select national heroes, and the Crown Prince of Wei would come to observe the martial arts, the officials, as subjects of Wei, needed to maintain proper demeanor. While the officials changed, the head eunuch also reminded the state officials. Today's national martial demonstration would be judged by four main examiners, the Crown Prince of Wei, the Wei from the 9 ministers, and the 2 generals from the southeastern garrisons. In short, it meant that those present were either military bigwigs or future monarchs. Whether they could pass the spirit test was secondary, but they absolutely could not cheat under their watchful eyes. In fact, the head eunuch's worries were completely unnecessary. With these 58 state officials facing 4 high-ranking figures personally observing the martial arts, there would be no opportunity for cheating. After the trial bell rang 3 times, the military officials from various states entered the arena in 3 separate lines, alongside the sons of noble families and the offspring of distinguished families. The total number was not large, only about 130 people, including over 40 sons of noble families and more than 20 offspring of distinguished families. At this point, Zhou Chen and the others finally saw the Crown Prince of Wei, the Wei, and the 2 generals from the 2 garrisons. Among these 4 high-ranking figures of Wei, only one had an identity marker, Level 40 Mountain Patrol General Zhong He. His identity information did not have the blood-colored skull mark but had a name marker, indicating he was a high-level elite monster. His armor was bright, and he wore a deep blue battle robe, standing beside another general in a red robe, likely one of the 2 garrison generals. The most eye-catching was the Crown Prince of Wei, who stood in the center of the observation platform, with a robust figure and a prominent beard, looking to be in his 30s. Heaven bless Wei, talents emerge in abundance, families have continuity, and the nation has heritage, martial virtue and fortune also endure. Today, scholars from all directions gather in Fengjing to enhance the martial fortune of our Wei and ensure the eternal prosperity of our nation. Since you are all national heroes of Wei, you must inherit the aspirations of your ancestors who founded the nation, showcasing martial prowess and gathering spirit to protect the country. In today's trial, there is no distinction of high or low, no difference in loyalty and righteousness. It is all about the timing of heaven and earth and performance in battle. Therefore, the victors must not be arrogant, and the defeated must not be disheartened. After 3 trials, there will be a conclusion. Furthermore, all of you are national heroes, and national heroes have national rights. Even if the new spirit test does not succeed, you may still participate in the public trial. You should encourage each other to move forward, without arrogance or impatience. We will strictly follow the king's orders, and our spirits will not falter. After the Crown Prince of Wei encouraged the morale, the new spirit test officially began. The already prepared Imperial Guards led each participant into different rooms, then distributed spirit-clearing drinks, spirit-enhancing liquids, and spirit-gathering rulers in order. The spirit-clearing drink, as its name suggests, is a type of spirit-clearing item. After consumption, the spiritual energy within the body will be gradually emptied. The spirit-enhancing liquid is a type of spirit-replenishing item, marked on Zhou Chen's attribute panel as a blue potion that quickly restores a small amount of spiritual energy. The spirit-gathering ruler is a standardized tool with a scale display, and continuously infusing spiritual energy can activate different scales. The supervising Imperial Guards each carry a vial of spirit gourd liquid for emergency assistance if a participant loses consciousness. An official from the Taichung Temple holds a brush and ink, ready to record the participants' scores alongside the Imperial Guard leader. To be honest, feeling the spirit under the watchful eyes of the Imperial Guards and Taichung officials is quite a test. However, for the sake of fairness, all participants must pass this stage. Ding! As the melodious bell rang, Zhou Chen picked up the spirit-dispersing drink and downed it in one go. This substance is a continuously clear blue medicine, and it took a full quarter of an hour to empty his blue bar. But he has a blue recovery skill, so he can regenerate blue energy even while sitting still. By the time the second bell rang, his blue bar was almost restored to 1/10. Please, General, feel the spirit. After the Taichung official spoke, Zhou Chen consumed the spirit gourd liquid in front of him. Taking it directly indeed reduced its effectiveness, only restoring 30% of his blue energy. To be safe, he also used a Jade True powder from his attribute panel, bringing his blue bar up to 90%. He remembered that military officer Liu had said that last year's best performer in the new Yuan spirit test condensed spirit for 8 marks, so he prepared to make the spirit-gathering ruler light up around 8 marks in 1 degree. Please, General, gather spirit and light the ruler, do not exhaust yourself. Although the Taichung official reminded him not to overexert, no participant would heed such advice. Faced with the opportunity to achieve martial prowess, they would all do their utmost to condense spirit and light the ruler. After the third bell rang, Zhou Chen followed the instructions and directed his spiritual energy into the spirit-gathering ruler. Guiding spiritual energy is the most basic threshold, the only difference is that some guide it quickly while others do so slowly. Zhou Chen had a max-level Golden Toad Qi cultivation method, with his meridians flowing smoothly, making him one of those who could guide energy at an extremely fast pace. He first directed the 30% blue energy from the spirit gourd liquid into it, and the spirit-gathering ruler instantly lit up at 7 marks and 2 degrees. It turned out that his innate talent for consuming energy wasn't excellent, but it was still decent. He then consumed another 6% of his blue energy, pushing the ruler's scale to just below 8 marks and 2 degrees. The Taichung official and the Imperial Guard leader were quite sincere. Seeing that the scale no longer changed, they noted it down, 8 marks and 1 degree, middle rank. Since participants have the right to know their scores and supervise the recorders, after completing the recording, the Taichung official unfolded the document for Zhou Chen to take a look. Middle rank? Zhou Sima, you can look closely, 8 marks is middle rank, 9 marks is upper rank, our recording is accurate. The recording clerk misunderstood, I was just curious if anyone could really achieve upper rank? Naturally, there are some. Upper ranks are rare in the new Yuan spirit test, but there are always upper ranks appearing in the court's public tests. Zhou Sima shouldn't think that middle rank is insufficient. Last year's new Yuan spirit test was won by a middle rank. The words of the Taichung official gave Zhou Chen a new understanding of his talent. A score of 7 marks and 2 degrees without cheating was certainly qualified. However, there was still a significant gap between him and those fierce competitors who could reach above 9 marks with the aid of medicinal potions. Thank you, clerk, for clarifying. I am very satisfied to be in the ranks. How could I dare to aspire for upper rank? Zhou Chen's words represented the sentiments of many participants. As long as they did not fall to the lower ranks, even being at the bottom of the middle rank was an acceptable outcome. But reality is often cruel. After a spirit test, the lower ranks are the most common, followed by upper-lower ranks, with middle-lower ranks being rare and middle ranks being scarce. Although the court does not keep track of every little gain or loss, there is still a significant classification between upper and lower ranks. Thus, participants who do not enter the upper ranks find themselves in an awkward position. If they do not achieve an upper rank in subsequent spirit tests to boost their evaluation, they will have no connection to the new Yuan spirit test. Of course, boosting evaluations is a choice for upper-lower ranks. Lower-lower ranks only light up 4 marks and a few degrees, with almost no chance of turning things around. Fortunately, the lower ranks at 7 marks and a few degrees are the mainstream among participants, so after the spirit test, the overall state of the participants was still quite good. After Zhou Chen met with the generals from Huai and Shuo provinces, he learned that everyone's results were almost all first class, except for Lieutenant Lu from the Huai province camp, who received a second-class rating. It was to be expected. These generals must have some talent, or they wouldn't have accumulated merits through countless bloody battles to rise in rank. After the 4 high-ranking officials from the court, Daiwei's crown prince, the 9 ministers, and the 2 town generals, completed their review of the results, the first round of assessments came to an end. Before leaving the palace, the crown prince of Daiwei specifically encouraged the second-class participants. Those with unsatisfactory results may have reasons for their anxiety. This is a matter of innate character, which is difficult to overcome. However, martial artists must demonstrate self-discipline and determination. You should all strive to refine and temper your hearts. Moreover, the court seeks national talents not for trivial gains. There is no essential difference between the efforts of 7/10 and 8/10. Therefore, those who achieve middle-class results should maintain a steady mindset and not become arrogant. Martial skills are not like literature, they ultimately require entering the battlefield and fighting fiercely. Let us encourage each other and wish you all great success in your martial endeavors. The crown prince spoke well, but there was no intention of hosting a banquet. Instead, he advised the participants to return and rest quickly, as they would be undergoing spirit control assessments the next day. Such high-pressure continuous testing was a significant test of their mental state. Fortunately, the military officials in the capital provided sleep aids, rescuing the generals from various provinces who were overwhelmed with stress and unable to sleep. Thus, when the assessments resumed the next day, the generals were in high spirits, but that good state would end there. The second round of spirit control assessments would last for 4 consecutive days, requiring the participants to stay in the training palace for 3 nights. When Zhou Chen stepped into the palace again, the commander of the Imperial Guards handed him a handwritten martial technique, the Qi Sword Finger. This was a technique that concentrated energy in the fingers, manifesting spiritual energy outward. Its difficulty lay not in release but in the degree of concentration. Therefore, the Qi Sword Finger was an easy technique to learn but difficult to master, with its range and attack power entirely dependent on the refinement of that spiritual energy. This was good news for Zhou Chen, as he feared encountering techniques that were hard to grasp and tested quick wit. Please practice the martial technique at ease, General. We will wait outside, said the officials from the Taichang Temple and the commander of the Imperial Guards as they left Zhou Chen's room to provide better practice space for the participants. At this point, some family aids could be used without worry. If anyone had enhancement potions, they could use them with peace of mind. The court would not pursue external assistance. This was clearly a bonus channel for the children of noble families. If they didn't have a couple of good items, how could they compete with active military officers? The disadvantages of the provincial generals became apparent at this moment. There were too many of them, and the military camp could not provide each of them with precious spiritual items. Therefore, the descendants of wealthy families and noble children would need to start exerting themselves. This was their only chance to suppress the active military officers. Otherwise, by the time the third round of actual combat arrived, the brave and battle-hardened active military officers would become the dominant group. After all, they had fought and bled, accumulating merits step by step. Actual combat was their strong suit. Zhou Chen, like the other provincial generals, did not possess particularly precious enhancement potions, nor did he need them. After spending 2 days mastering the Qi Sword Finger technique, he used his accumulated experience to level it up by 2 ranks. He estimated that as long as he didn't encounter noble children with special treasures, the normal enhancement potion should not surpass his second-level skill. Early on the 4th day, after breakfast, the bell for the martial assessment rang on time. Officials from the Taichang Temple and the commander of the Imperial Guards entered the room together, measuring the distance with their standard short staffs, and then drew 2 red lines with a vermilion brush. Following that, the Imperial soldiers entered and lifted a copper mirror, about a person's height, to the red lines. Zhou Chen could see clearly that the mirror had a name displayed, Dual 1 Copper Mirror. Please stand at one end of the red line, General, and demonstrate your martial skills using the mirror. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chen walked to the red line, calmed his mind for a moment, and solemnly used the Qi Sword Finger skill on the copper mirror. With a clear sound, the copper mirror rippled with layers of waves, initially chaotic and then gradually becoming orderly. Ripples rose one after another, slowly revealing a 3-pattern design. After a moment, the ripples dissipated, and the bronze mirror returned to its original state. The first pattern is called Bing, the second is called Yi, the third is called Jia, and then it returns to Jia. Dingyan Zhou Chen has 3 patterns, which qualifies him for the Jia-level spirit control. Does the general have any objections? None, it is accurate and without error. Congratulations, General. To achieve 3 patterns without relying on external objects is indeed a rare talent for spirit control. At this moment, Zhou Chen was still unaware that he had underestimated the arrogance of the noble offspring. Several noble youths, with the dual enhancement of precious artifacts and spiritual medicines, had achieved results above 3 patterns. But the Crown Prince of the Great Way had set his sights on his record. 2 jias have been achieved, can 3 jias be attained? Zhou Chen's overly pure background prevented him from displaying overly exaggerated results. However, a clean identity could also serve as a bonus at times. For instance, in the eyes of the Crown Prince of the Great Way, Zhou Chen, who had achieved 2 jias, was young and accomplished, and came from a military background, making him a promising candidate for cultivation. Let's see, if he can achieve 3 jias, I will bring him into the military affairs to win his heart and cultivate him. One of the 9 ministers, the Wei Wei, had a different opinion from the Crown Prince. In his view, Zhou Chen, with his clean background and extraordinary talent, was naturally suited for development in the Imperial Guard, capable of protecting the monarch above and leading troops to battle below. However, the Crown Prince's face still needed to be respected, so the Wei Wei temporarily set aside his intention to recruit Zhou Chen. Your Highness, it is time to bestow the wine. The Taizhu Chang from the Taichang Temple, primarily responsible for sacrificial rituals, was summoned to prepare the ceremony for the participants. At his reminder, the Crown Prince of the Great Way ordered the armored soldiers to beat the drums and gather the generals, to bestow wine and issue commands to the soldiers about to enter the secret realm for practical combat. The Crown Prince's authority was quite imposing. With him present, whether noble offspring or scions of wealthy families, everyone was very obedient. Therefore, after the drum sounded, the officials from various states, noble youths, and scions of wealthy families all moved in response, maintaining good order and forming neat ranks. I have often heard that heroes are scattered across the land, yet I wonder what their appearance is, whether they are loyal and righteous, or valiant and powerful. Today, as you all perform martial arts, I see your talents and resilience, but I regret not witnessing your martial might. Are you all willing to fight for the Great Way, to showcase your dignity and demonstrate the backbone of the Great Way? How could we refuse? We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the Great Way and offer our martial prowess to your Highness. The spirit trial is a path chosen by the participants themselves, and it seemed inappropriate for the Crown Prince to ask such a question. However, due to the possibility of casualties in practical combat, the founding ancestor of the Great Way had established a family motto. The spirit trial and martial performance were not personal contests of strength but battles for the nation, where drums would be beaten to gather the generals and lead them into battle. This nominal change made the spirit trial a formal battle for the defense of the country. Not only would the injured receive compensation, but the orders also became a crucial element. Now that the Crown Prince of the Great Way ordered the battle, if any soldiers were lost, whether they were generals, noble youths, or scions of wealthy families, they would all be counted as part of his Eastern Palace troops. Good, brave gentlemen, please drink this wine to bolster your spirits. I have established a platform in the Martial Arts Palace to issue commands to you all, hoping you will fight against the demons and grant me a triumphant song of the new era. We accept the command and will fight immediately. Having drunk the bestowed wine and received the Crown Prince's orders, there were no longer any noble offspring or scions of wealthy families. In name, they all became soldiers of the Great Way. From then on, even if noble youths were injured, they could only sacrifice themselves for the country, and their parents and relatives could not seek revenge against fellow soldiers due to personal grievances. Otherwise, if family backgrounds pressured fellow participants, there would be no need for the spirit trial to be held. Therefore, the martial preparations of noble youths were generally quite good, far surpassing those of state officials and ordinary scions. Zin 5, Shoumao 8, Yin Chen 6. You 10 are assigned to the Bingshan team. Yes. Zhou Chen's badge was Yin Chen 6, and he was thus assigned to a team he was not very familiar with. The reason for saying not very familiar was that half of the team consisted of state officials, including one acquaintance from Shuo Prefecture. In this situation, the noble youths and the scions of prominent families were unable to obtain leadership of the small team, which could only be chosen by the state officials. Meng Xian from Shuozhou, skilled with the spear and shield, was elected as the leader by 4 officials. Thus, Meng Xian had to quickly familiarize himself with the team members and arrange the formation based on their strengths. After some integration, Zhou Chen discovered that the team included 2 archers, a rare mage, and 7 melee fighters. This made their small team quite powerful in terms of output. As long as they did not encounter high defense dungeons, they had a chance to complete their missions quickly. All teams, collect horses and rations, and set out as soon as possible. Under the urging of the commander of the Imperial Guard, Zhou Chen and his teammates collected their supplies and immediately set off. It was already late afternoon at the end of the year, leaving them only a day and a half. Fortunately, there were 2 commanders from the Imperial Guard accompanying them, otherwise, just looking at the map and finding their targets would have wasted a lot of time. Clop, clop, clop. Each participant rode 2 horses, one carrying a person and the other carrying armor, leaving the western gate of the capital and heading in different directions. Soon, 3 red cloths were posted on the outer wall of the training palace, and officials from the Taichang Temple began to write the results of the first and second trials on them. However, this honor was bound to be delayed. The participants riding swiftly had no mood to look back at the capital, only thinking about giving their all in the final contest. The list is out. Don't crowd me, let me take a look. Who is Zhou Chen from Jing'an, that he can consecutively achieve the top 2 ranks as a military officer? I hope he comes from a good family, that would add luster to the new yuan. It's too early, let's come back tomorrow. Only if there are talents in the 3rd rank can we truly call them great heroes of the way. Although the training list was not yet complete, the citizens of the capital had already begun to discuss their favorites. It wasn't until evening that the crowded crowd gradually dispersed, and Zhou Chen and his teammates arrived at their destination, the Yangpu County camp. There were 2 secret realms here, one used for the daily attacks of the Yangpu soldiers, and the other, barren and difficult to attack, was occasionally used as a testing ground. The participants had no time to rest. Upon arriving at the Yangpu camp, they requested to enter the secret realm to scout the terrain. The accompanying commanders of the Imperial Guard would not restrict the participants' battle plans. Therefore, Zhou Chen and his group entered the Yangpu camp's outpost overnight and, under the guidance of the Yangpu captain, reached the entrance of the secret realm. Dungeon, Tomb of the Wandering Corpses. Recommended challenge level, 10, recommended number of participants, 10-15. The moment Zhou Chen saw the dungeon level, he understood that successfully attacking this dungeon would not be easy. He could not unleash his full power recklessly. If something went wrong with his teammates midway, it could significantly affect their progress. Everyone, take a break, allow me to enter and take a look. After becoming the leader, Meng Xian from Shuozhou had a strong sense of teamwork and insisted on scouting the path himself without drawing on his teammates. However, this secret realm was bound to be unfriendly to him, as his favored spear would likely be restricted by the environment. Meng brother, wait a moment, let's go in together, that way we can look out for each other. Zhou Chen followed closely behind and entered the Tomb of the Wandering Corpses together with him. He had a max-level wide-eye technique, allowing him to see in the dark, so he could see further and clearer than Meng Xian. The moment they entered the dungeon, a vast, dimly lit underground tomb came into view. Level 10 Purple Zombie, Level 12 White Zombie, Level 13 Jumping Corpse. There were 8 entrances in the tomb, with the dungeon's teleportation portal located on the stone coffin in the center of the entrance. Each entrance was cluttered with 3 types of zombie monsters, among which the purple and white zombies seemed manageable. However, the jumping corpses, with their leaping movements, could easily evade the frontline soldiers' entanglement and leap to attack the rear output. Another key issue was the lighting. Zhou Chen's teammates could not have a max-level wide-eye technique like him, nor could they spare a hand to hold a torch. Fortunately, we entered early, we still have time. Now it's time for those 2 noble young men to find a way. With their family backgrounds, it shouldn't be difficult to locate a lighting spirit object in a short time. I'll draw the bow and provoke the monsters to see their attack patterns. Indeed, please let Zhou Sima act freely. Zhou Chen drew the Liuwo bow, simultaneously triggering the skills of the Heart Star and the Vermilion Bird, causing the arrow in his hand to ignite in crimson flames. Whoosh, the speeding arrow sliced through the air, the burning flames forming a conical tip, resembling a red spirit bird as it struck a level 10 purple zombie. With a bang, an explosion occurred, creating a sizable hole in the neck of the level 10 purple zombie, yet no blood oozed out. The flames carried by the arrow clung to the hole, burning and emitting a foul smell and smoke. Zhou Chen observed clearly that the body of the level 10 purple zombie was as hard to ignite as damp hardwood. Even though the Vermilion Bird flame, born from spiritual energy, was highly explosive, it could only produce a scorching effect without igniting it. Additionally, the body of the level 10 purple zombie was covered in a thick layer of purple-black mycelium, which released wisps of black smoke when burned. The arrow Zhou Chen shot reduced its health by 52%, but there was no critical hit effect from a weak point attack. This indicated its excellent defense, with few weak points on its body, making it a thick-blooded monster that could withstand poison. However, the level 10 purple zombie had as many flaws as it had advantages. Firstly, it wielded no powerful weapon, relying solely on biting and clawing. Secondly, its body was stiff, resulting in poor combat agility. Brother Meng, the target's attack method is singular, likely carrying toxins, and its body is rigid with no normal vital points. Alright, let it come and strike my shield, let's test its strength. The monsters in the corpse dungeon had low attack activity. After Zhou Chen shot the purple zombie, only 5 zombies chased out from the tomb passage. The other 7 tomb passages showed no reaction at all. This was good news for the testing team. If they took a bit more time, they could safely clear a tomb passage. However, it was uncertain where the boss was. If they cleared them one by one, time would be very tight. Bang bang bang. The level 13 jumping zombie moved much faster than the purple and white zombies. Its jump height was about 2.5 meters, with a jump length of approximately 4 meters. As it leaped closer, Meng Xian did not take the opportunity to thrust his spear and knock it down but instead raised his shield to take a hit. The moment the black long claws made contact with the precious shield, a piercing sound rang out. It's powerful and heavy, hard to resist, but fortunately, it usually relies on clawing, so the force isn't too much. Zhou Sima, let's withdraw for now. Once we have the lighting spirit object and the anti-poison elixir, we can attack again. Alright, we can't ignore the corpse aura. It's best to find a few anti-poison masks for the frontline soldiers. As they spoke, Zhou Chen and Meng Xian exited the corpse secret realm in turn. The 8 companions waiting outside rushed forward to inquire about the information upon seeing them. After Zhou Chen detailed what he had seen and thought, the 2 noble heirs immediately stated that they could handle the matters of the lighting spirit object, anti-poison elixir, and anti-poison masks. The sorcerer from the noble family, upon hearing this, also opened his talisman pouch to search, indicating that he had 3 corpse-restraining talismans available. This news brought joy to the team members, who urged that the corpse-restraining talisman should not be used in case of emergencies and should be reserved for the monster leader. How about I replicate a corpse-restraining talisman overnight? Forget it, it's a waste of energy and not conducive to attacking. Zhou Sima has the evil restraining arrows, which are enough to deal with ordinary corpses. The speaker was indifferent, but the listeners took note. The 2 noble heirs, upon seeing their home guards following them out of the camp, not only requested the lighting and anti-poison items but also mentioned the corpse-restraining talismans and evil restraining arrows. After the 2 family guards left at a fast pace, Zhou Chen and his group took the opportunity to rest, preparing to launch an attack as soon as the necessary supplies arrived. The sorcerer from the noble family even entered the secret realm alone to scout around. Upon returning, he drew a diagram of the 8 trigrams, sitting there deep in thought about where the entrance to life was and where the entrance to death lay, and whether the demon leader should be at the entrance to life or death. Cui Hong, stop overthinking. When the time comes for the attack, the differences will naturally become clear. Rest quickly, or you'll be muddled when we need you. Alright, I'll rest now. The sorcerer Cui Hong heeded the advice, took a calming talisman from his pouch, slapped it on his head, and closed his eyes to sleep. He looked like a zombie that had been sealed with a talisman, remaining quiet. About 7 hours later, around 5 in the morning, relatives of the 2 noble heirs finally arrived with various supplies. The illuminating spirit items were easy to procure, and the antidotes were also manageable, but they couldn't gather 10 sets of poison masks. However, there were other antidote items that could serve as substitutes. Moreover, the corpse-restraining talismans were already rare, and there were even fewer practitioners willing to draw such talismans, so they could only find 8 in a short time. On the other hand, the demon-repelling arrows were easier to obtain, and the 2 families did not say much, each giving Zhou Chen and another archer 2 jars of demon-repelling arrows. The arrow talismans are consumables, so we'll give them to you. The antidote items are temporarily lent to you. These 2 poison masks belong to my son, the rest is for the team leader to distribute. Before Meng Xian took action, the officer of the Imperial Guard took out the official record to note a merit for the 2 noble youths. It was because without supplies, a military formation could not be formed, and preparing military needs on the spot was also a form of practical ability. However, most people did not possess this practical ability. Only the local gentry and the noble families from the capital could provide supplies on short notice. We thank you for the support, and we will definitely compensate you with goods after the battle. The position of team leader was not easy to manage, at least the distribution of supplies had Meng Xian scratching his head. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and decide according to his own thoughts, allocating 5 antidote items to each close combat teammate and 2 to each ranged attacker. As for the antidote items, based on the descriptions from the noble relatives, he gave the better ones to the close combat teammates and the lesser ones to the 3 ranged attackers. Zhou Chen received a 5 poisons 100 feet pendant, which was described as carrying poison, avoiding poison, and ensuring safety. As soon as he put it on, he gained a slight poison attachment status and an antidote status. The slight poison status had almost no effect on him. As long as he didn't wear it for a long time, it wouldn't cause real poisoning. After each member of the team received their antidote items, they quickly organized their gear and entered the secret realm of the wandering corpses in turn. The two accompanying officers from the Imperial Guard also maintained a taciturn state as they followed into the secret realm, ready to record the merits at any time. Just as everyone entered the secret realm, the sorcerer Cui Hong pointed to the stone coffin in the center and explained to everyone. The Ken trigram is due north, the Koan trigram is southwest, the Jin trigram is east, the Sun trigram is southeast, the Qian trigram is northwest, the Dui trigram is west, the Jin trigram is northeast, and the Li trigram is south. We are currently in the central position. As long as we determine the direction of one of the passages, we can use the 8 trigrams to decipher the 8 gates and determine the paths of life and death. These corpses can move despite being dead, representing a state of overlapping life and death. I believe the leader of the secret realm is most likely within the passage to life. Zhen gives birth to Kuan's death. Zhen represents the mountain, the young man, and stopping, while Kuan represents the earth, the masses, and following. Therefore, the passage with the most demons should be the entrance to death, and the corresponding passage would be the entrance to life. The sorcerer Cui Hong analyzed fiercely. Whether right or wrong was yet to be seen, but at least he had intimidated his teammates. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. Since they didn't know which of the 8 passages led to the leader of the secret realm, they might as well gamble on metaphysics. Unfortunately, Cui Hong was not a traditional geomancer. Otherwise, a divination using the 7 stars and 4 residuals or the plum blossom divination would have seemed more professional. We currently have no good strategies. Cui Hong's method can be tried. But I wonder how to calculate the number of demons in the passages. Detailed calculations are not easy, but estimations are not difficult. Please wait a moment, I will draw my bow in turn to lure out the wandering corpses from these passages. After trying this twice, we can estimate which passage has a denser number of demons based on how many emerge. Since the types of wandering corpses in the 8 passages are completely identical, Zhou Chen couldn't tell which passage led to the boss and could only estimate and choose a direction. Whoosh, a town evil arrow, attached with crimson flames, pierced through the dark tomb and struck a level 10 purple zombie. After switching to the town evil arrow that counters evil beings, Zhou Chen's damage became even more impressive, clearing 83% of the purple zombie's health with a single shot. However, since the Firebow's Red Sparrow effect belongs to explosive damage and the town evil arrow is quite sharp, the two combined created a hole, causing the arrow to pass through the target without remaining, resulting in no continuous damage. Here they come, 6 of them, one more than the passage I tested with Brother Meng before. Be careful, the purple-haired wandering corpses and white-haired wandering corpses move normally, but that black-haired one will leap and pounce. Before Meng Xian could finish speaking, Zhou Chen and another archer quickly drew their bows to eliminate the level 13 jumping corpse. Unlike Zhou Chen's high-explosion wind armor Fireball, the other archer from the state capital focused on rapid fire. His bow was a wind attribute treasure bow, with heavy guidance and precision, but not much damage amplification. Therefore, while Zhou Chen could take out half of the jumping corpse's health with one arrow, he could only inflict 18% damage. Fortunately, he had the rapid fire technique of the wind bow, allowing him to add some damage with 2 quick shots. By the time the less agile zombie got close to them, the jumping corpse was already lying flat. It was quite generous, providing Zhou Chen with 120 experience points and dropping a white light orb. Next, 5 zombies officially engaged in battle with the strategy team. Meng Xian discarded his spear on the ground and drew an iron mace to smash skulls. The 2 noble youths were even more extravagant, each wielding a shield in one hand and a blade with electric light in the other, severing arms and necks with every strike. Only the sorcerer Cui Hong was equipped with a bright lantern-like illuminating spirit item, serving as a bright yet inconspicuous support. His task, aside from providing light, was to assist in emergencies, as most of his abilities were in talismans, making him a cautious gold warrior. His elder was quite formidable, having placed several strength and diamond talismans in his talisman pouch, ensuring he could assist his teammates all the way through the secret realm's assault. As soon as this gold warrior entered the scene, he wanted to use a strength talisman on the 2 archers but was rejected by Zhou Chen and the other archer. They both said it would be better to use it when their strength was insufficient, not to waste talismans during the initial probing. With this supportive stance, he felt justified in lying down, and his teammates were particularly reassured. Zhou Sima, let's switch to another passage. The Firebow archer had the advantage of drawing light in such a dark environment, so the subsequent monster drawing was entrusted to Zhou Chen. After 7 rounds of drawing monsters, everyone temporarily stopped fighting, resting while comparing the number of monsters drawn from each passage. They found that the wandering corpses drawn by arrows were roughly between 7 and 5, with no significant difference in numbers. Let's try that passage that drew 7 wandering corpses, then randomly select 2 passages for comparison. Alright, everyone get ready for battle, I'll draw the bow and shoot. After 3 more battles, the strategy team confirmed which passage had the most densely active wandering corpses. Thus, the Death Gate of Koan was determined, and the corresponding passage was the Gen Mountain Life Gate they were searching for. How to attack it, whether to draw and consume, or to advance steadily. First, draw the outer wandering corpses layer by layer, and when it's difficult to draw, then push inward. As they spoke, everyone secretly observed the 2 accompanying military leaders, hoping to glean some useful information from their expressions. Unfortunately, the 2 military leaders stood straight like wooden sticks, serious and indifferent, with no expression. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding that they couldn't rely on these 2 and had to analyze the information and choose a direction themselves. Since we've chosen the life gate, let's clear it out quickly. If we're wrong, we can look for other passages. Understanding the urgency of time, the team members confirmed their target and immediately began the repetitive cleaning work. During this time, they requested to test the jumping corpses in close combat to see if they would suddenly leap to attack the ranged shooters while entangled with the soldiers. After several tests, they came to a good conclusion: the jumping corpses would not suddenly jump into the formation. However, if no one attacked them again, they would prioritize attacking the ranged shooters. Therefore, the participating team established a new strategy, prioritizing attacks on the jumping corpses while defending against the stiff-bodied wandering corpses. As the rhythm of the battle gradually adjusted, the team's speed in clearing the wandering corpses gradually increased. When the time required to lure out the wandering corpses became excessive, they decided to abandon the relatively safe central position and engage in combat within the passage. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Chen picked up the items dropped by the zombies in jumping corpses. Ding obtained 15 corpse teeth, 6 corpse poison. Both of these drops were materials. The corpse teeth could be used to forge arrows, and the corpse poison could be used to poison weapons. Zhou Chen merely glanced at them before continuing to attack with the team. They still did not advance recklessly but set up a defensive line in the passage, using archers to lure monsters over for phased clearing. Due to the excellent equipment of the team members, ample supplies of spiritual items, and the presence of 2 noble heirs to stabilize the defense, their advance plan proceeded very smoothly in the early stages. It wasn't until the tomb passage became increasingly spacious that a wandering corpse clad in decaying armor and wielding black iron claws appeared, suddenly obstructing their steady advance. Level 14 Jumping Corpse Gen Palace Guardian, standing out like a crane among chickens, with an unusual form. It is either a powerful demon or a demon leader. Should we fight or not? Zhou Chen knew that this jumping corpse was not a dungeon boss but an elite monster. However, he could not explain what a demon leader should look like. He couldn't just say it was a gut feeling, could he? Since it has appeared, there is no reason not to fight. Can Zhou Sima lure the surrounding wandering corpses and kill them one by one? I'm afraid not. Given its position, as soon as we lure the surrounding wandering corpses, it will likely be triggered as well. I suggest we take the initiative. There's no need to waste effort on ordinary wandering corpses. Before it attacks us, let's shoot a few arrows at it first. Alright, we will follow Zhou Sima's advice. Cui Hong used the corpse restraining talisman to buy time for the 2 archers. We need to fully restrain the group of corpses. Rest assured, if a crisis arises, I will be the first to cast the diamond talisman for you. The gold coin warrior Cui Hong finally opened his pouch, pulling out a corpse restraining talisman and 5 diamond talismans. Zhou Sima, my arrows are swift, and your arrows are heavy and explosive. You shoot first. Level 14 Jumping Corpse Gen Palace Guardian. It was indeed an elite monster, but it also depended on how much strength Zhou Chen could muster to deal with it. Whoosh, 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 3 talismans imbued with the flame of the vermilion bird shot out in quick succession. The first struck the Gen Palace Guardian's eye, embedding itself in the skull and causing a fiery explosion. The second followed closely, hitting the same spot again, triggering another explosion within the skull and shattering the Guardian's occipital bone. These 2 arrows directly took away 42% of the Gen Palace Guardian's health, and the third arrow, arriving in an instant, dealt critical damage. The third arrow of red flame completely shattered the Guardian's skull while causing another explosion inside, blowing off a significant portion of its head. This continuous assault on the head triggered a critical effect, directly taking away 35% of the Guardian's health. Zhou Chen's 3-star barrage eliminated 77% of the Gen Palace Guardian's health, shattering its skull and leaving it with only 1 eye and 1 cheek. This terrifying explosion, extraordinary precision, and rapid bow speed shocked his teammates. At this moment, they all felt a dull pain in their heads. This was no ordinary heavy archer but a professional violent assassin. With his precision and speed, as long as he gained the upper hand, a single 3-star barrage would claim everyone's heads. Well, Zhou Sima might as well conserve some stamina and wait until we encounter the demon leader to use high explosive martial skills. The archer general from Ningzhou, upon seeing this scene, felt that his chances in this trial were hanging by a thread. With such a high explosive, precise, and deadly marksman around, his rapid-fire bow seemed rather mediocre. The key was that in terms of shooting speed, his rapid shots couldn't compare to the 3-star barrage. His greatest advantage was similarly crushed. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Zhou Chen how he maintained such accuracy with his explosive fireball while shooting so swiftly. Moreover, was he really an archer? With such instantaneous bursts, he probably couldn't even match a melee soldier. The Ningzhou archer's sentiments echoed the feelings of his frontline teammates. Faced with powerful demons, they were all prepared to fight to the death, yet their ally had effortlessly crushed the enemy's skull, leaving them somewhat at a loss. The sorcerer Cui Hong instantly perked up, no longer planning to play it safe and support, otherwise, the talismans in his hand would just gather dust. No worries, the 3-star barrage doesn't consume much of my energy. Zhou Chen's reply brought both relief and concern to his teammates. They were relieved because they had a strong output, and the later stages of their assault should go smoothly. They were concerned because their teammate was too strong. If he unleashed his full power, they might lose the chance to engage with the formidable demons. Their worries were well-founded. The imposing armored corpse had indeed not reached them. After being hit by 2 arrows from the Ningzhou archer, it was then targeted by Zhou Chen, who shot another arrow into its remaining eye, exploding its skull. This time, the level 14 jumping corpse, Gen Palace Guardian, could no longer stand, crashing heavily to the ground with its shattered head, and releasing a green orb of light. Ding! Killed level 14 jumping corpse, Gen Palace Guardian, experience plus 280. The enemy general has been slain. Everyone, quickly clear the remaining foes. Team leader Meng Xian was quite reliable, knowing just what to say to uplift his teammates' spirits. Busy dealing with the onslaught of corpses, they didn't notice that the 2 accompanying Imperial Army generals had taken out the official record to credit Zhou Chen with a merit. Once the ordinary wandering corpses were cleared, they finally had time to reflect on the gains and losses of this battle and check if the rear was still passable. Zhou Chen took the opportunity to pick up the green orb dropped by the Gen Palace Guardian, obtaining a relatively rare accessory and a pair of cold iron poison claws. Accessory, Gen Palace Mountain Jade. Description: Gen, the gentleman contemplates not stepping out of his position. The auspiciousness of Gen thickens the end. The life gate resides in the Gen Palace, where all things revive, the yang energy returns, the earth gives birth to all, bringing great fortune and wealth. Effect: equipping grants the Gen life state, which continuously restores health and alleviates negative states related to yin and evil. The effect of the Gen Palace Mountain Jade was very practical. Merely wearing it allowed for continuous health recovery and alleviated negative states related to yin and evil. The key was that it was very small, only the size of a normal jade pendant, making it easy to carry. With 8 tomb passageways, if each has an elite monster guarding it, we could gather 8 accessories. The output from the Wandering Corpse dungeon would actually be quite abundant. Zhou Chen thought about when to find an opportunity to run the Wandering Corpse dungeon again while carefully checking if there were any hidden mechanisms in the tomb passageways. It turned out that he and his teammates were overthinking. There was only 1 level 14 jumping corpse, Gen Palace Guardian, at the life gate, and no real boss present. Everyone, there are no demon leaders here. Where should we go next? As soon as team leader Meng Xian finished speaking, sorcerer Cui Hong impatiently jumped out. Not being able to find the correct direction put a lot of pressure on him. He still wanted to struggle for a chance to earn credit for leading the way. Everyone, trust me one more time. Gen and Kuan reflect each other. Life and death are opposites. The demon leader must be within the death gate. Think about it, since this is a tomb, the deceased appearing at the death gate makes sense, doesn't it? Moreover, the death gate represents danger, a life or death situation, which corresponds perfectly to the powerful strength of the demon leader. Although sorcerer Cui Hong confidently guaranteed this, the effect was far less convincing than before. After all, when he previously chose the path of life, he had firmly stated many analyses, but now he was about to overturn his previous theories and start over. If this doesn't work, it's highly likely that there won't be any demon leaders in the other passages either. Most likely, we will have to clear all the passages before the demon leaders appear in the central palace. Xian, you mustn't let that come true, otherwise, it would be such a waste of time. The participants had no better choice and decided to listen to Cui Hong's suggestion once more, heading straight for the path of death. Due to the high density of wandering corpses within the path of death, their progress slowed down a bit. Fortunately, their efforts were not in vain. Not only was there a level 14 jumping corpse, the guardian of the Kuan Palace, but there was also a large stone coffin carved from mountain rocks. As the group approached the Kuan Palace, the ordinary wandering corpses had not yet moved, but a dull roar came from within the coffin. Bang! The lid of the coffin was suddenly blasted off by a tremendous force, and a black corpse clad in armor leaped out. It was a level 15 wandering corpse general, whose level surpassed the surrounding minor monsters, and its identity information bore a blood-red skull icon. Chui Hong, Giant Strength Talisman. Faced with the sudden situation, all the participants stood ready and no longer hesitated to use various precious medicines and talismans. After Zhou Chen requested the Giant Strength Talisman, he instantly shot 3 arrows at the Wandering Corpse General. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful force of the 3-star alignment combined with the explosive effect of the crimson flame arrows created a repelling effect. This caused the leaping Wandering Corpse General to crash to the ground. At the same time, the sorcerer Chui Hong activated 2 corpse suppression talismans, temporarily controlling the Wandering Corpse General and the Guardian of the Koan Palace. Zhou Sema, attack quickly. If both powerful demons get close at the same time, our formation will likely not withstand them. Meng Xian led his teammates to form a defensive line, preparing to engage the swarm of wandering corpses, hoping Zhou Chen could quickly kill one to reduce the risk. Seizing the opportunity while the Wandering Corpse General was controlled, Zhou Chen switched arrows and activated his max-level Blood Fiend archery. In the next moment, the flowing fire-red sparrow and the Blood Fiend flames merged into a crimson spirit sparrow, trailing a long tail flame as it cut through the darkness. Yee! The effect of the red sparrow from the flowing fire bow, combined with the blood flames from the max-level Blood Fiend arrow, resembled a tangible crimson sparrow that emitted a sharp cry. Boom! A massive explosion sounded from the Wandering Corpse General. The Blood Fiend red sparrow arrow was firmly embedded in its skull, and the violent explosion shook it, even knocking off its helmet. This arrow directly reduced the Wandering Corpse General's health by 24%, and with Zhou Chen's initial 3-star alignment exorcism arrow, it took away another 12%. At this point, the newly appeared Wandering Corpse General was left with only 64% of its health. Roar! Accompanied by a dull roar, the Wandering Corpse General swung its long-handled knife and charged forward rapidly. As it approached the front row of armored soldiers, it leaped up and struck down towards Zhou Chen with the force of a mountain split. Prepared, the sorcerer Chui Hong raised his hand and cast a corpse suppression talisman, strongly controlling the enraged corpse. A noble scion simultaneously threw a flying claw, and together with the officer beside him, they forcefully flung the Wandering Corpse General out of the battle formation. Chui Hong, give them the Diamond Talisman, and if you have extra Giant Strength Talismans, give them that too. Okay. At this moment, the entire team's thoughts were highly unified. Their goal was to hold off the Wandering Corpse General and buy time for their high-explosive teammates to output damage. After giving instructions to the sorcerer Chui Hong, Zhou Chen, empowered by the Giant Strength spell, drew his bow for another 3-star alignment. This time, he did not aim for the Wandering Corpse General's head but chose the elbow position where the armor was stitched. Since he couldn't take it down in one shot, the best approach was to inflict crippling damage, weakening the target's attack power and reducing the defensive pressure on his teammates. Bang! Due to the close distance, the explosion sound from the 3-star alignment merged into a short, sharp noise. The 3 exorcism arrows successfully embedded into the Wandering Corpse General's elbow, rendering one of its arms ineffective. At that moment, the level 14 jumping corpse, the Guardian of the Koan Palace, also approached the front row of armored soldiers and began to attack in coordination with the ordinary wandering corpses. Brothers, defend against the Corpse General. I will first take out that jumping corpse. After actively attacking the mutilated, aggressive Wandering Corpse General, Zhou Chen switched targets to clear the elite monster, the Koan Palace Guardian. Without needing to say much, the moment he drew his bow, Chui Hong activated a corpse-controlling talisman, temporarily restraining the Koan Palace Guardian. Immediately after, the 3 stars converging shot through the Guardian's eye socket, shattering its skull and emptying 78% of its health bar. Zhou Chen then fired another arrow to completely send it away, drawing out a Blood Fiend arrow and once again condensing his max-level Blood Fiend arrow technique. At this point, the Wandering Corpse General had begun to unleash its power. Under its continuous slashing attacks, the frontline soldiers were slowly forced to retreat. Even in urgent moments, the sorcerer Chui Hong would throw out the corpse-controlling talisman, applying a stun effect and strongly controlling the Wandering Corpse General. However, its immense strength still caused the frontline soldiers' arms, holding their shields, to ache and weaken. To make matters worse, the constant assaults from ordinary wandering corpses prevented the frontline soldiers from fully defending against the Wandering Corpse General. It wasn't until Zhou Chen attacked again that the situation was effectively alleviated. When the Blood Fiend Red Sparrow arrow struck the Wandering Corpse General's skull, it not only took away 24% of its health but also caused it to change its target of hatred. This made it stop attacking the frontline soldiers and instead leap to attack the backline damage dealers. The same scene unfolded, the same operation, corpse-controlling talisman for strong control, flying claws dragging and tossing the military formation. When it stood up again, Zhou Chen's 3 stars converging shot through its eye into its brain, shattering its skull and breaking its balance. Seeing this opportunity, the sorcerer Cui Hong quickly followed up with the corpse-controlling talisman for strong control. Zhou Chen's 3 stars converging struck its brain again, completely shattering the other eye and skull, turning it into a headless corpse general. After 3 rounds of continuous attacks, the wandering corpse general's health bar was on the brink, with only about 10% remaining. But it also triggered its berserk state, causing black mist to rise from its body as it swung its blade against the ground, creating a ripple-like mist ring. Zhou Chen's attribute panel immediately provided feedback, showing a negative status called Black Zombie Qi. This poison not only caused continuous health loss but could also trigger a stun state, belonging to an area control skill. However, that was all. Its remaining health was insufficient for it to turn the tide using Black Zombie Qi. The sorcerer Cui Hong once again used the corpse-controlling talisman for strong control, and before Zhou Chen's max-level Blood Fiend arrow technique could fully condense, he shot out a Blood Fiend Red Sparrow arrow. Just then, the wandering corpse general, having activated its area skill, swung its blade horizontally, pushing back 2 shielded soldiers. The next moment, with a sharp sound, the vermilion fire spirit sparrow pierced through the gloomy corpse mist and pinned itself onto its headless corpse. Ding! Killed level 15 wandering corpse general, experience plus 600. With the powerful demon no longer charging, the remaining ordinary wandering corpses became much easier to deal with. Once everyone worked together to clear the wandering corpses in the Kuan Palace, they found 2 Imperial guards accompanying the trial leader, flipping through public records to intensify their documentation. One even took out a stopwatch from his bosom to record the time. Seeing this, everyone understood that their assessment had come to an end. Next, they would wait for the Imperial Guard leader to announce the results and then collectively return to the capital to report. During the waiting period, Zhou Chen pretended to patrol, picking up the loot dropped by the Kuan Palace. In addition to the usual corpse teeth and corpse poison, he also obtained a Kuan Palace Mother Jade and a non-melting bone technique. The Kuan Palace Mother Jade, like the Gen Palace Mountain Jade, was an accessory that slightly reduced damage taken. The non-melting bone technique was quite powerful, a special skill that enhanced the body. Skill, non-melting bone technique. Description: the child does not speak of the 3 Qi of resentment, death, and obscurity, spreading across 8 categories, with purple, white, and green fur flying, lying down and not melting bones. Divine energy fills its position, bones do not rot, 3 Qi gather spirit, corpse bones do not melt, lying corpses for 1,000 years, can wander between yin and yang, flying and transforming into a drought, red earth for 1,000 miles. Effect, can gather the 3 Qi of resentment, death, and obscurity to change class to zombie, or can use essence, energy, and spirit to replace the 3 Qi, becoming golden skin and jade bones. Note, replacing the 3 Qi with essence, energy, and spirit increases attributes by +1 at level 5 and +2 at level 10. The attributes enhanced when changing class to zombie are determined by the quantity and quality of the 3 Qi of resentment, death, and obscurity. Golden skin and jade bones, as strong as gold, as pure as jade, increases defense and reduces skill mana consumption. I found a treasure chest, come and see what's inside. While Zhou Chen was counting his gains, his teammates had overturned the stone coffin of the wandering corpse general and found many burial items and a gilded copper box beneath it. According to court regulations, participants could distribute the spoils obtained from the spirit trial as they wished. Therefore, Zhou Chen's teammates eagerly opened the treasure chest, hoping to gain something from it. What is all this? It's either corpse teeth or bottles of black liquid. Luckily, there's a martial skill called dispersing qi into rings. Cui Hong, you should copy a few more copies. It was originally meant for Zhou Chen, as he has used the Blood Fiend arrow multiple times and has taken quite a bit of damage. While everyone was discussing the auspiciousness of the burial jewelry, 2 military leaders were also taking notes, calling everyone forward to take a look in turn. When it was Zhou Chen's turn, the military leader nodded slightly before opening the public record document. Jingyan Zhou Chen has consecutively opened 3 star pearls, shattered the demon's head, and then unleashed the Crimson Fireblood Fiend arrow to kill the corpse general. Since entering the formation, he has cooperated well and shown camaraderie with his comrades, deserving of the title of Upper Armor of the Spirit. The evaluation of Upper Armor of the Spirit was the highest praise the military leader could give. With this, Zhou Chen had gathered enough merit to become a standout among the participants. However, while some were happy, others were not. His teammates did not all receive the results they wanted. They could only force smiles and self-comfort, hoping for a favorable assessment in the 3rd trial summary. Everyone, the battle is over. We should return to the capital to report. Yes. After the participants exited the Wandering Corpse secret realm, they learned the specific time, the 1st quarter of the Hour of the Snake, around 9:15 a.m. We attacked so quickly, yet it still took us 2 hours. No other teams could have been faster than us, right? It shouldn't be. Aside from wasting some time on the wrong path, we hardly made any mistakes. No matter how excellent other teams are, they can't be flawless. While the team members were still worried about their attack duration, they overlooked a very important issue. Not all teams could successfully complete the secret realm attack, and the real competitors were fewer than they imagined. Stop overthinking, let's set off as soon as possible. The galloping steeds carried the participants back home, and at this moment, their mood had not lightened but rather felt as unsettled as a bumpy saddle. On the way, Zhou Chen took the opportunity to check the martial skill, dispersing chi into rings, produced by the treasure chest. He discovered that it was a very peculiar martial skill, with the core being dispersal in an orderly manner, instantly transforming one's spiritual energy into a ring of air for release. Its casting range was quite large, belonging to area damage skills, but the real effect relied not on the ring of spiritual energy but on the attributes of the spiritual energy itself. Therefore, the Wandering Corpse General could release black zombie gas, and Zhou Chen, under the stacking effect of the flowing Firebow's heart constellation state, could also release a ring of fire. However, the special martial skill, dispersing chi into rings, was clearly more suitable for releasing poison, ice, thunder, and other types of spiritual energy, triggering effects like poisoning, slowing, and paralysis. Overall, it was a good skill, very suitable for martial artists to temporarily alter the combat environment. Zhou Chen, you should have received the upper armor, right? The sorcerer Cui Hong was in very good spirits. Someone like him, who could create talismans, would have many options even if he failed the spirit trial. Why do you say that? Because even I, who assisted throughout, received the lower armor. If you, the main attacking archer, only received the middle armor, that would be too harsh. Zhou Chen just smiled and did not respond directly. Cui Hong understood his intention, likely not wanting to provoke his teammates' anxious hearts. So he changed the subject and talked about his origins in Qizhou. Through their conversation, Zhou Chen learned that Cui Hong was actually the direct descendant of the Huai Xingcui family. Even in an ordinary family, this identity would not warrant taking risks to participate in the spirit trial, let alone in the prestigious Huai Xingcui family. Cui Hong did not hide this and candidly stated that he participated out of selfish motives. My younger brother is obsessed with martial arts, but unfortunately, our family's quota has been exhausted, and he has no chance to awaken his spirit. I thought that the spirit trials in martial arts should be done early rather than late, so I might as well take some action to buy him a few more years. Thus, I asked the family head for a spot in the spirit trials, hoping to free myself from the family's support and let my brother partake in that spirit food. Brother Cui, your kindness and righteousness will surely lead to your wishes being fulfilled. Zhou Chen accepted Cui Hong's deliberate friendliness without reservation. His achievements were either from training in the capital or from taking up local positions, and making connections with talented individuals from other states would also be beneficial in the future. Based on their shared experiences and mutual goodwill, Zhou Chen and Cui Hong gradually became quite familiar with each other. When they entered the West City Gate of Fengjing, the two agreed to meet and drink together in a few days. Due to the distance from Yangfu County to the capital, it took a fast horse about an hour and a half to travel. Therefore, when Zhou Chen and his group returned to the martial arts palace, it was just around 1:15 noon, about 12:15. Under the guidance of the commander of the Imperial Guard, they all entered the palace to report to the Crown Prince of the Great Wei, receiving his praise and comfort. You all arrived just in time. The palace eunuchs have just sent food, urging me to soothe my stomach. But since I have orders to lead troops in battle, how can I eat at ease? Seeing you all safe and sound brings me great relief. Come, sit on my left and right, let us dine together. The Crown Prince of the Great Wei stood up first, pulling two commanders of the Imperial Guard to take their seats, then gestured for Zhou Chen and the others to join him. This scene was indeed a bit thrilling, leaving everyone unsure of how to react, each one stiff and wooden as if they had been turned into lifeless zombies. What are you all dawdling for? I am the commander, and you are the vanguard warriors. Why should we be so burdened with worries? But if you are concerned about that Grand Minister of Rites questioning us, rest assured, all the officials in charge of ceremonies have been sent by me to prepare for the banquet. With the words said, what else could they say? They all took their seats cautiously and began to eat. During the meal, the Crown Prince of the Great Wei chatted a bit with Zhou Chen and Cui Hong, praising Zhou Chen for his youth and exceptional talent, and inquiring about the military and civilian life in Qizhou from Cui Hong. It was only then that Zhou Chen learned that the Crown Prince of the Great Wei was titled Prince of Qi, and his nominal fief was indeed Qizhou. This made Cui Hong uneasy, openly stating that he often stayed at home making talismans and rarely traveled, so he was not familiar with the conditions of the various counties and dared not speak recklessly. The Crown Prince of the Great Way merely smiled and did not continue discussing sensitive topics, instead asking about the situation regarding the Secret Realm's assaults. Upon hearing about Zhou Chen's stellar performance and the explosion of the demon leader, he clapped his hands and exclaimed in approval. After the meal, the second group of participants arrived late. They did not receive the same treatment as Zhou Chen's group and were led by the Crown Prince's guards to a side hall for their meal. It was not until around 8 in the evening that 7 small teams returned to the martial arts palace, while the remaining 6 teams were destined to miss the New Yuan banquet. Before the banquet began, the Crown Prince of the Great Way first bestowed the ceremonial meat. This meat is from the 3 sacrificial animals, offered for today's New Yuan national sacrifice. You all, on the day of New Yuan, are still fighting for the country, so you should enjoy this national offering as countrymen. The great matters of the state lie in sacrifices and military affairs, and the Crown Prince of the Great Way bestowing the sacrificial meat as food was indeed a significant honor. However, this sacrificial meat, to put it bluntly, was just boiled meat without any seasonings, salt, or sugar. Moreover, since the Great Way valued fat, the sacrificial meat given to the New Yuan participants was mostly fatty with a little lean. The taste, upon taking a bite, was not only greasy but also carried the strong gamey flavor of lamb. Nevertheless, at such a time, let alone tasteless sacrificial meat, even if the Crown Prince of the Great Way had bestowed the 5 grains of the national sacrifice, everyone would still chew and swallow them down. After everyone finished the sacrificial meat, the monarch of the Great Way raised his wine cup. You all have fought hard and sung the New Yuan victory song for me. I am deeply grateful, so please drink to your heart's content. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the food, and thank you for the wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, the Crown Prince of the Great Way, with a worried expression, said, "It is indeed a fortunate thing to gather with you all, but there is no perfect achievement in this world, nor is there a gathering that does not end. After today, the court will draft a list of achievements, and not all of you can claim victory. There will also be those who feel sorrowful about returning home. This is determined by the timing and human effort. You all must not be disheartened. If there are those with troubled hearts who do not wish to return home, they may go to the capital's 8 camps to seek a position and fight in the imperial examination again. Is it possible to make an appointment? When the imperial examination takes place, I will wait for all of you to return here in the martial arts palace." The Crown Prince's invitation was naturally accepted by all. "Your Highness, rest assured, if we are not selected and return home, we will diligently hone our martial skills and fulfill our promise to you." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince of the Great Way felt his worries dissipate and called for everyone to drink heartily. For him, comforting the unsuccessful candidates was more important than praising the victors, as after today, the victors would enjoy all the honors. Those who were not selected would have no further opportunity to receive consolation from the court's higher-ups and could only return home in disappointment. Moreover, praising the victors at this time would only stir resentment, far less beneficial than soothing the unsuccessful candidates and demonstrating the court's benevolence. However, the Crown Prince's consolation had its limits. Too much would be seen as pity and would go against the Great Way's tradition of martial might. Thus, the subsequent banquet was filled with singing and dancing, with no trace of a gloomy atmosphere. Interestingly, after the banquet began, the participants who returned to the palace were immediately ushered to the feast. They had not changed out of their armor, still holding their weapons, and some even bore stains of blood. This added a considerable air of iron-blooded bravery to the evening, creating a vivid scene of soldiers drinking heartily. It was not until the deep of night, at the 4th watch, when the bronze bell rang, that the banquet came to an end, marking the complete conclusion of the New Yuan's spiritual examination. Those who failed to arrive just in time missed not only the banquet but also the opportunity to be listed among the successful candidates. This was undoubtedly unfair to some capable participants who simply had bad luck. However, the court sought orderly cooperation and capable warriors, not subordinates who hindered each other and could not overcome unexpected situations. Thus, they could only return to the palace late at night and rest hastily. Yet, on this night, some stayed awake longer than they did, namely the Crown Prince of the Great Way and the 9 ministers and generals. "Your Highness, this is the public record document of each participating team. We have drafted the rankings. Please see if any adjustments are needed." The Crown Prince of the Great Way first read through the public record document before picking up the summary list drafted by the 9 ministers. Zhou Chen's name stood out prominently, but he was not in first place, he was second on the list. Zhou Chen hails from Qiaoxi village in Shangle County, Huaizhou. He comes from a good family, possesses exceptional talent, and has fought bravely. The court needs him to be at the top. What you say is indeed correct, his talent is well deserved, but he lacks family support. However, to surpass the offspring of nobility and wealthy families under such shallow circumstances is truly remarkable. I originally intended to temper his brilliance, so he would not lose his sense of stability. However, since the court needs him to be at the top to showcase the nation's character, let this good young man shine in the capital." After receiving the 9 ministers' affirmation, the Crown Prince wrote a note after Zhou Chen's name. "Exceptional talent, clean background, coming from a good family can enhance the national spirit, and a brave youth can be cultivated. This son humbly offers advice for your decision, Father Emperor." After finishing the note, the Crown Prince also changed the name of the noble offspring at the top to second place and handed the official document to his personal guards. "Deliver it to the palace overnight. Father Emperor is likely still waiting for this list." Understood. The Crown Prince guessed correctly. When the official document was delivered to the palace, the over 50-year-old Emperor of the Great Wei had not yet rested. He carefully examined the list for a moment before circling Zhou Chen's name with a red brush and drawing a red line under the 18th name. Then he annotated, "In the 14th year of the Great Wei's Hongya, the New Yuan selection of scholars, first place, Jing'an Zhou Chen. 132 candidates participated, and 10 were selected. The rewards are sufficient." With a stroke of the red brush, the New Yuan's spiritual examination was set in stone. The next day, just as dawn broke, a squad of imperial guards arrived outside the martial arts palace and posted a yellow silk on the palace wall, listing 18 names along with their places of origin in order. The long-awaited servants immediately crowded around, anxiously checking. "Hey, my young master is not on the list. The master is likely to be angry this time. You all have encountered something rare. The top spot is actually held by a well-born official. Who is this fierce warrior? Could it be a hero born with an unusual appearance, under the auspices of the stars?" The citizens of the capital, who had risen early for work, also loved to join in the excitement, stepping forward to catch a glimpse, noting down the names of the top 3 candidates before leaving satisfied. Thus, the servants relayed messages to their masters, the workers communicated with the shopkeepers, and the residents shared news with their neighbors. Before long, Zhou Chen's name became a hot topic in the capital. Unbeknownst to him, many merchants from Huai Prefecture had even concocted some fantastical stories about him. Tales of celestial beings descending, of him playing with fierce tigers, of chivalry and justice, and of replacing beams and pillars were spread with great detail. It was no wonder the citizens were so gossipy. It was quite rare for someone of similar background to rise to the top. This sense of familiarity led them to develop many beautiful imaginations about the name Zhou Chen. When Zhou Chen finally woke up and washed up, he realized he had become famous, a name that everyone in the city could mention a few words about. "The martial star has awakened. Come see if I am truly a celestial being." "Zhou Sima, I heard a celestial being once taught you in a dream. Tell me what the immortal looked like." "Zhou Chen, I heard that when you were born, the wind and rain came to celebrate, and dragons and tigers followed you. I advise you to surrender to the Court of Judicial Review soon." Looking at his teasing colleagues, Zhou Chen hurriedly spoke up to stop them, fearing that if this continued, he would no longer be seen as a person. "Brothers, please stop. Where did you hear these things? I had no idea I had such abilities. Of course, we heard it from the citizens of the capital. You don't know, they are almost making you out to be a celestial being descended to Earth. Why is that? Naturally, it's because you topped the examination. The Emperor's red seal is already hanging outside the palace walls. Shouldn't you go pay your respects to the name Zhou Chen, the top candidate?" Paying respects was out of the question. He feared that as soon as he stepped out, his comrades would shout that the one in the embroidered tiger robe was Zhou Chen, and he would be crushed by the crowd of citizens. "I see. The New Yuan spiritual examination happens every year. Some rumors will dissipate in a few days." "Not necessarily. You are different from previous top candidates. Their backgrounds were far removed from the common people, but you come from a good family of commoners. The citizens of the capital praise you because they support you and are not afraid of you. As long as they are not afraid, they will talk about you for a long time." His colleagues were right. The citizens of the capital were not afraid of Zhou Chen. His initial identity, combined with his current achievements, seemed to transform into a flickering candlelight, illuminating an indescribable and peculiar emotion. Driven by this emotion, this year's New Yuan celebration was destined to last a few more days among the people. His name would gradually spread to various states and counties as merchant caravans returned home. This was the result that the Emperor of Wei and the Crown Prince wanted to see, and it was also a favorable basis for showcasing the spirit of Wei to neighboring countries. As for why they hadn't done this before, the reason was not complicated. It was because well-born commoners with insufficient strength could not bear the title of top candidate. If it were forced upon them, it would inevitably lead to discontent among many participants and would undermine the national legal system. But Zhou Chen was different. He was brave and skilled in battle, able to uphold his reputation with absolute strength. Zhou Chen was still unaware that his appearance would become a symbol of Wei's demonstration of both civil and military prowess. At this moment, he was being urged by his colleagues to write invitation letters. Brothers, given our relationship, we can go directly to celebrate, why go through the trouble? Zhou Sima, you are mistaken. We also care about our face. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. If we attend your celebration uninvited, wouldn't that mean we acknowledge you are stronger than us? That won't do, you must write us invitation letters before we go. Zhou Sima, I have a request, please write an invitation letter for my child as well. Ah, how old is your child? Since he is the son of a comrade, he can come along without an invitation. There are already 12, isn't this for the sake of fame? With you, the new champion of the Yuan list, personally inviting us to a banquet, it can also prove that my child is worthy of cultivation. The noble offspring who said this was a teammate of Zhou Chun from their previous battles, the legitimate second son of General An Yuan and Marquis Yanling. Zhou Chen still had to give him face, but once he did, there was no stopping it. Ultimately, all the local candidates in the capital sought a martial arts champion invitation for their own children and nephews. From then on, Zhou Chen, the new champion of the Yuan list, gained a reputation for having a discerning eye for talent, becoming a title for children to boast about. However, while the playful banter was enjoyable, the private celebration would have to wait a few days. This was because the court had summoned the 18 selected candidates, who would enter the palace together to meet the Emperor of Dawei, the 3 dukes, the 9 ministers, and many other important officials. By going there, they would not only officially join the Dawei court but also receive their due rewards. Among the candidates, those ranked higher were relatively stable in their emotions. According to Dawei's past traditions, they would be assigned to the Jinfa Academy, studying for 100 days or half a year before being sent out to govern a county. Those ranked lower would receive less favorable treatment, mostly being assigned to the capital's military or border garrisons. As for Zhou Chen, his treatment was more random. Based on past situations, he would be assigned to the Imperial Guard for training, then take up a local position or remain as a commander in the Imperial Guard. However, his background had become a label for the Dawei court to showcase its national character, which would inevitably enhance his treatment, demonstrating the court's benevolence. I really don't know where we will be sent. I hope it's a more prosperous place. That statement is inappropriate. We should be serving the country and alleviating its troubles. How can we covet wealth and riches? You are so noble, wait until you are assigned to a poor and remote place for over 10 years, then you will understand the value of prosperity. Zhou Chen smiled slightly as he watched his colleagues bickering, not interjecting. Their playful arguments stemmed from being one of the 18 selected candidates. It seemed like a debate, but in reality, it was a reflection of their hopes for the future. However, they were right about one thing: the time of young warriors was precious, and if they did not advance in 10 years, there would likely be no future for them. There were many such warriors in Dawei, like Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Changyu County in Huizhou, who had been stationed locally for 6 years without any hope of promotion. Conversely, those who entered the border garrisons found it easier to be promoted, but that was also a chance earned through risking their lives. Gentlemen, I will explain some basic etiquette to you. Once you enter the palace, remember not to stare directly at His Majesty and the 9 ministers for too long. If you have any grievances, do not express them directly, wait until after the court meeting to report to the 9 ministers and the Grand Minister. Rest assured, we will be cautious in our words and actions. Under the guidance of the officials from the Taichung Temple, everyone quickly became familiar with the basic etiquette. There was no need for more, as they were merely going through the motions and would not be staying long in the palace. When they changed into the embroidered tiger robes, rhinoceros leather boots, and military caps bestowed by the emperor, preparing to head to the palace, the many unsuccessful candidates offered their complex blessings. In this special moment, Zhou Chen, the champion, was pushed forward to represent the selected candidates in returning the greetings and well wishes to those who were not selected. Brothers, take a break, we will go ahead. The road ahead is long, and there may be dangers of bloodshed. I hope you will support us soon and fight alongside us. You all go ahead, we will catch up and not let you fight alone on the battlefield. Then it's settled, let us enter the fray first and showcase the martial might of Dawei. We wish the generals prosperity in martial affairs. Stepping out of the martial arts palace, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard stood alert, and 18 double-horse war chariots flew the martial flag, waiting for the generals to take the reins. The sound of orderly hooves echoed, but this time there were no drums or horns, only the gazes of a group of disappointed individuals. Of the 58 war chariots that had departed from the officers' meeting hall that day, only 18 remained, and many had changed riders. This scene resembled the fate of Dawei warriors, setting out with great momentum, but returning with little song of victory, their martial prowess incomplete, and the old giving way to the new. With the new Yuan's success, we enter the palace to pay our respects. With the serious spirit test phase gone, there were no soldiers sealing off the roads anymore. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard, holding bronze gongs, struck them at every intersection to remind nearby residents to give way, and to let them see the demeanor of the new Yuan warriors. This action attracted many citizens of the capital to follow, with some bold enough to throw fragrant sachets and silk handkerchiefs at the convoy. Is that Gingen Zhouchen? He looks so young, a fine young man indeed. It's simply wonderful that Gingen Zhouchen can become the top scholar. Our Great Wei's martial virtue is flourishing, even common folk can rise to the top now. Who would have thought that commoners could produce heroes? Is it that the noble families of Wei are weakening, or that the military strength of the nation is surging, allowing the common people to share in the glory of martial prowess? Among the onlookers in the capital, there were quite a few spies from neighboring countries. Their perspective on the situation differed from that of the common people. While the citizens saw fairness in the military, the spies saw the rising power of Great Wei. Let's observe a bit longer. The internal stability of Wei, with its deep-rooted martial spirit, has always been eager for battle. If their national strength continues to rise, they should temporarily avoid the spotlight and seek to build friendly relations. The news of a common family producing a top scholar cannot reach our Great Chu, or else the local powerful families will breed reckless thoughts. Zhou Chen was still unaware that the seemingly celebratory road to the palace was also a stage for covert confrontations among various nations. When they arrived at the southern imperial road of the palace, the guards of the Imperial Guard blocked the following citizens. The spies from various countries did not leave but mingled among the citizens of the capital, preparing to collect news of the palace's rewards at the first opportunity. No horses allowed in the palace, please dismount, gentlemen, and walk in to pay your respects. At the request of the Imperial Guard commander, Zhou Chen and his group jumped down from their double-horse chariot, lined up, and entered the palace through the side door. Upon entering the Jinjiang Gate, they found a spacious jade stone path, with two towers standing on either side. Instead of the traditional dragon and tiger totems, there were two long calling phoenixes, hence it was also called the Twin Phoenix Gate. After walking for about a quarter of an hour to the entrance hall, and then another quarter of an hour past the Bai Gate, they arrived at the Mingshan Terrace. The Mingshan Terrace was the gathering place for ministers before the morning court, featuring tall palaces known as the Five Virtues Hall, which was one of the palaces where the Emperor of Great Wei regularly summoned his ministers. Everyone, take a moment to rest here, you may enter when summoned by the hall. Since they had not yet been summoned, Zhou Chen and his group could only wait patiently. During this time, Zhou Chen glanced around at the guarding imperial soldiers and noticed that there were also humanoid monsters within the palace. Level 40 Wei martial soldier, level 45 Wei 100 generals. Moreover, the humanoid monsters in the Great Wei Palace were very pure in composition. Aside from a large number of normal imperial guards, all were soldiers with the prefix Wei. No wonder the Great Wei Court can suppress other humanoid monsters. The strength of this palace's Imperial Guard is enough to subdue the various armies within the country, announced the new Yuan warriors entering the hall. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a palace attendant stood on a high platform and called for their entrance. Zhou Yuan and his group formed 3 rows of 6 and entered the Five Virtues Hall from the left Imperial Road via the Mingshan Terrace. As soon as they entered the hall, they attracted everyone's attention. The military generals stood on the left of the hall, while the scholars stood on the right. In the hall, there was a golden platform, upon which sat the throne of the Five Virtues Emperor. The Emperor of Great Wei and the high-ranking officials had clearly already completed the morning court and were sizing up the new warriors entering the hall with great interest. Everyone, look, this is our national successor, truly extraordinary and young. We congratulate Great Wei and His Majesty, the dynasty continues, and the people are strong in martial prowess. All of you rejoice, our national martial fortune is flourishing and orderly, and brave warriors can emerge from the common folk. This is the achievement of all of you in governing the country, a testament to the stability of Great Wei. The Emperor of Great Wei first encouraged the ministers in the court, then handed a document to the palace attendant, instructing him to read it aloud. Heaven bless Great Wei, in the 132 years since its founding, the people are prosperous, and the nation is rich, with martial fortune on the rise. Today, we have 18 national heroes as the new Yuan's colors, to strengthen our national military, to guard as a shield, and to fight as a sword. All gentlemen should know that the spirit resides before the martial, which is the essence of martial prowess. The court's spiritual treasures are obtained through the blood and valor of the soldiers in the camps and the brave people of the land. These spiritual treasures are precious and difficult to accumulate. Since you all enjoy the support of the nation and its people, you should serve the country with a public heart and protect our multitude. We shall accept the decree and repay the nation's grace. After the new Yuan warriors received the decree to accept the nation's grace, they were granted more tangible rewards. Among them, those ranked 10th to 18th were almost entirely reassigned to the 8 camps in the capital and the Western Army at the border. Only the 17th-ranked sorcerer, Cui Hong, was an exception. He was assigned to the Shangfang Institute under the Ministry of Rites, tasked with making talismans and magical artifacts. Those ranked 3rd to 9th were reassigned to the Academy of Law to study government orders, to be dispatched to local areas on a later date. Zhou Chen and the 2nd-ranked noble heir, Du Yi, were granted the privileges of military affairs and instruction in the Feather Forest, and both were appointed as deputy commanders of the Imperial Guard. From then on, these 18 individuals had spiritual salaries to sustain themselves and the right to petition the court. As they expressed their gratitude and exited, Zhou Chen glanced up at the high-ranking ministers in the court. Among them were several named humanoid creatures, but the vast majority of the court ministers were still normal humans. The Emperor of the Great Wei, though showing signs of age, remained majestic and imposing, and he had no identifiable information, also being a normal person. These young lads dared to stare at me as they walked by. That was somewhat disrespectful. I must ensure they drink a few more cups during the Lantern Festival. Ha ha! Your Majesty, rest assured, we will certainly make them return inebriated. After all, they are subjects of the Great Wei, born under the grace of the sovereign, and have heard the name of the Great Wei all their lives. How could they not be curious about your appearance? Perhaps due to the martial spirit, the court of the Great Wei was not as solemn as one might imagine. As Zhou Chen and his companions exited the Hall of Five Virtues, they became the topic of lively conversation between the emperor and the high-ranking ministers. Of course, this was limited to jokes among the emperor and the 3 dukes and the 9 ministers. Other officials could only smile along, unable to participate. Generals, please follow me. As Zhou Chen and the others stepped off the imperial path, officials from the Ministry of Rites, who had been waiting at the Mingshan platform for a long time, approached them. They were there to explain the significance of various positions, where to report for duty, and who the new officials were. Through their explanations, Zhou Chen learned that he had been assigned 2 more officials. One was a Grand Master of the Central Court, and the other was a captain of the Feather Forest Archers. The Grand Master of the Central Court was a subordinate of the Minister of Rites, and the military affairs he received meant he would be following the Grand Master, listening to discussions on military matters of the Great Wei. However, he had no power to advise and did not need to serve tea. His main role was to broaden his horizons and compensate for his inherent lack of perspective. The captain of the Feather Forest Archers was a bowman leader among the 4 divisions of the Imperial Guard in the capital. The privilege of instruction in the Feather Forest meant he would study martial arts within the Feather Forest Army, while also gaining the aura of being part of the Emperor's personal guard, enhancing his background and facilitating future promotions. It could be said that once he entered the Feather Forest camp, his shortcomings in background would vanish. When others mentioned him, the first impression would be that of the Emperor's personal guard, rather than a rural youth. This change in identity would allow him to accomplish many things he could not have done before and gain more goodwill support. Deputy Zhou, please take good care of the Feather Forest seal and the official documents. With these 2 credentials, you will be able to enter and exit the Feather Forest camp and the Ministry of Rites. Thank you, officials of the Ministry of Rites, for your guidance. Otherwise, I would not know where to report for duty. Deputy Zhou is too polite. These positions are merely supplementary and do not hold actual power. I hope you will perform well during your time in the military affairs and not disappoint the Emperor's grace. After bidding farewell to the officials of the Ministry of Rites, Zhou Chen and his colleagues left the palace. Their positions were not urgent, and they had a period of leave to rest. They would officially assume their duties after the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month. Since the governors of various provinces would also come to the capital to pay their respects during the Lantern Festival, Zhou Chen scheduled a private celebration for the 13th day of the first month. He then sent letters to Governor Huai Prefecture, Captain Jing'an, Military Officer Kai Chang, and County Officer Chang Fei of Shangdal. The content of the letters was mostly similar, describing their experiences since entering the capital and sharing good news. Only in the letter to County Officer Chang Fei did he mention Zhao Erge from Qiaoshi, asking for his assistance in taking care of matters. He then purchased some gifts and went to visit the Jiang residence in Changyifang, located in the East City, which was the home of the Jing'an cavalry commander, Jiang Run, in the capital. When he arrived at the Jiang residence to deliver his visiting card, Zhou Chen learned that the Jing'an cavalry commander had already sent word home early. As a result, the Jiang family had made ample preparations, just waiting for his visit. However, due to the strict regulations imposed by the military officials in the capital, he had never been able to go. When the news of him becoming the top scorer in the spiritual examination spread throughout the capital, the Jiang family quickly changed their reception plans. "Young master, please take a seat quickly. If you had not come, I wouldn't know how to explain to my elder brother. If he finds out I didn't host you, he will surely blame me for not taking care of his comrades. Uncle has misunderstood. I was simply too busy with the examination to spare any attention, which delayed my journey. I just found some free time after leaving the palace today, so I hurriedly prepared some gifts and came." "You child, you are too formal. You are a good friend of my elder brother. Treat this place as your own home, no need to bring any gifts. Wait a moment, I will find some good items to give you, ensuring you return fully loaded." Jiang Ren's father had also been a military general, but after being injured, he was left with only one arm and thus stayed at home. After he left, Jiang Ren's wife had the boy beside her pay his respects. "Uncle's martial arts title is truly renowned. I wonder if you could write a letter for my child as well." "Of course, may I ask your son's name?" "I actually forgot to tell uncle my child's name. That is quite rude of me." "My son's name is Jin, and I hope to borrow uncle's title to enhance his martial fortune." Jiang Ren's wife appeared somewhat reserved, but her affection for the child was very direct. Perhaps she waited for Jiang's father to leave before asking for the martial arts title, fearing that if the children in the family each received one, it would dilute her son's uniqueness. However, this was of no concern. Zhou Qin should indeed look after the son of the Jing'an cavalry commander, Jiang Ren. Therefore, he not only wrote an invitation for Jiang Jin but also personally invited him to his celebration banquet. In response to Zhou Qin's invitation, the 11-year-old Jiang Jin was very mature and composed. When he received the invitation, he solemnly bowed and said, "Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for the invitation. I will not disappoint you."